Chapter 1. The jarring sound of the alarm clock blared. Zhao Youning awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, her mind clouded by the excruciating pain of being devoured by countless zombies. Her last memory was of a hand piercing her heart with a bone shard, a fatal wound beyond doubt. Yet, amidst the haze, she felt an unsettling difference. Beneath her was a soft mattress. As she opened her eyes to behold this strange yet familiar room, disbelief washed over her. Instinctively, she glanced at her chest, where there were no wounds or bloodstains, only the gentle fabric of her cotton nightgown, adorned with a grinning, silly sponge. She had returned to life. Without thinking, she reached for her phone on the bedside, and the screen revealed the date, June 10th, 2002X, at 10:10 a.m. This was 2 months prior to the apocalypse. Zhao Youning recalled that just yesterday, she had completed her college entrance examination and had spent the day in a stupor at home, setting this alarm to ensure she wouldn't miss the evening gathering with classmates. She had truly come back to 3 years ago, before the world fell into chaos, before anything had transpired. Overwhelmed by the realization, she burst into tears. It was as if she needed to release all her grievances. She cried uncontrollably, only gradually calming down. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her gaze fell upon the desk, and in the next moment, she scrambled out of bed and rifled through the drawers. To her relief, she found a jade pendant resting safely in its box. Tears welled up anew as she clutched it tightly in her hand, a relic left to her by her mother. Zhao Yuning's mother had passed away from illness when she was 15. A mere month later, her father remarried, leaving her with a lingering bitterness, feeling her father had been too callous towards her mother. Could he not have honored her memory for even a year? As it turned out, her father was not only unfaithful to her mother, but also indifferent to the daughter born of that union. Though she was the biological daughter of Su Peng, he subjected her to endless suffering in favor of the daughter brought by her stepmother, unable to even safeguard the belongings her mother had left her. Zhao Youning gently caressed the jade pendant, the sole possession from her mother that had belonged solely to her. She had removed it for the entrance examination, as jewelry was prohibited. On the night she was to attend the gathering, Wu Meizhu had taken advantage of her absence to steal it. When she attempted to report the theft, Su Peng slapped her and confined her at home. He insisted that an elder sister should accommodate her younger sister, dismissing her grievances as childish for wanting to call the police over a mere pendant. What a farce! What claim did Wu Meizhu have to be considered her sister? Yet, before Zhao Youning could devise a plan to reclaim her belongings, the apocalypse descended. During their escape, she fell ill and was abandoned by that family. Had it not been for her friend's timely rescue, she would have perished long ago and never awakened her powers to become strong. In that moment of betrayal, she adopted a new name, changing from Su Youning to Zhao, in honor of her mother. The name Youning, bestowed by her mother, symbolized a wish for her to find peace in life. The next encounter with that family occurred 3 years later at the capital's base, where Wu Meizhu had astonishingly become a space ability user. Among the few with spatial powers, who typically possessed only a few square meters, she wielded thousands of square meters, becoming a person of great significance at the capital base. Youning had intended to reclaim her mother's heirloom, but instead found herself consistently ostracized and sabotaged by Wu Meizhu, who even attempted to end her life during missions. It was only when she witnessed Wu Meizhu using her pendant to access supplies that the truth dawned upon her. Wu Meizhu possessed no genuine spatial abilities. The so-called space was merely a function of the pendant. To eliminate any future threats, it was clear she must eradicate the original owner of the pendant. From that moment on, Zhao Youning understood their fates were intertwined in a deadly rivalry. Regrettably, Wu Meizhu, a pivotal figure with numerous powerful allies, was beyond Zhao Yuning's reach. Instead, she found herself forced into perilous missions, which fortuitously honed her abilities, enabling her to drag Wu Meizhu down with her when she was ultimately betrayed and met her demise amidst a horde of zombies. With these thoughts, excitement gleamed in Zhao Yuning's eyes. She hurriedly confirmed that her bedroom door was securely locked, then took a fruit knife and, with a steady hand, made a shallow incision on her wrist. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, injuries had become a commonplace occurrence, and she was well aware of how to create a wound that would yield sufficient blood without causing excessive harm. As the blood slowly seeped into the jade pendant, it was entirely absorbed, not a drop wasted. Indeed, The act of blood binding was effective. Zhao Youning, having read her fair share of web novels, was familiar with such concepts. However, despite the pendant continuously absorbing her blood, nothing extraordinary seemed to occur. Could it be that only Wu Meizhu was worthy of the pendant's recognition? Zhao Youning, undeterred, gritted her teeth and continued to drip her blood onto the pendant. As she observed the pendant darken with her blood, it transformed from a piece of white jade into a vibrant crimson gem. She felt her head growing heavy from blood loss, unable to endure much longer. Fortunately, just then, the pendant ceased its absorption. She quickly withdrew her hand and pressed a prepared bandage against the wound. Zhao Youning recalled that in her previous life, when Wu Meizhu used the pendant, it was still white jade. After tending to her injury, she picked up the pendant for a closer inspection, only to be blinded by a sudden burst of light that caused her to lose consciousness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, and Zhao Youning gradually regained her senses, only to find herself in a completely unfamiliar environment, a vast field with a meandering stream, surrounded by a thick fog, and at its center stood a quaint wooden cabin. Seeing this, and feeling a faint connection to the pendant, she realized this must be the pendant's space. How peculiar in her previous life. Wu Meizhu had never been able to enter this space. Had Wu Meizhu been able to access the space, there was no way Zhao Youning could have dragged her down with her. Shaking her head to dispel the dizziness from blood loss, Zhao Youning approached the cabin. Outside, there was even a small medicinal herb garden, though the plants appeared wilted, as if their vitality had been drained. The interior of the cabin was sparsely furnished, with shelves filled with books and a painting hanging in the center. On the ground lay several meditation cushions. The figure in the painting had her hair styled high, adorned in colorful garments, with her attire flowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being. After thousands of years, my descendant has finally unlocked this space, the figure in the painting spoke, her ruby lips parting. Having endured the apocalypse and rebirth, Zhao Youning found herself surprisingly accepting of this extraordinary occurrence. Although stunned by the painting's voice, she managed to maintain her composure. "Are you an ancestor?" Zhao Youning tentatively inquired. The figure in the painting raised a delicate hand, pointing a slender finger, and a beam of golden light shot forth, piercing into Zhao Youning's mind. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic and overwhelming information flooded her consciousness. Zhao Youning felt an agonizing headache, as though her brain were being mercilessly carved open, infinitely more painful than having her heart devoured by zombies. Yet, she could not succumb to unconsciousness, enduring the torment. She felt as if she had never suffered so profoundly. It seemed an eternity passed before the pain gradually subsided. However, before she could process the information in her mind, the painting slowly disintegrated into dust, leaving behind a lingering, ethereal voice. "My descendant, I hope you cultivate diligently. I await the day you achieve greatness and reunite with me beyond the heavens." "Ancestor," Zhao Youning exclaimed, dropping to her knees, her forehead striking the ground. Having already absorbed a portion of the information, she understood the reason for her rebirth. It was all thanks to her ancestor's protection. In truth, thousands of years ago, this ancestor, known as the White Micro-Immortal, had already attained the level of a transformation deity, having reached the pinnacle of this realm, destined to ascend to the higher realms. Yet, unable to let go of her descendants, the White Micro-Immortal had deliberately left behind this spatial jade pendant and numerous resources, hoping that among her descendants, one would possess the spiritual roots necessary to unlock this space. She had even left a fragment of her divine consciousness attached to the painting to guide any descendants with a connection to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, the means to unlock the space had been lost to time, and knowledge of the ancestor and cultivation had faded into obscurity. All that remained was the jade pendant, passed down through generations, ultimately reaching the sole descendant, Zhao Youning. When the apocalypse arrived, as the only descendant of her ancestor, facing persecution and destined to perish alongside Wu Meizhu, the last drop of blood from her lineage awakened the White Micro-Immortal's fragment of consciousness within a pendant. Subsequently, the White Micro-Immortal expended her divine essence and half of the energy within the space to reverse time, returning to 3 years prior. This was why Zhao Youning needed to shed so much blood to successfully bond with the pendant and awaken her ancestor. It was this shared bloodline power that allowed the fading divine consciousness to regain some strength. In her previous life, though Wu Meizhu inadvertently discovered this space, she could only utilize it as a lifeless tool, unable to enter or do anything further. Regrettably, the ancestor's fragment of consciousness had been overly depleted, leaving only enough energy to transmit information to Zhao Youning before it faded away. Zhao Youning sat cross-legged upon a mat, finally untangling all the messages left by her ancestors. Within this legacy lay not only the complete causality of all events, but also an abundance of cultivation knowledge. As for the techniques, the shelves before her contained all the manuals and secrets meticulously collected by her forebears. Now, as the sovereign of this realm, Zhao Youning could discern everything within the space with but a thought, guided by the information bequeathed to her. Not only were there manuals of cultivation, but also an array of magical artifacts and elixirs, all neatly stored within spatial bags displayed upon the shelves. However, as Zhao Youning had yet to commence her formal training, she was unable to access any of these bags. At present, all she could peruse were the fundamental texts on the history of immortality cultivation, the compendium of spiritual herbs, and the catalog of exotic beasts, among other tomes of essential knowledge. Zhao Youning retrieved the sole volume of the foundational cultivation technique, the Longevity Sutra. This was the most elementary of methods, and her rebirth would commence from this very text in this life. She vowed to ascend to the highest pinnacle. In her previous life, the cultivation of her abilities also bore resemblance to the practice of immortality. Thus, Zhao Youning found herself quite adept in this realm. Seated in meditation, she aligned her mind according to the sutra's guidance 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, embracing the oneness and inviting the spiritual essence of the universe to flow through her meridians into her dantian. Zhao Youning emptied her thoughts and soon entered a profound state of tranquility, where amidst a haze, a myriad of colorful orbs emerged. These were the spiritual energies of the world. With her technique in full operation, she drew in the energies, witnessing red, blue, and green orbs rush towards her, while others remained at a respectful distance. It turned out she possessed the elemental roots of water, wood, and fire in her previous life. She had only thought herself to be a singularly gifted fire elemental, believing she was an unparalleled anomaly. The notion of elemental roots suggested that fewer was indeed better, particularly in a realm like Earthstar, where spiritual energy was scarce. The more roots one possessed, the greater the demand for energy, making cultivation increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that having 3 roots was still commendable, far surpassing her previous existence. Zhao Youning swiftly adjusted her mindset. Reflecting on her former life, a sudden epiphany struck her. Most individuals possessed merely one ability, and only a scant few were known to wield dual abilities, marking them as significant figures. The existence of individuals with 3 or more abilities was virtually unheard of. Could it be that all inhabitants of Earthstar were singularly gifted? This notion was utterly implausible. The only explanation for such a phenomenon was that, regardless of the number of roots, most people could only activate one ability. With this realization, she cast aside her distractions and earnestly resumed her cultivation. The sensation of spiritual energy coursing through her body was exhilarating, as more and more flowed into her, guided towards her dantian. It was not long before the energy took root there, marking the successful infusion of spiritual essence. Engrossed in her practice, time slipped away until the rumbling of her stomach jolted her back to reality. Upon awakening, she was greeted by an unpleasant odor. It appeared that the infusion of energy had also served as a minor cleansing of her meridians, expelling some impurities from her body. Disgusted by the dark, grimy traces on her skin, she realized that she could not possibly venture outside in such a state. Recalling the stream outside, she exited the wooden cabin and leapt into the water. According to the messages from her ancestors, the source of this stream once flowed from a spiritual spring. However, in her desperate quest to return to the past, she had drained the spiritual essence from it. Not only that, but the surrounding misty areas were entirely devoid of energy, sealed off as a result. Yet, her ancestors had also mentioned that as her cultivation progressed, the space could regenerate, though she remained uncertain as to when this would come to pass. However, apart from this wooden cabin, there's also nearly 1,000 square meters of space here, ample enough for her needs. With only 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, she is determined to make the most of this time to fill her entire space. Zhao Youning vigorously scrubbed herself in the creek before emerging onto the shore. That sponge-like nightgown was no longer wearable. With a flicker of thought, she exited her space and returned to her bedroom. The weakness caused by blood loss had completely dissipated, and she now felt invigorated. Though she had only just taken the first step in drawing energy into her body, she was not yet a true cultivator. She could already sense the transformation within her. Her body brimmed with strength. She felt as though she could wrestle with a fierce tiger. Not only that, but as Zhao Youning rummaged through her wardrobe for clothing, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. Long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her skin was fair and radiant, and her large eyes sparkled with vitality. Was this truly the same high school girl who once had dull skin and lifeless eyes? Seeing her youthful, vibrant self made her heart race. Casting aside the t-shirt and jeans she had initially chosen, she opted for a long dress instead. Knowing she might never have the opportunity to wear beautiful dresses again, she resolved to savor this last moment of tranquility before the impending apocalypse. Once she had changed, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her best friend, Zhao Youning, calling. "Youning, why haven't you come out yet? You're not answering your phone. It's almost 3 o'clock. I've been waiting downstairs for half an hour. Hurry up." Zhao Yunin's booming voice reverberated painfully in her ears. She had completely underestimated Yunin's loudness. "I'm coming, I overslept. Just wait for me." Zhao Youning quickly hung up, silencing Yunin's tirade. Upon checking her phone, she realized Yunin had called several times and sent her more than a dozen messages. She had been unconscious for an unknown period, followed by her time in the space where she received a legacy and practice for what felt like an eternity. Yet only 3 to 4 hours had passed in the outside world. It seemed as though an entire day had slipped by. Upon further reflection, she discovered that time flowed 2 to 3 times faster within her space, confirming that indeed 7 to 8 hours had elapsed while only 3 hours had passed outside. This realization brought a smile to her face as she swiftly prepared to leave. Before heading out, she suddenly remembered to store her important documents and household registration book in her space, along with all her notes and materials from her 3 years of high school. Most of her belongings were packed away, and she would leave the rest for later. If she delayed any longer, Yunin might come to drag her out herself. Zhao Youning had no intention of recklessly altering her previously arranged schedule. She planned to follow her past life's itinerary, spending time with Zhao Yuning at the mall before attending their class reunion, and would devise further plans upon her return. For the past few days, her home had been empty due to the college entrance exams, and Wu Meizhu, still in her 2nd year of high school, had taken a brief vacation. Their family had gone to a long-planned resort for a holiday. Zhao Youning couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Her father had not only forgotten about her, but also about having a daughter who was preparing for the exams. When they returned that night, Wu Meizhu would likely enter her room under the pretense of borrowing her study materials to steal her jade pendant, while her father would scold her for being overly petty. Hence, this time, even though she knew the study materials would be of no use to her, she would not leave them for Wu Meizhu to squander. As Zhao Youning stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Zhao Yuning waiting for her at the entrance. She immediately rushed over to give her a big bear hug. It had been so long since she had seen Yuning. In her past life, when she was abandoned by her family, it was Yuning who had taken her in. Living in the same neighborhood, they had set out for a safe base together, but along the way, she had fallen gravely ill and was discarded by her biological father as a burden. It was Yuning who had rescued her, and her parents had never shunned Zhao Youning for being a liability. Together, they endured the most arduous times of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, because of her, Yuning had also faced hardships during those dark days, as their family was ostracized in the base. Eventually, they both lost their lives, but in this life, Zhao Youning vowed to protect her fiercely. "Oh, don't think you can bribe me. Making me wait in this heat for so long means you owe me ice cream. I want the most expensive one," Zhao Yuning said with a playful disdain. "Of course, I'll treat you. Order whatever you like. Today, I'll make sure you indulge." Zhao Youning replied, feeling elated. "Why are you so generous today? By the way, what did you do after your exam yesterday?" Yuning inquired. Nothing much. After the exam, I just went home and slept until now. These past 3 years have really been exhausting. Zhao Youning responded. Come on, you must have gone for a beauty treatment yesterday. Where did you go? Take me with you. Your skin looks absolutely flawless. Curson teased, pinching Zhao Yuning's cheek, marveling at how tender and smooth it felt, utterly enamored. I really didn't tea. You know, I've never done anything like that. I must have just rested well. Otherwise, how could I be called a sleeping beauty? You should stop staying up late playing games. A good sleep will work wonders for your skin, Zhao Youning countered, attempting to deflect the topic. Self-absorbed. Sleeping beauty, indeed. Zhou Curson remarked, glancing at Zhao Youning again. Though she feigned distaste, she could not help but admire Zhao Yuning's beauty. The girl was dressed in a blue dress that accentuated her long, fair legs and showcased her delicate, rosy complexion, utterly captivating. Let us go, let us go. It's too hot. First, accompany me to a place, Zhao Youning urged, pulling her friend along. Naturally, the destination was the household registration office. Changing her surname was imperative. Although the apocalypse was imminent, identity documents remained crucial. In her previous life, despite being known as Zhao Youning, her identity card still bore the name Zhao Youning, which she could not change. Now, it was essential to rectify that immediately. However, such a procedure could not be completed in a short time. After applying, she would have to wait over a month to receive her new documents. As they exited the household registration office, Zhou Curson hesitated, uncertain of how to comfort her friend, sensing she had likely faced some grievances. Sister is in a good mood today. Let us go eat something delicious. Zhao Youning remained utterly indifferent. She required no consolation, having long since set her heart at ease. After pulling Zhou Curson along to indulge in ice cream, they realized time was slipping away and hurriedly hailed a taxi to their gathering location, knowing they had missed the earlier shopping plans. They had likely arrived the latest, and even before stepping into the private room, they were greeted by a cacophony of raucous voices from within. What a chaotic bunch. Zhao Youning could sense the twisted smile of the waitress leading them there. Inside, a group was engrossed in games, playing cards, even indulging in a round of werewolf. Unlike just a couple of days prior, when they all donned the same blue and white school uniforms, complete with thick glasses typical of ordinary high school students, they had transformed dramatically in just a day. They now sported an array of vibrant hair colors, blonde, red, even white, alongside an eclectic mix of flamboyant outfits. This group of newly liberated high schoolers resembled a different breed of zombies. Zhao Youning felt a sudden tension in her body, desperately suppressing the urge to draw her weapon and dispatch these faux zombies. She regretted attending this ridiculous gathering, truly forgetting the nature of these high school students after enduring such grim times. Wow, a beauty! A boy seated near the entrance glanced up at the commotion, his astonishment echoing in the air. Like a droplet hitting hot oil, the noise erupted, drawing the attention of the lively youth within. Indeed, she was a beauty, that pure, sweet girl stood out like a delicate flower amidst the chaos, prompting the crowd to instinctively lower their voices. Wang Wenyuan, keep your mouth in check. Zhou Curson's booming voice remained as fierce as ever, a stark contrast to her sweet name. The boy, Wang Wenyuan, opened his mouth to retort, but, upon catching Zhao Youning's gaze, sheepishly sat back down. Zhao Youning realized she could hardly recall her classmates' names. Though only 3 years had passed, it felt like an eternity in the desolate world they had faced. Yet, seeing them now, she could still match names to faces. Curson, Youning, come sit over here. A familiar female classmate beckoned, and the two hurried over. The rowdy noise momentarily faded, only to surge back to life as the earlier interruption dissipated. However, how many hearts had been stirred by that fleeting glance remained a mystery. Being the latest arrivals, they soon began to serve the dishes as the last of their classmates settled in. Amidst the lively chatter, Zhao Youning focused solely on savoring her meal. It had been years since she had tasted such delicious food, especially since she had not eaten all day. She devoured her meal with abandon, resembling a voracious eater. Thankfully, the beautiful girl managed to maintain a semblance of grace while dining, preserving at least a bit of her image. This establishment functioned as a restaurant, hotel, and karaoke venue all in one. After their meal, they transitioned to the KTV, launching into another round of raucous revelry. Zhao Youning nestled in a corner, diligently battling a plate of fruit, placing her priority on eating. She had initially intended to leave early, but refrained, not wanting to dampen Zhao Cursin's spirits. After all, this might be their last joyful gathering. She figured she would allow Cursin to revel in the spotlight one last time. Zhao Youning, which university are you planning to apply to? A figure approached in the dimly lit environment. The newcomer was quite polite, maintaining a respectful distance. Otherwise, Zhao Youning might have been tempted to lash out. Almost missing the address, she was accustomed to being called Zhao Youning, momentarily forgetting that she was still known as Zhao Youning in others' eyes. "See university," Zhao Youning replied after glancing at the individual, realizing it was Li Haoran, the class's top student. They were not particularly close, having not seen each other since the world had changed. Naturally, attending university was no longer a viable option for her. She had never truly considered it. However, she had once made plans with Zhao Cursin to apply to see university. Li Haoran, typically reserved, fell silent after his question. Receiving no response, Zhao Youning, indifferent, continued to munch on her watermelon. She categorically declined any requests to sing, thinking it absurd. She could hardly remember a single lyric, and performing would only lead to embarrassment. As the evening wore on and the clock approached midnight, some classmates, inebriated, began to leave in small groups, supporting one another as they returned home. Zhao Youning, unaffected despite having consumed some alcohol, felt the warmth dissipate quickly from her system. Zhao Cursin, still exuberant from the drinks, belted out songs with her characteristic loudness. Zhao Youning politely refused offers to accompany her friends home, opting instead to share a taxi with Zhao Cursin. Reluctant to return home, Zhao Youning valued her time too highly to face her troublesome family. She intended to head to the neighboring city, where she owned a property inherited from her mother, which had been altered to her name shortly after her birth, thus wholly belonging to her. The tasks ahead were of paramount importance. She needed to cultivate her abilities and gather resources, and staying in that so-called home was not an option. However, she needed a plausible excuse to leave and reside elsewhere to avoid disturbances. If she went missing for too long, even Su Peng, despite his neglect, would likely report her absence, complicating her plans. Standing outside, she gazed up at the darkened windows of her home. Her family had already returned and retired for the night. Wu Meizhu had likely rifled through her belongings by now. With a scoff, she ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, she was met with disarray, a clear sign of their frustration at being unable to control her. Unfortunately for them, Zhao Youning was no longer the same person she once was. She strode directly to Wu Meizhu's door and kicked it open with a resounding crash, dragging Wu Meizhu out of bed. "Ah, Zhao Youning, what madness is this?" Without uttering a word, Zhao Youning delivered several sharp slaps, her strength far greater than before. With each strike, Wu Meizhu's face began to swell, and a few teeth flew out, leaving her speechless. Had Zhao Youning not restrained her strength, Wu Meizhu might very well have met her in that night. Wu Meizhu, unable to articulate due to her swollen mouth, could only scream in desperation on the floor. Su Peng and his wife had been alerted to the commotion and rushed to intervene, but Zhao Yuning's actions were swift. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Wu Meizhu's mother, Zhu Ling, lunged at Zhao Youning in a fit of rage. Unfortunately for her, Zhao Yuning's foot sent her sprawling alongside Wu Meizhu, creating a pitiful sight. "You ungrateful daughter, you've gone too far." At that moment, Su Peng arrived just in time to witness Zhao Youning kicking Zhu Ling down. Inciting his fury, he raised his hand to strike Zhao Youning. Zhao Youning, however, deftly intercepted his blow with minimal effort. "What? You didn't see me being bullied, but you appear swiftly when I retaliate? Old Su, look at the state your precious daughter has put Meizhu in. She has been beaten to a pulp, and now you dare to strike me, your stepmother? If you don't provide an explanation today, we shall divorce." Zhu Ling screamed, clutching her daughter's severely swollen face. Su Peng's face turned crimson with rage as he prepared to unleash his wrath on Zhao Youning, but found himself paralyzed, unable to move under her control, his authority feeling severely challenged. "Get out. I no longer have a daughter like you." "Just right. I have long since lost a father like you," Zhao Youning said, turning her head and walking away. The train ticket had already been purchased during the gathering, for a train at 3 o'clock in the morning. After putting on such a performance and dealing with Wu Meizhu, she felt refreshed as she made her way to the train station. The debts between them would be settled eventually. Today was merely a prelude to collecting interest. The night train station was bustling with activity, filled with people. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhao Youning felt a heaviness in her heart. Such a lively scene would soon be obliterated by one disaster after another. First natural calamities, then a virus, forcing everyone to stay indoors. Each person longing for swift end to it all. However, what followed was the outbreak of a zombie virus, with 60% of humanity transforming into zombies, and the remaining populace suffering a 30% loss due to hunger and the collapse of order. In just 3 years, the global population of 8 billion dwindled to less than 1 billion. Zhao Youning composed herself, awaiting her train's arrival to board. She had not considered reporting the matter, as it seemed futile. Judging by the rapid response in her previous life, the higher-ups must have already taken note. Yet, it remained unavoidable. Within just over an hour's travel, she arrived in the neighboring city. The summer sun rose early, illuminating the sky even before 4 in the morning. Zhao Youning opted not to take a taxi, as her residence was merely 3 kilometers from the train station. She rented a shared bicycle, stopping by breakfast shops along the way. Upon reaching home, her storage space was filled with various breakfast items, all discreetly collected to avoid crowds and cameras. This space possessed preservation capabilities. Anything stored remained unchanged upon retrieval, making it prudent to stockpile food and drink. As she enjoyed her breakfast, Zhao Youning calculated her finances. Although Su Peng had overlooked her, her family's circumstances were decent, and she always had a steady allowance, supplemented by funds left by her mother. In total, she had nearly 200,000. While this sum was not exorbitant, it was sufficient for some purchases. Lying on her bed, she retrieved a notebook to list her needs. First on her list was food. With the preservation feature, anything stored would remain fresh. Despite the space being half closed off, it spanned thousands of square meters, capable of accommodating ample supplies. She also needed daily necessities from the supermarket or wholesale market, along with medications, weapons, and outdoor gear. After some consideration, she realized she needed a vehicle, and her current funds would not suffice. Suddenly struck by an idea, she grabbed her phone to explore various online loan platforms. Nowadays, these platforms proliferated, allowing loans merely with an ID, especially since she owned a property. This could yield more than selling it outright. After thorough research, she discovered she could potentially secure over 3 million in loans, with the earliest repayment due in a month. This meant she could start borrowing a month later, by which time the apocalypse would have already begun. Very well, I shall wait a month before proceeding. For now, I must commence my training. Time is of the essence, and I must cultivate my skills swiftly. She decided to send a message to Zhou Kursin, informing her that she would be away for a while to prevent unnecessary worry. Training would naturally take place within the space, where the abundance of spiritual energy and the threefold flow of time would afford her ample opportunity to cultivate. Thus began Zhao Youning's period of seclusion, diligently practicing each day within the space, consuming the breakfast provisions she had acquired. After what felt like 3 months in reality, she reached the 5th level of Qi training, a result that filled her with immense satisfaction. According to ancestral records, achieving this within 3 months was nothing short of remarkable. Of course, this was also aided by the abundance of medicinal pills she had discovered. Regularly consuming these pills made the sensation of growth in her cultivation remarkably delightful. Additionally, having awakened her abilities in her past life, the process of opening meridians during Qi training mirrored her previous experiences, effectively doubling her progress. Moreover, being reborn with a stronger soul endowed her with heightened spiritual awareness, allowing her to perceive every movement within 100 meters at the 5th level of Qi training. After reviewing various cultivation manuals, she selected one on elemental basics, a sword manual, a pill refining guide, and a comprehensive book on talismans. The pill refining manual came with a spirit plant encyclopedia, which left her sighing in frustration. What a pity! A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The encyclopedia contained no plants she recognized, compelling her to focus on talisman crafting instead. In her previous life, she had witnessed a Taoist using talismans, where a mere slip of paper could unleash power comparable to supernatural abilities, leaving her envious. She had always believed the greatest skill of a Taoist was exorcism, not realizing that a simple talisman could wield such force. Currently, she could only utilize two magical artifacts, a knife and a sword. Naturally, she chose the sword, as the allure of flying on a sword was irresistible, filling her with excitement at the mere thought. Upon learning to fly with the sword, she initially felt exhilarated, soaring back and forth within the space, though that excitement soon faded. The quality of the flying sword was exceptional, classifying it as a superior artifact. At her current 5th level of Qi training, she struggled to wield it effectively, her spiritual energy only allowing her to hover for about 10 minutes, barely leaving the ground at a height of a few dozen meters with a speed akin to cycling, not thrilling at all. During these 3 months, aside from studying several basic fire and wood spells, she devoted most of her time to the talisman manual. She grasped fire spells rapidly, becoming proficient as she had with her previous life as fire abilities. However, drawing talismans proved quite challenging. Fortunately, she had ample blank talisman papers and vermilion to practice within the space. Despite exhausting hundreds of sheets, she only managed to produce a few simple protective talismans. Barely a handful. At this rate, even thousands of talisman papers would not suffice, and she hesitated to use the high-quality materials, saving them for crafting superior talismans in the future. She resolved to seek out common materials for talismans and vermilion in the market. Her current prowess was roughly equivalent to a level 2 supernatural being. Once the apocalypse commenced, she was confident she would attain the strength of a level 3 supernatural being, rendering her fears insignificant. Now, her foremost task was to indulge in a hearty meal. After months of consuming dumplings, wontons, and hot dry noodles, she felt she might burst. Hastily exiting the space, she grabbed her phone to order takeout. Unfortunately, her phone had died, resembling a brick. After charging it and powering it on, she was greeted by an avalanche of messages and missed calls, causing her head to spin. Among them were dozens of calls from Su Peng, as well as from Wu Meizhu and her daughter, not to mention a lengthy string of messages from Zhou Curson. Just as she was about to return Zhou Curson's call, her phone rang again. Seeing her father's name flash on the screen, she reluctantly answered. "Where have you been, you little rascal? You've been gone for days without a single call." Su Peng's furious roar echoed in her ears. "If you have something to say, speak up. If you're just calling to scold me, I'll hang up." Zhao Youning's tone was exceedingly brusque. In her heart, she had long since severed ties with his father. She had thought that after such a tumultuous argument, with severed relationships explicitly stated they would never contact each other again. Yet here he was calling. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you speak to your father? Zhao Youning decisively hung up the phone, expressionless as she deleted and blocked all messages from that family in one swift motion, before dialing Zhou Curson. "You finally called me, Youning. Where have you been? You've worried me sick." Zhou Curson's words flowed out rapidly. "I told you I went out to have some fun. The signal was poor, so I couldn't call. I'm an adult. How could I just disappear? Even if you're out having fun, you can't ignore my calls. You have me worried sick. Tell me honestly, where did you go? Did Wu Meizhu bully you again?" Zhou Curson continued her barrage. "Absolutely not. From now on, it will only be me, Zhao Youning, who bullies others." "Youning, actually, your father came to find me. He said you ran away from home and asked if I knew your whereabouts. Don't concern yourself with him. By the way, you applied to C University, right? I've already received the admission information. The notification letter will be mailed soon. Hurry back, don't waste time. If you're not home, Wu Meizhu will definitely cause trouble. I won't return. I have things to attend to. Don't worry, she can't cause any damage. That's all for now. My signal isn't great, so I'll talk to you later. I promise I'll be back next month, and we can go to school together. Bye." Zhao Youning sighed in relief. If she asked more, she'd reveal the truth. She hadn't filled out any applications and had completely forgotten about them. She hung up and ordered dozens of takeout meals for herself, barbecue rice, spicy hot pot. She ordered whatever caught her eye, knowing these would soon be gone. Who cared if it was junk food? Satisfying her hunger and indulging her taste buds was what mattered. While waiting for her food delivery, she browsed the internet, scouring for loans, regardless of legitimacy or interest rates, as long as the funds arrived swiftly. Within 2 or 3 days, the money would be available. After all, she would not wait for repayment. When her food finally arrived, several delivery drivers showed up at once, and Zhao Youning felt a bit embarrassed as they handed over her numerous orders. She stashed most of it away and devoured a box of rice before stepping outside. It was midday, and the scorching sun hung in the sky, the temperature likely exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Zhao Youning summoned a wisp of spiritual energy to envelop her body, feeling somewhat more comfortable. Her first stop was to buy a vehicle. Acquiring supplies would be more convenient. She had learned to drive in her previous life. Although she currently lacked a license, employing a few tricks as a cultivator was quite manageable. With only 200,000 in hand, she naturally wouldn't splurge on a flashy car. Eventually, vehicles would become the least valuable assets, abundant everywhere. She found a second-hand car market online and purchased a reasonably new van for just over 10,000. She set off with it. Her initial destination was the wholesale market, which was quite a distance away. Nearby, there were numerous warehouses for rent, so Zhao Youning first rented the smallest one, roughly over 100 square meters. Before driving to the wholesale market, she inquired about prices at several stores before entering a seemingly larger grain and oil shop, where the proprietress was dozing off. The heat had kept business slow. Noticing Zhao Youning, a young girl, she lazily greeted, "Young lady, what do you need? We have everything here." Which type of rice is both delicious and affordable? Zhao Youning, having never cooked, was at a loss amidst the array of rice and flour products, fearing she might purchase something inedible. If you're looking for tasty and economical, northeastern rice is your best bet. This type is perfect for cooking rice. And this one is great for porridge, both priced at 5 yuan per jean. Which would you like? The proprietress explained. "Give me 10 bags of each," Zhao Youning exclaimed, upon hearing the reasonable price. "Why so much, young lady?" The proprietress was taken aback, initially thinking the girl would only buy a bag or 2 for home. "I'm purchasing for the company cafeteria. I just started working and know nothing. I was thrown into this. Please help me figure out what else I need. I'm afraid I'll mess it up and get scolded by my boss." Zhao Youning feigned a pitiful expression. "Don't worry, I can handle this. Just leave it to me. How many people does your company have for meals?" The proprietress, seeing the beautiful girl's pitiful demeanor, couldn't help but feel sympathetic, especially with a big order at stake. "There are over 100 people. I need to buy enough for a month. Then you'll need 500 to 600 jean of rice. For cooking rice, you'll want 10 bags of 50 jean each, and for porridge, just 2 bags will suffice. Flour also needs 10 bags, and we'll need about 100 jean of cooking oil. Let me jot this down. Feel free to add more seasonings. They don't spoil. Just give me enough for 6 months. And add plenty of salt." Zhao Youning recalled how precious salt had been in her previous life. After all, everyone needs salt. "All right." The proprietress waved her hand, adding 10 boxes of salt to the order. After about 10 minutes of writing and calculating, the proprietress handed Zhao Youning the list. "Young lady, check if there's anything missing." Zhao Youning glanced at the list and was astonished. It included rice, flour, oil, salt, noodles, various grains, beans, and even dry goods like red dates, goji berries, and longan. The proprietress seemed to have listed everything available in her shop. However, everything was indeed edible, and the wholesale prices were quite reasonable. The retail price for 5 yuan per jean of rice had been offered at 3 yuan, so she accepted it all without complaint. Seeing the noodles on the list, she ordered an additional 200 jean. They would be a valuable commodity in the apocalypse, easy to cook and delicious, accommodating any addition. Zhao Youning paid a 5,000 yuan deposit, instructing the proprietress to deliver the goods to her warehouse by 6 o'clock before heading to her next destination. This time, she went to the household goods market, buying everything from shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, facial tissues, to sanitary napkins, all in bulk under the pretense of purchasing for the company. She also picked up bedding, blankets, sheets, and various kitchen utensils, opting for the most cost-effective options. By the time she finished shopping, she had already spent several tens of thousands. Checking the time, she saw it was nearly 6 o'clock, so she decided to stop browsing and drove back to the warehouse. After all, she had arranged for all merchants to deliver by 6 o'clock. Once all the goods were unloaded, she pulled the door shut, and with a flicker of her consciousness, all the items were transported into her spatial realm. She was unfazed by the possibility of arousing suspicion. After all, she was the sole observer in this bustling warehouse area, where trucks came and went daily, and no one would notice her minute inventory. Having accomplished this, she drove back to the city, parking in the underground lot of a large shopping mall. There, she indulged in a takeout lunch before embarking on a shopping spree. Some items could be procured at wholesale markets, while others could not. Her personal wardrobe necessitated comfort. Zhao Youning headed straight for the lingerie section, purchasing dozens of sets according to her and Zhou Kursen's sizes, along with sleepwear, thermal clothing, socks, and a substantial selection of athletic were suitable for the impending apocalypse. She also acquired several different sizes for both genders, considering that Zhou Kursen's parents would surely accompany her. After loading her purchases into the car, she proceeded to the supermarket to gather provisions, filling multiple shopping carts with a variety of delicacies: marinated meats, cold dishes, hams, sausages, canned goods, instant noodles, and snacks. She even enlisted several supermarket staff to assist in transporting her bounty to the vehicle. The back of her van was crammed to the brim, leaving no space for even a sliver of light. Rather than collecting items in the heavily monitored underground mall, she drove to a secluded spot before stowing everything away. Following this, she treated herself to a hot pot meal. Since her rebirth, that gathering had been the most delightful feast she had enjoyed. The past month had been a grim struggle, and reflecting on it felt truly dismal. Sitting in the hot pot restaurant, she savored an array of meats and vegetables. Relishing the meal for over an hour, she spent over 500 yuan, astonishing the waiter. Who could have imagined that such a slender girl could eat so heartily? After her meal, she strolled down another street, joyfully packaging food from various restaurants, both large and small, refusing to turn down anything from barbecue dishes to rice noodles and beef noodles. She packed her bounty until the restaurants closed for the night, returning home with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering her space, she was greeted by a chaotic assortment of supplies and takeout stacked on a bedsheet, which left her feeling overwhelmed. It seemed necessary to purchase some shelves. However, the thought of gradually scavenging felt like a waste of time. Instead, she resolved to explore online for suppliers, arranging for them to deliver directly to the warehouse for her to collect, thus allowing her to continue her training undisturbed. Without hesitation, she opened her phone and began searching for relevant information, and upon discovering a wealth of options, she immediately placed an order. She procured 1,000 boxes of bottled water and a significant quantity of large water containers, along with hundreds of steamed buns and dumplings, scallion pancakes, instant noodles, and various hot pot ingredients. Of course, fruits and vegetables were also included. She bought various jackets, down coats, and shoes as if money were no object, even ordering a batch of military coats, as the unpredictable climate of the apocalypse could swing from extreme cold to scorching heat. After this extravagant spending spree, she realized she had unwittingly depleted 200,000 yuan, leaving her with only a little over 1,000 yuan, now awaiting a loan deposit. Since further purchases were unfeasible, she turned her attention to inventorying the storage bags in her cabin. In her previous life, Zhou Kursen had not awakened her innate elemental abilities, but had merely experienced a mutation of power due to the S virus, indicative of a bloodline awakening. This also meant she lacked a spiritual root for cultivation. Zhao Youning intended to examine the techniques left by her ancestors for any suitable methods to enhance her physical capabilities. Thus, she proceeded to place more orders for solar panels and diesel generators, ensuring she had several sets to rotate in case of malfunction, as well as the maximum allowable quantities of various medicines. After receiving the final batch of goods, Zhao Youning sought out more culinary delights, this time indulging in a seafood feast. In the post-apocalyptic world, not only had land creatures mutated, but marine life had as well, making it increasingly difficult to find sustenance. While gorging on an abundance of seafood at a bustling eatery, she suddenly recalled the pristine stream within her spatial realm. Could she perhaps cultivate fish there? Such creatures would require minimal maintenance and would not pollute the air, an excellent source of food. Excited by this prospect, she polished off her meal, took home a large portion of seafood, and hurried back to inspect the stream. The water was remarkably clear, revealing smooth pebbles at the bottom, and the stream meandered away, its destination unknown. However, upon witnessing the purity of the water, Zhao Youning found herself conflicted. Would raising fish in this water compromise its drinkability? In Apocalypse, clean water was a rarity, often tainted by viruses. She reminded herself that they regularly consumed tap water from reservoirs, which also housed fish, indicating good water quality. As long as she purified and boiled it, she would be safe to drink. This water would undoubtedly be superior to chemically treated alternatives. Having resolved to cultivate fish, Zhao Youning began searching online for fish and shrimp fry. She intended to keep the numbers modest to maintain water quality, as she certainly did not want her space to reek of fish. After securing her fry, she calculated her expenses, having spent 2 million yuan in one day. And after deducting all outstanding payments, she was left with just over 1 million, which felt alarmingly insufficient. Most of her purchases had been expensive, and in the future, her significant expenses would pertain to diesel and gasoline. There seemed to be little else needed. Further procurement could not continue in this manner, as she feared drawing unnecessary attention, despite the relatively modest nature of her goods. Once all her supplies were collected, she would have about half a month to traverse the country, savoring local delicacies, packing provisions along the way, and indulging in a shopping spree. She vowed to herself, emphatically, to enjoy the finest foods in this life. After 2 busy days, all her orders arrived, and Zhao Youning dedicated an entire day in her space to organize everything. With her mind, she directed the arrangement of all her items. Once everything was categorized and neatly displayed, it resembled a grand supermarket, filling her with an immense sense of accomplishment. Behold, this was the empire she had built, though she lamented the absence of anyone to share it with. During the wait for her goods, she scoured the city for gas stations, diligently collecting as much gasoline and diesel as possible. Now, only swords and weapons remained on her list. Calculating the time, Zhao Youning exited her space and drove to the warehouse, prepared to receive the shipment of weapons. Upon her arrival, she received a message from the delivery person, confirming their arrival in the city. However, she was not waiting there in person. Instead, she found a secluded corner to quietly observe. The warehouse was located in the outskirts. Within just half an hour, Zhao Youning saw a black jeep approaching, which came to a halt right in front of the warehouse she had rented. Upon seeing the vehicle, Zhao Youning could not help but think how exhilarating it would be to drive such a car in a post-apocalyptic world, careening through hordes of zombies. In her previous life, she had witnessed such a model wreak havoc amidst corpses during a significant mission, which gathered hundreds of superhumans to procure supplies from a military factory. They encountered an overwhelming tide of zombies along the way, and it was thanks to this very vehicle that she managed to escape before being surrounded. That mission had claimed the lives of more than half of the participants. Had it not been for the individuals in that vehicle, the entire operation might have been doomed. No one exited the car, and Zhao Youning extended her spiritual perception, confirming that there was only one person inside, indicating that it was not a trap. Just then, her phone vibrated with a message from her Penguin account, simply stating arrived. Zhao Youning approached and tapped on the car window, signaling for the driver to enter the warehouse. The glass slid down slowly, revealing a man with a buzz cut, his expression extremely stern and his eyes sharp as blades. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. Zhao Youning raised an eyebrow, her gaze revealing a hint of surprise. She had merely sensed one person in the vehicle earlier, but now recognized him as the man she had seen in the apocalypse driving a Jeep Wrangler. Chu Xingjian, the most formidable man from her previous province, without exception. Taking 2 steps back, Zhao Youning averted her eyes, concealing her surprise to avoid drawing attention. She had heard that he had military connections. It was puzzling that he would deliver such a large shipment of weapons. Chu Xingjian drove the vehicle into the warehouse and parked it steadily. Stepping out, he looked at the delicate young girl before him, feeling somewhat troubled. He had merely passed through to assist his acquaintance, Rat, with a delivery. He never imagined the recipient would be an underage girl purchasing such a significant quantity of control weapons. Little Star? Chu Xingjian inquired to confirm, still incredulous. "It's me," Zhao Youning replied, pulling out her phone and showing him the Penguin chat window to prove her identity. The casual username felt rather embarrassing when uttered by someone else. Chu Xingjian said nothing further, opening the trunk. Zhao Youning stepped forward to examine the assortment of weapons piled together, the scabbards displaying a variety of designs. She casually picked up a long sword, unsheathed it, and performed a few swings. It seemed serviceable enough. Such standardized weapons could not be expected to meet high standards, yet it appeared sufficiently sharp. Testing its hardness with a slight press of her fingers, she found it adequate for slaying zombies. "Is the remaining payment still to be sent to the previous account?" Zhao Youning inquired as she collected the sword. "That account has been frozen. Add me as a friend, and you can transfer the payment directly to my WeChat." Chu Xingjian retrieved his phone and brought up a QR code. Although Zhao Youning found it odd, she did not comment, simply scanning the code to add him as a friend and transferring the remaining 20,000. After all, soon enough, her phone would merely be an ornament. Once the network was restored, her old device would be of little use. After completing the exchange, Chu Xingjian swiftly drove away, and Zhao Youning packed her belongings into her van, which was already filled with items she had stashed away in her space. There was no need to return home now. She planned to find a secluded spot to store the van and indulge in pre-apocalyptic revelry, eating and buying along the way, while also addressing the matter of talisman paper and cinnabar. She had refrained from purchasing these items online because they were not ordinary talisman papers. They needed to contain specific spiritual energy, necessitating a first-hand inspection. With numerous destinations ahead, she had no intention of exerting herself by driving everywhere. It was far more convenient to take a vehicle and only bring out the old van when supplies were needed. In high spirits, Zhao Youning sped toward the outskirts, only to suddenly realize she was being followed. The pursuer was highly skilled and exceedingly cautious, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect. Unfortunately for them, Zhao Youning was no ordinary individual, but a cultivator. Extending her spiritual perception, she examined the ordinary black car trailing behind. Oh, it was merely Chu Xingjian delivering the goods. He had not asked many questions earlier, adhering strictly to the transaction, money exchanged for goods. Why was he now following her? Zhao Youning remained unfazed. She had nothing to fear and continued driving leisurely toward the outskirts, with only this single vehicle remaining behind her at a distance. The area had become increasingly desolate, with vast stretches of wasteland surrounding them. Zhao Youning decided to pull over and wait by the roadside for Chu Xingjian. This matter needed resolution. Having someone tailing her was quite an inconvenience. Chu Xingjian was on leave, visiting his retired old comrade, Rat, who had taken up ironworking after leaving the military. Rat operated online, discreetly accepting orders, and only old customers or referrals understood his business. Zhao Youning had inadvertently stumbled upon this connection. A substantial order of 10 weapons worth several hundred thousand was too significant for Rat to refuse. Initially, he planned to oversee the delivery personally, ensuring that the buyer was a genuine enthusiast rather than someone with antisocial tendencies. Coincidentally, as Chu Xingjian was visiting, he decided to make the delivery run for him. Upon discovering that the buyer was an underage girl purchasing such a large quantity, Chu Xingjian felt compelled to remain cautious, especially when he noticed her casually inspecting the weapons. She did not appear to be a true weapon enthusiast. Her clumsy attempts at handling them raised further suspicions. Thus, he cleverly borrowed the pretext of maintaining contact and decided to follow her to ensure that the young girl was not being deceived or manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. Zhao Youning indeed lacked systematic training in martial arts or sword techniques before the apocalypse. She had merely been a physically inept high school graduate with no opportunity to learn such skills. During the apocalypse, she primarily relied on her fire-based abilities, using weapons only to conserve energy while dispatching lower-tier zombies. Her techniques had been improvised, lacking any formal style. Although she had begun to practice swordplay now, she was still at the very beginning stages. Observing the girl casually leaning against the car, Chu Xingjian realized his cover had been blown, prompting him to stop and step out of his vehicle. The girl exhibited remarkable courage. He was genuinely astonished by her audacity. She did not attempt to flee or call for help upon realizing she was being followed, but instead chose to wait. However, given her substantial purchase of weapons. It was clear she was no fool. She must have some form of assurance. Zhao Youning discerned his intentions and, uninterested in providing explanations, casually inquired, "If I recall correctly, we have already settled the payment and delivery. What does your pursuit signify, sir?" "I am Chu Xingjian. I will be accompanying you from now on," he replied. "I bought weapons, not a bodyguard." Zhao Youning frowned, perplexed by his meaning. "These goods were previously sold to acquaintances. I have never sold to strangers. To avoid any mishaps, I will follow you for a while to ensure you do not use these weapons to cause harm to society." Endeavored to clarify the situation. "Your after-sales service is indeed quite unique. Is it truly necessary?" Zhao Youning found herself unable to remain unfazed, especially after being told that weapons were off-limits. It seems that purchasing a mere sword had led to significant complications. "It is necessary. How can you ascertain that I will not pose a threat to society? You cannot shadow me for eternity. What if you cease to follow me and I engage in wrongdoing? I have my methods of assessment. In that case, I shall not take this item. Please take it away and refund my money. Once sold, it cannot be returned," Chu Xingjian stated emphatically. Zhao Youning was at a loss for words, exasperated. A Jeep Wrangler sped down the highway, with Zhao Youning seated in the passenger seat. Her mind immersed in the vast knowledge of cultivation left by her ancestor, the immortal by way. Though the ride was not particularly comfortable, Chu Xingjian's steady and swift driving compensated for that deficiency. Ultimately, Zhao Youning reached a compromise. She could not kill this man, as he had once indirectly saved her life. Since she had already collected most of the supplies, gathering a bit more food would not be a burden. She had contemplated incapacitating him and leaving quietly. But in a society governed by law, revealing herself would likely lead to immediate discovery and similar troubles. If only her cultivation level were higher and she had mastered the mind control technique, she could have made him forget everything about her. Alas, such mastery was only achievable during the foundation establishment stage. However, considering his formidable strength, traveling together was not entirely out of the question. His military demeanor and past conduct indicated a trustworthy character, making him a potential ally. Since he had practically offered himself, it would be foolish to refuse. After reaching a mutual agreement, the two resumed their journey to the city. Zhao Youning returned her van to the residential area, while Chu Xingjian switched back to his jeep. Zhao Youning retrieved the 10 weapons and placed them in Chu Xingjian's vehicle. If he wished to keep an eye on them, so be it. Their current destination was a Taoist temple in Jiang province. Renowned temples were often surrounded by numerous shops selling Taoist supplies, including talismans and cinnabar, which was precisely what she sought. Upon entering Jiang province's capital, the city was illuminated by the evening lights. Chu Xingjian observed the girl beside him, who had her eyes closed in contemplation, aware that she was still upset. The vehicle headed directly to the hotel they had booked. Without needing a reminder from Chu Xingjian, Zhao Youning opened her eyes. "First, we'll check in, and then I'll take you out for dinner." Chu Xingjian exited the vehicle, carrying both their luggage. While he had only one bag, Zhao Youning had a large suitcase. Within her suitcase lay a collection of high school textbooks, which was not her actual luggage and was exceedingly heavy. She had done this on purpose, yet Chu Xingjian effortlessly lifted it with one hand, showcasing his strength. The tall and stoic man accompanied a strikingly beautiful young woman, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the hotel upon their entrance. When the receptionist noticed that Zhao Youning had just turned 18, she became flustered, discreetly glancing at the imposing man beside her. Although he was quite handsome, his buzz cut and dark attire exuded a fierce aura that suggested danger. "Miss, who is this man to you?" the receptionist asked Zhao Youning in a hushed tone. Zhao Youning could see the concern in the receptionist's eyes and realized that if she claimed not to know him, the receptionist would undoubtedly call the authorities. Chu Xingjian subtly glanced at her, as if he could read her thoughts, and remained unfazed. "He is my cousin," Zhao Youning replied quietly. She understood that should the police be involved, the weapon she had purchased for a hefty sum would be lost, and he could easily escape, leaving her in a precarious situation. Moreover, having agreed to let him accompany her, it was essential to uphold her word. Since she referred to him as a relative, the receptionist relaxed, promptly processing their check-in and handing over the room keys. Their rooms were adjacent, and after Chu Xingjian placed her luggage inside, he retreated to his own room. Half an hour later, he knocked on her door, ready to take her out for dinner. This man is starting to resemble my bodyguard, she mused, impressed by his sense of responsibility. After enjoying a hearty meal, Zhao Youning naturally instructed Chu Xingjian to drive her to the temple, taking advantage of his willingness to assist. The temple is closed at night. We shall visit in the morning. I want to go now. Chu Xingjian regarded the obstinate young woman before him, his typically irritable demeanor surprisingly not igniting any frustration as he had chosen to follow her. Very well. We shall go now. With a newfound patience, he took on the role of chauffeur. As expected, the temple was indeed closed for the night. However, Zhao Youning had no intention of visiting it. After wandering the area, she stumbled upon a street lined with shops selling Taoist goods. Entering the largest store, she was greeted by a dazzling array of items: statues, robes, dusters, compasses, and Baowa mirrors, all mesmerizing to behold. Although most were merely ornamental and lacked true function, Zhao Youning discerned a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from several items. That peachwood sword, for instance, could be considered a magical artifact. It seemed that cultivation still existed in China, albeit in a diminished state due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Without her ample supply of energy, she doubted she could reach the 6th level of Qi training in 20 years. Nevertheless, caution was essential. Who knew if there were ancient practitioners who had reached the foundation establishment stage? Despite not having heard of such figures in her previous life, one could never be too careful. Maintaining a low profile was crucial for longevity. The shop assistants eagerly promoted their wares, and Zhao Youning politely inquired, "How much for that peachwood sword? That is our store's treasure. It costs 5 million. Zhao Youning could scarcely believe her ears. A mere peachwood sword, barely qualifying as a magical artifact, was priced at 5 million. Surely, her own artifacts could fetch tens of millions. This was unacceptable. Material wealth was ephemeral. But genuine magical artifacts were invaluable. Do you have talisman paper? Zhao Youning dismissed thoughts of the sword. Of course. We have peace talismans, protective charms, sleep talismans, wealth talismans, and even peach blossom talismans. Whatever you desire, we have it. The shop assistant enthusiastically listed an array of talismans, each with apparent functions. Zhao Youning examined the offerings. While they were not entirely useless, they provided little more than psychological comfort, and she shook her head. No, I do not want those talismans. I require blank talisman paper. The sales assistant maintained her unchanging demeanor, exuding warmth as she produced several stacks of various talisman papers for introduction. The yellow paper was the most economical, costing merely 10 yuan for 100 sheets, while the thicker variants were slightly pricier, and the gilded paper even more so, with options in vibrant colors as well. Zhao Youning inspected them and felt a profound disappointment. These talismans were woefully inferior, starkly contrasting with those left by her ancestors. Given her proficiency in talisman drawing, the success rate with such subpar materials would likely plummet. It was no wonder that the talismans sold here lacked any discernible spiritual energy. The quality of the paper seemed incapable of withstanding the intensity of the spiritual force without disintegrating. Is there no better paper available? She inquired. None at all. This is all we have, came the reply. This was a mere consolation for practice, she thought, given the affordability. She spent 100 yuan to purchase several hundred sheets of assorted talisman paper, alongside a considerable amount of high-quality vermilion. After leaving, she traversed all the nearby shops, only to find the same disappointing quality of paper in each. Zhao Youning couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for the nearly 100 sheets she had wasted. Are you a Taoist? Chu Xingjian, who had been following discreetly, finally broke his silence as they prepared to head back. Feeling disheartened, Zhao Youning offered no response, merely casting him an exasperated glance. I know a talented Taoist who crafts his own talisman paper, Chu Xingjian continued. He had been skeptical of this notion until he learned that someone in his family held such beliefs. His grandfather, in particular, was almost obsessively devoted to the practice, befriending numerous masters of Taoism and even setting up various feng shui arrangements at home. Regardless of the authenticity, he never paid it much mind. However, to appease his grandfather, he carried any talismans given to him. During a mission, one talisman he had on him genuinely saved his life. Without it, he might have faced dire consequences. This success had earned him an extended leave, leading him to connect with a Taoist friend through his grandfather, hoping to procure talismans for their group on future assignments. While it seemed somewhat humorous, any utility was better than none. Regrettably, the Taoist was peculiar, refusing to profit from his craft. He insisted on the idea that talismans were not infallible, selling to him only once a year, claiming that excessive reliance would diminish their effectiveness. Yet, it was prudent not to depend too much on external forces. Although it had saved him, he remained cautious about fully trusting them, keeping the specifics to himself. If everyone believed blindly, they might become reckless, and should a talisman fail, the consequences would be dire. How powerful is his talisman? Zhao Youning sat up straight. Where's he located? In Kyoto, he replied. At that moment, Zhao Youning lay on her hotel bed, video calling Zhou Kursin, who had just received her admission notice. With a month until school commenced, Kursin planned to go out and have some fun. Youning, where are you? Can I come find you? I'm in Kyoto. Are you coming? There'll be plenty of places to explore once school starts, so why are you rushing over there now? I have something to attend to. Are you coming or not? Not going. Enjoy yourself. I want to go to the beach. The beach? Zhao Youning sat up suddenly. Although the apocalypse was only half a month away, she knew that some places had early signs. The creatures of the sea were among the first to mutate, and the thought of going to the beach now made her uneasy. Kursin, I want to go to the beach too. Please wait for me a few days. I'll return soon. I won't wait for you. You heartless one, abandoning me for so long and expecting me to wait? Please, Kursin, you're the best, and you're all I have. Fine, just hurry back. Rest assured, I'll be back shortly. Zhao Youning smiled. She had contemplated luring Zhou Kursin and her family to Kyoto, renting a place near the base in her previous life to await the impending apocalypse. That area was the center of national power, and due to the government's foresight regarding the apocalypse, Kyoto was remarkably fortified, quickly establishing the largest safe haven post-apocalypse. Being in Kyoto would provide the utmost security. However, Kursin was easily persuaded, while her parents were busy individuals unlikely to accompany her to Kyoto for an extended stay. She could not allow Kursin to be separated from her parents during the apocalypse. She would have to stay with them in their home province instead. After ending the video call, Zhao Youning entered her space to practice drawing talismans with a newly purchased paper. True to its reputation, the paper was indeed substandard. After practicing until dawn, she exhausted all the sheets and managed to produce only 3 talismans. If the spiritual energy used was minimal, the talismans were useless. If excessive, the paper would be destroyed. This paper could only endure a mere whisper of energy, driving her to the brink of frustration. Despite the meager output of talismans, her ability to manage spiritual energy had improved significantly. When she tested her skills using the ancestral paper, she achieved a success rate of nearly 90%, which was a noteworthy accomplishment. Upon hearing about the talisman master from Chuxingjian, Zhao Youning felt a surge of desire. Being able to withstand a lethal attack was indeed impressive, considering her current talismans could only endure 3 uses. Naturally, her talismans were not designed for ordinary attacks, but could even resist the spiritual assaults of cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within effective talismans far exceeded what her purchased paper could withstand. Realizing the importance of securing this source, she resolved to purchase more before they became unobtainable in the future. Zhao Youning decided to meet this master to gain insight into the current state of the cultivation world. However, she wished to conceal her true identity as a cultivator, necessitating the practice of a minor technique first. The concealment technique was remarkably easy to master, designed solely to obscure one's cultivation level and completely mask spiritual fluctuations, allowing her to masquerade as an ordinary person or one of lower cultivation. However, those with 2 levels higher cultivation could easily see through it. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. She doubted she would encounter any golden core cultivators in this waning era of the law. Having secured her drawn talismans, Zhao Youning began practicing the concealment technique. As expected, It was simple. Within an hour, she had mastered it completely. As the technique commenced, her spiritual energy waves adjusted effortlessly to her will, and she was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Given the considerable distance to Kyoto, which required over 10 hours of driving, and with time already being of the essence, Zhao Youning was determined not to squander precious moments on the road. Thus, it was decided to take a flight, with the tickets arranged well before returning to the hotel. Early the next morning, Zhao Youning and Chu Xinjian had breakfast and proceeded to the airport, leaving the vehicle containing swords and knives securely stored by Chu Xinjian. They had booked business class, and Zhao Youning, who cherished every moment, refused to compromise on her comfort. Chu Xinjian, not lacking in resources, readily concurred. Soon, they boarded the plane, and as Zhao Youning settled in, her consciousness immersed itself in the spatial realm. To Chu Xinjian, it appeared as though she had fallen asleep, prompting him to request a blanket from the flight attendants, as the cabin temperature was slightly chilly. After a 2-hour flight, they landed in Kyoto at around 10 in the morning. It's still early. Shall we pay a visit now? Since receiving the news, Zhao Yuning's demeanor towards Chu Xinjian had undergone a remarkable transformation, and she no longer exerted her authority over him. Chu Xinjian replied, captivated by the radiant smile on the young girl's face, unable to utter any words of refusal. They carried minimal luggage, just a small bag each, while Zhao Youning had cleverly concealed a suitcase filled with books within her spatial realm, claiming it was unnecessary and discarding it without a second thought. As they navigated through the crowd, they suddenly encountered a commotion ahead. Someone had fallen ill, trembling uncontrollably. Security personnel were urgently calling for medical assistance, while onlookers gathered, intrigued. Zhao Youning caught a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Though subtle, it was impossible to evade her keen senses. More importantly, it was unmistakably the stench of a zombie. She scanned the scene with her consciousness and noted the pallor on the afflicted person's face. Trembling, it was clear that he had already contracted the virus and was on the verge of mutation. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, the man suddenly rose, emitting a hoarse growl. Just as the security personnel were about to approach him, he lunged forward, saliva dripping from his mouth, poised to bite. Without hesitation, Zhao Youning discreetly released a thread of spiritual energy, diverting him away. She could hardly believe that just 20 days before the apocalypse, zombies were already appearing. Her own matters remained unresolved, which was rather ominous. Taking advantage of the moment, the security personnel quickly sprang into action, attempting to restrain him alongside others. However, the transformed individual exhibited immense strength, roaring as he charged into the crowd, proving difficult to contain. Madman! A madman! The onlookers shrieked in fright, retreating hastily. Yet, in their panic, some fell, and it became evident that the unfortunate ones would soon be caught by the crazed individual. Zhao Youning was about to use her spiritual energy to incapacitate the man when she felt a bag thrust into her hands. Chu Xinjian, like a gust of wind, dashed forward and swiftly subdued the assailant. Indeed, he was remarkably agile and possessed a strong sense of justice. However, the man, pinned to the ground, continued to thrash about, trying desperately to bite, his excessively long teeth and pallid skin creating a grotesque sight, and the stench had become overwhelmingly pungent, causing the surrounding people to cover their noses and mouths. This madman is terrifying. Is this a case of rabies? Someone exclaimed. No, this is a zombie. A young man nearby, clearly a fan of apocalyptic scenarios, fled in terror. The crowd, though initially skeptical, began to lean towards the idea of a rabies patient, especially as the police arrived to apprehend the man, allowing the spectators to relax and watch the unfolding drama. Could this chaos be avoided? Zhao Youning thought as she discreetly protected Chu Xinjian with her spiritual energy while the police took over. She directed a hidden force into the zombie's brain, effectively dismantling its core. With the police on the scene, the zombie could rest quietly, ensuring that no further disturbances would hinder her plans. The officer stood dumbfounded as the once ferocious middle-aged man slumped over, lifeless. However, Chu Xinjian was soon escorted to the airport police station as the primary suspect. Given that he had been the one to intervene, Zhao Youning could only follow, exasperated with herself for being so impulsive. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Chu Xingjian said, noticing the troubled expression on her face and reaching out to comfort her. Zhao Youning instinctively recoiled, her mind screaming, "Do not touch me after you've dealt with a zombie." Although grappling with corpses was commonplace in the apocalypse, she preferred to maintain her pristine image in the present. Fortunately, Chu Xingjian had some connections, and they did not remain in the police station for long. A brief phone call facilitated their release. In truth, there was nothing to worry about. The autopsy would soon reveal that the man had been dead long before the incident, absolving Chu Xingjian of any wrongdoing. Zhao Youning, anxious as time slipped away, hastily consumed a light meal before urging Chu Xingjian to find their contact. They traversed an ancient street until arriving at a modest storefront, where an elegant sign read, "Gathering, Chi Pavilion." It was an antique shop, not extensive in size, featuring a tea table and shelves adorned with numerous artifacts, including peach wood swords and other talismans. Although Zhao Youning lacked expertise in antiques, she could sense a profound aura emanating from the items, a testament to their age and authenticity. A young shop attendant, engrossed in his phone, quickly stood to greet them, his round face lighting up with a smile upon recognizing Chu Xingjian. "Mr. Chu," he exclaimed, "where's your master? Please wait a moment. He will return shortly," the young man replied, inviting them to sit as he poured 2 cups of tea, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Zhao Youning. Upon closer inspection, he appeared momentarily stunned. Zhao Youning recognized his interest. The young man was also a practitioner of cultivation, possessing a foundation at the first level of chi refinement, just as she had revealed hers. Initially, she intended to masquerade as an ordinary person, but realizing the implausibility of a commoner purchasing numerous high-level talismans, she adjusted her aura to match that of a cultivator. Chu Xingjian, noticing the attendant's astonishment, furrowed his brow, wondering why he hesitated to introduce them. "Excuse me, may I ask how to address you?" The attendant, Feng Shu, inquired, having been taken aback to discover that the girl accompanying Chu Xingjian was also a fellow cultivator. "I am Zhao Youning, here to purchase talismans. May I see them?" she replied politely, smiling. "Oh, certainly." Feng Shu's face unconsciously flushed, and in a flurry, he retrieved a stack of talisman paper from behind the counter. Zhao Youning took it, inspecting it closely, although this talisman paper was somewhat superior to what was previously sold in the store. It still paled in comparison to the talismans left by his ancestors. "Do you have anything better?" Zhao inquired. "These are merely the ordinary talismans I sell in the shop. My master possesses superior ones," Feng Shu replied, sensing Zhao's dissatisfaction with the talisman paper. In truth, this was already quite decent talisman paper. He had been apprenticed to his master since childhood, mastering the craft of talisman making, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that aside from his master, no one else could produce talismans of such quality. Those who dared to disdain his creations would find themselves swiftly blacklisted, never to do business with him again. Yet, Zhao's striking appearance softened his heart, for those who were beautiful could often be more forgiving. Thus, he felt not anger, but rather a pang of regret for his craftsmanship. "Wow, you are quite impressive. The talisman paper I purchased elsewhere was dreadful. Even a slight excess of spiritual energy would ruin it." Zhao Youning was astonished to learn that this talisman paper was crafted by the young man before her. A moment of disdain slipped through her expression, which she hurriedly masked, fearing that he might refuse to sell more of his talisman paper to her. Feng Shu, upon receiving such praise, felt his cheeks grow warmer. "My master is truly remarkable. His talismans can withstand any amount of spiritual energy. How much do you sell these talismans for?" "They are not worth much, so I shall gift Zhao Youning some." "You are too modest. I need quite a few. It will be better to conduct a normal transaction." "How much for each?" Chu Xingjian suddenly interjected, his voice cold. His fierce demeanor exuded an air of pressure that even the small cultivator Feng Shu found intimidating. "10 yuan each." Feng Shu steadied himself, inwardly lamenting that, as a cultivator, he had been startled by an ordinary person. It was truly embarrassing. Yet, the man's presence was undeniably formidable. No wonder he could befriend his master. Chu Xingjian had long been impatient, feeling ignored as Zhao Youning engaged in friendly conversation with Feng Shu. His irritation compelled him to interrupt. "All right, Give me 10,000 sheets of this talisman paper. Zhao Youning exhaled in relief, casting a look of appreciation towards Chu Xingjian. 10,000 sheets? Fang Shu wondered if he had misheard. Yes, 10,000 sheets. Is that a problem? I don't have that many. The most I have prepared is about 3,000, and other customers are waiting too. Fang Shu was completely stunned, shaken out of his reverie about Zhao Yuning's beauty. It was astonishing. He hardly sold 10,000 sheets in a year. What on earth did Zhao Youning intend to do with so many? Did she think making talismans was as simple as painting? As cultivators at the first level of qi training, Fang Shu typically consumed no more than 10 sheets a day, and it was normal to succeed in creating only one talisman, occasionally managing 2 on a fortunate day. Even with continuous practice throughout the year, he would only use around 3,000 sheets. But who could draw talismans every day without cultivating or relaxing? Moreover, selling such a large quantity was unfeasible. Thus, using up several hundred sheets in a year was already considered a significant amount. 3,000 sheets will suffice. I'll take them. Zhao Youning decided to round off her purchase without clearing him out entirely. Zhao Youning, that's enough for several years. Fang Shu chuckled, busying himself with packaging the talisman paper. This transaction would indeed be a significant business deal. No worries, I'm just beginning to learn talisman crafting, so I consume a lot. My skills are lacking, and the talisman paper I bought previously was subpar. I couldn't produce a single usable talisman from several hundred sheets. So I must prepare more of this excellent talisman paper. Fang Shu fell silent, thinking that Zhao Youning might lack the talent for talisman making. After all, it was hard to believe she could waste hundreds of sheets. He remembered his own struggles when he first started. He hadn't been that inept. Realizing this, he cast her a sympathetic glance. It's challenging at first, but it gets easier once you grasp the basics. I've been learning for 5 to 6 years and have only a 20% success rate for crafting talismans. Just take your time. How impressive. I would be content with a 20% success rate. By the way, do you have any more talismans for sale? I do like to buy some. I do, Fang Shu said, rummaging through his counter. Upon discovering that Fang Shu was also a cultivator, Zhao Yuning's interest peaked. She could have waited for the master to return to purchase the finest talismans. But she felt that this young cultivator could serve as a gateway to understanding the current state of the cultivation world in China. The information she had received from her ancestors was outdated by several millennia and offered little reference. The talismans Fang Shu produced were similar in name to those sold in the previous store, but their efficacy was genuine. Each talisman shimmered with a faint spiritual light visible only to cultivators. The wares from the store had merely been psychological illusions. These talismans were absent from Zhao Yuning's comprehensive talisman book, save for a few similarities with a particular protective talisman. She picked up one of the protective talismans and, probing with her spiritual consciousness, noticed that the patterns bore some resemblance to her own protective talisman, albeit significantly simplified. This was likely due to the gradual depletion of spiritual energy over thousands of years, rendering many items difficult to reproduce, thus necessitating modifications. She spent another 10,000 yuan acquiring a dozen unique talismans, intending to study them at her leisure, as some held intriguing properties. Once the transaction was completed, Zhao Youning casually stowed the talisman paper in her backpack and resumed conversing with Fang Shu about talismans. Their dialogue naturally transitioned to cultivation, and guiding a first-level qi cultivator was effortless for Zhao Youning. Amidst the guidance, the chat flowed easily, leaving Fang Shu eager to share everything with her. Meanwhile, although Chu Xingjian felt somewhat displeased, he recognized her intent to extract information and chose to remain silent, sipping tea. Fang Shu's master was the owner of the Gathering Qi Pavilion, the talisman master that Chu Xingjian referred to, and a renowned grand cultivator in China, one who stood on equal footing with the leaders of several major sections. He had been taken in by his master at a young age, beginning his cultivation journey at the age of 10 upon discovering his spiritual root, and had only spent 2 years at the first level of qi training. Yet he was already among the elite of his generation. This assessment was drawn by Zhao Youning. Fang Shu remained humble, and just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of the major sects, she heard a commotion outside. A luxury car pulled up at the entrance, and an elderly man in traditional attire stepped out and entered. The man appeared rosy-cheeked, his hair dark, and he walked with a steady gait, exuding an aura of warmth and trustworthiness. Zhao Yuning's eyes widened. This elder exhibited late-stage cultivation at the 10th level of Qi, and a further step would lead to foundation establishment. Alas, in this era devoid of magic, achieving such a stage was exceedingly difficult. Were it not for her reliance on the spatial realm, she would not dare to dream of it. Masterly, Zhao Youning joined in the greeting. Although Masterly appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, he was nearly a century old. One could not attain such high cultivation without extensive time and experience in such an environment. The Celestial Master is merely a title. Is it not associated with feng shui and ghost hunting? How is it that now, in this contemporary era, practitioners of immortality are grouped together with such beings? Or is it that these cultivators have all gravitated towards this path in modern society? Zhao Youning recalled the effects of talismans, which indeed appeared to deviate from her previous understanding. It seems the development has taken a divergent turn. Is this young Taoist here to purchase talisman paper? Remarkably gifted, entering the Tao at such a tender age. Truly, the youth is formidable. Might I inquire where this young friend has received their teachings? This Master Li is exceedingly amiable, immediately offering praise upon taking a seat. Ah, esteemed senior, please do not take offense. My master humbly claims to be merely a recluse residing in the mountains, not deserving of mention, and forbids his disciples from revealing even a hint of his identity. Zhao Youning had long fabricated a story of a transcendent master for herself. It appears her master is indeed a practitioner of austere cultivation, truly deserving of my respect. Masterly pondered, reflecting on how many years it had been since he had heard of such ascetic practitioners. In this era of flourishing societal development, it is difficult to remain in the secluded mountains. After a few years in this bustling world, one feels they could never return. I wonder how much talisman paper this young friend requires? Masterly sighed, took a sip of tea, and produced a palm-sized, gray-brown pouch from his person. With a casual gesture, he revealed a stack of talisman paper on the table. A storage pouch. Zhao Youning paid little heed to it, focusing intently on the talisman paper, which was indeed of excellent quality, comparable to that left by her ancestors, certainly worth purchasing. Naturally, she had already inquired about the price from Feng Shu, which was 100 yuan per sheet, a price that could be deemed both expensive and affordable. In the era of her ancestor, whether talisman paper, charms, or magical artifacts, all transactions were conducted using spirit stones. In contrast, the wealth of the mundane world pales in significance. Before her arrival, she had worried about lacking spirit stones for payment, even preparing a bottle of the most basic medicinal pills. Now it seemed a superfluous effort, though these talismans and papers are not particularly rare. Their availability for purchase with money reflects a stark reality. The current realm of cultivation appears to lack spirit stones. She too was without, once possessing a considerable amount. Her ancestors had expended countless spirit stones and extracted a significant portion of the spatial energy to save her life. Otherwise, her realm would not be as it is now. Upon learning of this, Zhao Youning felt fortunate merely to be alive, even more so to have received such a grand opportunity. It was only after her cultivation began that she realized the vast wealth she had lost. So many spirit stones could have afforded her years of cultivation, regardless of the scarcity of spiritual energy on earth. She was unafraid. Alas, that fortune turned to ashes the moment she came to understand, leaving only a pile of spirit stone remnants. Indeed, one fears not the absence of possession, but the loss of what was once held dear. Master Li had specifically chosen to display that storage pouch, as he treasured it greatly and seldom used it. One could count on one hand the number of individuals owning such a pouch today. His intention was to gauge Zhao Yuning's background. Such a young child with a foundation even more stable than that of his own disciple could not have been nurtured by an ordinary teacher. She must be a cultivator of significant lineage. Upon seeing the storage pouch, the girl did not even cast a glance at it, focusing solely on the stack of talisman paper. Feng Shu, each time he saw Master Li produce that pouch, would gaze longingly for quite some time. This suggested the girl had encountered much, and perhaps even possessed a storage pouch herself. Truly, She was an otherworldly being. Master Li's heart ignited with hope, as if he glimpsed a chance to break through to the foundation-building stage. Although Zhao Youning was indifferent to the storage pouch, others were not. Chu Xingjian was profoundly astonished, even doubting his own vision. The gray-brown pouch was indeed bulging. It was impossible for the talisman paper to emerge without a single crease from such a small bag. Zhao Youning ultimately acquired 500 sheets of Master Li's top-quality talisman paper. The scarcity of materials warranted this limited production, and much of the allocation had been appropriated from others. Yet both Master Li and his disciple exchanged contact information with her, promising to inform her of next year's talisman paper availability. It was nothing grandiose, simply the unembellished WeChat. In truth, in this age of advanced communication, mobile contact is indeed much swifter and more convenient than talismans, and nearly all signal issues have been resolved, thus replacing traditional methods among cultivators. However, who could foresee that, in the near future, communication would nearly come to a standstill? They were now en route to the airport, pressed for time, not a moment to linger. Chu Xingjian sat silently in the passenger's seat, digesting the day's overwhelming revelations. The discussions among the group had transported him to an entirely different realm, leading him to wonder if all cultivators were so eccentric. Yet, the emergence of that small pouch had genuinely shocked him. Another world truly existed. Initially skeptical of the small stack of talismans being retrieved from a tiny pouch, he later found himself incredulous as Master Li extracted 500 sheets stacked together, nearly the size of a tablet. This was indeed extraordinary. Could it be the legendary storage pouch? The legends were real? This world truly harbors cultivators? And Zhao Youning seemed utterly unfazed, even producing a small black pouch after concluding the transaction, effortlessly storing all her items before his eyes. Upon witnessing Master Li's storage pouch, Zhao Youning felt no surprise. Rather, she found it convenient. Since Chu Xingjian had already seen Master Li utilize the storage pouch, it stood to reason that she and Master Li were of the same ilk, making the use of such a pouch hardly remarkable. The spatial realm was her greatest asset, her strongest support, a fact unknown to all. Yet, surprisingly, Chu Xingjian did not inquire about it afterward, demonstrating exceptional composure. Kudos to him. Zhao Youning paid no mind to his inner turmoil, engrossed instead in her phone in the back seat. The news of a mutated zombie virus at the airport had ignited her unease. However, her feed was filled with entertainment stars, culinary delights, and absurd novel recommendations, almost drowning her in a sea of distraction. Indeed, in her previous life, the 18-year-old Zhao Youning had relished such trivialities. She could only search for related keywords, but most results pertained to various dramas or novels. Yet, she did come across discussions regarding the airport incident, which had garnered considerable attention. Much of it was light-hearted banter, with few believing the gravity of the situation. There were, however, earnest discussions on stockpiling supplies and seeking refuge, including guides on how to construct safe havens. Surprisingly, while many suggestions were ludicrous, some were genuinely useful. As she continued scrolling, the content was abruptly censored. Evidently, this matter was under close scrutiny. Yet, how many infected individuals were there now, and how long could this be concealed? Soon, everything would succumb to chaos. Zhao Youning scrolled through a forum and found numerous images and videos related to zombies, though most remained oblivious to the gravity of the crisis. Many still believed it was merely rabid or mentally unstable individuals on the loose. However, the frequency of such incidents has drawn the attention of discerning individuals. Zhao Youning stumbled upon a post meticulously compiling all recent incidents of harm occurring online, with nearly all of them concentrated in Haishur. The author concluded that a zombie outbreak was imminent in Haishur, heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic era. The post was exceedingly detailed, and in a moment, many began to believe it. Zhao Youning promptly forwarded the post to Zhou Kursin, along with a video she had taken at the airport earlier, hoping to prepare her psychologically for the current times. Who hasn't heard whispers of impending doom? Although disbelief had long prevailed over the years, one could not dismiss the possibility that the apocalypse might indeed be upon them. Zhou Kursin's reply was swift. Hurry and take a look. What should I be looking at? The post won't even open. Zhao Youning quickly reopened the thread, only to find that it had indeed been deleted. Even the video she sent was inaccessible. It could be viewed in her gallery, yet would not open once sent. I'm on my way to the airport now. I'll tell you more once I'm back. Just stay at home and don't sneak off, she insisted. Have I ever been so heartless as to leave you waiting? Zhao Youning set her phone down with a sigh. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive, and how she wished it were merely a dream. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was convened at the Kyoto Special Affairs Office, gathering numerous prominent figures to discuss 3 suspected cases of S-virus infection that had emerged in Kyoto. This virus, initially surfacing in Japan, was believed to have resulted from the consumption of certain marine products. Given the massive discharge of nuclear wastewater, mutated marine life was rampant. Now, it had even infected humans, manifesting symptoms akin to rabies but spreading more swiftly and with alarming rapidity. The first infection in China occurred in Haishu, leading to injuries among 3 individuals during the containment efforts. These individuals subsequently fell ill in the following days, resulting in dozens of infections. All infected displayed pallid complexions, resembling the living dead, attacking anyone in sight with ferocity. Unless killed, even when restrained, they would viciously bite and claw without respite, a phenomenon dubbed the S-virus. This situation garnered significant attention from relevant authorities, who immediately began tracing all individuals who had come into contact with the infected, resulting in the quarantine of hundreds. Previous cases had facilitated this isolation. Among those quarantined, many began to exhibit symptoms confined within a newly established medical research institute, where a multitude of medical experts and biologists rushed to study the virus. 2 months passed without any significant progress. Remarkably, the infected survived for extended periods without food or water, further capturing the interest of researchers and certain individuals. Some suggested that these individuals could no longer be considered human, with their bodies deceased and their minds devoid of consciousness, advocating for their elimination. Otherwise, should the virus escape containment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, they could not sway the opinions of others who were fixated on the fact that these infected individuals appeared almost immortal. Fortunately, the virus seemed to be under control and had not spread further, allowing the research facility to continue its operations. Little did they anticipate that the situation would soon spiral out of control, with the number of infections in Haishu rising rapidly. In recent days, 3 cases had already emerged in Kyoto, all traced back to Haishu. Authorities had begun to consider a lockdown of the city, but many well-informed individuals had already started to flee, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. The current discussion revolved around enforcing a citywide lockdown, leaving no one to escape. It seemed Haishu was destined to be abandoned. Zhao Yuning's mood was far from pleasant. She had set out under a sky painted with the hues of sunset, only to be met with torrential rain half an hour into her journey. Following the incident at the airport, she had thoroughly scrutinized every passenger on the plane before feeling assured, for a single infected individual up in the sky could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, instead of encountering an infected person, they faced this dreadful weather. The downpour persisted for over an hour without any sign of abating, intensifying instead. Zhao Youning gazed at the ominous sky, a wave of unease washing over her. No matter what happens next, you must follow my lead, Zhao Youning whispered to Chu Xingjian, tugging at his sleeve. With her current abilities, she lacked the power to shield the aircraft. However, if the plane were to crash, her clumsy, sluggish sword flight might offer a slim chance of survival for both herself and Chu Xingjian. If anything goes awry, prioritize your own safety and don't worry about me. What could possibly go wrong? In a plane soaring nearly 10,000 meters high, only one scenario could unfold. Chu Xingjian was unaware of the extent of Zhao Yuning's abilities. Yet in such circumstances, it was a fantastical notion that he could protect her. He did not wish to be a burden. Minutes ticked by, and the atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, causing the plane to lurch violently, followed by a deafening roar as it began to shake violently in the storm. Passengers screamed in panic. The intercom blared with reassurances. "Dear passengers, please remain calm. We are experiencing strong turbulence, but trust that our crew will do everything possible to ensure your safety. Please fasten your seatbelts and stay composed. Yet, this did little to quell the rising tide of fear, as faint cries began to emerge from the cabin. Zhao Youning focused her senses on the cockpit, noting that both pilots appeared composed. Still, her heart raced. The tempestuous weather was terrifying, rendering her insignificant against the forces of nature. Soon, the plane stabilized. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a thunderclap struck again, shaking the aircraft violently. Zhao Youning extended her consciousness, witnessing the tail wing snap off, her expression shifting dramatically. What happened? The tail wing is gone. This was dire. Without the tail wing, the aircraft would soon lose stability. Just as Chu Xingjian finished speaking, the plane began to plummet, descending rapidly within mere seconds. The cacophony of screams in the cabin reached a crescendo. "Quick, hold on to me," Zhao Youning commanded, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled her out of the aircraft. Chu Xingjian followed closely, wrapping his arms around her as they began to plummet towards the out-of-control plane below. Having sensed the impending disaster, Zhao Youning had already activated a protective talisman, which now emitted a faint white glow surrounding them. A flying sword materialized beneath her feet, swaying as it carried them away from the chaos. Zhao Youning struggled to control the sword. The descent was far too swift, rendering her efforts futile. She had previously only managed to fly a few dozen meters, at a speed of no more than 30 or 40 kilometers per hour. Now, she was diving from several kilometers in the air, accompanied by another person, and she realized with shock that she had a fear of heights. The reason why it had never been discovered was likely due to her considerable fear of heights, which was understandable given the altitude of several thousand meters. She could only exert her spiritual energy to ensure that the flying sword remained as far away from the aircraft as possible. Otherwise, even if they managed to land safely, they would still be subjected to the explosive force of the aircraft's crash. Such energy would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries on her, despite her current physical prowess and protective talismans. Chu Xingjian held onto Zhao Youning tightly from behind, acutely aware of her body trembling slightly. It was natural for even the strongest of girls to feel fear in such dire circumstances. He himself was also shivering when faced with life and death. Who could truly remain indifferent? Everyone wishes to live rather than face demise. However, the turbulence beneath them and the unyielding distance from the plane made it clear to Chu Xingjian that their situation was perilous, as the aircraft could explode at any moment. He felt like a burden. Had it not been for her protecting him, Zhao Youning would have long since fled to safety. "Youning, take care." Chu Xingjian's voice was faint, yet Zhao Youning heard him clearly. Before she could fully grasp the meaning behind his words, she felt his grip loosen around her waist as he flipped off the flying sword, plunging into the torrential rain below. "Damn it!" Zhao Youning exclaimed in frustration. She had returned from the apocalypse with a hardened heart, and after much effort to preserve this boy's life, here he was plunging into danger without a word. Zhao Youning contemplated abandoning him. If others did not care for her help, why should she complicate her own life? Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she withdrew the flying sword and dove down after him. There was no choice. She could hardly control the flying sword, and within seconds, Chu Xingjian had already fallen hundreds of meters away. If she did not act swiftly, he would surely become nothing more than a splatter on the ground. Harnessing her spiritual power, Zhao Youning surged downwards. It was challenging to ascend, yet falling was effortless. She quickly grasped Chu Xingjian by the collar. Why the collar? At this moment, she feared he might resist, and she was already exerting herself to the limit. Thus, this was the only way to prevent him from opposing her. Chu Xingjian felt the tight grip on the nape of his neck and was somewhat uncomfortable. However, as they descended rapidly, he was not in danger of suffocating, though the fierce winds and torrential rain rendered him speechless. Zhao Youning abandoned the flying sword. This chaotic moment led her to discover a new method. Once she had a hold of Chu Xingjian, she channeled her spiritual energy, propelling them downwards at an accelerated pace, swiftly surpassing the aircraft and creating distance between them. Her consciousness continuously scanned the ground below, and just as it reached the earth, the flying sword suddenly appeared beneath them. She flung Chu Xingjian onto the sword, unleashing her formidable spiritual energy without reservation, knowing that their success or failure hinged on this moment. At this point, Chu Xingjian ceased to speak. He understood Zhao Yuning's intentions and silently embraced her, expressionless as he gazed at the ground. He resolved that when all hope was lost, he would become a cushion for Zhao Youning. With her abilities, as long as she remained unharmed, they would surely escape. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, the flying sword was nearly crashing into ground, and Chu Xingjian felt a wave of despair. Just as he prepared to roll away, the flying sword soared away from the ground. They had truly found a way out. A thunderous explosion erupted 50 meters behind Zhao Youning, sending countless fragments flying. This shock caused the already exhausted Zhao Youning to stumble and finally crash to the ground. Chu Xingjian, who had been clutching Zhao Youning, reacted quickly, with a slight roll. He positioned himself beneath her. Fortunately, due to their depleted energy, they were flying at a mere 2 meters above the ground. In ordinary circumstances, this height would be inconsequential for either Zhao Youning or Chu Xingjian, but after the series of harrowing events, they were utterly drained. With Zhao Youning having exhausted all her spiritual energy, the explosive force struck them, and that mere 2-meter fall became the proverbial last straw for the weary camel. They both emitted muffled groans and lost consciousness. The torrential rain quickly extinguished the flames, and the deafening blast awakened many from their slumber, causing them to turn over and drift back to sleep, merely lamenting the intensity of the thunder. No one could have imagined that it was an aircraft exploding in the distance, fortunate that it did not detonate in the city. However, this was only a temporary reprieve. Soon, many would arrive to investigate and conduct search and rescue operations, though sadly, those on the plane had long since perished. The rain continued to pour mercilessly, as if the sky had opened a floodgate, while the two entangled figures lay motionless in the water, oblivious to their surroundings. Time passed, and eventually Chu Xingjian awoke, roused by the suffocating water accumulating around him. It had risen to the point of submerging his mouth and nose, which was rather comical considering he had narrowly escaped death in a plane crash only to nearly drown in a puddle. Yet, he could find no humor in his predicament. He choked on the water, coughing violently, which ultimately roused Zhao Youning. Zhao Youning, feeling utterly weak, watched as Chu Xingjian struggled to breathe. She propped herself up, attempting to rise, only to collapse again. Raising her pale face, she felt momentarily disoriented, wondering how she had suddenly become so feeble. She attempted to channel her spiritual energy to alleviate her discomfort, but found herself completely drained, devoid of any power. This was not a suitable environment for meditation. They needed to leave quickly, lest the rescuers arrived and complications arose. At that moment, she was unwilling to encounter any unforeseen obstacles. Chu Xingjian, having been inadvertently struck by her, miraculously stopped coughing. He stirred his stiff body and cautiously helped Zhao Youning to her feet. "We need to leave immediately." Zhao Youning retrieved a pill and swallowed it, pondering how long they had been unconscious. Surely, help would be on the way soon. Her weakness stemmed from severe depletion of spiritual energy. If she could regain even a fraction of it, she would be fine. The two supported each other, trudging forward through the muck. Their destination was a nearby dense cornfield. Given the weather, they could not venture far, and fearing an encounter with rescuers, they sought shelter first. As the effects of the pill began to take hold, Zhao Youning felt warmth return to her dantian, strands of spiritual energy nourishing her drained meridians. Once they entered the cornfield, her weakness dissipated entirely. The cornfield was waterlogged, turning the soil into a muddy quagmire, much to Zhao Yuning's disdain. How had she managed to find herself in a situation worse than during the apocalypse? It was simply incomprehensible. In the distance, lights began to emerge, prompting Zhao Youning to walk inward with resolve. Having already found herself in a precarious situation, she chose to sit in a muddy pit and meditate, allowing strands of spiritual energy to be absorbed by her body. Chu Xingjian sat quietly beside her, overwhelmed by the day's events. First, he had glimpsed another world, the wondrous realm of cultivation and storage bags. Then, he endured an airplane crash, only to be whisked away on a flying sword. He couldn't help but wonder if he was trapped in a dream, albeit a remarkably vivid one. Although he could not see this spiritual energy, his instincts as a soldier alerted him to a unique magnetic field surrounding Zhao Youning. The aura was faint yet exuded a formidable pressure, despite her seemingly vulnerable appearance. Chu Xingjian recognized her latent power, which was far beyond his grasp. Before long, the rain began to avoid Zhao Youning, as if an invisible barrier protected her. Her complexion gradually brightened, prompting Chu Xingjian to avert his gaze, contemplating that she would awaken soon. Zhao Youning remained oblivious to the outside world. During her meditation, she activated a protective talisman, as her safety felt tenuous in this desolate wilderness. Drawing in the spiritual energy from her surroundings, though slower than within her space, was still significantly swifter than relying solely on external sources. After half an hour, she had regained a substantial portion of her spiritual power and slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, the downpour began to ease, and she could no longer remain seated. She retrieved her phone and checked the map, realizing they were now within the capital area of Jiang Province, merely a few dozen kilometers from the urban center. "Chugo, my van is here. Let us cross this land and leave." With the storage bag now revealed, who could ascertain its capacity? It was entirely within her purview. After enduring this ordeal together, they had forged a bond of trust. All right, Chu Xingjian did not question further. The situation was beyond his comprehension and had upended his worldview developed over 2 decades. Since he lacked understanding, he decided to follow her lead, reassured that his knowledge of Zhao Yuning's secret indicated trustworthiness. Once Zhao Youning had recovered, she traversed the muddy path with ease, the spiritual energy enveloping her feet, rendering even treacherous terrain manageable. Chu Xingjian, with his military background, found the journey equally straightforward. They quickly exited the cornfield, where Zhao Youning summoned the van, and both swiftly climbed inside. They retrieved their belongings from the space, turning their backs to change clothes. Zhao Youning performed a minor spell to dry them off, and as for their filthy garments, she incinerated them without hesitation. Although she could have used a cleansing spell, the state of the clothes was not worth her expending energy. Chu Xingjian watched the small fire outside, witnessing Zhao Youning conjure a fireball from her fingertips, no longer astonished, but instead accepting her extraordinary capabilities as a matter of course. The search and rescue efforts continued in the distance as the two drove quietly towards the city. Upon reclaiming the vehicle, Chu Xingjian's first action was to hand over a batch of swords to Zhao Youning. "Are you completely at ease with this, Chuge?" Zhao Youning raised an eyebrow. "With your abilities, those weapons would be as good as scrap metal in your hands. Perhaps I was overly concerned." Chu Xingjian sighed, realizing there was no longer a reason to follow her, so he decided to refrain from being a nuisance and simply deliver the goods. That is not the case. These swords are well-crafted, reputed to be handmade. "Did you create them?" "No, they're a family heirloom from a comrade of mine. I can introduce you when the opportunity arises." "All right, I need to return my original province. Let us part ways here." Zhao Youning, anxious to return, felt uneasy about Zhou Kursin. "Why not ride with me? Isn't that a convenient excuse?" Zhao Youning welcomed the idea of not having to drive, trusting in the genuine nature of the offer, especially since Chu Xingjian was from the original province. Over a month later, Zhao Youning returned to Yang City, only to be dismayed by the troublesome presence of Su Peng's family. She booked a room at a nearby hotel and summoned Zhou Kursin. Presenting her with a collection of videos and images from various sources, she declared, "The apocalypse is imminent. A zombie outbreak is upon us." She braced herself for Zhou Kursin's inevitable mockery, regardless of her belief in the situation. Regardless, she had prepared adequately. If Zhou Kursin believed her, they could stock up on supplies together. If not, she would feign obsession with the apocalypse to coerce her friend into helping. To her surprise, Zhou Kursin believed her outright. "What are we waiting for? Our priority is to buy food and water, and we need to replace the doors and windows with steel ones." Zhou Kursin exclaimed, clearly agitated. "What else? A water purifier and a generator are essential. We will undoubtedly face water and power outages. I must fortify my home into an impregnable fortress for the apocalypse." Zhou Kursin, already immersed in her plans, suggested they find a rural area for a safe house. Expertly navigating a forum on her phone for tips and checklists for apocalypse preparedness. Curious, Zhao Youning leaned in to observe. Noticing the forum was filled with survival strategies and supply lists. While some suggestions seemed impractical, many offered valuable insights for ordinary people facing such a crisis. It was more detailed than her own first-hand experience, though she recognized that as someone not of ordinary status, she had overlooked certain aspects. She had never realized that Zhao Curson harbored an interest in apocalyptic scenarios, having concealed her fascination for fear of being deemed childish. When the apocalypse eventually arrived, she would regret not taking those early fantasies seriously. All right, let's focus on practical matters. Replace your doors and windows first, then stockpile supplies. Zhao Youning had indeed never considered creating a safe house. Firstly, she possessed her own space, which was the safest haven. Secondly, humans are inherently social beings. The solitude of prolonged isolation is unbearable. While she herself could endure it for the sake of cultivation, Zhao Curson's family could not, so they needed to dwell among others. Of course, in the initial stages, it was impractical. Chaos reigned, and safety was elusive. Although safe zones were quickly established across various provinces, they could hardly be deemed secure due to the relentless onslaught of countless zombies that repeatedly breached human settlements, resulting in severe casualties. It wasn't until a year later, with the significant emergence of supernatural beings, that substantial safe zones were truly established across the provinces. Hence, they could bide their time, seeking refuge and leveling up first. Ultimately, one's own strength remained paramount. Zhao Curson's residence was a duplex, occupying 200 square meters, ample space for storing a great deal of supplies. With enough rooms available, she planned to hunker down with them for a year, protecting them in the process. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Li were close friends of her mother and had essentially watched her grow up. Otherwise, they would not have so readily followed Curson to rescue her when she was abandoned. She also had an older brother studying in a neighboring province. This summer, during his senior year, he was looking for internship opportunities and had not returned home. During the last apocalypse, she lost contact with him. Despite the mere 200 kilometers separating them, the chaos of the apocalypse thwarted any attempts to find her brother until the very end. Furthermore, she had to devise a way to trick him back immediately, for facing the apocalypse in a university town would be akin to a hellish beginning. Zhao Curson's brother, Zhao Kexong, was somewhat like her own brother. He was quite stubborn and not easily swayed. Initially, she had planned to bring him back later, as the sooner he returned, the harder it would be to keep track of him. However, with zombies already appearing, waiting was no longer an option. Delay could lead to dire consequences. Youning, are you serious? Zhao Curson paused her frantic writing. Zhao Youning looked at her friend in sudden comprehension. It turned out Zhao Curson had not truly believed her. She merely thought Zhao Youning, like her, had developed a newfound interest in the apocalypse, as nothing was more exhilarating than having a friend who shared the same enthusiasm. Curson, I'm not joking. I saw it with my own eyes. That person had a pale complexion and exuded a foul odor. He lunged at anyone he saw, attempting to bite. The apocalypse is truly upon us. Zhao Youning spoke earnestly. Moreover, even if it doesn't come to pass, we stand to lose nothing. The supplies we've procured can still be consumed and utilized, albeit for a longer duration. Simply replacing the doors and windows would enhance our safety, wouldn't it? Sister will cover the expenses for the doors and windows. Youning, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just so unexpected. How could there really be an apocalypse? You do have a point. If it doesn't come to fruition, it doesn't matter. But if it does happen, we would regret it immensely. Zhao Curson replied with a newfound seriousness. Besides, who cares about this little money? Sister has plenty. Let this little girl know who the real sister is. After expressing her resolve, Zhao Curson called her brother, urgently pleading for him to return. As soon as the call connected, she pinched herself hard, bursting into tears, leaving her brother in a frenzy of concern, unable to discern the reason for her distress. Zhao Curson sobbed, urging her brother to come back quickly, and Zhao Kexong could only repeatedly acquiesce. This sister, who had always appeared cheerful and lively, now seemed to be genuinely suffering. The injustice she faced must have been significant. Time was of the essence. Once Zhou Kexong's affairs were settled, Zhao Youning and Zhou Kursin set out to find a company that could custom-make reinforced steel doors and bulletproof windows. The door and window company promised to install them within 5 days at double the price, a feat that would typically take half a month. After securing the doors and windows, Zhou Kursin was eager to take Zhao Youning on a shopping spree. Coming from a well-off family, her pocket money was plentiful. Armed with a list she had compiled online, they began to scour the supermarket, and Zhao Youning said nothing. Regardless of what Zhou Kursin wished to buy, she was free to indulge, as everything would be useful in the impending apocalypse. However, this girl was quite astute. She primarily purchased practical items, focusing on long-lasting semi-finished goods such as instant noodles, ham, dried meat, sausages, biscuits, canned food, and luncheon meat. Fruits, vegetables, and frozen meats were bought sparingly, as they were perishable. Zhao Youning accompanied her, taking everything within reach, especially the snacks Zhou Kursin adored, prompting Kursin to exclaim that she didn't understand. Zhao Youning explained, "We need to eat now. Nourishing ourselves is crucial for our health, and good health ensures longevity." "Are snacks good for your health?" Zhou Kursin bantered. Though inwardly she was elated, Youning was doing this for her, selecting her favorite treats. Of course, snacks contribute to mental well-being, which is equally important. As for her spatial abilities, she kept that a secret, but she had no intention of concealing her cultivation and storage bag from Zhou Kursin. It simply wasn't the right time. Having just come to terms with the apocalypse's shock, revealing that the world allowed for cultivation could be overwhelming, especially since she lacked the talent for it. That would be disheartening. For now, it was better to focus on gathering supplies. Once the apocalypse arrived, the medicinal herbs for body refining she had planted in her space would soon be ready for use. She would ensure Zhou Kursin had access to them. Although they couldn't compare to cultivators, they would certainly rival supernatural beings. By the time the two returned to their dilapidated van, the streetlights had begun to glow. The van was crammed to the brim, and both were famished, eager to find a place to feast. Zhou Kursin felt it was not the right moment to confront her family, as convincing her parents about the impending apocalypse would be challenging. Thus, she decided to secretly fill the empty rooms in their home while her parents were at work. After all, her parents were quite busy, and there were 2 vacant rooms at home, providing ample storage space. Switching out the doors would be a hassle, but she could say she needed sturdy doors and windows since she would soon be off to school, leaving no one to watch the house. Zhou Kexong returned home the following morning, directly confronting Zhou Kursin and Zhao Youning as they were moving their supplies inside. He was then roped into carrying numerous loads, bewildered by his sister's seemingly joyful demeanor, which contradicted her earlier distress. After finally finishing the labor, Zhou Kexong sat on the sofa, panting, and downed a bottle of cold water before summoning the strength to inquire, "What on earth did you buy? It looks like you've emptied the supermarket." Zhou Kexong, wearing half-frame glasses and a white shirt, appeared quite scholarly, an archetype of a young intern. "This is just the beginning. We'll continue shopping this afternoon." "You returned just in time. Youning and I won't have to work so hard anymore." "Wait, did you lure me back just to make me a pack mule?" Zhou Kexong exclaimed, exasperated. "Zhou Kursin, you need to know your limits. Do you have any idea how busy I am right now?" He was genuinely irked. Zhou Kursin shrank back. When her brother was in a good mood, he was incredibly kind, but when angered, she dared not provoke him. He was the only person she both loved and feared. Zhao Youning understood her reluctance well. She had once been similarly timid in front of Zhou Kexong. However, at present, all that once has become ephemeral. She urged Zhou Kursin to the upstairs room to organize her belongings, opting to confront the situation alone. Zhou Youning felt it imperative to present facts. For Zhou Kexong was not the sort to be swayed by mere videos or posts regarding the impending apocalypse. Thus, she extended her hand toward the coffee table, and in an instant, the fruit bowl atop it vanished. With another sweep of her hand, it reappeared in its original position. Zhou Kexong's pupils dilated. The impact of this spectacle was profound. Following this, photographs and videos emerged, mirroring what Zhou Kursin had witnessed. The inexplicable disappearance and reappearance of the fruit bowl was so astonishing that, after hearing Zhao Youning's explanation, Zhou Kexong readily accepted the harrowing truth of the impending apocalypse. "So, is this what you call spatial manipulation?" You haven't mentioned it to Kursin? Zhou Kesong inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's merely a storage bag, to avoid unnecessary complications. I shall inform her once the apocalypse arrives, Zhao Youning replied. Ah, right, that girl cannot keep secrets. It's best not to tell her. Zhou Kesong's expression turned serious. Youning, you must exercise caution. Such matters are too extraordinary to be shared so casually. Remember, discretion is paramount. Even I, your brother, am tempted to divulge. I trust you. Zhao Youning smiled. So, how large is this storage bag? What is its capacity? As much as you can acquire, it can contain. Zhao Youning replied with a gleam in her eye. Zhou Kesong swallowed hard, striving to steady his breath. So, based on your information, when might this occur? The city is on the brink of collapse. If controls were stringent, it might be manageable, but as you know, total control is unattainable. I estimate it will fully erupt within 10 days. So soon? Zhou Kesong finally grasped why they were so eager to lure him back. The urgency was palpable. Kursin, come down for a meeting. Zhou Kesong called out, having already spotted her head peeking from upstairs. The girl, anxious, had been hiding at the staircase. But upon seeing her brother accept the reality, she hurried down, and the trio began discussing the procurement of survival supplies. In a few days, workers will come to install bulletproof steel doors and windows. Our parents are still unaware. Zhou Kesong mused, recalling how Kursin had been stammering at her brother. The loud voice that once echoed was now a distant memory. So, you're leaving this dilemma to me? Zhou Kesong adjusted his glasses, maintaining a stoic expression as he regarded his sister. Isn't it your words that carry weight? It was essential to clarify matters with their parents, especially since their father worked in a hospital, dangerous in these times. It was best for him to refrain from going to work in the final days. Although Uncle Zhou and Aunt Li had been unharmed in the previous life, who could predict such events? A minor change could lead to cataclysmic outcomes. Perhaps it's best not to inform them just yet. We could disclose it in the final days, confining them at home. If we mention it too early, they might not believe us, Zhou Kesong remarked, well aware of their parents' tendencies. That seems prudent. Youning, about your family. Zhou Ge, I have severed ties with them. You needn't concern yourself. I will likely depend on your hospitality from now on. Zhao Youning interjected, her resolve unwavering. Indeed, that will Mei Zhu and her daughter bully you daily, while Uncle Su has completely turned a blind eye to them. Why bother with them? You may not know, but Youning has changed her surname to Zhao. That is for the best. They are unworthy. Zhou Kesong chose not to argue, fully aware of Zhao Youning's family dynamics and respecting her choices. However, he felt a sense of responsibility regarding Uncle Su's potential dangers. After all, they were still father and daughter, and he feared that Zhao Youning might regret her decision later. As for that mother-daughter duo, they would have to fend for themselves. Zhao Youning was entirely unaware of Zhou Kesong's internal deliberations. She eagerly anticipated the misfortunes of that family. Without the spatial advantage, their true nature would soon reveal itself, and they would face hardships aplenty. Yet she hoped they wouldn't perish too soon. Living was essential for enduring suffering, was it not? Zhao Youning's mind was preoccupied with another matter. Thankfully, Zhou Kursin reminded her, as she had completely forgotten to retrieve her new identification documents. This needed to be addressed promptly. Securing her documents went smoothly, and upon seeing her name, Zhao Youning, emblazoned on the pristine identification, she felt a sense of completeness, as if she had finally severed ties with Su Peng. She belonged solely to her mother now, and even more so, she belonged to herself. In the subsequent days, the trio continued their scavenging, each armed with different lists, and the supplies they accumulated grew increasingly abundant. The doors and windows were installed, and while it was unclear how Zhou Kesong explained the situation to his parents, they seemed to accept it without question. Zhao Youning had already vacated her hotel room, officially moving in with the Zhou family, who welcomed her warmly. They were busy with work, but had specifically instructed the siblings to take good care of Youning, even providing them with extra pocket money. Naturally, all of this was exchanged for heaps of supplies, until there were so many that the empty rooms could no longer accommodate them, and the living room became half-filled. Only then did Zhou's parents begin to sense something amiss. Of course, with Zhou Kesong taking the brunt of their ire. Zhao Youning and Zhou Kursin managed to remain perfectly incognito. Just 3 days before the apocalypse was set to unfold, Zhou Kesong discreetly summoned Zhao Youning for an outing. Avoiding Zhou Kersen. Zhou Ge, why the secrecy? Can't Kersen know? Zhou Kesong remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing as he drove Zhao Youning to an area on the outskirts concentrated with auto repair facilities. Upon arrival, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Youning. As expected, Zhou Kesong led her inside, where staff greeted them with enthusiasm, guiding them to the back. When they reached a covered vehicle, Zhao Youning already had an inkling of what lay beneath the cover. It was a modified Hummer akin to a tank with vast capacity, truly the pinnacle of apocalyptic vehicles. Acquiring such a vehicle would undoubtedly cost over $1 million, not including the modifications. Zhou Kesong was exhilarated, rushing forward to touch it, and, after a moment, he opened the door and climbed in. Zhao Youning, in turn, expressed genuine astonishment. Indeed, it was impressive. Where did you acquire such funds? Zhao Youning queried, well aware that Zhou Kesong was merely a newly minted intern and that the Zhou family was not affluent enough to casually dispense such sums. I have my ways. You said it can hold anything, right? Zhou Kesong asked ambiguously. Of course it can. Excellent. This will be our vehicle for traversing the chaos ahead. Zhou Kesong could hardly contain his excitement. This vehicle was every man's dream. Once the final payment was completed, he revved the engine and sped off, while Zhao Youning, still in her modest van, struggled to keep pace. They ventured into increasingly remote areas, observing the Hummer racing ahead without any signs of stopping. Zhao Youning eventually decided to halt her vehicle, allowing Zhou Kesong to relish in his newfound joy. Truly, men were childlike at heart. Those who appeared mature and composed could easily revert to their youthful exuberance upon encountering a car. Amen. Zhao Youning was acutely aware of Zhou Kesong's thoughts. They could not remain in seclusion indefinitely and would eventually have to venture out. Initially, she did not consider acquiring a vehicle due to financial constraints, believing that their limited funds were better spent on essential supplies. As for cars, they would eventually be plentiful, and if one broke down, it could simply be replaced. However, had she possessed the means, she would certainly have customized a vehicle, though it would not have been as ostentatious as Zhou Kesong's flamboyant ride. Her preference leaned towards a more understated choice, as Zhou Kesong's vehicle would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Nevertheless, with her by their side, all challenges seemed surmountable. They might as well enjoy themselves in this apocalyptic world. If they could not live comfortably now, existence would lose its appeal. After an hour's wait, the vehicle finally returned, and Zhao Youning suppressed the urge to roll her eyes as she stowed away the Hummer. Presently, it could not be revealed. Its conspicuousness would jeopardize their survival. Secured in the underground parking lot, the vehicle would become a target for those seeking to exploit its worth in these dire times, and it would remain hidden until absolutely necessary. For now, the shabby little car was still entrusted to Zhou Kesong. Indeed, transitioning from luxury to simplicity proved to be a challenge. On their way back, Zhou Kesong lamented the inadequacy of the small van, sighing excessively. Zhao Youning felt a twinge of annoyance at his disdain. What is wrong with my car? It's fuel-efficient and spacious. Yours, on the other hand, seems to consume fuel as if it were water. I wonder how you'll manage to maintain it. Zhou Kesong, brimming with pride, replied, You underestimate me. My vehicle is a hybrid. The rooftop is equipped with a hidden array of solar panels. Do you think Zhou Kesong is foolish? Zhao Youning couldn't help but admire him. Had she known the funds for the car were cunningly extracted from his parents, her respect would have deepened further. The Zhou siblings had limited resources, sufficient to procure a fair amount of supplies, yet paled in comparison to what would be necessary in the face of an impending apocalypse. Moreover, with Zhao Youning's remarkable storage abilities, squandering their resources was simply unacceptable, while they could not disclose the truth of the apocalypse to their parents. The thought of watching their funds dwindle into worthless paper was heart-wrenching. Thus, Zhou Kesong devised a plan to convert their limited cash into survival materials, leveraging the need for a house in the neighboring province as a pretext. Having saved for the down payment, he knew his parents would readily part with the funds, especially given his reliability throughout his upbringing. Had Zhou Kersen not been so young, he might have even considered coaxing her into contributing her share. However, prudence prevailed. It was wise to retain some savings for unforeseen circumstances. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing the apocalypse might never come. If it turned out he had invested all their resources into a house that never materialized, Zhao Youning would undoubtedly feel guilty and would insist on taking responsibility. This was a choice he made, and he resolved to bear the consequences alone, unwilling to burden her with unnecessary worries. Meanwhile, the internet buzzed with ambiguous reports of violent incidents across the country. Particularly alarming were the countless videos circulating on foreign sites. Strangely, there had been no news from Haishur, which was decidedly unusual. Soon, many began to report losing contact with relatives in Haishur, and all flights and trains to and from the city ceased operations, with even those merely passing through being rerouted or halted. Those attempting to drive into Haishur found themselves unable to enter. The city was tightly encircled, more so than during previous lockdowns. Those who managed to sneak in quickly disappeared. Such news flickered briefly online before being suppressed, maintaining the fade of normalcy. Yet, those attuned to current events began to prepare quietly, recognizing the signs that the apocalypse was likely imminent. Zhou Kasong steered the car towards a shopping mall. Having ventured out, it would be wasteful not to load it with supplies. They headed directly to the expansive supermarket on the basement level, where they loaded boxes of fruits onto the vehicle. In recent days, their primary purchases had been fruits and vegetables, buying as much fresh produce as they could find. On their way, they transferred some items into their storage bags, keeping the supplies entrusted to them by the Zhou siblings neatly organized. After loading the car, Zhou Kisong proposed they visit the upper level of the mall to indulge in some shopping, particularly for cosmetics and other feminine products for the girls at home. After all, no woman could resist the allure of beauty, regardless of age. Since they had the means, there was no reason to deny themselves, even in dire times. Zhao Youning readily agreed, as she had not purchased such items in quite some time. Reflecting on her past struggles for mere sustenance, she never imagined she had once been a girl who cherished beauty. Now, it was not vanity. Her skin had transformed remarkably since she began cultivating her abilities, embodying the epitome of grace and elegance. The mall was teeming with people, and upon entering, Zhao Youning was struck by the romantic decorations and promotional displays in anticipation of the upcoming Qixi festival. Yet, it dawned on her that this year, the festival would likely pass unnoticed. No one would have the heart to celebrate any occasion amidst the chaos. At the cosmetics counter, the crowd was overwhelming, causing Zhao Youning to hesitate. What if an infected individual was among them? She activated her senses to their fullest extent, monitoring the entire mall, where the bustling masses exceeded her expectations. While she couldn't scrutinize every individual, the absence of any unusual occurrences indicated relative safety. In her perusal, she spotted Wu Meizhu, trying on jewelry with a young man, one Zhao Youning recognized as a sycophant from her past. Although he was a mere leech, he had shamelessly relied on Wu Meizhu's influence. Seeing this, Zhao Youning seized the opportunity to collect some interest. As Zhou Kasong enthusiastically shopped, she discreetly affixed a charm to herself, rendering herself virtually invisible to others. In this manner, she became an overlooked presence, perceived as an object rather than a living being. She refrained from using a concealment charm, aware that such a sudden disappearance from surveillance would raise alarm. Recently, her nights had been consumed with cultivation and crafting charms, dedicating an hour each day to creating talismans. Having mastered the entire compendium of charms, she found the supplies particularly effective. Her success rate with ordinary talisman paper had reached an impressive 80%. The high-quality paper produced by Li Tianshi was nearly flawless, and she had amassed several hundred sheets. Each member of the Zhou family had received a protective charm for personal safety, as the threat of the S-virus remained ever present. Standing a few meters behind Wu Meizhu at a watch counter, Zhao Youning asked the sales assistant to bring forth a mechanical watch for her to try on. In a post-apocalyptic world, mechanical wristwatches devoid of batteries are far more practical than mobile phones. Having adorned the watch with a talisman, the sales assistant only noticed the customer at the door when she spoke up, initially thinking her exhaustion had clouded her awareness. The watch strap was a tad long for Zhao Yuning's slender wrist, so after a swift payment, she leaned against the counter, waiting for the sales assistant to trim the strap while discreetly observing Wu Meizhu. Wu Meizhu was busy trying on various pieces of jewelry, with a dozen necklaces and bracelets laid before her. While the counter did not feature luxury items, each piece still commanded a price of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, a considerable sum for a high school student. The young man beside her pressed his lips tightly together, his expression growing increasingly grim as he watched her try on one piece after another. Yet, he remained silent. After all, it had taken considerable effort to persuade her to celebrate the Qixi festival with him, and he could not afford to provoke her now. Regardless of her choices, he had only promised to buy her one piece. Zhao Youning, nonchalantly scanning for nearby cameras, seized the opportunity when Wu Meizhu found a bracelet she adored, gleefully showing it to the young man. At that angle, a perfect blind spot was created, with Wu Meizhu's arm conveniently obscuring several previously tried pieces of jewelry. At that moment, a wisp of spiritual energy silently slipped through, and no one noticed as several pieces vanished from the counter. The strap adjustment was swift, and Zhao Youning donned her watch before selecting several items to be wrapped up at the counter, much to the sales assistant's delight. As she stealthily removed the talisman, she found Zhou Qisong, who had already purchased several boxes of skincare products and was now deliberating over an array of lipsticks in various hues. Zhao Youning was astonished. Zhou Qisong was surprisingly thorough, even considering lip color. As she approached, Zhou Qisong waved his hand, instructing, "Wrap all of these up." Zhao Youning noticed that a significant portion of the lipsticks bore colors that would likely land a girl on a blacklist, leaving her at a loss for words. "Wait." Zhao Youning urgently halted the overly enthusiastic sales assistant, suspecting that the store might have unearthed its unsold inventory. It was a rare opportunity to catch a fool. They needed to act quickly before the chance slipped away. The sales assistant's smile faltered, and she shot a glare at Zhao Youning. Unfazed, Zhao Youning seized Zhou Qisong and moved to another counter, selecting a dozen lipsticks suitable for various ages before preparing to leave. With their extensive purchases, the mall offered delivery services, but they declined, opting instead to have the staff transport their items to the underground parking lot. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the jewelry counter. As Wu Meizhu sent the young man to pay for the bracelet she had chosen, the sales assistant, tidying up the tried-on items, discovered several pieces missing. This was a serious matter, as those items amounted to nearly 20,000 yuan. Several sales assistants quickly surrounded the pair, and mall management soon arrived, alerted to the commotion. "You're accusing us without proof. Many have tried on items here. Why suspect me?" Wu Meizhu protested, her face flushed with anger. "Ma'am, the surveillance footage shows that only you and this sales assistant interacted with these pieces. We kindly ask for your cooperation," they replied. "I didn't take anything. You have no right to detain me. It could very well be your own staff pilfering." Wu Meizhu retorted. "You're lying," the sales assistant exclaimed, her eyes red with frustration. "I haven't taken anything. I'll submit to a search." The young man beside Wu Meizhu blushed with embarrassment, unable to comprehend how a simple date had spiraled into such drama. "Meizhu, if we didn't take anything, let them search us. There are so many witnesses." His desire to defuse the situation was met with frustration from Wu Meizhu, who felt wronged. "They can't search me. I'll call the police." The onlookers, witnessing a young girl accused of theft, sympathized with Wu Meizhu, while the mall's aggressive stance made them instinctively side with her. The mall had hoped to avoid police involvement, knowing the repercussions could tarnish their reputation, but the situation left them with no choice. The police arrived promptly, and as each party held firm to their narrative, officers reviewed all nearby surveillance footage. It was evident that the jewelry vanished the moment Wu Meizhu's arm moved away. Although the footage could not clarify how the items disappeared or show Wu Meizhu stealing them, the undeniable truth remained. The jewelry was indeed missing. The officers began to suspect Wu Meizhu, necessitating a search by a female officer. Trusting the police, she complied, wearing a dress devoid of pockets, save for a small bag she carried. Though the likelihood of hidden items in her bag was slim, the officers leaned towards searching her person. Upon opening her bag, they were taken aback to find several pieces of stolen jewelry haphazardly stuffed inside. One audacious yet foolish thief. Carrying these would prevent her from leaving the mall. They mused. Wu Meizhu, in disbelief, protested that she had not taken anything. The crowd, having previously supported her, fell silent, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. The contents of her bag were not exhaustive, as additional stolen items were found in the young man's pockets. Both were promptly taken away, crying out their innocence. "This is a setup. Someone placed those in my bag." They insisted, but no one believed them. They were to wait at the police station for further investigation. As the officers escorted Wu Meizhu past Zhao Youning, the latter exchanged a knowing smile with her. Suddenly, Wu Meizhu shouted it was her. She must have planted those items in my bag to frame me. However, the police dismissed her claims, as the nearby surveillance did not capture Zhao Youning approaching. Zhao Youning watched with satisfaction as Wu Meizhu and her companion were led away, hoping the officers would keep them detained for an extended period. How delightful it would be if they remained imprisoned when the apocalypse arrived. "Let us go." With the delivery staff dismissed, they were left to carry their own items. Zhou Kasong had his suspicions about the incident, though he could not fathom how Zhao Youning had orchestrated it. Yet, he refrained from questioning her. Zhao Youning was no longer the innocent girl she once was. At times, Zhou Kasong felt overwhelmed by her presence, sensing an oppressive force that left him breathless. How could one encapsulate such a feeling? It was akin to the fear that enveloped one during childhood when caught violating school rules by a teacher. Yet, whenever this sensation arose, Zhao Youning would hear Zhao Curson call him Brother Zhou with an air of nonchalance. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it. In this world, it was better for her to grow stronger, for being foolish like Zhao Curson would only add to his worries. Stealthily, they gathered a considerable amount of items, each carrying 2 large bags as they ascended the stairs. Remarkably, today, Aunt Zhou returned home early from work. Dinner was a lavish affair, and Zhou's culinary skills were exceptional. Braised short ribs, glutinous rice balls, spicy chicken, boiled shrimp, and tomato beef brisket soup accompanied by a variety of vegetables. Zhao Youning savored every bite, having not enjoyed such delicious meals in a long time. In the apocalypse, one could only seek to satisfy basic hunger, and in the past 2 months, she had either dined out or ordered takeout, which paled in comparison to home-cooked meals. She possessed an abundance of ingredients, enough to feed them for many years, but alas, she lacked the ability to cook. Fortunately, they had the renowned chef, Aunt Zhou. Zhao Youning buried her face in her bowl, continuously eating, while Aunt Zhou's hands never ceased to serve her more dishes, urging her to eat more with affectionate concern. Meanwhile, she harbored resentment toward Su Peng, a fool who neglected his own daughter while doting on a stepdaughter with no blood relation. Truly foolish, destined to be alone in old age. Zhao Youning gazed at the mountain of food in her bowl, feeling helpless, if not for the spiritual energy from her cultivation aiding in the breakdown of excess energy. She would have long been stuffed. "Auntie, you should eat too. Don't just focus on me," she insisted, serving Aunt Zhou some of her favorite dishes. "I see you two are the real mother and daughter, right? My brother and I are the poor orphans, unloved by our father and mother," she jested. "What nonsense you speak, with no filter," Zhou father chided, yet quickly added a piece of meat to Zhao Curson's bowl. Aunt Zhou and Zhou Curson also piled food on her plate, playfully urging her to eat more. Zhou Curson cast a smug glance at Zhao Youning, her eyes seemingly saying, "You should thank me for saving your appetite." Zhao Youning relished this atmosphere. This was what a true family felt like. After dinner, Zhou father and Zhou mother gathered the children in the living room, evidently with something important to discuss. The recent oddities of the children had become too conspicuous. Today, after finally finishing her early shift, Aunt Zhou tidied up the house and discovered that not only was the living room cluttered, but all the vacant rooms upstairs and downstairs were filled with various food and water supplies. Zhao Youning, being a guest, felt it inappropriate to intervene, while the Zhou siblings' rooms were also brimming with items, conservatively estimated to provide sustenance for their family for years. Are these children out of their minds? She complained to Zhou father about their antics. However, Zhou father merely shrugged, saying they would discuss it tonight. This suited everyone's intentions, as time was growing short. They had to inform their parents about the impending apocalypse. Zhao Youning was aware that heavy rain would begin tonight, unpredicted by the weather forecast, covering nearly half the globe. A torrential downpour lasting 2 full days. The contaminated seawater evaporated and fell as rain. It was this rain, laden with viruses, that hastened the arrival of the apocalypse. When the waters receded, people would find that their world had irrevocably changed. Many would awaken to discover they had transformed into ravenous monsters devoid of rational thought, driven solely by an insatiable hunger, attacking any human in sight. Their sole diet consisted of living humans, and those bitten by them faced a horrific fate, as nearly 90% of the world's population would remain in a state of unawareness. These monsters were referred to as zombies. Thus, Zhao Youning understood that with the impending torrential rain and widespread flooding the next day, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Li would be unable to go to work. So she felt no concern. However, Zhou Kursin and Zhou Kaxiong were unaware of this, fearing that their parents might encounter a zombie outbreak while at work. The situation in Haishur was no longer a secret to many. After much deliberation, Zhou Kaxiong relayed their gathered information and speculations to their parents. Upon hearing, Aunt Zhou deemed it absurd, questioning whether her child had become delusional from gaming, dismissing the notions of an apocalypse or zombies as if it were a scene from a horror movie. "So, you bought all this because of your belief in an impending apocalypse?" she asked. The three nodded in unison. "Little Kaxiong, I think you should go to the hospital with your father tomorrow. Have him consult a neurologist to check if there is something wrong with your young mind." Aunt Zhou advised earnestly. "Mom, I'm telling the truth," Zhou Kaxiong replied helplessly. "Mom, my brother isn't lying. You can ask Youning." She witnessed it firsthand in Beijing. People were attacking others like they had gone mad. Seeing her mother's disbelief, Zhou Kursin grew anxious. "Auntie, it's true." Zhao Youning recognized that at their age, they had likely never encountered tales of zombies and had little understanding of the apocalypse. Knowing of a phenomenon like Resident Evil was already impressive. Aunt Zhou hesitated, pondering if the two girls had been brainwashed by Zhou Kaxiong. This was a significant matter. While it was manageable within their own family, involving other children was unacceptable. Youning is such a good child, and now she is speaking nonsense too. "Old Zhou, perhaps we should take Kaxiong to the hospital for an emergency consultation. I truly believe he is unwell," Aunt Zhou suggested. "Why don't you believe me?" "Dad, you believe me, right?" Zhou's father had remained silent, finally exhaling before speaking. "I've seen it too. Last night, our emergency department received several injured individuals, all bitten and scratched by the same person. They claimed it was a rabid person who had gone wild, attacking anyone in sight. Several emergency doctors were also injured." Zhou Kaxiong and Zhou Kursin grew anxious at this revelation, rushing to check their father for injuries. Zhao Youning, however, felt reassured. She sensed the protective talisman on Uncle Zhou was intact and had not been activated, ensuring his safety. "No, I'm fine. I managed to handle everything when I arrived. I only dealt with some injured individuals. Because several emergency doctors were hurt, I took over the night shift in the emergency department, which is why I'm resting today." That person was certainly not just a rabid individual. It was a terrifying scene. Hearing you speak of zombies reminds me of that patient's appearance. It was indeed eerily similar. "Uncle, those who were bitten will soon mutate. The hospital is likely in chaos now," Zhao Youning warned. Zhou's father did not display any signs of agitation. It was neither disbelief in the apocalypse nor underestimating the virus's transmission. "It's fine. Those individuals have already been relocated. We managed to stabilize the injured, and military personnel from a nearby hospital came to take over, accompanied by a team of soldiers. All the injured, including several emergency doctors, were taken away." Zhou's father had been contemplating this matter all day. It was highly irregular, unlike any previous outbreaks. He had initially intended to inform his family to be cautious, to refrain from unnecessary outings, and to stay home. Recently, the children have been restless, unable to stay still for even a moment. Unexpectedly, they launched a surprise attack, reminiscent of the chaotic events of the previous night, which, upon reflection, does not seem entirely implausible. With Mr. Zhou recounting the alarming tale, Mrs. Zhou found herself genuinely frightened. She has begun to believe the children's claims that the apocalypse is imminent. What are we to do? Surely we can manage this, right? After all, we contained that virus from years ago so effectively. Mrs. Zhou felt a twinge of panic. Surely, it cannot be that dire. We are not yet under control measures. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to remain indoors for the time being, akin to a quarantine. With so much food at home, we need not fear isolation. Regardless of its duration, Zhou Cursin maintained an optimistic outlook. Although she was initially convinced by Zhao Youning's apocalyptic theories, she had never witnessed anything firsthand, leaving her without genuine apprehension. There lingered an element of wishful thinking. Many share her sentiment. Without direct evidence, who can truly believe that the end is nigh? Even Zhao Youning hoped that the past was merely a nightmare, one that would dissipate upon waking, restoring everything to its former state. Yet, the signs indicated otherwise. What was destined to occur would indeed unfold. Thus, we shall commence our isolation. No one should venture outside, declared Zhou Cursin with resolute finality. I must see what supplies you have prepared. If anything is lacking, we need to procure it immediately, Mrs. Zhou insisted, calling upon Mr. Zhou to begin reassessing their provisions. As they sorted through their supplies, they deliberated on how to inform their relatives and friends. As only children of deceased parents, their familial connections were limited to distant relatives in their hometown. They also reached out to close friends and former classmates, cautiously relaying the unsettling news without divulging the full extent of the situation, merely suggesting that there was an outbreak and urging them to stock up on essentials and refrain from unnecessary outings. Naturally, the Zhou siblings had already shared some information with those they truly cared about. Whether or not it was believed was a matter of individual interpretation. They could only fulfill their duty to inform. Meanwhile, Zhao Youning had long since become solitary, finding refuge in the Zhou household, feeling it necessary to alert just one recently acquainted individual. The automated voice on the line informed her that the number she dialed was currently unreachable. She had been trying to contact Chu Xinjian, having only hinted at recent disturbances during their last parting, advising him to be cautious without revealing further details. Given his position, it was likely he had received some insider information. However, he would remain oblivious to the widespread outbreak. Thus, Zhao Youning felt compelled to warn him. After all, they had shared hardships together. He was her support for the Zhou family, and she could not continuously shield them. In this tumultuous world, one must possess both formidable strength and a modicum of influence to thrive. Zhao Youning recognized the perilous journey ahead, as she intended to explore each secret realm left by her ancestors. Zhou Cursin and the others were not suited to accompany her indefinitely, and she would eventually depart from this world. With Chu Xinjian's character and abilities, along with his past connections in the provincial base, he was undoubtedly the ideal ally. Unable to connect by phone, she resolved to send a message, hoping he would see it soon. What was Chu Xinjian doing at that moment? He was executing a mission in Haishur, a city now overrun with the living dead, zombies, as they are commonly referred to thwart the spread of the S-virus. Orders had been issued to cleanse the city with missiles at the ready. However, prior to this cleansing, the foremost experts tracking the S-virus at the Haishur Research Institute needed to be evacuated. This was a classified operation. To prevent leaks, all personnel were forbidden from carrying personal communication devices. The mission was fraught with peril, and, as the team leader, Chu Xinjian currently found himself and his squad huddled in a subterranean air raid shelter, facing a situation far graver than anticipated. No one had foreseen the tenacity of these zombies. Though devoid of life, they displayed an astonishing vitality, rising again regardless of the severity of their injuries. Unless their heads were destroyed, leaning against a corner, Chu Xinjian took shallow breaths. They had just fought their way through a throng of thousands of zombies, resulting in 2 of his soldiers sustaining injuries. One of them was Chu Xinjian himself, who had been scratched on the arm while rescuing a teammate. The atmosphere in the shelter was grim. The young soldier, saved by Chu Xinjian, was in tears, wishing it had been him who had been hurt instead of his captain. They all understood the dire consequence of a zombie scratch. Transformation into a grotesque creature, a fate worse than death. Chu Xinjian gazed at the dark wound on his arm, his expression devoid of emotion. He had mentally prepared for this eventuality when he accepted the mission. Had it not been for the protective talisman Zhao Youning had given him, they might not have made it this far. Just when success seemed within reach, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. One of the injured soldiers could no longer tolerate the bleak atmosphere of the shelter. His wound had begun to fester, emitting a putrid odor, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. "Damn it, I'll take him with me. If I can take one down, it's worth it," he exclaimed, raising his weapon, ready to charge out. "Old Sun, stop right there," Chu Xingjian commanded sharply. "Captain Chu." The instinct of military obedience compelled Old Sun to halt, rage simmering in his eyes. "The mission is not yet complete. If we are to perish, let it be with purpose," Chu Xingjian asserted with conviction. "What purpose?" "I can barely restrain myself. I feel the urge to consume flesh. I don't want to become like them." The towering soldier's voice broke as tears streamed down his face. "Captain, you must understand my feelings. Just let me go. I'll save a bullet for myself. If I lose control, I'll end it myself. I refuse to become that monster." His words resonated with everyone in the shelter, reflecting a shared sentiment. Old Sun's plight might soon become theirs, and they might not survive until tomorrow. In that moment, it seemed as if everyone in the shelter exhaled a collective breath. At the other end of the shelter, they were not far from the research institute, where the crowd was less dense, and thus there were fewer zombies. Chu Xingjian did not share Old Sun's despair. Perhaps due to his lighter injury, a mere scratch, he would experience the effects of the virus later than the others. "Captain Chu, are you suggesting let us wait 10 minutes to regain our strength? Then we'll burst out together with cover." Chu Xingjian calmly assigned the task. "All right, I'll do my utmost to take down as many as I can." "Captain Chu," another soldier interjected, "it's not that absolute. There must be a way. Haven't we read stories where those infected awaken powers? Let's wait a bit longer." Waiting is futile. Time is of the essence. Silence enveloped everyone as the clock ticked down. Indeed, time was running out, with less than 24 hours remaining until the missile launch. Regardless of the mission's completion or the fate of these individuals, if they remained within the city, they would inevitably be consumed by its ashes. A flash of lightning sliced through the night sky, followed by the rumble of thunder, as torrential rain finally descended. Zhao Youning gazed vacantly at the ominous sky outside, and after a moment, she retreated into her spatial realm. Within the expanse of her space, numerous shelves were laden with a myriad of items. The sight of such abundance brought her a measure of solace. She ventured to the medicinal garden beside her wooden cottage and noted, as expected, that the herbs, having been planted for nearly a month under the influence of a hundredfold time array, had matured as if they had been nurtured for almost a decade. The herbs required for her body refinement technique were at least 10 years old. Thus, this batch was ready for use. Zhao Youning promptly harvested the herbs and replanted a new batch. However, she could not utilize them just yet. She needed to wait until Zhou Kursin and the others had withstood the first wave of viral onslaught. Though this body refinement technique was designed for ordinary people, it was based on the physical standards of individuals from millennia past. Given the current human condition, immediate application could result in catastrophic consequences. Those who survived the initial wave of the virus without succumbing to zombification would experience significant enhancements in their physical attributes, rendering them immune to common viruses. The once dreaded influenza, mycoplasma, pneumonia, and other ailments would no longer pose a threat to them. Among these survivors, some might exhibit mutations such as increased strength or enhanced speed, indicative of an awakening of ancient bloodlines. Others might discover extraordinary abilities aligned with the 5 elements, akin to the mythical figures capable of commanding wind, rain, and thunder. These would be manifestations of innate talent. Such individuals were collectively referred to as superpowered beings, though they were a rare breed, with the majority remaining ordinary. Zhao Youning meticulously prepared the harvested herbs, intending to administer them to the group once the rain ceased. She would then focus her mind on her cultivation. It was the second night of the downpour when she stood by the window, observing the rain's gradual abatement. Those infected with the S-virus had succumbed to slumber. In a few hours, some would awaken, having withstood the virus, while many others would slip silently into eternal rest. The deceased would soon arise as a different form of life, devoid of consciousness, mere husks or zombies. The apocalypse would officially commence the following day, prompting her to embark on a shopping expedition. She retrieved 2 talismans, one for invisibility and another for swift movement, affixing them to her person. In a flash of spiritual light, her figure vanished from sight. She opened the window, harnessed her spiritual energy, and leaped into the night. Navigating the flooded streets, Zhao Youning chose to traverse the rooftops, employing a minor wind manipulation technique alongside her speed talisman, allowing her to move with remarkable swiftness, far more efficient than flying on a sword. It seemed she would have to wait until reaching the foundational stage of cultivation to wield a sword with such ease. She bypassed all nearby community supermarkets and convenience stores, leaving those resources for those in greater need. In the apocalypse's early days, zombies were not difficult to dispatch. Overcoming one's inner fears was the key to survival. Zhao Yuning's destination was the large shopping malls in the city center. Half an hour later, she arrived at her first location. Inside the security room, 2 guards lay slumped over their desks, devoid of life, while the surveillance screens continued to flicker silently. Zhao Youning released strands of spiritual energy to disable all the monitors before stealthily infiltrating the mall, dismantling the cameras with ease. It required little effort, and she wished to leave no potential threats behind. Without surveillance, she could collect resources without reservations. She began her scavenging on the first floor, leaving untouched all readily consumable items, such as instant noodles and canned goods, as well as bottled water and beverages. Instead, she focused on more precious and difficult-to-cook ingredients, ensuring that others seeking sustenance would not return empty-handed. Fruits and vegetables were swiftly gathered, as they would not last long in such conditions. She also collected fish and shrimp from large aquariums, taking the tanks along with her. Next, she gathered alcohol, tobacco, and daily necessities, accepting everything without discrimination, even taking the shelves themselves into her spatial realm. With ample space to accommodate her bounty, she seized every opportunity, knowing that leaving these items behind would only benefit the zombies. After clearing the supermarket, she turned her attention to various specialty counters within the mall: gold, jewelry, watches, bags, cosmetics, perfumes, and luxury goods, collecting them without hesitation. Many of these items were of no use to her, yet they would serve others well. In the apocalypse, affluent individuals would still exist, living lives not dissimilar to their pre-apocalyptic selves, and, due to the chaos, perhaps even more indulgently. Items such as alcohol, jewelry, and luxury goods held significant value and were highly marketable. These represented currency in this new world, specifically crystal cores. In the apocalypse, transactions were conducted using these cores, which also contained energy useful for cultivating abilities. In her past life, Zhao Youning had tirelessly hunted zombies for these very cores. With these items in her possession, there was no longer a need to venture out and slay zombies daily. She could simply sell some of her spoils and amass crystal cores far more efficiently than through arduous battles. After clearing the various counters, she ascended to the 3rd floor, which housed clothing and home textiles. Unfortunately, it was summer, and the supply of winter garments was scant, with even the blankets being rather thin. Ascending further, she encountered a variety of electronic products and appliances, which required careful selection. She gathered laptops, tablets, and smartphones, securing several air conditioners and air purifiers for the deteriorating air quality ahead. As she sifted through her options, she was delighted to discover numerous alcohol stoves and blocks of fuel in a kitchen supply store, convenient tools for cooking in the outside world. Although she had some already, acquiring more was never a disadvantage. With this in mind, she cleared the entirety of the kitchen supply store, recognizing that while she might not cook, having the supplies would always be beneficial. Those who had endured the apocalypse understood that food would always be the top priority. Once she had harvested everything visible in the mall, she stealthily navigated to the storage and cold storage areas, a skill honed through years of experience in resource gathering during the apocalypse. Had it not been for her 3 years of scavenging expertise, she might not have so effortlessly located these areas. Yet the thrill of the hunt made her momentarily forget about her divine sense, her powerful advantage. The warehouse was overflowing with provisions: rice, flour, oil, and a plethora of snacks and daily necessities. Her joy was boundless. The cold storage held even more treasures, brimming with various meats and fresh fruits and vegetables. The haul was indeed worthy of a late-night expedition. This bounty invigorated Zhao Youning, as she continued to sweep through multiple medium and large shopping malls, focusing exclusively on the warehouses and cold storage units. Zhao Youning was no longer in want of supplies. With a flick of her wrist, she left the remainder for those who would come after her. After finishing her errands at the mall, she proceeded to the gas station, extracting a portion of fuel, just enough to sustain a glimmer of hope. Serendipitously, she encountered a fully loaded fuel tanker, which had been unable to unload due to the torrential downpour. Zhao Youning, seizing the opportunity, took the entire vehicle into her possession. By the time she made her way back, dawn had already broken, revealing that it was merely 5 o'clock. The rain had ceased long before midnight, and the floodwaters were gradually receding. Those stranded by the storm began their journey home, while a few staggering zombies roamed the streets. Upon spotting the living, they lunged forth to tear and devour, interspersed with shrieks and curses. Zhao Youning quickened her pace, reaching her community, which still lay shrouded in tranquility. Yet, she was acutely aware that this serenity was but an illusion, destined to be shattered soon. Just as she was about to return home, she abruptly halted, reconsidering her direction. Moments later, she emerged contentedly through the kitchen window of the Su household. She had not exerted herself excessively, merely appropriating an unopened bag of rice and half of the meat stored in their refrigerator, leaving them with provisions to last several days, enough to sustain herself on a single meal each day for about 10 days. Upon stealthily returning to her bedroom through the window, she heard commotion downstairs. Mother Zhou was already preparing breakfast. An adept cook, Mother Zhou rarely had the opportunity to showcase her skills due to her demanding job. Yet, in recent days, she had been tirelessly whipping up various delectable dishes. Zhao Youning inhaled the enticing aroma of soup dumplings and swallowed hard, changing into another outfit before descending the stairs. "Andy, let me assist you." No, it's nearly done. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" The aroma of her dumplings was irresistible, prompting Zhao Youning to come down. Perfect timing, the pot is ready. With such enthusiastic support, Mother Zhou beamed with delight, serving the last dish to Zhao Youning before turning her attention to the dumplings. The soup dumplings featured both pork and beef fillings, accompanied by millet porridge and an assortment of side dishes. This breakfast was nothing short of a feast. It was hard to believe that, even in the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had not indulged in such a lavish breakfast. Typically, she would settle for a bun and soy milk from the cafeteria, the flavor of which left much to be desired. Yet throughout these 3 years, she found herself yearning most for the meals served in the school cafeteria, which had transformed into the most beautiful food in her memories. As for more distant recollections, they had grown hazy. However, in recent days, she found herself recalling how lovingly her mother had prepared her favorite dishes. This nostalgia persisted until she fell ill, confined to a hospital bed, and subsequently lost her mother forever. Zhao Youning devoured 4 baskets of dumplings. Fortunate that Mother Zhou had anticipated her hearty appetite and prepared an ample supply. Once she laid down her chopsticks, Mother Zhou, concerned that Zhao Youning might still be hungry, promptly brought her 2 more baskets, urging her, "Eat more, I made plenty. Once they wake up, I'll steam more. If left too long, they'll lose their flavor." Unable to resist, Zhao Youning indulged again, reasoning that when they eventually arose, they would undoubtedly have little appetite. Better for her to consume it all than let it go to waste. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the air, startling Mother Zhou, causing her to drop a dumpling. More shrieks and curses followed. The sounds emanated from downstairs, having opened the windows to air out their home after 2 days of confinement. The morning light amplified the horrifying noises. Mother Zhou rushed to the window, peering down, and what she saw nearly compelled her scream. A blood-soaked man was viciously attacking another, heedless of the desperate cries below. He relentlessly tore into the victim, ultimately devouring them. Passers-by screamed in terror, prompting the man to lift his head, half an intestine hanging from his mouth, his vacant gaze locking onto those who screamed as he lunged towards them. Unable to bear the gruesome spectacle, Mother Zhou's stomach turned, overpowering her fear as she dashed to the bathroom to vomit. Zhao Youning sighed softly, realizing that she would no longer be able to enjoy her meal. She set down her chopsticks and tidied the kitchen, though she knew well what awaited her downstairs. She did not intervene to stop Mother Zhou from looking. It was a confrontation that would come sooner or later, and everyone would eventually have to adapt to such scenes. Having cleaned up, Zhao Youning approached the window. Below, the half-devoured corpse had risen again, and those who had screamed moments ago were now being overwhelmed by the approaching zombies. The courtyard was now teeming with a dozen zombies, with a few more scattered in the distance. As the chaos unfolded, screams erupted from within the building. Those returning from a rain began to transform and attack their families. Some were caught off guard and were brutally torn apart, while others realized the danger too late and were injured in their attempts to fight back. Some sought to drive the transformed zombies away, while others remained calm, recognizing that their loved ones were no longer themselves, but monsters, successfully fighting back. Many, gripped by fear, fled their homes. However, awaiting them outside were even more zombies. These panicked individuals, emerging from their refuge, appeared to the undead as delectable prey. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed incessantly outside the door, with some discerning the gravity of the situation and beginning to pound on the door in search of help, yet no one answered. Those who remained behind closed doors had either survived family mutations or were fortunate enough to have their homes remain untouched. The former had long succumbed to overwhelming distress, their minds too unsettled to heed the pleas from outside, while the latter were gripped by sheer terror, fearing that these individuals might suddenly transform into ravenous monsters and threaten their households. After all, those who ventured out were trailed by a horde of abominations. The door of the Zhou family was also subjected to desperate knocks, the sound of the steel door reverberating ominously, immediately drawing attention. Zhou's mother, just emerging from the restroom, stared at the rattling door, her legs trembling. At that moment, several other family members appeared, their faces ashen, having evidently assessed the dire situation outside. Zhou Kursin collapsed onto the sofa, her body still quaking, while Zhou Kasong and Zhou's father approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside, 4 or 5 neighbors were frantically battering the door, their visages pale and their eyes bloodshot. As Zhou's father and Zhou Kasong drew closer to the door, the scent of their presence seemed to attract the zombies, who intensified their assault. Zhou Kasong quickly urged his father to step back. Eventually, as the allure of food diminished or perhaps new targets emerged, the pounding subsided, allowing the Zhou family to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing the zombies retreat. Zhao Youning had already assisted Zhou's mother to the sofa, while Zhou's father, regaining his composure, began frantically dialing numbers, but every line was busy. Calls to 110 and 120 were futile, and soon he realized his phone had lost signal. Zhou Kasong, meanwhile, looked at his phone, scanning the chaotic online news. The internet was awash with pleas for help and apocalyptic strategies. Before he could delve deeper, the connection was severed, with communication rendered impossible. Zhou's father switched on the television. The long-dormant device suddenly seemed relevant. Unfortunately, the television was now useless without an internet connection. Seeing the not-connected message, he felt a surge of frustration. Devoid of external information, they could only rely on their imaginations. Zhou Kasong deduced from literary sources and his observations throughout the morning that zombies were indeed highly sensitive to sound and smell. Henceforth, they must exercise utmost caution within their home, avoiding any loud disturbances. The outbreak was global, and it was uncertain when, or if, rescue would come. However, thanks to Youning's foresight, their family was better off than many. There was little to fear. They merely needed to continue their isolation. As Zhou Kasong's analysis settled in, Zhou's mother and Zhou Kursin gradually relaxed. Indeed, they were in a much safer position. To become one of those living corpses outside was the true horror. They were secure within their home, fortified against the battering zombies, with food and drink in abundance. What was there to fear? Right, there's nothing to dread. Have you all skipped breakfast? I made meat buns and your favorite beef filling. Zhou's mother, recovering her composure, suddenly recalled that not everyone had eaten. However, upon hearing the word meat, the tranquility shattered once more. Zhou Kursin rushed to the restroom to vomit. Zhou Kasong fought to suppress his own nausea, while Zhou's father maintained a stoic expression, though he too had little appetite for meat buns at that moment. The sound of flushing from the restroom reminded Zhou Kasong. Water. He needed to collect more, as it was likely they would soon face a water shortage. Zhou's mother quickly grasped the urgency and rushed to the kitchen to fill containers. Being trapped at home, they could not afford to run out of water. It was essential not just for drinking, but also for daily sanitation. Zhou's father considered the implications carefully. If the water and power stations lacked maintenance, outages would soon follow. Once electricity ceased, water and gas supplies would inevitably dwindle. What if the water gets contaminated? Zhou Curson suddenly interjected. What will we do then? There's no need for concern. In truth, the air is also tainted. The very fact that we are here today means we have already endured the virus's assault. As long as we are not bitten by a zombie, we shall not transform, Zhao Youning reassured her. Upon hearing that everything would be fine, Zhou's mother hurried to fill containers with water. Zhao Youning had procured numerous 50-liter barrels for storing oil and water, with several placed in the living room. Youning, if someone is caught by a zombie, do they inevitably become one? Is there no possibility of awakening special abilities? Zhou Curson, an aficionado of apocalyptic tales, posed the question. Theoretically, it is possible. However, those who awaken abilities after being infected usually possess innate potential. The injury merely accelerates their latent powers. Those without such gifts will inevitably succumb to becoming zombies, Zhao Youning explained. But if someone awakens an ability, can they still be infected by the virus? That depends on the strength of the ability compared to the virus. A higher-level ability can easily expel the virus, while a weaker one might succumb to infection. Zhao Youning elaborated. How do you know all this? Zhou Curson hesitated, her curiosity piqued. In the living room, only Zhao Youning and Zhou Curson remained, while Zhou's father and mother busied themselves with water collection. Zhao Youning understood the unvoiced thoughts lingering in Zhou Curson's mind. Having immersed herself in apocalyptic narratives, she likely believed she had been reborn. Though her speculation was not entirely unfounded, Zhao Youning preferred to keep the truth of her rebirth concealed. If she had indeed been reborn, it implied a prior death. Thus, it was best to let the past remain buried, sparing others from the weight of unexperienced burdens. Zhao Youning retrieved a small black bag and methodically extracted an array of snacks, spicy strips, dried tofu, and other treats, arranging them enticingly on the coffee table, each with a different flavor. She believed they could indulge in these flavorful morsels amidst the chaos. Zhou Curson stared in astonishment as Zhao Youning produced item after item from the seemingly small bag, which appeared barely capable of holding even one of the snacks. How is this possible? A spatial pocket? No, surely no one's space could be contained within a mere bag. Is it a storage bag? Sister, you've secretly become a cultivator? Take me with you. Zhou Curson exclaimed in excitement, her voice rising uncontrollably. This inevitably attracted the attention of several wandering zombies outside, reigniting the cacophony of their assault. Zhou Curson received a chorus of disapproving glares from her family, and she instinctively covered her mouth, feeling guilty. Zhao Youning, capable of silencing the sounds within the house and concealing their presence, knew it was essential to acclimatize to the reality of their situation. Curson, do not speak so recklessly. This is not something to be taken lightly. Zhou's father chided softly, although he did not fully comprehend the children's talk of cultivating immortality. He understood that such profound truths should not be shared lightly. How could such a grand opportunity be carelessly divulged? It could very well result in Youning being expelled from her sect. I was merely jesting, Zhou Kuxian admitted, realizing her own excitement may have been excessive. It's all right, Uncle Zhou. There's no need for such strictness. Let me assess your talents first, Youning offered. In her previous life, Zhou Kuxian had awakened her powers, while Zhou's parents were merely ordinary people, lacking the potential for spiritual roots. Only Zhou Kuxian's abilities remained uncertain. However, in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, the path of cultivation was not the wisest choice. Lower levels of cultivation proved less effective than supernatural abilities. After all, supernatural powers came with energy crystals for absorption and training, making advancement relatively easier. Conversely, cultivation relied solely on the energy of the heavens. And had Zhao Youning not possessed a rich supply of spiritual energy in her space, she would not dare to pursue this path. She would have diligently practiced body refinement techniques, which, when combined with her supernatural abilities, would render her invincible. "I shall go first," Zhou Xian declared. Eager to take the initiative, Zhao Youning took her pulse, channeling a trace of spiritual energy to investigate. As expected, there were no spiritual roots present. However, a latent power was gradually awakening within her bloodline. Releasing Zhou Xian's hand, she continued her examination of the others. Once everyone had been assessed, Zhao Youning cleared her throat. The Zhou siblings braced themselves, while Zhou's parents appeared unconcerned, choosing instead to check on the water supply. "You both lack the talent for cultivation," the siblings sighed in unison, collapsing onto the sofa. Before they could lament their lost opportunity, Zhao Yuning's subsequent words captured their attention. "Nevertheless, I possess a body refinement technique that is not inferior to cultivation." Zhou Xian perked up again. "Youning, you speak so dramatically. It's killing me with suspense. Can we both practice this technique?" Zhou Kusong inquired. "You both have already awakened your supernatural abilities, and your physical fitness is undoubtedly sufficient. However, I am uncertain whether uncle and aunt can endure the strain after the virus exposure, although their physiques have strengthened considerably. This technique can be quite painful," Zhao Youning explained, retrieving a notebook she had transcribed from a jade slip. The siblings huddled together to examine it, and Zhou Xian gasped at the first page. "Soaking in medicinal baths? Why are so many herbs required for this? Where will we find them?" "Fear not. I have already prepared everything. Who will go first?" Zhao Youning waved her hand, and a large bag of prepared herbs appeared. "That would be me. I can hardly wait," Zhou Xian exclaimed. "I shall precede you," Zhou Kusong interrupted, deciding to set an example for his sister, knowing the process would be painful. "You should probably eat some meat buns first. Otherwise, I fear you may faint from exhaustion later," Zhao Youning suggested solemnly. Zhou Kusong felt his stomach churn again, but pushed through the nausea to the kitchen, struggling to consume a steamer of buns. He had never imagined that what once tasted so delightful could now be so difficult to swallow. While he munched on the buns, the wooden tub filled with steaming hot water, Zhao Youning meticulously added the herbs in sequence. Everyone else had hurried upstairs, ensuring this process remained undisturbed. When half of the herbs had been added, Zhao Youning instructed Zhou Kusong to remove his clothing and sit in the tub. "Wait, you should step outside first." "Must I be completely undressed?" "You may leave your undergarments on." "Aren't you going to step out first?" Zhou Kusong gritted his teeth. "There are still many herbs to add. If you're not concerned about misplacing the order and causing energy disruptions or bodily explosions, then I shall step out." Zhou Kusong was indeed anxious, but the thought of undressing completely proved daunting. "Turn your back." Zhao Youning raised an eyebrow and turned away. Thinking there was nothing to see, she had witnessed worse in the apocalypse. Once she had turned completely, Zhou Kusong quickly stripped off his clothes and sank into the water. As soon as he sat down, a loud cry escaped his lips, and he was tempted to leap out. "Damn it, this water could cook me alive. Is this a medicinal bath or a concoction of Chinese medicine? Am I being boiled like an herb?" However, upon seeing Zhao Yuning's expression, he stifled the urge to flee. "Could you perhaps add some cold water for me?" Zhou Kusong dared not move. Even the slightest shift seemed to intensify the heat. "That won't do. I will need to add more heat later." Zhao Youning resumed adding herbs, and after a few minutes, Zhou Kusong no longer felt embarrassed or scalded, as he began to experience excruciating pain. Pain seeped through his pores, penetrating his skin, flesh, and bones. All his focus was devoted to enduring the agony. Zhou Kusong gritted his teeth, his once fair skin, rarely exposed to sunlight, now flushed pink from the heat, gradually deepening to a crimson hue. Sweat cascaded down from his hair and cheeks into the dark herbal soup. Once Zhao Youning had added all the herbs, she quietly exited the room. With her presence gone, Zhou Kusong felt too embarrassed to call out, and he bit down so hard his mouth nearly bled. As anticipated, the moment she left, muffled groans of distress filled the air. As Zhao Youning stepped out, she spotted 3 heads peering from the staircase's corner. Upon seeing her, they quickly retreated. Half an hour later, the pain began to subside, replaced by a peculiar sensation of tingling and itchiness emanating from his bones. Though he had never been bitten by ants, he felt he was experiencing what it truly meant to have 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides. This sensation was even more unbearable than the pain. Fortunately, it soon passed as his body underwent transformation, leaving only the absorption of the medicinal effects. The effects flowed through his meridians like warm currents, and this immensely comforting sensation made him feel that all the previous suffering had been worthwhile. Next came Zhao Youning, not hearing her brother's cries. She observed his flushed face and sparkling eyes, as if his attractiveness had increased, and her anticipation soared. Unfortunately, she soon learned the harshness of reality. Before her scream could escape, Zhao Youning swiftly stuffed a towel into her mouth. Ignoring her accusatory gaze, she firmly pressed her hands on her shoulders. In truth, Zhao Youning had no intention of backing out. She simply had not anticipated the pain and was reacting instinctively. Having experienced the medicinal bath, the Zhao siblings adamantly dissuaded their parents from trying it. If they struggled so much with their awakened abilities, especially Zhao Youning, who fainted from the pain, how could their parents, being ordinary and of advanced age, possibly endure it? After the siblings transformed their physiques, they began practicing the techniques. The medicinal bath not only unlocked their physical potential, but also activated their supernatural abilities earlier than usual, giving them a significant advantage. The feeling of growing stronger day by day captivated them. As they gazed at the stumbling zombies outside, fear had long since dissipated. Zhao Youning could naturally perceive their eagerness. After breakfast one day, she suggested clearing the zombies at the door. Otherwise, their incessant banging against the door was quite bothersome. The door was sturdy enough to withstand their attempts. Why take such a risk? Zhou Mu expressed her concerns. Mom, you need not worry. I am formidable now, Zhou Curson declared, clenching her tiny fist to showcase the muscles on her arms. Zhou Mu shot her a disapproving glance at her soft, plump arms. While they appeared slightly firmer, there was scarcely any muscle to speak of. We will have to confront this sooner or later. We cannot remain here indefinitely. The government must have established refuge bases, and we will eventually need to venture out, Zhou Kasong reasoned. Given that the apocalypse had only just begun, chaos reigned outside, evident from the unresponsive communications and lack of network signals. Presently, with their basic needs met, they had no intention of seeking trouble. However, once stability returned, they would need to integrate into society. Thus, it was imperative to hone their abilities. In such dire times, the state could not shelter them as before. Zhou Mu remained silent, acknowledging this truth, though she couldn't help but worry about how to better protect them. I will accompany you, Zhou Fu interjected, unwilling to let the children venture out alone. He believed himself to be in better physical shape than the youngsters. Despite his profession requiring him to maintain his health, he could endure high-intensity surgeries back-to-back, while his children preferred to sit or lie down whenever possible. Even a few days of training could not measure up to his experience. Can I join as well? Zhou Mu asked, feeling restless at the thought of her husband and children risking themselves. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I will keep a close eye on them. If you both go, I may not be able to manage everything. Let us take turns next time. Zhou Curson reassured them. Mom and Dad, please don't meddle. Today we are determined to accomplish something significant. To stay home and prepare delicious food. I will feast upon your cooking upon my return, Zhou Curson exclaimed with bravado. Once Zhou Curson finished speaking, the other three exchanged subtle glances, remaining silent as she remained lost in her fantasies of grand conquests, oblivious to their expressions. Curson is right. Annie, I would love some chicken soup today, along with boiled fish, braised eggplant, and sweet and sour pork. How does that sound? Zhao Youning playfully pleaded with Zhou Mu, believing it best to keep them busy at home rather than worrying. As for whether the Zhou siblings would be able to eat later, it mattered little, as there would be no waste regardless. All right, Annie will prepare it for you. Once the plans were settled, Zhou Kasong and Zhou Curson went to change their clothes. Despite the heat, long sleeves and pants were necessary. This was no trivial matter. When they finally emerged, Zhao Youning could hardly bear to look. At first glance, they seemed appropriately dressed, donning long sleeves and pants made of sturdy fabric. However, they had also adorned themselves with winter woolen gloves, hats, and masks. With Zhou Kasong sporting a feminine-style mask, Zhao Youning refrained from commenting. Their safety awareness was commendable, and one must experience danger to learn how to navigate it appropriately. She had ample suitable gear stored, but in the sweltering 40-degree heat, it would be far too stifling. Thus, she opted not to retrieve it. But it was amusing to see how tightly these two wrapped themselves up. Perhaps next time, I will equip them with new gear. They would surely get dirty right away. So this will suffice. After all, these items are not particularly useful, and I won't feel bad if they get soiled. As for weapons, Zhao Youning glanced at the assortment of blades and swords in her space, but ultimately decided to arm the Zhou siblings with something more akin to a blunt instrument for cracking skulls. She produced two hoes. While not conventional weapons, they were undoubtedly more effective than any other tool for ordinary individuals. In the early days of the apocalypse, before the emergence of superhumans, such tools were formidable. Swinging a hoe at a zombie's head was akin to smashing a watermelon. Though the zombies were currently weak, their skulls remained quite resilient. For the Zhou siblings, who were just beginning their training, hoes were undoubtedly more practical than swords. Initially, she hadn't intended to buy such items. She had purchased too many seeds, and the vendor had gifted her too many hoes. Seeing their potential, she decided to acquire even more, resulting in a dozen genuine hoes now stored away. Is this it? The Zhou siblings stared blankly at the hoes. Previously, Zhao Youning had mentioned preparing weapons without them needing to worry, and since they had no connections, they hadn't pressed for details. To find out that their weapons were mere hoes was disappointing. They could have prepared something better, like a steel pipe. Do not underestimate these. They are exceptional tools against zombies. Once you strengthen your abilities, I will provide you with real weapons. What about you? Zhou Curson inquired, observing her only brandishing two hoes. I want to be fighting zombies. I will be watching you today. Zhou Casson, initially surprised, had already begun to grip the hoe, testing its heft, swinging it a few times, and finding it satisfactory. Let us depart. Zhou Casson took the lead, having observed that no zombies lingered outside. However, his vision was limited. He wondered why he hadn't thought to install cameras. The area outside was eerily quiet as he cautiously opened the door, and the three of them slipped out in quick succession, promptly securing the door behind them. Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu anxiously monitored the outside. The nearest two zombies ambled a few meters away, but they quickly noticed the trio. Zhou Casson swallowed hard and gripped the hoe tightly as he advanced, with Zhou Curson following closely behind. The siblings exchanged a glance, silently understanding their intent, one for each. Zhao Youning had already utilized her spiritual awareness to survey the entire building. She was acutely aware of the zombies' distribution. On their floor, several dozen zombies roamed, with three stationed at the emergency exit, taking their time to approach. The others remained below on the staircase, allowing her to feel quite at ease. The two zombies ambled awkwardly due to their stiff bodies, and as Zhou Casson and Zhou Curson approached, they raised their hoes just as the zombies lunged. With a resounding thud, both zombies' heads exploded simultaneously, black, foul blood and white brain matter splattering across the ground. The siblings were splattered as well, and Zhou Curson, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, could no longer contain herself and retched, while Zhou Casson maintained a stoic demeanor. However, they had little time to dwell on their disgust, for the few zombies near the emergency exit had already begun advancing towards them. Zhao Youning was pleasantly surprised at their accuracy on the first attempt. She was unaware of when Zhou Curson had first killed a zombie in her previous life, but she distinctly remembered witnessing her wielding a crowbar with ferocity when she was rescued. Zhou Curson had never been weak, and Zhao Youning would not coddle her. She aimed to ensure her growth surpassed that of her past life. The siblings were indeed tense, their hands trembling as they gripped the hose tightly. Despite extensive mental preparation, the lack of practical experience left them feeling unsteady. However, their recent success instilled a profound confidence in them. The duo, brimming with vigor, pressed onward. Zhou Casson swung his hoe wildly, ensnaring two zombies, while Zhou Curson seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to another, shattering its skull. Within minutes, they had vanquished all 5 zombies on this floor, leaving them somewhat unsatisfied. They are remarkably easy to kill. They hardly put up a fight. I dare say, we could handle 5 more without fear. Are they truly that weak, or are we simply too strong? There are 8 more on the staircase. Do you wish to continue? Zhao Youning, initially prepared to return home, felt it prudent to let them experience the terror of being surrounded by zombies, given that this was their first encounter. Armed with their formidable hoes and facing the zombies that were scattered and disorganized, they only needed to conquer their fear and disgust to dispatch them with relative ease. Many find the thought of zombies terrifying simply because they cannot overcome their mental barriers. The siblings readily agreed and proceeded toward the staircase, where the zombies had already detected their presence and surged forth from the safety door as they approached. The first few roared and lunged at them, causing the siblings to momentarily flounder in panic. Zhao Curson swung her hoe in frantic arcs, terrified of being overrun. However, the narrow corridor hindered her movements, and she soon found herself amidst the horde. She wielded her hoe with remarkable speed. Although she couldn't kill the zombies immediately, she was not in immediate danger, at least for the moment. Zhao Kashiong's expression shifted. He could no longer afford to avoid Zhao Curson's erratic swings. He swung his hoe with determination at a zombie's head, but, perhaps due to concern for his sister, miscalculated and struck its neck instead. Yet, the force of his blow was sufficient to snap its neck, causing it to collapse and convulse before lying still. He did not linger and moved on to the next target. Meanwhile, Zhao Youning stood quietly by the safety door, her presence undetectable to the zombies as she concealed her aura. Whenever a zombie came perilously close to the siblings, she would release a burst of spiritual energy to misdirect its attack. After a grueling battle, the siblings successfully eliminated all the zombies on that floor. The dual exhaustion of mind and body left them unwilling to move. Zhao Curson, particularly drained from her frantic efforts, plopped down on the ground. Let us head inside. The zombies upstairs and downstairs are already stirring, Zhao Youning urged, pulling Zhao Curson towards the door, with Zhao Kashiong hastily following. Zhou's father, who had been guarding the entrance, opened the door upon their arrival. Zhou's mother, equipped with gloves, promptly gathered their bloodied outer garments and hats to prevent dirt from entering their home. Zhao Youning instructed Zhou's mother to place the items on the ground, then conjured a small fireball with her fingertip, incinerating the garments into ashes. She followed with a display of spiritual light that dispersed the remnants, leaving only a faint charred odor. This display astonished the Zhou family. Although they were aware of Zhao Youning's cultivation, her previous restraint in revealing her abilities had tempered their perception. This experience offered them a genuine glimpse of her prowess. Isn't it rather wasteful to burn these clothes? Zhou's mother suddenly remarked. But Mom, they're covered in blood and brain matter. Keeping them will be repulsive. Washing them is also perilous. Those are all viruses. Zhao Kashiong retorted, exasperated. Who said I wanted to wash them? You could wear them again on your next outing to hunt zombies. How many outfits would we need if we changed every time we went out? Zhou's mother countered. Wow, this is truly a mother. Zhao Kashiong mused, though her logic seemed somewhat sound. Zhou's father, in a continuous tirade, admonished the siblings for their overconfidence, lack of self-awareness, and reckless bravado. Meanwhile, the siblings, freshly cleaned, animatedly recounted their zombie-slaying exploits, narrating their adventures with dramatic flair. However, Zhou's father keenly pointed out the inherent flaws in their narrative, swiftly identifying their numerous misjudgments. The siblings, recognizing their reckless nature, hung their heads in shame after the scolding. Zhou's father, unperturbed by their demeanor, expressed gratitude to Zhao Youning. Thank you, Youning. It's fortunate to have you watching over them. Otherwise, they might not have returned unscathed. Uncle, you needn't be so formal. Protecting them is only natural. If the roles were reversed, they would undoubtedly do the same for me. Zhao Youning replied with a smile, secretly recalling how Zhao Curson had once safeguarded her. She had intended to highlight their shortcomings, but Zhou's father's direct reprimand spared her the effort. In truth, the siblings sensed her intervention. Without her assistance, they would have fared poorly against the 8 zombies that had attacked them, and escape would have been their only option. Although Zhao Youning had never demonstrated her abilities in front of them, the physical training she had imparted had already made a significant difference in their performance, even allowing them to cultivate some internal energy. It was evident how formidable Zhao Youning truly was. It was precisely her presence that emboldened Zhao Curson to charge into the fray without hesitation. Lunchtime proved to be particularly sumptuous. with delectable chicken soup and spicy boiled fish that instantly tantalized Zhao Youning's taste buds. She filled a bowl of chicken soup and savored it eagerly. In contrast, Zhou Kursin, who had yearned for a grand feast, wore a pained expression, starved and suffering from extreme fatigue. Her hunger was exacerbated by the vivid imagery of zombies' brain matter and blood splattered across the ground, inducing a wave of nausea. Thus, she could only sit at a distance, cradling a bowl of plain porridge that Zhou's mother had thoughtfully prepared, accompanied by spicy dried tofu and snacks that Zhao Youning had brought. Zhou Kaxiong, however, appeared unfazed as he sat there calmly eating, which only served to irritate Zhou Kursin further. In the days that followed, the group dedicated half of their time each day to clearing the building of zombies. Zhou Kursin and her brother became increasingly adept. Even Zhou's father joined in to slay a few. Observing their ease in dispatching zombies, other residents, emboldened, began to join in, wielding makeshift weapons such as chair legs, dismantled drying racks, and baseball bats. Though these were not the most effective of tools, they proved serviceable. With collective effort, they cleared the entire unit of zombies within a matter of days, a feat made possible by Zhao Youning's timely closure of the unit door, preventing more zombies from being drawn in by the commotion. The day after the building was free of zombies, a knock echoed at the Zhou family's door. It sounded like a person, and only Zhou's parents were home at the moment. Zhou's father cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole to see Zhang Li, a neighbor from across the hall. They had always maintained a cordial relationship, and had even fought zombies together in recent days. He sighed in relief and opened the door. Uncle Zhou, several neighbors, and I are planning to head to the supermarket at the entrance to fetch some food and drinks. Would your family like to join us? Zhang Li, appearing to be in his 30s, entered the room and subtly surveyed the surroundings before speaking. A week had passed since the apocalypse began. Those who had a habit of stockpiling supplies fared relatively well, while families reliant on immediate purchases found themselves in dire straits. The uncertainty of when rescue would arrive loomed large, yet the absence of food and water compelled many to venture outside in search of sustenance. The outside world was swarming with zombies, far more perilous than the hallways of their building. If it weren't for the looming threat of starvation, who would willingly subject themselves to such risks? Uncle Zhou, our community has but one supermarket. If others reach it first, we could either starve or face even greater dangers by seeking supplies elsewhere. Zhang Li urged, confident that if the skilled zombie hunters in the household joined him, their chances would improve. Zhou's father was cautious, stating, I must consult my children first. Zhang Li didn't linger, exchanging a few words before departing. Once the door was securely locked, Zhou's father breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of guests was often suspect, and while the intention to gather supplies was genuine, it was equally true that some sought to glean information about other circumstances. For now, there was no immediate need for theft, but that could change. The items downstairs had already been collected after Zhao Youning's storage bag was revealed, dispelling any notion of their household being well-stocked. Children returning with supplies would inevitably leave traces, possibly drawing attention. Given that the building had been cleared of zombies, it was far safer to procure food and water here than venture out. The uncertainty of when this catastrophe would end meant he had no intention of sharing his family's resources or jeopardizing relations with neighbors, which could lead to future complications. He was particularly wary of ill-intentioned individuals. Although the doors and windows were sturdy enough to withstand a zombie assault, they could not deter the determined. During dinner, Zhou's father broached the topic. Dad, how could you open the doors so carelessly? It's just you and Mom downstairs. What if someone harbors malicious intent? Zhou Kursin's heart raced at the thought of her father opening the door to strangers. Having immersed herself in tales of looting during apocalyptic scenarios, she understood that human nature could be treacherous, filled with betrayal and violence. Perhaps it was this very caution that had enabled her to survive the early days of the apocalypse. Surely not. Brother Zhang has been our neighbor for years, and he cooperated well during the zombie hunt yesterday, Zhou Kaxiong countered, remaining noncommittal. I merely allowed him to see that we possess little, as there is nothing of value downstairs. But should we venture to the supermarket tomorrow? Zhou Kaxiong added. We have enough supplies to last a long while. Why should we go? Let us stay indoors and live quietly until a proper base is established. Zhou's mother expressed her thoughts. But if we don't go, we might as well announce that we lack for nothing, Zhou Youning replied. If they know we are well stocked, they might attempt to rob us. Our door is quite sturdy. Zhao Youning remained silent, engrossed in her meal of shredded chicken cold noodles, finely shredded cucumbers, crunchy peanuts, and white noodles, all tossed together with Zhou's mother's secret sauce. Garnished with a sprinkle of cilantro, the dish was exquisite, and she found herself on her third bowl, unable to stop. I believe we must accompany them, Zhou Youning declared earnestly. His conviction piqued the interest of the others. We need to gather information about the outside world. When will rescue come? Where will the base be located? How will survivors be informed? With all communication networks severed, it was imperative to find a radio, as the state would undoubtedly utilize broadcasting towers to disseminate information. Zhou Younings's reasoning was sound, demonstrating his reliability when it mattered. The supermarket certainly won't have radios. Not even in the Oma Mall would you find one, Zhou Youning interjected. I never suggested we search for one at the supermarket. I propose we accompany them. The parking lot is likely crawling with zombies, and a larger group will have a better chance of breaking through. Our destination is the police station, which I suspect has emergency radios. Zhou Younings's logic was impeccable. Venturing out to gather supplies might indicate that we are not well stocked, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. You don't realize that when Zhongli came in today, he scrutinized our home thoroughly. Had we not concealed our belongings, I would have hesitated to open the door. Zhou's father stated decisively. Then tomorrow, I will accompany Zhou Youning while Curson stays home with the adults to watch over things. We cannot afford to be robbed. Zhao Youning concluded her meal, feeling satisfied. Though she hadn't considered the radio before, it seemed insignificant. Eventually, once the nation stabilized, communication systems would be reinstated. The radio was something she had never used in her previous life. However, they had resolved to endure for a while longer, since they would not follow the main group. It was crucial to understand the fundamental situation. Yet, she couldn't directly inquire about rescue timelines or base locations, as well as the nature of the mutated zombies. Zhou Youning contemplated speaking, but swallowed her words. Someone had to remain vigilant at home. It was impossible for all three to leave. Next time, let Zhou Youning stay behind, she thought, but Zhou's father interjected his desire to join. I shall go as well. Trust me, I won't complicate matters. I'll serve as your driver and remain in the vehicle. Zhou's father felt capable, having dispatched several zombies in recent days. At just over 50, he believed himself in his prime and felt it inappropriate to remain at home. Dad, I can drive, just give me the keys. This is our first outing, and we don't know what awaits us outside. Zhao Youning warned. Uncle, our home may already be under scrutiny. It would be safer if you stayed behind. Otherwise, it will just be Aunt and Curson. Zhou's father grasped her implication that they were being drawn out of their stronghold, yet he remained skeptical. It's hard to say. We must proceed with caution. After all, our previous trips to transport goods could not have gone unnoticed. Ultimately, it was Zhao Youning and Zhou Youning who ventured out, while the others remained behind. Zhao Youning felt quite satisfied, although her alarmist warnings were indeed justified. After contemplating, she placed talismans at the main entrance and on the balcony, ensuring that no one could enter or exit uninvited. Early the next morning, Zhao Youning and Zhou Youning tidied themselves up and descended the stairs. Zhou Youning donned a complete outdoor survival outfit provided by Zhao Youning, featuring camouflage attire, gloves, mountaineering boots, and a helmet, all offering substantial protection and making him appear quite dashing. Had he exchanged a hoe for a firearm, he would have resembled a character straight out of a survival game. Zhou Youning, filled with envy, insisted on swapping outfits with Zhou Youning, wanting him to stay home while she went out. It was only when Zhao Youning tossed her two similar sets of gear that she beamed with joy, declaring that she had even one more than her brother. Truly, Youning was the best to her. Zhou Youning hesitated, reluctant to let his gear be stained with blood, and layered a thin outer garment over it, which was quite uncomfortable given the heat. Zhao Youning paid no mind, as she herself wore a comparable outfit and selected a sword from the array of weapons worth 100,000. Zhou Youning naturally felt a twinge of envy, but found Zhao Youning's resolve unyielding, as she steadfastly refused to swap even a single item with him. By this time, 5 individuals had gathered downstairs, all bundled up tightly, each having engaged in combat against zombies in recent days and thus possessing some experience. However, Zhou Kesong only recognized Zhang Li from across the hall. Upon observing their impressive gear, the others could not help but display expressions of envy. Zhang Li, assuming a leadership role, introduced everyone. A couple in their 40s resided on the top floor. The man was named Huang Wei, while the woman was called Yang Qin. There were also two young men on the second floor, Lu Su and Wu Dong, likely fitness enthusiasts given their exaggerated musculature. They were among the earliest to venture out to combat zombies after the Zhou family. Xiaosong, is this your girlfriend? Zhang Li inquired, having not recognized Zhao Youning, as her building was some distance away. Not at all. This is my sister, Zhao Youning. Sister, huh? Zhang Li seemed uncertain, but continued. Xiaosong, don't say I'm harsh. I've seen her out these past few days, but I haven't witnessed her lift a finger. This is no laughing matter. Brother Zhang, rest assured, my sister will certainly not be a liability, Zhou Kesong assured repeatedly. Zhang Li refrained from further comments, and the others fell silent as the time approached 10 past 7. Those who had not arrived clearly did not intend to participate in the operation. Subsequently, they convened to discuss their action plan. Their first objective was to descend to the underground parking lot and drive to the supermarket to gather supplies. Huang Wei and Yang Qin owned a small truck, commonly referred to as a half-cab. The front could accommodate 5 individuals, while the back was spacious enough for their needs. They decided to utilize this vehicle for transporting materials, and Zhou Kesong volunteered to drive a small car himself, as the 2 parking spots were conveniently close. Now, they had to devise a method to reach the parking lot. Although the recent rains had likely deterred anyone from being present, it was still possible that some would return once the rain ceased. The community's drainage system was efficient, and the parking lot had not flooded, meaning that any returning vehicles would still need to park there. During this time frame, if any zombies had mutated, the situation in the parking lot could prove dire. Additionally, if any living individuals were hiding in vehicles, they would inadvertently attract zombies. With no power outage, the elevator was functional, but its operation would generate considerable noise. If they descended to the parking lot and were met by a horde of zombies upon the elevator doors opening, escape would be nearly impossible. Conversely, if they took the stairs, they could inadvertently stumble into a den of zombies, as the scent of unshielded humans would surely draw many towards them. If they approached from above, the nearest parking lot entrance was several hundred meters away, and the visible clusters of zombies outside posed significant peril. The group divided into 2 factions. Huang Wei and Yang Qin preferred to take the elevator directly down, believing that the underground parking lot would harbor few zombies. They planned to deal with any that appeared as the elevator doors opened. In contrast, Zhang Li, Lu Su, and Wu Dong favored the riskier route of the stairs, unwilling to confront any uncertainties. They believed that if they acted cautiously, they could avoid attracting the attention of a large number of zombies. They even suggested bringing along a timer. If they unwittingly attracted zombies, they could create a diversion with noise, buying themselves more time to escape. The 2 factions remained at an impasse, and Zhao Youning and Zhou Kesong exchanged glances, realizing the disarray of the situation. Zhao Youning had initially intended to remain incognito, allowing Zhou Kesong to take the lead, but the ongoing bickering was proving to be a significant hindrance. We can use that black car at the entrance to drive to the parking lot and switch vehicles, Zhao Youning proposed, leaning against the door and pointing to an aging Volkswagen parked among the spaces. The car appeared to be at least 15 years old. Is that car yours? Zhang Li asked, momentarily pausing in the debate with a look of curiosity. Not mine, but I have a way to start it. Are you in? How confident are you? The others clearly harbored doubts. As long as the car isn't broken, I am 100% certain. Despite their skepticism, Zhang Li and the others decided to take the risk. The distance was merely a few meters, and once they reached the car, they would be safe. Huang Wei and Yang Qin also expressed their support for the suggestion. The path from the building entrance to the car was only about 10 meters, with merely 3 zombies in their way, which they could easily bypass. However, further away, approximately 30 meters off, a large group of zombies was congregated. If the vehicle did not start quickly, they would face an onslaught. As the unit door swung open, the group surged forward, with Zhou Kesong assigned to handle the 3 zombies, while Lu Su, Wu Dong, Zhang Li, and Yang Qin took on the role of lookout, leaving Zhao Youning to deal with the vehicle. Zhao Youning moved with remarkable speed, swiftly shattering the driver's side window with the hilt of her sword and climbing inside. Zhang Li and the others remained vigilant, monitoring the movements of the throng of zombies while observing Zhao Yuning's actions. They watched as she adeptly reached beneath the steering wheel, tugging at two wires. In an instant, the vehicle roared to life. Zhang Li's thoughts shifted as he witnessed this scene. He had expected her to be a liability, but instead, she delivered an unexpected surprise. How could such a young girl possess this knowledge? In truth, this was a skill nearly everyone had acquired in Zhao Yuning's previous life. After all, there are numerous abandoned vehicles, and they cannot simply let them go to waste. However, many of these cars are equipped with highly advanced anti-theft systems, which require significant technical expertise to bypass. Thus, she could only resort to selecting older models. Zhou Kexong and his companions had already dealt with the 3 zombies that had approached. As they gazed at the ever-advancing horde of the undead, they swiftly dove into the vehicle. At that moment, the nearest zombie lunged at the front of the car, with one claw reaching through the shattered glass, prompting Zhou Kexong, seated in the passenger seat, to brace himself against it with a long hoe. Zhao Youning pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle surged forward, toppling the zombie that was clinging to it and roaring ahead. The deafening roar of the engine attracted more and more zombies from all directions, leaving her with no choice but to forge a path through them. Fortunately, despite the car's age, it proved to be quite reliable. Although the front end was slightly crumpled from the collisions, it remained operational, albeit the occupants were jostled quite vigorously. Thankfully, they soon managed to shake off this wave of zombies, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. "Zhao, you're quite the driver," Yang Qin exclaimed. "Indeed, that was impressive. But why must it be in this old clunker? There's a fine vehicle parked nearby." Lu Su had noticed the luxurious car parked beside them long ago. "What are you thinking? That new car's anti-theft system is likely far too sophisticated to be operable in this situation." Wu Dong understood the predicament immediately upon witnessing Zhao Yuning's maneuver. As they conversed, the vehicle exited the dimly lit parking garage. When the headlights illuminated the area, they spotted a few staggering zombies approaching, though thankfully not in great numbers. However, the sound of the car had drawn more undead towards them, and they needed to act swiftly. Once they came to a halt, they found themselves pursued by a dozen zombies. Zhao Youning parked the car in a non-obstructive spot, and both groups rushed out simultaneously. 5 zombies were in pursuit of Zhao Youning and her companions. Zhou Kexong swung his hoe and swiftly dispatched one. "You go drive," Zhao Youning commanded, drawing her sword to eliminate the remaining zombies with precision. Without hesitation, Zhou Kexong dashed toward the silver Honda, slipped inside, and started it up, while Zhao Youning joined him in the passenger seat. Their side moved with remarkable speed, while Zhang Li's group faced greater challenges. With more members, they were tailed by 11 zombies. Yang Qin, who was responsible for driving, had already entered the vehicle, while the others contended with 2 or 3 zombies attacking them from all sides, constantly at risk of injury. More zombies could be heard approaching from a distance, yet they struggled to find an opportunity to board the vehicle. "Run further away," Zhao Youning shouted out the window. The others immediately took off, while Zhou Kexong drove straight into the zombies, repeatedly crushing them, creating an opening for the others to scramble onto the small truck. The 2 vehicles surged towards the exit, heading directly for the supermarket in the residential complex. 5 minutes later, Zhao Youning parked beside the supermarket, which was already flanked by several vehicles, their rear ends blocking the entrance. Surrounding them were dismembered limbs and severed arms, and a foul odor wafted through the air, which was quite revolting. Zhao Youning and her group disembarked to eliminate the few zombies trailing behind before making their way towards the supermarket entrance. The glass doors were shattered, evidently from prior looters, and the ground behind the doors was littered with zombies. This supermarket was only a single story, stocked with essential goods, though the shelves had been largely ravaged. Clearly, the previous visitors had taken everything they could carry, motivated by the philosophy of taking advantage of free resources. Food and cooking supplies lay at the innermost part of the store, and despite its compact layout, they soon spotted a dozen individuals frantically filling their shopping carts. Rotten vegetables and fruits emitted an unpleasant odor, while two freezers that once held frozen meats were now empty. All the ready-to-eat items like sausages, instant noodles, and bread had vanished, yet other goods remained plentiful. The people inside had evidently noticed Zhao Yuning's group, but no one paid them any mind, absorbed in their quest to gather supplies. After all, venturing out was a rarity, and everyone wanted to maximize their haul. Zhang Li and his companions rushed in, but the shopping carts were all gone. However, they had backpacks and, without hesitation, they began stuffing whatever edible items they could find into their bags. The two groups coexisted peacefully, which struck Zhao Youning as peculiar. Accustomed to witnessing brutal fights over meager rations in the apocalypse, she found it disconcerting to witness such civilized resource gathering. This was merely the early days of the apocalypse, when ample food still allowed some humanity to persist. After all, no one anticipated that this calamity would endure indefinitely. However, when hope dwindled later on, the darkness within humanity often proved far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Regrettably, this harmonious atmosphere was short-lived. When the third group of individuals arrived at the supermarket, conflict was inevitable. This new group, numbering around 10, entered the store only to find most of the shelves bare. Meanwhile, the first group was pushing two overflowing shopping carts each, filled to the brim with food and drink. And a skirmish ensued. A scream pierced the air, followed by the thunderous crash of toppled shelves reverberating throughout the supermarket. The two factions clashed at the entrance, igniting a fierce battle for resources. Perhaps Zhang Li's group had not harbored any malicious intentions, leading the first group to underestimate them. Thus, they were caught off guard and suffered a significant setback. However, the first group was not insignificant in number either, and they quickly engaged in combat, appearing evenly matched. Zhang Li and his companions exchanged glances, recognizing that there were still some supplies left in the supermarket. If nothing else, the bulk rice and coarse grains would suffice for quite some time. Yet, it was evident that those individuals looked down upon such meager offerings. They had fully loaded their large backpacks and were now contemplating their escape. Now that both sides were embroiled in conflict, they realized that exiting without confrontation would be impossible. However, remaining inside would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies drawn by the commotion, potentially trapping them inside the supermarket. Zhao Youning caught sight of Su Peng in the crowd. To her surprise, he was present. In her previous life, his family had not ventured out for supplies at this time. It seemed that the last items they had pilfered were causing the Su family to face dire straits, which brought Zhao Youning a sense of delight. This moment of joy compelled her to take action, and she channeled her energy with a flick of her hand. Su Peng wielded a carpenter's axe, an essential tool he had brought along during a road trip to Sichuan and Tibet 2 years prior, proving exceptionally useful in this scenario. He had fought his way to this point with the axe, and it had served him well in battle, as he relentlessly sought to acquire sufficient resources, indifferent to whether his adversaries were human or zombie. Just as he swung the axe toward his opponent, intent on crushing their skull, Zhao Yuning's energy caused him to lose his aim. Stumbling forward, his opponent seized the opportunity and knocked him to the ground. "Damn it, you old fool, that was ruthless." The man wielded a wooden stick, relentlessly pummeling Su Peng without mercy. At that moment, he was filled with dread, having narrowly escaped being struck by an axe just moments before. He had not overlooked the dark stains of blood and flesh on that axe. Had it made contact with his own flesh, he would have surely transformed into one of those wretched creatures. Although the confrontation appeared fierce, none of them dared to deliver a fatal blow, for the nature of this calamity remained uncertain, and no one wished to bear the burden of being a murderer. He never anticipated that Su Peng would prove to be so formidable. Zhao Youning, observing that the man refrained from delivering a fatal strike to Su Peng, chose to ignore the situation. She did not wish for anyone to perish so swiftly. "Zombies are coming. Stop fighting and flee." The chaotic scuffle had unfolded right at the supermarket entrance, drawing attention to the horde of approaching zombies. Instantly, fear gripped everyone, and they abandoned their foes, frantically gathering scattered belongings and rushing towards their vehicles. Some clung desperately to shopping carts, unwilling to part with their hard-earned supplies. A throng of individuals soon congested the supermarket's entrance, and just as they managed to board their vehicles, the zombies encircled them, battering against the cars as the occupants pressed the gas pedals in a frenzy. Zhao Youning had already begun her escape the moment the warning of zombies echoed through the air, and she smoothly boarded her vehicle. However, the sheer number of zombies outside slowed their progress, pushing the car forward at a snail's pace, while more zombies surged from the distance. "Drive closely behind me," Zhao Yuning commanded, flinging open the car door. With a swift motion of her sword, she dispatched several zombies, their heads rolling to the ground. She slammed the door shut and, with a partner by her side, carved a path forward, drawing the fervent gaze of Zhou Kesong. She was undeniably magnificent. The zombies faltered beneath her blade, unable to withstand even a second. Remarkably, after striking, she would even deliver a swift kick to the fallen creatures, clearing them from her path. She quickly forged a gap, moving with the agility of a speeding vehicle, while Zhou Kesong maintained a steady pace behind her. Yang Qin drove a small truck closely in tow, and Zhang Li and others leapt into the truck bed, gaining a vantage point to engage the zombies. Noticing the commotion, others disembarked from their vehicles to assist in clearing the nearby zombies, all converging towards her. Finally, before a greater horde could arrive, Zhou Kesong accelerated out of the supermarket, while Zhao Yuning swiftly hopped into the vehicle. Zhou Kesong pressed the gas pedal to the floor, propelling them away in a cloud of dust. Those who had hesitated and clung to their supplies quickly abandoned their possessions and fled alongside them. However, a portion of the crowd was gradually overwhelmed by the mounting zombies, either devoured or assimilated into their ranks. Zhao Yuning, having not noticed Su Peng's plight, was unaware that he had been beaten and could not rise, missing the opportunity to escape with the initial wave. Nevertheless, he acted decisively, barricading the entrance with all he could muster, creating a semblance of safety for himself. Of course, this also obstructed others from retreating into the supermarket. Gasping for breath, he leaned against the shelves, his complexion pale, as if he had been washed clean of all color, his heart racing violently. A bottle of juice rolled to his feet. Trembling, he unscrewed the cap and gulped down half the bottle. Feeling a semblance of life return to him. The cacophony of screams, engine roars, and tire screeches inundated his ears until the sounds faded into the distance. Then came the relentless thuds against the barricade until silence fell. Only then did he allow himself to relax and began collecting whatever supplies remained usable within the chaotic supermarket. The aftermath of the brawl had left the place in disarray, with items strewn haphazardly, shopping carts toppled. However, the abundance of goods remained, as the others had barely taken anything with them. Su Peng gathered everything, stuffing smaller items into large supermarket bags, stacking several bags of rice and flour nearby. After satisfying his hunger, he sat quietly in place for several hours, gradually shifting a shelf to observe the outside world. The zombies had dispersed, leaving only a few wandering at the entrance, while several half-eaten corpses lay on the ground, likely devoured of their brains, preventing their transformation into zombies. Gripping his axe, Su Peng cautiously eliminated the remaining zombies, ensuring his vehicle remained undisturbed. Only after filling his car to the brim with supplies did he drive home, confident that their provisions could sustain them for months if rationed. It felt like a stroke of fortune. He parked directly at the entrance of his building, and before the nearby zombies could react, the group swiftly slipped into the stairwell. Following such a harrowing experience, no one found the inclination to speak, each retreating into their own thoughts. The three members of the Zhou family remained vigilant by the front door, and when faint footsteps echoed, Zhou's mother peered through the peephole. Upon recognizing the two figures outside, she hastily opened the door. Seeing that they appeared relatively unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about the events outside. Zhao Yuning first retreated to her room for a shower and a change of clothes, despite her efforts to avoid becoming soiled. She felt uncomfortable and unclean without a proper wash. Zhou Kesong remained downstairs, recounting the tumultuous events at the supermarket. And as he described the chaotic brawl and the terrifying encirclement by zombies, Zhou's parents turned pale, gripped by fear. Zhou Kersin, on the other hand, listened intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement, especially when she heard about Zhao Yuning's valiant swordplay amidst the zombies. After enduring a week of power outages, the electricity finally ceased, followed swiftly by a decrease in water flow and gas supply. This was all anticipated by the family. Zhao Youning produced a complete set of solar panels she had prepared, and Zhou's father and Zhou Kesong worked together to install them on the sunlit balcony. After connecting the photovoltaic controller and battery, they seamlessly integrated it into the household electrical system. With summer in full swing, the electricity generated by the solar panels was sufficient to power the entire household. However, to avoid drawing attention, they decided to limit its use to essential kitchen appliances. As for the air conditioning, they deemed it too noisy and opted for a simple fan instead. After lunch, during the hottest part of the day, they observed the outside zombies appearing lethargic. Youning, let's venture out again, just the two of us. With fewer people, we can focus on retrieving the radio, Zhou Kesong suggested, having witnessed Zhao Yuning's ability to dispatch zombies with ease. He no longer believed that a larger group would be advantageous. With her prowess, as long as they weren't besieged by a massive horde, they could navigate with relative ease. However, he didn't consider himself a burden. After all, he was merely the designated driver. You've already been out once. It's my turn now, right? Youning, take me along. Zhou Kesong chimed in eagerly. You can't even drive. What would you do? Zhou Kesong shot back, causing Zhou Kesong to wilt. Zhao Youning had initially intended to go out alone, but upon seeing Zhou Kesong's dejected demeanor, she softened and blurted, I can drive. Let us go. Thus, Zhou Kesong remained at home, while Zhou Kesong, brimming with excitement, donned a complete set of gear and set off. Zhongli naturally heard the sound of the door opening and closing across the way, and soon after, the roar of an engine reached his ears. He stood by the window, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, fully aware that they were likely venturing farther afield in search of supplies. The image of that young girl navigating effortlessly amidst a horde of zombies filled him with envy. Regardless of the myriad thoughts that had crossed his mind, he resolved to extinguish them from his heart henceforth. Moreover, if this world were to remain in such a state, he would strive to join them, for only by aligning himself with the powerful could he hope to survive. Zhao Yuning's driving skills had been honed in the apocalypse. Initially, upon her return, she drove a small van with utmost caution, which had been particularly uncomfortable. However, this reckless driving style suited her far better now. Zhou Kesong, unafraid, was eager to join in the chaos, even contemplating letting out a scream amidst the wild driving. As they approached the city center, the roads became increasingly treacherous. On that morning, when the torrential rain had ceased, people who had been stranded for 2 days were rushing home. At that moment, transformed into zombies, many were surging forth, biting, screaming, crashing into cars, their cries and curses filling the air. Zhao Youning could easily imagine how chaotic it must have been outside that morning. Consequently, the streets were indeed in disarray, with vehicles haphazardly parked along the sides. Zhao Youning maneuvered with great difficulty, and when faced with an unavoidable obstacle, she had no choice but to crash through. She certainly had no desire to disembark and become a laborer, especially with so many zombies lurking outside. Zhou Kesong couldn't drive, but fortunately, everything remained under control. After half an hour, they arrived at the nearest police station. Outside, only 2 zombies were wandering about. Could it be that even in their transformed state, they instinctively feared the police? These 2 are yours. Zhao Youning parked the car and headed inside. Okay. Zhou Kesong swung her large shovel and soon smashed the skulls of the 2 zombies, following her inside. The police station door was unlocked. A gentle push opened it. Inside, only 2 female zombies in police uniforms remained, likely the personnel left behind, as the others had probably rushed out to maintain order the moment chaos erupted. What a disappointment. Zhou Kesong rummaged through the interior and found a few sets of handcuffs along with a row of batons. These tools were ineffective against zombies, but could still serve as a means of intimidation. Zhao Youning collected them casually, her mind extending to search for more. She didn't spot a radio, but did discover a weapons cache. Follow me. What treasures lay within? Zhou Kesong gazed at the room ahead, secured by a high-grade steel door, with iron bars even on the windows. She swallowed hard, hoping it wouldn't be as she feared. Zhao Youning tested the door as hardness. A single explosive rune could easily breach it, but it would undoubtedly create quite a commotion. After some contemplation, she took out a refined flying sword. As a magical artifact, its sharpness could cut through anything. With a layer of spiritual energy, cutting through a steel door would be a breeze. Indeed, it was a weapons cache. Inside were several handguns, even 2 rifles, blast shields, bulletproof vests, helmets, and an ample supply of ammunition, albeit in limited quantities. Yet it was already a delightful surprise. Zhao Curson donned a bulletproof vest underneath her clothing, and they gathered the remaining items before continuing their search for a radio. Zhao Kashiong had been correct. They indeed found one in the supply room, along with numerous spare walkie-talkies, all of which they collected. Having organized everything, the two departed the police station and returned to the vehicle. Youning, there is a large supermarket nearby. Shall we gather some supplies? The success of their venture had greatly boosted Zhao Curson's confidence. Let's take a look. Zhao Youning had an abundance of supplies in her space, sufficient to last them for decades. Hence, she wasn't overly concerned about gathering more. The reason for their excursions was that the current low-level zombies were weak, providing an ideal training ground for Zhao Curson and her companions. In her previous life, without her intervention, there hadn't been so many supplies, and Zhao Curson had always been at the forefront. She feared that her involvement might hinder Zhao Curson's growth. A silver-gray Honda sped along the road. Any zombies or vehicles obstructing their path were met with a direct collision. When such an obstacle proved insurmountable, something was hurled from the car, followed by a resounding explosion. Both the zombies and vehicles were obliterated, allowing the Honda to breeze through, with a convoy trailing behind. Inside the silver-gray Honda were, of course, Zhao Youning and Zhao Curson. As for the cars following them, they were not pursuing antagonists, but rather individuals fleeing alongside them. This all began when they set off towards the Oma Mall, initially intending to assess the situation for gathering supplies. This area was truly the city center, with traffic jams at every turn. They were frequently forced to clear obstructing vehicles, which naturally slowed their speed, while a horde of zombies followed closely behind. As they neared the supermarket, Zhao Yuning's senses detected several vehicles approaching from hundreds of meters away, trailed by a dense throng of zombies. An alarming sight indeed. Without hesitation, Zhao Youning made a swift U-turn. Compared to the massive horde ahead, the nearly 100 zombies trailing them seemed trivial. To expedite their escape, she employed explosive runes to clear a path, a convenient and effective solution. Observing the explosive route being carved out, the occupants of the vehicles behind them naturally followed suit, rushing to flee. Once the path cleared and speed increased, they easily outdistanced the horde of zombies, allowing Zhao Curson to finally exhale. Since encountering that throng of zombies, Zhao Curson had refrained from speaking. Had it not been for her suggestion to come here, they would not have faced such perilous circumstances. Moreover, her inability to drive had proven a significant hindrance. Watching Zhao Youning effortlessly toss explosive runes, each delicate piece of paper pinpointing its target, only to explode with a flash, left her feeling a pang of regret. Surely, those were precious talismans. If only she could drive, how many treasures could have been saved from the zombies blocking their way? Zhao Curson resolved to learn how to drive in the future. Are you frightened? Now that they had escaped danger, Zhao Curson remained silent, her demeanor subdued. Zhao Youning noticed her melancholy. No, I just suddenly feel so useless. Zhao Curson replied glumly. How would you feel useless? With so many zombies? Do you expect to go down there and fight them? No, I just feel like I can't even drive and still insist on coming along. If you had brought my brother instead, you wouldn't have had to waste so many precious items. What led you to believe I would face off against hundreds of zombies alone? Zhao Curson looked bewildered. Wasn't that the case? You're making it seem like I enjoy battling zombies in a brawl. This morning was unavoidable. The cars were piled up, and I couldn't blow them up. Zhao Youning retorted, what is the situation now? We're not stuck yet. As the relentless horde pursued him, Zhao Youning felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The sheer number of zombies was staggering, and he pondered how many he would have to fell before exhaustion claimed him. If only he could unleash a spell to obliterate them, it would merely cost him a few talismans, an inconsequential price indeed. These zombies exhibited no fear. They were almost brazenly indifferent to death. If they possessed even a semblance of thought, perhaps they would hesitate, but alas, They were creatures that demanded complete annihilation. Zhao Yuning had no desire to engage in such folly. Do you have many of those talismans? They are but trifles, casually drawn by my sister. They hold little value. Wow. Yuning, you are truly remarkable. Can I use one? Not quite. They require spiritual energy to activate. However, there are some you can use. Just remove the case from your phone. Is this a talisman? Zhou Curson inquired, extracting a small, triangular yellow charm from within the phone case. This is a protective talisman. It activates autonomously in times of danger and does not require spiritual power. I had previously given several to Chu Xinjian and before the apocalypse. I stealthily tucked them into the phones of my family members out of concern they might not believe in the practice of cultivation. Yet, I feared for their safety against the mutated beings, hence the hidden charms. After all, people today carry their phones either in hand or pocket, ensuring they're always on their person. However, as the chaos escalated, I became preoccupied with preparing medicinal baths for the Zhou siblings and clearing zombies, which made me forget about the talismans. I was always present with them and failed to remind them of the protections they possessed. Really? You didn't tell me about such a valuable item. Doesn't that mean I'll be invincible once activated? What a delightful notion. But alas, it is not omnipotent. It can only withstand a few attacks. In the current circumstances, even with this charm, I cannot guarantee your safety, let alone with just a small talisman. So, refrain from recklessly charging into the horde. Rest assured, I am not foolish. If you're not foolish, then brace yourself. We must shake off those pursuers. Having evaded the throng of zombies, Zhao Youning found that their pursuers, a convoy of vehicles, were still hot on their heels, relentless like stubborn adhesive. With a determined press of the accelerator, the dashboard nearly maxed out as the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Zhou Curson clutched her seat tightly, glancing back to see the pursuing vehicles accelerating, clearly intent on following them. The convoy comprised 4 vehicles, a rugged SUV, 2 compact cars, and a small truck, together carrying 12 individuals who had been stranded in the same office building during the torrential rain. The leader, Lu Tongfang, a youthful entrepreneur, swiftly rallied his employees to scour the building for survivors upon realizing the dire situation outside. They managed to gather the remaining individuals and stockpile snacks and beverages, relying on these provisions to endure the initial days while gradually clearing the office of zombies. However, after several days of waiting in vain for government rescue, they resolved to flee the city, where the uncertainty of their escape rendered resources paramount. Emerging from the building, they scavenged supplies, initially finding success until they nearly fell victim to zombies in the AO Ma shopping center. If it hadn't been for Zhao Youning and her companions, who fortuitously arrived and cleared a path, they would have undoubtedly become part of the undead horde. Thus, the group that had just escaped the clutches of the zombies was captivated by Zhao Yuning's effortless navigation through danger and felt compelled to follow her, hoping that such a formidable ally would significantly increase their chances of leaving the city. Moreover, the tools she wielded were anything but ordinary. Yet, observing the reaction of the lead vehicle, it was clear they were not inclined to engage. Frustrated and unable to catch up, Lu Tongfang slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his expression darkening. Zhao Youning drove with remarkable speed, occasionally creating obstacles to hinder their pursuers, effortlessly shaking them off. It was not until they were completely out of sight that she chose a different route back, indifferent to the motivations of those who sought to follow her. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of their building, where Zhou Curson called for her brother to assist in unloading their supplies, while Zhao Youning stood guard outside. Though they had not gathered much food on this trip, their spatial storage held ample supplies, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. They needed to demonstrate their abundance to deter any potential alliances seeking resources, as such partnerships would only serve to hinder their progress. The residents of the building observed the Zhou siblings repeatedly hauling goods upstairs with envy. Today, those who ventured to the nearby supermarket returned with significant provisions, while others likely struggled with hunger. Had it not been for their formidable reputation, some might have considered raiding them, but the fear of failure kept them at bay, leading to more creative attempts. On their final trip upstairs, they were greeted by the sight of an elderly woman emerging from the third-floor apartment, her frail figure trembling as she approached. Upon seeing the items in their hands, her eyes lit up with desperation. Suddenly, she lunged at Zhao Curson, grasping the bags with a sense of urgency, as if to say, "Please, I am in dire need. I have nothing left at home. My grandson is starving. Please, just a little for me. I will pay you." The elderly woman wailed, tears streaming down her face as she rummaged through her pocket for cash, attempting to press it into Zhao Curson's hands. To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem as if they were bullying an old woman. "Madam, please stand up," Zhao Curson exclaimed, taken aback by the elderly woman's dramatic display. She felt a twinge of guilt, recalling the values instilled in her as a student who had always honored the elderly. However, before she could assist the woman to her feet, the elderly woman snatched the items Zhao Curson had just set down and dashed back into her apartment with surprising agility. With a loud slam, the door shut behind her, followed by the unmistakable sound of it being locked, leaving Zhao Curson bewildered amid scattered bills and a state of shock. She was momentarily at a loss for words, having initially thought to share her rations with the elderly woman, only to be caught off guard by the woman's cunning ploy. She realized this was not a mere act of desperation, but a well-orchestrated scheme to seize what they had. The elderly lady displayed remarkable shrewdness, adeptly performing her role. Zhao Youning gazed skyward in silence, for their household contained not merely this one matron, but also her son and grandson, the latter already in his 20s. Two grown men, failing to seek sustenance, allowed an old woman to venture forth in a pitiable act, hoping perhaps to elicit compassion from the Zhao siblings. After all, they possessed ample resources. Considering the grand gesture this elderly lady made towards Zhao Curson, it would not be entirely unreasonable to offer a morsel in charity. Little did they anticipate the lesson that awaited them. Indeed, for the sake of food, individuals could transcend their limits. "Let us proceed upstairs." Zhao Curson, momentarily astonished, was the first to ascend, fully aware that what they carried was likely to be a one-way transaction. "No, I cannot swallow this indignity." Zhao Curson, having momentarily softened her heart, now recalled that the Peng family was not comprised solely of this elderly woman. Why should their provisions be relinquished without recompense? In this current climate, who was unaware of the scarcity of food, with a resounding bang bang bang, Zhao Curson wielded a hoe and began to batter the door. The cacophony echoed throughout, striking a chord of caution among others who had been contemplating their own actions. Upon witnessing the elderly Peng's success, some felt a pang of regret for their own sluggish responses. "What are you banging for? I have already paid. What is this child thinking? After taking my money, you come to smash my door. Who wants your filthy money? Return my belongings." In her fury, Zhao Curson's strength was unrestrained. With her latent powers awakening and her physical training bearing fruit, each strike against the security door left significant dents. It appeared that a few more blows would render the door compromised. The tremendous noise attracted the wandering zombies nearby, who began to howl and batter at the entrance, while others below shrieked incessantly at the windows. The entire building trembled in fear, anxious that the undead would breach the door and flood into the corridor. "Stop banging. I will return it, I swear. Just please stop hammering at my door." The quavering voice of the elderly Peng emerged from behind the door. She was genuinely frightened, having not anticipated the prodigious strength of this Zhou girl, capable of damaging even the stainless steel security door. If the door were to break and the zombies charged in, her family would surely become fodder for those monstrous creatures. Upon hearing the elderly woman's capitulation, Zhao Curson struck the door one final time before ceasing her assault. "Hurry!" The elderly Peng, ensuring no further banging ensued, cautiously opened the door. Zhao Curson, seizing the opportunity, pushed the door wide. "Here you go," she said, eyeing the tattered, significantly shrunken bag, and catching sight of the burly grandson greedily devouring the contents within. She refrained from further comment, feeling utterly vexed. "Sister, you are incredible," Zhao Curson exclaimed. Giving her thumbs up, his sister was indeed formidable. "Oomph." Zhao Curson rolled her eyes and strode past her brother upstairs. Zhao Youning followed closely behind, while Zhao Curson, scratching his nose, returned home. This incident had truly instilled a sense of trepidation among all the residents of the building, their petty schemes thoroughly quelled. The Zhou family was not to be trifled with. They might permit some minor benefits, but in the morning, they had shown no reluctance to contribute. However, any attempts at manipulation would not be tolerated. Naturally, Zhou's parents had heard the commotion downstairs and confronted Zhou Cursin with admonitions about her recklessness. What if a sudden surge of zombies had breached the door? Over a mere bag of provisions, was it truly worth such risk? While her parents' concerns held validity, it was important to note that the items they had taken were primarily lightweight snacks, not substantial sustenance. If it were true food, the elderly woman would not have been able to seize it so effortlessly. Zhao Youning produced a radio, and, after much tinkering, it was Zhou's father who finally tuned into a channel. A national station repeatedly broadcasted a singular message. The entire nation, indeed the world, faced an unprecedented crisis, urging the populace to trust that the government was mobilizing rescue efforts centered in the capital. They reassured listeners that the calamity was temporary and hope would eventually shine through, encouraging everyone to remain at home and await rescue. Uncertain of when this broadcast had been made, it held little significance for them now. After hearing the message thrice without any alteration, Zhou's father began to adjust the dial once more, landing on what appeared to be an internal channel. Fortunately, this was a police-issued emergency radio. Otherwise, they would be unable to receive such broadcasts. The Kyoto radio station announced various safety gathering points across districts, urging capable citizens to assemble there. Furthermore, they reported on resource drop-off points, with supplies delivered by helicopter every 3 days, allowing citizens to retrieve provisions. Such was the efficiency of Kyoto. In merely a few days, safety gathering points were established, and resources could be distributed throughout the city, unlike their own neighborhood, which felt utterly besieged. This is a positive sign, Zhou Cursin lamented. It indicates we have not yet reached the worst of times, as long as Kyoto remains stable. There is hope. Zhou's father continued to search the radio channels, but alas, all he encountered were static noises, leading him to reluctantly switch off the device. Following this, Zhao Youning guided the Zhou siblings in clearing out the zombies. Observing their adaptability, she decided to leave them to their own devices, as she intended to retreat into seclusion for her own training. She ensured they had ample food and water, as well as several firearms for protection, along with a generous supply of protective talismans. Having not practiced diligently of late, she reflected on her progress, having ascended to the 5th level of chi cultivation within a month. Yet after another month, she had only reached the 7th level. Her goal was to attain the late stages of the 10th level before emerging, and ideally, to establish a solid foundation as well. One fine morning, Zhou's parents and the Zhou siblings busied themselves fervently, preparing to make mooncakes. Given the limited ingredients, they could only create fillings from what was available. Zhou's mother decided to make 2 types, pork and red bean paste. Regrettably, the beloved lotus seed and egg yolk filling had to be forsaken due to the absence of lotus seed paste. They wondered when Zhao Youning would emerge from her retreat. She had been secluded for over a month. Zhou Cursin diligently stirred the red bean filling, which required constant attention until it was sufficiently dried, a laborious task assigned to her by her mother. As for the 2 men, they were cautioned not to meddle with the beans and were instead sent to clean up. With the festival approaching, uncertainty loomed over whether they would be able to complete their preparations in time. Meanwhile, Zhao Youning, the subject of their discussions, had ceased her training. Reclining on the grassy expanse of her secluded space, observing the small fish in the creek, pondering when she might finally savor a meal. Her mood was somber. She had reached the late stage of chi cultivation after all, yet she couldn't quite grasp that foundational feeling, which made her unable to bear the sight of these leisurely fish and shrimp. With a swift motion, Zhao Youning tossed a few harmless water balloons, sending the little creatures scattering in fright. She imagined their terrified expressions, and her mood instantly brightened as she prepared to exit her secluded space. Although she had no shortage of food and drink within her realm, restaurant takeout sufficient to last her for several years, she longed for satisfaction. No matter how delectable the restaurant's offerings, overindulgence dulled the enjoyment. She deeply missed the home-cooked meals prepared by Mother Zhou. Upon stepping out of her space, She was greeted by a delightful aroma that compelled her to hurry downstairs. Youning has emerged. How was your cultivation? Father Zhao, who was busy wiping the stair railing, was the first to notice her. It went smoothly, Zhao Youning replied, casually casting a dust-clearing spell that left the entire first floor sparkling clean. Since her cultivation had advanced, the spell's effect had broadened. You saved me a lot of work. Thank you, Youning. This is much cleaner than I could manage. Zhou Kasong was struggling with the windows. No matter how many times he wiped them, they still bore watermarks or lint. Youning, come quickly. Freshly made mooncakes. Zhou Kursin called from the kitchen, having overheard their conversation. Why didn't you call your brother? Zhou Kasong tossed aside his cloth and headed to the kitchen. You really excel at nothing but eating. Mother Zhou's mooncakes were quite substantial, yet Zhao Youning managed to devour 2 in one go. The sweet red bean filling was utterly delightful. The meat-filled ones were also quite pleasant. Having never tasted a meat mooncake before, she found it reminiscent of a meat pie, albeit with a distinct pastry texture. How is your cultivation progressing? Zhao Youning inquired between bites. Very well. My brother and I have both broken through to the first level. The body refinement technique comprises 10 levels, roughly corresponding to the 5 elemental abilities, Zhou Kasong explained. However, as one progresses, the ability becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate, requiring more and more core energy, while the body refinement technique relies solely on personal effort. With diligence, one's strength can continuously grow. I feel my abilities have also upgraded, Zhou Kasong added, somewhat uncertain. He could distinctly sense the difference between his innate powers and the body refinement technique, leading him to practice both. Let me check, Zhao Youning said, taking his pulse. What's the verdict? You've indeed upgraded. You're now a level 2 ability user. You need not fear the zombie virus at a lower level. Your powers can swiftly eradicate the virus. See? I told you not to neglect the cultivation of your abilities. It's essential to pursue both paths, Zhou Kasong remarked smugly, casting a sideways glance at Zhou Kursin. You're so impressive. Zhou Kursin shot him a glare, resolved to enhance her own abilities. However, reaching the second level with the body refinement technique bears similar benefits. The best way to cultivate is still for you to explore on your own. Understood. Have there been any recent developments with the zombies? It's been over a month since the apocalypse began, and ability users should be awakening gradually, along with the emergence of level 1 zombies. Yes, some zombies have become much faster and stronger, with harder skulls. We sometimes team up with Brother Zhang, and those zombies are often quite challenging to defeat, Zhou Kursin recounted. That confirms it. Zombies must be evolving, Zhao Youning remarked, and a heavy silence enveloped the group. The situation was already dire, and the thought of zombies evolving further rendered their prospects even bleaker. As the zombies evolve, humans are also undergoing their own evolution, Zhou Kasong hesitated. I believe Brother Zhang has awakened his abilities. How did you discern that? Zhou Kursin queried, entirely oblivious. Because Brother Zhang is always impeccably clean. What does cleanliness have to do with it? Are you foolish? We've been without water for a month. Even our household is conservative with the water saved for Youning's retreat. Yet, Brother Zhang emerges spotless, unlike someone who is short on water. Besides, he frequently goes out to combat zombies. He wouldn't waste water so recklessly, indicating he has awakened a water-based ability, Zhou Kasong asserted confidently. Zhao Youning had previously enlightened them about the types of abilities. Zhou Kursin hadn't paid much attention, but considering their home was well supplied with water, it suddenly made sense. His ability seems quite advantageous. He will never lack for water. How imbibit? Zhou Kursin had always admired the 5 elemental abilities Zhao Youning described. Yet regrettably, neither she nor her brother possessed such a natural affinity. Now was a period of widespread awakening of abilities. Each individual's manifestation varied. Some felt nothing, while others experienced fevers and ailments. Tragically, some even succumbed to overwhelming reactions. Nevertheless, the likelihood of death from natural awakening was relatively low. Around 90% could endure it, while the mortality rate for those awakened through zombie infection was much higher, approximately 50%. In her past life, Zhao Youning had a severe reaction, likely due to the overwhelming nature of her fire abilities. On the path to the safe base, She became a danger to others and was ultimately discarded by the Su family. Fortunately, Zhao Youning found her and brought her back, allowing her to awaken her abilities and regain consciousness. Otherwise, the perilous journey would have been far more treacherous. Speaking of the safe base, the time was almost upon them. She recalled that in her previous life, it was just before the National Day holiday when the military entered Yang City to search for survivors. Hundreds of survivors had emerged from their community, following the military to the original provincial safe base. Yang City was not far from the safe base, merely over 100 kilometers away. However, the journey was arduous, with only around 200 soldiers to escort a multitude of survivors, numbering in the tens of thousands. It was easy to imagine the overwhelming scent of fresh humans attracting hordes of zombies along that lengthy journey. The lengthy convoy faced numerous massive zombie waves, suffering tremendous losses. Zhao Youning and her companions had sensed the danger during the first wave and distanced themselves from the main group. Upon arriving at the base, they discovered that the military had nearly perished in their efforts to protect the survivors, with only a few hundred making it into the safe base. That was the only significant rescue operation, and the cost was exorbitant, rendering such endeavors impractical henceforth. Zhao Youning was determined not to follow this time. The dangers of the journey were not worth the trouble, and the safe base itself was not genuinely secure. Moreover, the base had not endured for long before it fell to the zombies, scattering everyone in a desperate escape. Yet, she wondered how the Zhao family felt about it. They might be inclined to seek comfort in numbers at the base. However, she was no longer the same as in her previous life. She felt fearless, regardless of her surroundings. Perhaps she had been overly cautious before, always desiring safety. If she ventured out and explored, she might just break through her foundational bottleneck. At that moment, a crackling sound of electricity echoed, indicating that Father Zhao was once again fiddling with the radio. Every day, he would scan the channels in search of recent news. This was the Kyoto-based radio station, currently broadcasting information on the weaknesses of zombies and strategies to combat them. This broadcast had been airing for half a month, and just as Father Zhao was about to change the channel, he heard new information being relayed. Astonishingly, it announced the evolution of zombies and introduced a classification system. The sluggish, ordinary zombies were termed newborn zombies. Those that had evolved once were referred to as level 1 zombies, while a recently discovered zombie that had evolved twice was classified as a level 2 zombie, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Caught off guard, this particular zombie nearly devastated a secure base in a certain area of Kyoto, but was ultimately subdued by a special ability user, allowing a sniper to deliver the fatal shot. The battle resulted in significant casualties. The broadcast mentioned that these special ability users were termed mutants, and the Kyoto base was actively recruiting them, offering generous benefits, followed by a litany of incentives. To the Zhao family, these incentives stirred no excitement. Their lives were far superior to such offers. However, the news of the level 2 zombie elicited a strong reaction. Goodness, there's a level 2 zombie now. Kyoto truly is ahead in everything. We've only just begun to evolve to level 1 zombies. The situation appeared quite grim. Father Zhao sighed as he listened to the radio repeat the information, realizing there were no further updates, and he resumed his attempts to tune in, still finding no other signals. How could this information be disclosed so clearly? Zhao Youning pondered, surprised, recalling that in her past life, it took over half a month after reaching the original province base for news about zombie classifications and mutants to be announced. This should be an official channel, inaccessible to ordinary folks. Their radio must be quite exceptional, perhaps a testament to my foresight, Zhao Youning boasted. Without Youning, what use is your foresight? The playful banter between the Zhao siblings lightened Father Zhou's somber mood, prompting him to turn off the radio. Zhao Youning, momentarily surprised, soon dismissed it, realizing it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Spotting Mother Zhao making mooncakes reminded her of the occasion, and since it was a festival, they ought to indulge in something delectable. After sifting through her supplies, she decided on a hot pot. Fortunately, Mother Zhao had prepared bone broth, providing a perfect base. She retrieved hot pot ingredients, marbled beef slices, lamb, tripe, shrimp paste, and an assortment of meatballs. The sight of fresh, succulent vegetables made one's mouth water. Not to mention, Youning had stocked the refrigerator quite well before her retreat, filled with various snacks, though there was a scarcity of greens, which simply do not last. Even when stored in the fridge, they could only endure a few extra days. Hence, they had not seen fresh vegetables in half a month, making them incredibly nostalgic. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their eager gazes at the vegetables, Zhao Youning realized her intense focus on cultivation had caused her to forget to restock. The family abandoned the dining room and gathered in the living room for the hot pot feast. Father Zhou even opened a bottle of wine. And to Mother Zhou's surprise, who usually monitored his drinking, she suggested having a glass herself. Eventually, everyone filled their cups and raised them in a toast. After a lively meal, the family settled on the sofa, gazing at the still bright moonlight. A sudden silence enveloped them. Zhao Youning retrieved the herbal materials for a medicinal bath. This bath was scheduled once a month, and this time it was not as troublesome. They could manage it themselves. This bath was less intense than the first, and this time, the siblings didn't utter a sound, but rather relished the experience. It was not due to a lack of effect. Rather, their physical prowess had significantly improved. As they practiced their techniques, they could distinctly feel the medicinal properties in the tub transforming into energy, gradually absorbed into their bodies, strengthening their essence. This medicinal bath was nearly equivalent to half a month of cultivation, and they longed to indulge in it daily. Youning, can we take a medicinal bath every day? If we could, I'd become invincible in no time. Zhou Curson asked excitedly. Zhao Youning paused before replying. It's not impossible. Really? Then I'll soak again tomorrow. Are there enough herbs? I should gather more herbs when I go out for supplies and make frequent visits to the herbal shop to collect everything. Before she could finish her thought, she added, to soak daily, you'd have to increase your practice from 1 hour a day to 24. Are you kidding me? That would just exhaust me. Not at all. It's your own dissatisfaction. The energy from each medicinal bath can only be fully absorbed halfway. The remaining half gradually dissipates through your practice or battles. If you soak every day, you risk accumulating too much energy, which could explode if not managed properly. Really? Zhou Curson shivered. Don't you believe me? Of course I do. Indeed, one cannot expect to achieve everything at once. After the medicinal bath, the Zhou siblings felt an inexhaustible energy surging within them, eagerly rushing out to slay zombies. They even tagged along with Zhang Li and the others to a nearby supermarket, bringing back a substantial amount of supplies. Due to Zhou Curson's earlier bold actions, no one dared to target her belongings anymore. Zhao Youning was unconcerned. Their strength was sufficient. And after more than a month of relentless zombie hunting, they had accumulated ample experience. Moreover, they carried her talismans, ensuring they would detect any imminent danger. As long as they weren't caught off guard, they would be fine. But how could that happen? Even against the level 2 zombie in Kyoto, the siblings could hold their own. Zhao Youning, indulging in a rare sleep, was abruptly awakened by the sound of gunfire, intense and accompanied by explosions. The noise was distant, and the Zhou family remained undisturbed. She glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the morning, indicating that the military had arrived for rescue, which was nearly 10 days earlier than in her previous life. Now wide awake, Zhao Youning decided to head downstairs to prepare some porridge. Although she claimed she could not cook, she was still adept at preparing porridge and noodles. Simply placing water and rice into the rice cooker and pressing the porridge button, she retrieved several baskets of dumplings and some pickled vegetables from the pantry. By the time everyone rose, the dumplings would be heated and ready for breakfast. How swift that was! As the gunfire drew ever closer, the Zhou family finally awoke, all of them excitedly leaning against the window. The incessant sound of cannon fire indicated that rescue had arrived. Surely, the military was clearing out the zombies. Let us eat first. It will take at least half an hour to gauge the situation. We can check again later. Zhao Youning was already enjoying her porridge with pickled vegetables, completely unperturbed. The Zhou siblings, having watched for a while without seeing anything, joined her for breakfast. Zhou's parents remained by the window, reluctant to leave, and could only pass 2 dumplings each to the children. They continued to eat, while fixated on the direction from which the gunfire originated. At last, as dawn broke, a military convoy in olive green slowly entered the neighborhood. Soldiers with rifles stood at the open windows, and even armored vehicles were present. The soldiers disembarked to clear out the zombies, and, in that moment, every survivor in the community pressed against their windows in overwhelming excitement. Little did they know, the convoy was puzzled by the unusually low number of zombies in this area. They had encountered clusters of them in every other neighborhood they had traversed. The infection rate must be lower here, unaware that the Zhao siblings had spent the past month clearing the community. Once the zombies outside the buildings were eradicated, loudspeakers announced, "If there are any survivors, please shout from your building." Instantly, numerous residents began calling out, and the military dispatched small teams to those buildings to continue the cleanup. In the buildings that were cleared first, residents rushed downstairs, tears of joy in their eyes. Finally, rescue had come. They had persevered. Those whose building had no zombies were among the first to dash down, and Zhao Curson was astonished to discover just how many of her neighbors were still alive. Residents gathered around the convoy, clamoring to inquire about everything happening outside, and the soldiers patiently provided answers, revealing that their unit was dispatched from the provincial safety base to rescue survivors. They urged everyone to return home and gather their belongings, taking only what was essential. Due to limited military vehicles, those with cars were encouraged to follow, while those without were advised to carpool. If that was not feasible, they could squeeze onto military trucks. Everyone had 3 hours to prepare. After that, they would gather at the city sports arena, where all survivors would convene before departing back to the provincial base. Upon hearing this, the residents began discussing among themselves, and some hurried back to pack. At this moment, the armored vehicles that had scoured the community for hidden dangers returned, and a tall man clad in camouflage stepped out. His stern visage bore an air of authority, yet his broad shoulders radiated a sense of reassurance. "Captain," a soldier approached to report, but the man suddenly sensed a gaze directed at him from above. Upon looking up, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Youning smiled. She hadn't expected to see Chu Xinjiang at this moment, believing they would only reunite at the provincial base. Yet, how had he come to be involved in the Yang City rescue mission? It was clear he was not leading the operation. Zhao Youning furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend, but deciding to let it go. After all, the flutter of a butterfly's wings could alter the course of a storm. It was only natural for such a significant figure to return to effect small changes. She waved down to him, and Chu Xinjiang promptly issued a few commands before striding toward her building. Zhao Curson, who had not descended to join the crowd, was left speechless. Her sister had merely waved, and now the commanding officer was approaching? What kind of magical event was this? When had Youning acquainted herself with such an influential person? They had shared every meal and moment at school, yet she had no inkling of this connection. Chu Xinjiang ascended swiftly and knocked on the door. Zhao Curson opened it. "Please come in." She gazed at the man's chiseled features, perfectly complemented by his military attire, and felt an exhilarating rush. Ever since the network had collapsed, it had been ages since she had encountered such an exceptional gentleman. Her sister was indeed fortunate to know such a soldier. The Zhao family was deliberating whether to accompany the military. Zhou's parents leaned towards following them, for they could not bear the thought of being among the last few in Yang City. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them. Before they could react, Zhao Curson dashed to open it, revealing the soldier from downstairs. Though taken aback, Zhou's parents quickly welcomed him, with Zhou's mother bustling about, offering tea and snacks, while Zhou's father fired a barrage of questions regarding the safety base. Chu Xinjiang responded with poise, thoughtfully explaining the situation outside and at the safety base. Finally turning his gaze to Zhao Youning, who stood nearby. Only then did Zhou's father realize the man was there to see Youning. Zhao Curson frowned, suddenly feeling discontent with the way the man was looking at her sister. "Who is that?" she whispered to Zhao Curson from the kitchen doorway. "How would I know? You were in such a rush to open the door." "That was Youning who called him here. Of course I want to open it. You've been with Youning every day these past few years. How could you not know?" "Not every day. We R&T conjoined twins. Besides, after the college entrance exams, Youning left for over a month without me. That means you've only known him for a short while, which makes him practically a stranger. What is there to discuss? What else is there to say? Just looking at such a handsome soldier is enough for me." "Shallow," Zhao Curson retorted, ignoring her. In truth, Zhao Youning and Chu Xinjiang had little to converse about. merely sharing their experiences since the apocalypse began. Zhao Youning sensed that Chu Xingjian had already reached the pinnacle of second-level abilities, his sharpness akin to that of metal. It was astonishing, given his rapid advancement. He must have awakened his powers at the onset of the apocalypse, even when Zhou's siblings had been prematurely stimulated by her medicinal baths. They had not progressed as swiftly, implying he had been infected by the zombie virus. No wonder he had been so formidable in their previous life. Remembering the times she had unsuccessfully tried to contact him, he must have been engaged in some special mission. Even under her protective talisman, he had still succumbed to the virus. Had he ventured into a zombie-infested city? Youning, are you heading to the provincial base? Chu Xingjian asked, his tone lacking confidence. He understood that Zhao Youning was exceptionally capable. She could thrive anywhere, effortlessly. The girl who had emerged unscathed from a plane crash and even save his life was truly remarkable. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Now, each day when he closes his eyes, the events of that day replay in his mind, vividly recalling every gesture and expression of hers, as if she were a divine being. Thus, despite knowing that even if the apocalypse were to arrive and the undead were to rise, she would remain unharmed, he still cannot help but worry. There is no trace of her at the original province base, prompting Chu Xingjian to request assistance with the rescue mission in Yang City. On that day, he had returned Zhao Youning only to the outskirts of the city, allowing her to drive the van back on her own. Consequently, Chu Xingjian remains unaware of her exact address and is uncertain whether she is still in Yang City. After all, she is so formidable that she may have already departed. Fortunately, diligence does not go unrewarded, and they found her halfway through the search in Yang City, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. I had not planned to go to the original province base so soon. Zhao Youning leaned back slightly, trying to make herself more comfortable. Chu Xingjian detected the implication in her words. Had she changed her mind because of him? But Uncle Zhou and Annie want to go, so we need to discuss it. I will await your news. Chu Xingjian, preoccupied with his busy schedule, cannot linger too long, but now that he has seen her, his worries have subsided. Is this rescue effort entirely your responsibility? Not entirely. I have another task. I am merely assisting with the search and rescue. There will be a captain leading the team back to the safe base. What task, if it's not too inconvenient to share? Zhao Youning had initially intended to express how unreliable this rescue mission seemed, questioning the soundness of the decision to relocate so many people, essentially inviting the undead to dinner. Yet, upon realizing that he was not the overall commander, her train of thought shifted. Noticing Chu Xingjian's hesitation, she spoke plainly, "We do not plan to travel with the military. We will go on our own later. There are many zombies. We have only cleared a small portion. And conservative estimates suggest there are hundreds of thousands in Yang City. You may be fine on your own, but can you manage them? Since I say so, I can certainly protect them," Zhao Youning asserted confidently. As for the higher-tier zombies later on, they may pose a challenge. But the ones currently present do not intimidate me at all. Then after I complete my mission, I will come to collect you and return together. It will be convenient. Chu Xingjian contemplated, knowing that with his abilities, re-entering the urban area of Yang City would not be a significant challenge. He still felt uneasy about leaving them to navigate the journey alone. Great! Zhao Youning beamed. She had been waiting for that affirmation. She was acutely aware of the chaos within the base, where no one could find decent accommodations without guidance. Zhao Youning truly did not wish to leave this place. But she had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and could not remain stagnant any longer. It was time to venture forth. Although the Zhou family lived safely here, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou harbored considerable fear regarding life alone amidst the undead in Yang City. Furthermore, after enduring such a monotonous and isolated existence for too long, she worried about their mental well-being. Since they had to leave, she intended to leverage her connections within the base. As Chu Xingjian was about to depart, Zhao Youning could not resist reminding him of the risks involved in evacuating so many people. The target was too large, making it difficult for the military to protect them against an encroaching horde of zombies. Although she was reluctant to wade into this murky situation, she felt a responsibility to safeguard the lives of many, as only with more survivors could the world hold any hope. Chu Xingjian assured her that he would communicate with the captain leading the team to orchestrate a staggered retreat, and that the military was well prepared with sufficient firepower to ensure her peace of mind. Whatever concerns Zhao Youning had were no longer her burden. She had already provided her warning. Nonetheless, she slipped him some protective talismans, which she no longer needed herself. In the group, Zhao Youning spotted Su Peng and his family, who appeared relatively clean and well-kept, devoid of any signs of distress, seemingly unaffected by a lack of food or resources. If one overlooked the haphazard haircuts of Wu Meizhu and her daughter, they seemed to be faring quite well. This struck her as odd, given that she had removed their supplies, and the last time she visited the community supermarket for resources, chaos had ensued. How could a family devoid of abilities manage to thrive? Was Wu Meizhu somehow endowed with the halo of a fortunate protagonist, compensating for the absence of Zhao Yuning's spatial advantages? Zhao Youning could hardly fathom that during the previous supermarket debacle, Su Peng had emerged as the unforeseen beneficiary. However, it mattered little. She, Zhao Youning, would take action, and they should await her return. They ought to cherish this last beautiful journey together. Zhang Li and their families, bonded by their shared experiences of confronting zombies, chose to travel together, trusting one another more than they did others. Several vehicles trailed at the rear of the convoy, feeling somewhat assured that should anything go awry, they would have a chance to escape. Being trapped in the middle, however, would leave them with no avenue of retreat. They were uncertain whether following the military's evacuation was the right choice, yet they had no alternative. Lacking the strength of the Zhou family, they could not thrive independently in this perilous environment. If they missed this opportunity, they might never escape Yang City again. As the vehicle left the community for the last time, he glanced back at the direction of home, realizing that this departure might be permanent. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou leaned against the window, watching the long convoy exit the community, their emotions a tumultuous mix. All right, Mom and Dad, there's no point in watching any longer. They're out of sight now. There's no need to envy us. It's just a few nights. We're not leaving for good. You rascal. I'm not envying them. I'm simply watching our Liberation Army's convoy. It brings me comfort. Very well, keep watching. Chu Xinjiang estimated he would return in half a month, so during this time, they needed to prepare as many meals as possible for storage. Once they were out, cooking would not be as convenient. If they did not prepare adequately, they might be reduced to eating instant noodles daily. The Zhou family divided into 2 shifts, working tirelessly day and night, fortunate that theirs was the only family left in the entire community. Otherwise, the alluring scent might incite others to curse their family from dawn till dusk. There was an abundance of culinary preparations to be made, hundreds of steamed pancakes, buns, and mantu. Moreover, Mother Zhou meticulously shaped the buns to resemble mantu, reasoning that in a world where many were struggling for sustenance, it was indeed a source of envy to indulge in sumptuous meat buns. Once the wheat-based delicacies were prepared, she commenced crafting various rice balls, utilizing the assorted grains Zhao Youning had prepared. These were filled with sausages, bacon, cured meats, shredded pork, corn kernels, green peas, and the like, all wrapped in crisp lettuce leaves, offering a harmonious balance of flavors and nutrition. Subsequently, she began stewing a variety of meats and brewing different soups. After half a month of such culinary endeavors, the tantalizing aromas lingered in the air, and Zhao Youning felt as though she had developed a certain aversion to food, convinced she could forego eating for the entire month. Thus, when Chu Xinjiang arrived once more, the first thing that struck him was the rich aroma of meat, and the first sight that met his eyes was the disheartened Zhao Youning. During this fortnight, Zhao Youning had been rather idle, merely responsible for storing the prepared food and occasionally sketching symbols. "Oh, Captain Chu has arrived. Please come in and join us for a meal. We're just about to eat," Mother Zhou exclaimed, bearing the last dish freshly prepared. Chu Xinjiang did not hesitate, with Zhao Youning present. Food was never in short supply at the Zhou residence. However, as he surveyed the laden table, braised pork, steamed pork with rice flour, potatoes with chicken, tomato braised beef brisket, and pork ribs with kelp, he fell into silence. The feast was rather extravagant, evoking a sense of consuming today, as if there were no tomorrow. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge, for such a meal was indeed a rare delight. In truth, Their usual dinners had not been this lavish. After weeks of such labor, they had lost much of their appetite, contenting themselves with a few bites to stave off hunger. However, with guests in attendance, the spread was ample. Each dish presented in generous portions. Chu Xingjian, undeterred, began to eat voraciously while the others hesitated to touch their chopsticks. For the past half-month, he had subsisted mostly on rationed biscuits and instant noodles, and he could hardly resist the allure of such a banquet. "Captain Chu, when shall we depart?" Zhou's father inquired as he noticed Chu Xingjian finishing his meal. "We shall set off tonight. My teammates are awaiting us by the provincial road." "Then please enjoy your meal. We will tidy up," Zhou's family said, instantly rising to gather their belongings. They had been preoccupied with cooking and had not yet organized their things, originally planning to do so on the last day when things were less hectic. Little did they expect that Chu Xingjian would arrive 2 days early. However, there was not much to pack, as Zhao Youning had already taken care of the items upstairs. Nothing was amiss. They merely needed to gather their personal belongings and valuables. Soon, each person descended with a large suitcase in hand. "I will take care of these. You each grab a backpack. They contain food and water," Zhao Youning said, effortlessly stowing away several boxes and handing the backpacks. Zhou Qiso's pupils narrowed as he abruptly turned to Chu Xingjian, who remained calm and collected, seemingly unfazed by this extraordinary scene. Chu Xingjian then returned to his jeep, its black exterior appearing more weathered than before, yet still exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing the vehicle, Zhou Qiso felt an urge to take out the Hummer for a comparison, but was met with Zhao Yuning's unyielding refusal. The group departed in 2 vehicles, the trunk of Zhao Yuning's jeep filled with rice, flour, and oil. These were their overt supplies. Although the existence of a storage bag was known to those who needed to know, it was prudent to remain discreet, ensuring tranquility. Zhou Curson insisted on sitting in Chu Xingjian's vehicle. "What are you two doing? Just sit in our car. There is ample space. Youning, you sit in the front. And, Curson, you can join your parents in the back. Try and see if it feels cramped," Qiso retorted, his tone exasperated. "Then how about you drive?" Zhou Qiso feigned relinquishing the driver's seat, knowing full well that Curson had only recently begun learning to drive. It would be absurd for her to take the wheel with the family aboard. "I shall drive," declared Zhou's father. Having witnessed the state of his beloved vehicle after being subjected to the whims of the youth, feeling a pang of sorrow. But Dad, what if we encounter zombies on the road? Would you dare to crash into them? What storms have I not weathered? I'm a seasoned driver with 20 years of experience. You have only been behind the wheel for a few days. It is precisely that experience that is concerning. When faced with zombies, do you instinctively brake or charge ahead? Get out of the way." Zhou's father yanked Zhou Qiso aside, feeling increasingly exasperated by his son's remarks. Zhou Qiso rubbed his nose, reluctantly opening the front passenger door amidst Zhou Curson's merciless laughter. "Brother, that is my seat," Zhao Youning teased sweetly. "Then I shall sit in the back," he replied, only to discover there was no room left. Zhao Youning had filled the rear with numerous snacks. "How about you squeeze in with Chuge?" The route out of the city was remarkably smooth, likely due to prior military operations clearing the area. No vehicles obstructed their path, nor was there a significant horde of zombies. Only a few scattered groups of shambling figures, appearing lost and aimless, wander along the roadside. These were merely basic zombies, incapable of posing a significant threat. The road ahead was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Aside from the occasional howling night wind, the only sounds were the low rumble of the 2 cars, breaking the tranquil atmosphere of the night. Some zombies, alerted by the noise, began to lurch towards them, but were soon left far behind, unable to keep pace with the swiftly departing vehicles. The headlights illuminated the surroundings as Zhou Qiso gazed at the passing shops and supermarkets, contemplating gathering some supplies. However, noticing that Chu Xingjian showed no inclination to stop, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It wasn't until they approached the outskirts of the city and spotted a large gas station ahead that he could no longer contain himself. Fuel was indispensable. If Zhao Youning wouldn't yield her modified Hummer, they would need to prepare more gasoline. "Captain Chu, there's a gas station ahead. Shall we stop for fuel?" Zhou Qiso suggested eagerly. "There is no fuel there," Chu Xingjian replied, showing no signs of stopping. How could such a large gas station possibly be out of fuel? You haven't even checked. How can you be so certain? All the major malls and gas stations within the city have been thoroughly scavenged, leaving nothing behind. Do you understand? Chu Xingjian's grip on the steering wheel was steady as he gazed ahead, his expression impassive. The unwavering certainty in Chu Xingjian's voice struck Zhou Qiso with a realization. The military's extensive efforts to enter the city for rescue could not have merely been for the sake of bringing people out. They would undoubtedly have seized control of the city's resources as well. After all, with so many mouths to feed, there simply isn't enough food to go around. Zhou Kasong felt foolish, acutely aware that this person must have noticed his longing glances at the passing supermarkets throughout the journey. The thought of being the subject of amusement only deepened his frustration, prompting him to fall silent. Unlike the previous vehicle's tranquility, this one was rather lively. Zhou's father, a seasoned driver, navigated the roads swiftly and steadily. Zhou's mother, having been cooped up indoors for over a month, was bursting with excitement. She observed the swaying zombies by the roadside with great interest, occasionally offering her commentary. Zhou Kursin chimed in, while remaining vigilant to the sound around them. Zhao Youning, feeling a bit bored, had kept her senses heightened but found nothing amiss. It seemed the outskirts had been thoroughly cleared. She decided to pull out her phone to play a game. However, in offline mode, her options were limited, so she resorted to playing a match 3 game. She had prepared extensively prior, loading her phone, tablet, and laptop with numerous shows, movies, and comedic videos, but now none of them piqued her interest. Yet this simple game, at first glance, it appeared mundane, but it was truly a time killer. Once engaged, it became addictive. The more levels she cleared, the more she wanted to continue. And if she got stuck, she was reluctant to stop, losing track of time. Stop the car. Reverse. Just as she was engrossed in her game, Zhou Kisong's panicked voice crackled through the intercom. This was the device given by Chu Xingjian, not the one they had from the police station. Simultaneously, a jarring screech echoed, followed by Zhou's father slamming the brakes. Zhou Kursin instinctively embraced her mother to shield her from slamming into the front. Zhao Youning stowed her phone, her expression shifting dramatically as she looked ahead. A sea of massive rats and bats, each the size of a basketball, was rushing towards them, a truly repulsive sight. These were the zombie rats, surging towards them with a speed that surpassed even their pre-zombie state. Zhou's father reacted swiftly, executing a sharp turn and flooring the accelerator. The vehicle hurtling forward at breakneck speed, with Chu Xingjian and the others closely tailing them. Despite their rapid pace, they were still unable to distance themselves from the zombie rats, and the zombie bats were even faster, almost within reach. Uncle, steady the car. Don't stop. If I don't catch up, wait for me at the gas station. I'll find you soon. Kursin, protect Uncle and Annie. Don't hold me back. Zhao Youning decisively flung open the car door and jumped out. Youning. Zhou Kursin gasped in alarm. Zhou's mother was equally startled by Zhao Yuning's sudden move, her heart racing as she gazed at the enormous horde of rats behind them. You drive? Hurry. Meanwhile, Chu Xingjian quickly reacted, opening the sunroof and reclining the seat before rolling out, all in one fluid motion. Zhou Kasong had no time to question and swiftly took over the wheel. As Chu Xingjian emerged through the sunroof, wielding a firearm to shoot at the bats overhead, Zhao Youning hurled an explosive talisman at the relentless horde of zombie rats. Instantly, countless zombie rats and bats exploded into fragments, igniting in flames, sending a nauseating blend of burnt flesh and decay wafting through the air. Yet Zhao Youning and Chu Xingjian seemed oblivious to the stench, continuing their assault on the rat swarm. Zhou Kasong maneuvered the vehicle to create distance from the enemies, allowing Chu Xingjian to unleash his full potential. However, the sheer number of zombie rats began to engulf their car. Without hesitation, Chu Xingjian discarded his firearm, producing a large blade from seemingly nowhere, and leaped onto the roof to engage in combat. Get the car moving. Come back for us. His speed in dispatching the zombie rats with the sword surpassed even that of his gun. He avoided moving towards Zhao Youning, as her explosive actions created a chaotic battlefield. He wouldn't be of much help and might hinder her performance. After all, he had to ensure the safety of their team. Zhao Youning was now recklessly expending talismans and spiritual energy, finding the sight of the zombie rats utterly repulsive. Thus, she chose to abandon her weapons and focus solely on her magical abilities. The simplest fireball technique, which consumed the least energy, proved highly effective against the zombie rats, igniting large areas upon impact, yet they remained oblivious to the danger. Despite their ignorance of fear, they charged forth, engulfed in flames, until they could no longer move, their tenacity unnerving. Zhou Kesong soon dashed out, perhaps because Zhao Youning and Chu Xingjian had drawn all attention towards themselves, resulting in only a few zombie rats pursuing him. He didn't venture far, remaining in the vehicle to observe the flames, clenching his fists, and with a firm resolve, he leaped back into the fray. He couldn't merely watch. As a level 2 ability user who had trained under Youning's teachings to reach level 1, his experience in battling zombies was substantial. He was no less capable than Chu Xingjian. Why should he be the one to flee while others fought? With determination, he gripped his long knife and charged into the horde. Indeed, even before Zhao Yuning's retreat, she had equipped the Zhou siblings with upgraded weapons. The hoe was no longer sufficient as their strength grew. Zhou Kesong fought his way back through the masses of zombie rats and bats, quickly attracting attention. He swung his blade relentlessly, dodging the occasional aerial assault from the bats. Feeling overwhelmed at times, nearly caught by their fangs. Each time, a gentle white glow enveloped him, granting him a narrow escape. Chu Xingjian had already noticed Zhou Kesong's return. For their elite soldiers, regardless of the urgency of the situation, they must maintain vigilance in all directions. Witnessing Zhou Kesong nearly injured by bats several times, Chu Xingjian began to rush towards him. However, the speed of the zombie mice was exceedingly swift, and with bats lurking in the air, it was difficult for him to reach Zhou. Fortunately, Zhou Kesong was not foolish. Sensing danger, he consciously made his way towards Chu Xingjian, and the two gradually converged, providing mutual support, which significantly alleviated their pressure. Zhao Youning naturally noticed the commotion, but she could not afford to be distracted. The sheer number of zombie mice and bats was overwhelming, easily numbering in the tens of thousands, posing a lethal threat. Since Zhou Kesong dared to return, he must face the consequences. As long as he remained alive, she would always be able to rescue him. Half an hour later, Zhao Youning had finally eradicated the majority of the zombie mice and bats, leaving only a few hundred still surrounding Chu Xingjian and Zhou Kesong. The two now stood back to back, working in perfect harmony, their bodies smeared with bits of flesh and dark blood, looking quite disheveled. Zhao Youning paid them no mind. She was exhausted, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, and quickly swallowed a chi-replenishing pill, heading toward the vehicle parked not far away. By the time she returned with the car, the two had already dispatched the last of the zombie mice. Zhou Kesong simply collapsed on the ground, unbothered by the filth, utterly fatigued to the point he could hardly move a finger. Chu Xingjian, on the other hand, only exhibited slightly labored breathing, sitting upright on the ground, prompting Zhou Kesong to exclaim at his extraordinary stamina. The disparity was astonishing. He regretted not having joined the military earlier. Quickly changing clothes, they prepared to leave. Zhao Youning tossed them 2 sets of clothing. It had been over half an hour, and she wondered if Zhou Kesong and the others were safe. Chu Xingjian swiftly took the clothes, discarding his filthy attire, and upon donning the new garments, he reached for the driver's seat, only to be rebuffed by Zhao Youning, who insisted he rest. Zhou Kesong wasted no time either, forcing himself to change clothes before collapsing onto the back seat. He was also deeply concerned for his family. With so many zombie mice suddenly appearing, who could guarantee that the path they had just traversed was truly safe? Zhao Youning drove swiftly back towards the gas station, retracing their steps, yet encountered no sign of the Honda vehicle. Were they truly moving that quickly? The zombie mice had been contained, and even if a few had escaped, they would not fare well in Zhou Kesong's hands. How could they have possibly traveled so far? Upon reaching the gas station, there was still no sight of the car, causing Zhou Kesong to panic and leap from his seat. Youning, are you certain you told them to meet at the gas station? I am certain, Zhao Youning replied, meticulously scanning the gas station with her spiritual awareness. Zhou Kesong flung open the car door and rushed out, acutely aware that Zhao Youning would not misremember her. Something must have happened to Zhou's family. He searched every corner of the gas station for any sign of them, while Chu Xingjian also meticulously sought clues. Yet they found nothing. They are not here. Let us get back in the car and continue searching. I have a way to locate them. Chu, you drive and follow my instructions. Zhou, you keep watch. Zhou Kesong's face was etched with anxiety. They must be all right, right? They're definitely fine. Have you forgotten they all carry my protective talismans? Zhao Youning reassured him. The talismans had not activated, indicating that they were still safe and had not sustained any harm. Her spiritual awareness currently spanned less than a kilometer, limiting her search capabilities. However, as long as the talismans remained intact, she had means to track them down. Though she struggled to sense their precise location, there were still special methods to ascertain their direction. Once the location was confirmed, finding them would be a simple task. Over 10 kilometers away from the gas station lay an unoccupied luxury villa complex. At that moment, Zhou Kursin and her parents were confined within one of the rooms. The spacious suite was well appointed, furnished with a set of sofas, and they had not been harmed or bound. Aside from the restriction of not being able to leave the room, there was little to endure, as a few bottles of water and some biscuits were provided. Their captor's intentions remained a mystery. Rewinding an hour, Zhou's father drove towards the gas station, trailed by only a few dozen zombie mice and bats that relentlessly pursued them. After traveling a few miles without further zombie mice following, they decided to stop. Zhou Kursin and her father exited the car to deal with the bothersome bats while their mother waited inside. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged, wielding weapons. Some even brandishing firearms, swiftly dispatching the zombie mice and bats. Before Zhou Kursin and her father could comprehend the situation, they found themselves surrounded by this group, the leader casually toying with the confiscated firearms. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Kursin wiped the blood from her knife, staring expressionlessly at the group. Hey, this little lady is quite something. We just help you get rid of those nasty creatures, and you can't even show some gratitude? Sneered a blond man brandishing a crowbar, his tone infuriating. Thank you for assisting my father and me. I have some food and supplies in the car that I would like to offer as a reward. What do you say? Zhou's father grasped his daughter's arm, trying to suppress his rising anger, aware that their mother was still in the car. These individuals clearly harbored ill intentions. He hoped they were merely after some food. We're just here to help. How could we possibly demand a reward? The leader smiled amiably, as if inviting them to a friendly gathering rather than abducting them. To be frank, we have an appointment with a friend and cannot go elsewhere right now. We hope you can understand. That's fine. I will personally take you to find your friend tomorrow morning. With that, it was clear these individuals would not relent until they had achieved their goal. Zhou's father had no choice but to comply. Zhou Kursin tightened her grip on the knife, hesitating to act rashly, aware of their overwhelming numbers and firearms, particularly the leader's impressive marksmanship. She had no confidence in her ability to escape unscathed, especially with her parents in tow, so she could only surrender. What are we going to do? What do these people want from us? I wonder if Zhou Kesong and Youning can find us here? Zhou's mother paced anxiously in the room, clearly unsettled. Youning will surely find a way to locate us. But there are just too many zombie mice. I only hope they can shake them off and realize we are missing. We cannot afford to wait idly. Zhou Kursin stood by the window, gazing down. Although there was not a flicker of light, the outside world was not shrouded in darkness. The luminous moonlight illuminated the general surroundings. The surrounding walls were topped with an electric fence, seemingly hastily erected. Observing the lights glowing within the room, Zhou Kursin could hardly believe that the electric fence was merely a decorative prop. These individuals were quite resourceful, managing to establish a safe haven amidst a city teeming with zombies, complete with water and electricity. Indeed, even the restroom within the room was operational. Yet she pondered their motives. The city was devoid of people. Could it be that they desired to live in isolation? That seemed improbable, for if that were the case, they would not have provoked her group. Could be. Zhou Kursin's expression suddenly turned to one of terror as she recalled that the group of individuals from the previous day had been all men, not a single woman among them. Was it possible they intended to confine her here, to serve as some sort of trophy? Her thoughts drifted to dystopian novels she had read, deepening her unease. She had to escape. There was no time to waste. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by voices. Zhou Curson signaled her parents to remain silent as she leaned closer to the door to listen intently. "Everything is fine, Brother Zhang," one voice reassured. "May I come in to take a look?" Another queried. "That might not be wise. The boss specifically instructed us not to disturb those inside," came the response. "Do not worry. I understand Lu Ji's intentions. I merely wish to inquire first. Once we grasp the situation, it will facilitate Lu Ji's actions later, will it not? Brother Zhang, please hurry. Do not make our task difficult." The guards at the door spoke with evident delight, suggesting they had received some benefit. The door swung open, and the newcomer shut it behind him, only to find a knife pressed against his throat in the next moment. How could Zhou Curson possess only a single knife? This commonplace supermarket blade had been amassed in numbers by Zhao Youning. During their outing, each of them had concealed two, strapped to their legs, rendering them invisible unless a thorough search was conducted. It was unclear whether the intruders were overconfident or merely careless, but this provided her with an opportunity. From the conversation outside, the individual who entered appeared to be a leader. Unexpectedly, the intruder showed no resistance, remaining remarkably composed despite the knife held to a vital point. "Zhang," Zhou's mother gasped, only to have Zhou's father swiftly cover her mouth. The astonishment in her parents' eyes was unmistakable, prompting Zhou Curson to instinctively turn to the man being held hostage. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhou Curson whispered, retracting the fruit knife. She could hardly believe that the person who had entered was their neighbor, Zhang Li, a comrade from their past battles against zombies. "There is much to discuss, but let us set that aside for now." Zhang Li lowered his voice. "Uncle Zhou, how did you become separated from Xiao Song and the others? Do you know how to contact them? I am not in charge and cannot unilaterally decide to release you, but I can certainly find a way to send a message. We encountered a swarm of zombie rats on the outskirts of the city. Xiao Song and the others stayed behind to cover our retreat, assuring us they would follow." Zhou's father explained, omitting details about their rendezvous at the gas station. He feared that if Zhou Curson and the others searched for them there, they might fall into an ambush by these individuals. Zhang Li's sudden appearance raised suspicions. What were their true intentions? If their goal was merely to acquire supplies, they could have simply ignored them. If they were truly malevolent, they would have eliminated them without hesitation. The overly courteous demeanor towards them suggested an ulterior motive. Seeing Zhang Li sparked a flicker of understanding in Zhou's father. Only Zhang Li knew some of their secrets. Was he attempting to bring the Zhou family over for additional resources? Zhang Li was well aware of the considerable supplies the Zhou family possessed. Yet, did he not fear retaliation from Youning, who was known for her formidable skills? Additionally, these individuals were armed, and Zhang Li might very well possess supernatural abilities. Zhao Youning had not displayed her true prowess outside, primarily acting as a guardian for the Zhou siblings. To Zhang Li, her solitary display of strength might no longer seem threatening. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, ensuring he left himself an avenue for retreat. Zhou's father felt his analysis was largely accurate, and when he turned his gaze back to Zhang Li, he scrutinized him even more closely. "Did you mention a meeting place?" Zhang Li inquired once more. "There was no time to discuss that. You cannot comprehend the situation, little Zhang. There were thousands of zombie rats, not to mention numerous bats following them. It was utterly terrifying," Zhou's father recounted, still haunted by the memory. Zhou Curson observed her father, and then Zhang Li, puzzled by her father's reluctance to allow Zhang Li to directly contact the gas station. However, she knew better than to question her father. It was wise to heed his words. "I shall head that way now. Xiao Song and the others will surely be anxious if they cannot find you," Zhang Li declared as he prepared to leave. "Be cautious, little Zhang," Zhou's father warned. "Uncle Zhou, to avoid raising their suspicions, feel free to berate me a bit," Zhang Li suggested, glancing back. Zhou's parents exchanged glances, astonished that in their lifetime of politeness, they had never scolded anyone apart from their own children. "You unfortunate wretch. Do you not see your own pitiful state? Get out of here." Zhou Curson's loud voice shattered the stillness of the night. Zhang Li stumbled over a chair, nearly tripping as he exited, his face contorting into a grimace. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him, and he was taken aback by Zhou Curson's unexpected ferocity. She appeared gentle and demure, yet her sharp tongue was formidable, showcasing a mastery that was evidently not acquired overnight. Zhou's parents were equally astonished by their daughter. This soft, adorable girl who sometimes raised her voice had unleashed a torrent of scathing words. Mom and Dad, I learned that from television, Zhao Curson admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt for her outburst, not wishing to reveal her true self to her parents. After all, her parents had pondered for ages before scolding someone. No worries. Well done. Keep it up. Zhou's father and mother, though shocked, recognized the necessity of such strength in their current world. Zhao Curson exhaled in relief. Realizing her parents' indifference to her outburst had been unnecessary, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest. By the way, Dad, do you suspect Brother Zhang? Zhao Curson queried, her intellect sharp enough to discern the underlying suspicion regarding Zhang Li's appearance. Indeed, Zhou's father confirmed, sharing his suspicions. Zhou's mother and Zhao Curson concurred, confident that with Youning's abilities, they would eventually reconnect, and they would have their own reckoning with Zhang Li. Zhang Li exited the courtyard, and the night watchman, sensing his grim demeanor, dared not question him. Shortly after Zhang Li departed, there was more commotion at the Zhou family's door. Hearing the guards call out boss, the Zhou family braced themselves. The door was knocked upon, then opened, and a group of individuals filed in, led by the same man from before, followed by 5 or 6 others, including the 2 at the entrance. They certainly held them in high regard. I am Lu Tongfang. May I inquire as to how I should address you all? Lu Tongfang sat directly opposite the Zhou family, his entourage standing behind him. Zhou Wei, allow me to introduce my wife and daughter. I wonder what brings Mr. Lu to us. He inquired. I heard someone upset Miss Zhou earlier. My subordinates were thoughtless. I humbly asked for Miss Zhou's forgiveness. Lu Tongfang smiled, turning to Zhou Curson with a sincere apology. When can we leave? Zhou Curson, unwilling to endure his insincere grin, asked directly, isn't this place adequate? We have water and electricity, resources beyond your imagination, far superior to any so-called safe base. Why would Ms. Zhou seek distant alternatives? Lu Tongfang raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. This place is fine, but we have friends waiting for us, so we must decline your generous offer, Mr. Lu. Zhou's father sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Internally, he scoffed, realizing Lu's intentions were clearly directed at his daughter. At his age, how shameless to pursue his 18-year-old daughter. Zhou Curson remained silent, retreating further, as previous suspicions appeared to hold truth. Not to worry. Tomorrow I shall personally escort Miss Zhou to meet your friends. Regardless of their number, we can certainly provide for them. I assure you, we lack for nothing. Lu Tongfang exuded confidence. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I too worry for their well-being, Zhou's father replied, seemingly relieved. Rest assured, we will depart tomorrow morning. Lu Tongfang arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, seemingly to reassure them. Once Lu Tongfang and his entourage left, the Zhou family exchanged glances, increasingly perplexed by the situation. It seemed Lu Tongfang and Zhang Li were not on the same page. Initially, they believed Zhang Li sought their resources. However, Lu's insinuation that they had ample supplies hinted at a different agenda, a lack of personnel. Yet, when it came to manpower, the aging couple felt utterly useless. Only their daughter had any potential, but even her limited capabilities hardly warranted such efforts from Lu. They were left wondering what role Zhang Li truly played in this unfolding drama, hoping that Youning would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Zhang Li stepped outside without a vehicle, aware that driving around at such an hour would raise suspicions. He exited the villa area and planned to procure a car, inspired by Zhao Youning's resourcefulness. Older cars were plentiful outside. Shortly after leaving the enclave, he spotted a taxi and was about to approach when he noticed a distant flicker of light growing closer. It was headlights. Zhang Li's mind raced, and he decided to wait at the spot. In this city, even if there were a few stragglers, they would remain hidden. Only those from their side, or Zhou Cursons, would dare roam at this hour. Sure enough, the vehicle approached, and Zhang Li pondered how they had found this place so quickly. However, he would never underestimate Zhao Youning. He hoped they possessed enough skill to facilitate his escape from this wretched place. The car contained Zhao Youning and her companions, with Chu Xingjian driving according to Youning's directions. From the moment she entered, Zhao Youning closed her eyes, sensing their location, while Zhou Kaisong contained his anxiousness. Refraining from speaking, the journey had been eerily quiet, devoid of zombies, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, Zhao Youning opened her eyes, glancing ahead with a peculiar expression. "There are acquaintances waiting over there." She pointed in Zhang Li's direction. "Who?" Zhou Ketsong turned back. "Zhang Li. Is it really him? My parents?" Before the vehicle had even halted, Zhou Ketsong flung open the door and jumped out, confronting Zhang Li. "What's going on?" "Xiao Tsong, please calm down. They are unharmed. I came to find you all." Zhang Li sensed the suspicion surrounding him, knowing that Zhou's family might not fully trust him. "Explain everything clearly." Zhou Ketsong released his grip. Zhang Li noticed another man accompanying Zhao Youning, sensing an unspoken pressure emanating from him, which instinctively instilled fear. Unlike Zhao Youning and Zhou Ketsong, he had witnessed their capabilities firsthand, yet this man exuded an intimidating aura from the moment he laid eyes on him. This was not merely a product of Chu Xingjian's experience as a special forces soldier, honed through life-or-death missions, but also a unique resonance shared among supernatural beings. Zhang Li, a level 1 water element ability user, felt the natural suppression from Chu Xingjian, a peak level 2 metal element user. Zhao Youning, due to her cultivation, did not fit neatly within the supernatural hierarchy. Although there were similarities, Zhou Ketsong and Zhou Kursin, while categorized as strength-based ability users, were not truly supernatural beings. If anything, their powers stemmed from an ancestral phenomenon, resulting in various mutations. Zhang Li had never sensed the unique connection among peers, but now, he felt a sense of security from Chu Xingjian's overwhelming prowess. Uncle Zhou and the others were taken by Lu Tongfang, temporarily settled in that villa complex. They are safe for now. What do they want? Lu Tongfang's intention seems to be to recruit them into his group, Zhang Li speculated, still puzzled by Lu's motives. According to those who accompanied him, they had spotted a swift vehicle on their way back to the villa, stealthily following it. Upon spotting the car, Lu Tongfang grew excited, fearing detection, and turned off the headlights as he carefully trailed behind. When the vehicle stopped, and Zhou Kursin and her father engaged in combat, Lu Tongfang seized the opportunity to rush in, easily extracting them since Zhou's mother was present. This indicated that Lu had been interested from the moment he spotted the car, not merely inspired by the ensuing altercation. Yet, what relevance did the vehicle hold? Recruiting the vulnerable? Zhou Ketsong found it hard to believe, especially if only Zhou Kursin were involved. Weren't you supposed to accompany the troops to the original province base? Why are you here? Noticing Zhang Li, Chu Xingjian felt a flicker of recognition. He had observed the individuals emerging from the Zhou family's apartment. Zhang Li scrutinized Chu Xingjian, recalling that he was the one who led the team to rescue them from their community. "Captain Chu?" "Yes, what's the situation?" Zhang Li swallowed hard. The journey out of the city was smooth. The military's firepower was substantial, and the urban area had been cleared. However, shortly after we merged onto the national highway, we encountered a massive zombie wave. The convoy was excessively lengthy, comprising several thousand vehicles, rendering escape an impossibility. No amount of firepower could prove effective. The military simply could not protect so many individuals. The scene was terrifying, with numerous people dragged from their cars by zombies, their windows shattered and consumed alive. Many attempted to charge toward the front lines, yet the zombies quickly advanced upon them. As Zhang Li recounted this, his face paled. He was reluctant to relive the horrific images of that time. I was situated toward the rear of the convoy, where the number of zombies was comparatively fewer than at the front. The vehicles behind us turned around in a desperate bid for safety, and that was how we narrowly escaped. You mentioned Lu Tongfang. Was he among those who fled? Indeed, they formed a group of about 20 individuals. Subsequently, we who managed to escape were all recruited into their ranks. As I had no alternative, they were numerous and powerful. How much do you know about the situation with the convoy? Chu Xingjian's voice was dry. Not much, but it seems that very few people managed to escape. Zhang Li continued, stating that a day later, we quietly returned and found that the horde of zombies had dispersed. However, for reasons unknown, many had been completely devoured rather than turned into zombies. The scene was littered with supplies, and several military vehicles remained. Lu Tongfang led us in recovering a significant portion of those supplies over the course of several days, but we encountered numerous zombie rats and nearly perished. Thus we ceased our efforts. Zhao Youning sighed. She had already warned Chu Xingjian, yet these individuals still could not evade their fate. Chu Xingjian felt a deep sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that Sun Wei would so stubbornly disregard the agreed-upon plan for a phased retreat. So many lives, which had been flourishing, were now extinguished due to a single rescue attempt. How could such a multitude not attract zombies? They were living targets. And yet there was no phased departure. Zhou Kesong sighed. The officer had indeed proposed a division into 3 groups, but no one was willing to wait. Everyone insisted on leaving first, creating utter chaos. Zhang Li could empathize, as he himself had been reluctant to be the last to depart. The military's decisive action in Yangshi gave everyone blind faith in their capabilities, neglecting the allure such a vast crowd presented to the zombies. In truth, Lieutenant Sun Wei had not been particularly steadfast in his intention to execute a phased withdrawal. Otherwise, he had numerous means to instill fear. He merely exhibited excessive confidence and did not genuinely respect Chu Xingjian. He deemed Chu Xingjian overly cautious, despite being the captain of a special brigade. Even in task execution, he felt the need to intervene, as the retreat was under Sun Wei's command. Thereby, he held the final say. Setting that aside, our foremost priority now is to save lives. Zhao Yuning's remark brought everyone's focus back to the present. Right, Zhang Ge, Zhou Kesong looked at Zhang Li. Although Zhang Li had come to deliver a message, it did not guarantee his allegiance to their cause. I will lead you there. Zhou and the others are confined on the 2nd floor, with guards at the entrance. The villa is surrounded by electrified fences, and patrols occur daily. What do you intend to do? As Zhang Li spoke, he took the lead, and the unspoken implication was clear to all. Infiltrating would be exceedingly difficult, and Zhang Li would not genuinely provide them with much assistance. At most, he would guide them there. Then we shall confront them directly for the people. Zhao Youning followed closely behind. They numbered in the dozens, armed with several firearms. Approaching them directly would leave them without any chance of success. Zhang Li halted, feeling that these individuals were deranged. You need not concern yourself with that. We have our methods. Just inform us what abilities Lu Tongfang possesses. Chu Xingjian had discerned immediately that Zhang Li was an ability user. As an ability user himself, Chu Xingjian recognized Zhang Li as a level 1 ability wielder. With so many individuals under Lu Tongfang's command, including ability users, he could not be merely an ordinary person. He is a fire-type ability user, and within their group, there are 2 strength-type and 1 speed-type users, the rest being ordinary individuals. Zhang Li smiled wryly, acknowledging that as a water-type ability user, he was only marginally better than an ordinary person. His sole responsibility was to provide drinking water for everyone. This indispensable role afforded him a place in this setting. Yet, he did not wish to remain confined in such a position, subservient to Lu Tongfang, whose authority was nearly absolute. When he saw the Zhou family being brought into the villa, he recognized it as his only opportunity. Thus, he was willing to extend a hand to the Zhou family by delivering a message. If it succeeded, he could seize the chance to depart with them. Even if it failed, he had not acted in any other way, and given his abilities, his circumstances would not change significantly. According to Zhou, they had encountered a horde of over 10,000 zombie rats. Escaping so swiftly indicated their formidable strength, and with Captain Chu, a level 2 ability user, they surely were not foolish. Their arrival must be backed by some form of support, prompting Zhang Li to decide to take a greater risk. Chu Xingjian paid no mind to whether Zhang Li had forgotten or deliberately withheld information. It was irrelevant. As they conversed, Zhang Li led them to the entrance of the villa area. They're in villa number 15. What should we do? Zhao Youning suddenly locked eyes with him, as if she could perceive all his hidden thoughts. Aren't you going in first? I will accompany you. Zhang Li's statement indicated his solidarity with them. Excellent. Zhao Youning finally regarded Zhang Li, the individual who had accompanied her to the original provincial base during her previous life, with whom she had shared a brief journey before being separated by the zombie tide. Now that he had demonstrated the courage to stand with them, she felt compelled to offer him an opportunity. Currently, despite his slight misgivings, his character appeared entirely trustworthy, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. You 3 should go directly to demand their release. I will retrieve Kursin and the others. Zhao Youning was resolute. She had never perceived saving others as difficult. The reason for not stealthily extracting individuals was to ascertain Lu Tongfang's true intentions. If he harbored ill will, there would be no need to linger. Better to obliterate them at the earliest opportunity. Agreed. In that moment, Zhao Youning suddenly vanished from sight. Zhongli surveyed his surroundings. Noting Chu Xingjian's and Zhou Kasong's unsurprised expressions, his estimation of Zhao Yuning's capabilities elevating yet again. The three approached Villa number 15, and Zhou Kasong kicked the large iron gate open, generating a thunderous clang that startled all within the villa. Guards had already rushed over, bewildered to see Zhongli swaggering in with two others. "Zhongli, you treacherous traitor, how dare you betray the boss?" The crowd surged forward, brandishing various weapons in a frenzied attack. Chu Xingjian remained motionless, while Zhou Kasong, fueled by pent-up frustration, did not even draw his knife. With a flurry of kicks and strikes, he incapacitated them all. At that moment, the inhabitants of the villa rushed out, led by a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an air of professionalism rather than that of a leader. Zhongli had already discreetly informed them that this was Lu Tongfang. "May I ask what brings you to our humble abode at this late hour?" Lu Tongfang cast a glance at the three individuals across from him, showing no signs of surprise at Zhongli's presence. His gaze lingered momentarily on Chu Xingjian, another ability user, but his attention was predominantly fixed on Zhou Kashiong. "You scoundrel, hand over my parents and sister." Zhou Kashiong charged forward wielding a knife. Naturally, both Chu Xingjian and Zhongli would not allow him to fight alone, and they too rushed into the fray, leading to an immediate clash between the two sides. Lu Tongfang remained still, observing Zhou Kashiong's every move with a furrowed brow, displaying a hint of disappointment. Chu Xingjian single-handedly incapacitated a significant portion of their opponents, and Zhou Kashiong was no slouch either. Lu Tongfang finally ceased to appear unfazed. "Stop! Everyone, cease at once!" Lu Tongfang exclaimed sharply. Zhou Kashiong and his allies, however, paid no heed, and Lu Tongfang's men found themselves unable to break free. The sound of gunfire erupted abruptly, just as Zhou Kashiong was about to be hit. A shimmering white light flashed, causing the bullets to veer off course. Chu Xingjian, undeterred, was confident that even in the past, he would not have been struck by such low-caliber firearms, especially now as a level 2 ability user. He swiftly pulled Zhongli, who was still in shock, away from the line of fire. At that moment, Zhongli finally comprehended the source of his opponent's confidence. They were utterly unafraid of firearms. "Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding." Lu Tongfang hurriedly interrupted his men from firing further, forcing a smile. "I witnessed Ms. Zhou and her companions being pursued by zombie rats during the night, which is why I came to their aid. I merely invited them over for a visit, truly with no malicious intent. Please do not heed the slanderous words of others. Why not step inside for a moment? I shall have someone fetch your family members immediately." Lu Tongfang lowered his demeanor significantly when addressing Zhou Kashiong, who was taken aback by this strange behavior. Since Youning had not yet brought anyone down, he decided to hear Lu Tongfang out. Meanwhile, the Zhou family on the second floor had already heard the commotion outside, and Zhou Kashiong's voice faintly reached them. Zhou Kursin leaned out of the window to look down. The guards in the backyard had vanished, and all the noise seemed to be concentrated in the front yard. The current situation was uncertain. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed again, making the Zhou family restless. They were deliberating whether to rush out when they heard a thud by the door, followed by its opening, revealing Zhao Youning. "Are you all right?" Zhao Youning had already sensed Zhou Kursin and the others upon arriving at the entrance of the villa district. "We're fine. What about outside? We heard gunfire. Nothing to worry about. Let us head downstairs." Zhao Youning assisted Zhou's mother, while Zhou Kursin protected Zhou's father. Zhou's mother, frightened by the gunfire, leaned heavily on Zhao Youning for support. Zhou Kursin, upon witnessing the scene downstairs, could hardly believe her eyes. Her brother was seated with Lu Tongfang, who appeared to be engaged in a lively conversation with him, laughing and chatting as if they were old friends. What on earth was happening? Zhou Kashiong immediately approached as soon as he spotted his family members descending, catching Zhou's mother. Although he trusted Zhao Yuning's presence would ensure their safety, seeing it with his own eyes was far more reassuring. "Lu Tongfang, noticing that the Zhou family had descended without waiting for his men, was taken aback, particularly by the unfamiliar girl supporting Zhou's mother. He was astonished at how she managed to slip inside. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he gripped his chest tightly. A flicker of joy sparked in his eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a conflicted expression. It seemed he had made a decision, and with a resounding thud, he lunged towards Zhao Youning. Everyone was taken aback as Lu Tongfang slid to his knees before Zhao Youning, nearly embracing her legs. There is no need for such grand gestures. Zhao Youning stepped aside lightly, bewildered by his antics. Lu Tongfang's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed grown overly excited. Yet, having committed to this course of action, he decided to embrace the absurdity of the moment. Boss, his subordinates, though shocked and incredulous, hurried over to assist him, thinking he had merely slipped, and refrained from displaying excessive astonishment. Everyone, go outside and keep watch. No one is allowed to enter without my command. Lu Tongfang rose to his feet and waved off all his men. The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of their leader's intentions. However, Lu Tongfang's orders were not to be disobeyed. Despite their confusion, they complied outwardly. Luga, two individuals, seemingly Lu Tongfang's trusted aides, expressed their unease. Do not worry. You all go outside to keep an eye on things and prevent anyone from approaching. Zhongli remained still, believing he had distanced himself from Lu Tongfang's faction. He observed Lu Tongfang's actions with bewilderment, but was certain his choice had not been misguided. Chu Xingjian had already risen to stand beside Zhao Youning. Uncertain of Lu Tongfang's motives, but remaining by Zhao Yuning's side, felt prudent. Master, I beseech you to take me as your disciple. If you are willing to accept me, I shall serve you sincerely each day, as if you were my own parents. Once everyone had retreated, Lu Tongfang turned to Zhao Youning and performed a deep bow. The Zhou family, already bewildered, found themselves even more so. After all this, it became clear that Lu Tongfang's true objective was Zhao Youning. He had come forth with a sliding kneel and then offered such a profound gesture of respect. Zhou Curson, reflecting on her previous imaginings, felt her cheeks flush. Thankfully, no one knew what thoughts had crossed her mind. So it was merely a desire to become a disciple? But how did he know that Youning was a master cultivator? Zhao Youning raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Lu Tongfang's complexity. Despite being merely an ability user, devoid of any aura of cultivation, he had remarkably discerned her true identity, suggesting he possessed a considerable understanding of cultivators. Who are you? How did you come to know about cultivators? And how did you discover my identity? Zhao Youning was genuinely curious. After all, even an ordinary person, while aware of the existence of cultivators, could not possibly recognize her with such precision. Moreover, his overt abduction of Zhou Curson and her companions indicated that his primary target had always been Zhao Youning, which was rather unsettling upon deeper reflection. As a cultivator, Lu Tongfang found himself unexpectedly targeted by an ordinary person. Observing that Zhao Youning did not outright reject him, he felt a glimmer of hope and decided to share his entire backstory. Lu Tongfang's ancestors were once cultivators, but as the spiritual energy of the world gradually waned, resources became scarce, and over time, their cultivation stagnated. In pursuit of limited cultivation resources, they repeatedly fell into conflicts, ultimately resulting in a treacherous attack that crippled their foundation. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, he initially intended to live out his remaining days as an ordinary person. However, his previous obsession with cultivation left him ill-equipped for the mundane world, leading to severe poverty. In desperation, he sought an alternative path, which unexpectedly unfolded when a young woman, drawn to his uncommon looks, perhaps a vestige of his former cultivation, invited him to be her son-in-law, thus granting him a semblance of fulfillment in life. Yet, this fortune proved short-lived. When his son reached the age of 6 or 7, on the brink of beginning his own cultivation journey, Lu Tongfang's existence was discovered by the cultivators of the realm. Due to his damaged foundation, he was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, rendering him a soft target in the eyes of the cultivators. In an era of scarce spiritual energy, even the slightest potential resources would not escape the clutches of unscrupulous cultivators. Thus, the moment he was detected, his fate was sealed. All he could do was hide his child and instruct him to forget everything he had seen, warning him never to step into the world of cultivation, nor even to approach those who practiced it. The world of cultivators had always been ruthless and would only grow more so. An ordinary person caught in their conflicts would be left with nothing. With all his magical artifacts, he self-destructed to take his enemies down with him, leaving behind only ruins for his child to witness, bereft of parents and kin. He left 3 items for his son: a protective talisman that had already been activated, a jade talisman that could identify spiritual energy despite lacking any itself, and an ordinary storage pouch containing the family's wealth and some provisions. The child adhered strictly to his father's instructions, passing them down through generations until they reached Lu Tongfang. From the moment Lu Tongfang first received these heirlooms from his father, he yearned to encounter a true cultivator. He fervently wished to command the elements like the legendary cultivators of lore. He did not even aspire to live as long as the heavens. Even establishing a foundational cultivation would suffice. He had the chance, but alas, his ancestors left him nothing and had extinguished the path of cultivation entirely. Lu Tongfang removed a smooth jade piece from around his neck and presented it with both hands. Chu Xingjian, noticing Zhao Yuning's interest, hastily took it and handed it to her. Although Lu Tongfang was displeased, he dared not voice his objections, fearing he might offend her and render his efforts futile. Zhao Youning offered no comment on Chu Xingjian's unnecessary gesture. She accepted the jade talisman, which was now warm to the touch. As she held it, it became increasingly hot, as if drawn from boiling water. When she attempted to input spiritual energy into it, the white jade talisman began to display vibrant colors. Red, blue, and green intermingled beautifully. Everyone watched in astonishment at this wondrous spectacle, but Zhao Youning internally scoffed, recognizing that the colors corresponded perfectly to her own spiritual roots. Could it be a tool for testing spiritual affinity? However, even a tool for assessing spiritual roots would not emit heat upon encountering someone with spiritual energy. Although her ancestors had not bestowed her a testing artifact, she was well aware of how they functioned. Zhao Youning activated her concealment technique to mask all traces of her spiritual energy. The brilliance instantly faded, yet the sensation of warmth persisted, indicating that this was indeed a remarkable object. Did you experience any anomalies while holding this jade talisman? Yes, a hue of earthy yellow appeared in addition to yours. Lu Tongfang replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. What could this color signify? It seemed the talisman was indeed a tool for assessing spiritual roots, crafted with remarkable sophistication. Perhaps Lu Tongfang's ancestor was a master artifact smith who had refined it specifically for his son to evade detection by cultivators. You haven't explained how you came to know of my existence, Zhao Youning inquired nonchalantly, though her words bore the weight of spiritual energy that pierced directly into Lu Tongfang's heart. He felt as though he had been pinned in place, a chilling dread creeping into his very being, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the peril of engaging with cultivators. A single misstep could cost him his life today, yet he felt no regret. Master, earlier at the Oma Mall entrance, our group was pursued by a horde of zombies. We escaped only by following behind your vehicle. Lu Tongfang prostrated himself on ground. Although he had been at a distance, he noted that his jade talisman had begun to warm, confirming the presence of a cultivator within that vehicle. He had not been able to catch up at the time, but he remembered the license plate number. Upon seeing the vehicle again that night, he felt fortunate. Although the talisman did not heat up upon seeing the person, he was certain that with her abilities, she would eventually come looking for him. Lu Tongfang hastily divulged everything, realizing he had initially failed to connect the dots. The sweltering weather had masked the sudden warmth of the talisman, which had gone unnoticed. It was only when he saw someone from that vehicle tossing out what appeared to be explosive devices that he became intrigued by their capabilities and wished to recruit them into his group, though he dared not voice this desire. It was only upon recognizing that what had been thrown was merely a flimsy piece of paper that he sensed something was amiss, followed by the talisman's reaction, which clarified everything. Regrettably, he had failed to catch up. Each time he recalled this, a sigh escaped his lips. And how could he not be elated to see that vehicle again? Fortunately, fate had smiled upon him once more. He had been particularly attentive to the Zhou siblings because, although they could not make the talisman heat up and were not practitioners of supernatural abilities, their skills surpassed those of the altered individuals in his group. Thus, he believed they might be apprentices of a cultivator yet to embark on their journey. So, it was you who relentlessly pursued us that day, Zhou Curson realized, understanding now that they had been targeted long before. Master, I have laid everything bare. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I vow to brave any peril for you in the future. Lu Tongfang's attitude was beyond reproach, remaining on his knees even now. Get up, Zhao Youning replied. Since he harbored no ill intentions and his demeanor was so earnest, she felt reluctant to simply dismiss him. Yet, she feared that allowing him to go unchecked might lead to unforeseen complications. Master, you have yet to agree to take me as your disciple. Lu Tongfang crawled forward, bowing deeply once more. Now is not the time for pride. What? Are you trying to force me into submission? Not at all. Lu Tongfang rose to his feet, realizing that haste was not advisable in this matter. Zhao Youning tossed the jade talisman back to him, declaring her disinterest in accepting disciples and advising him to abandon any thoughts of apprenticeship. Can I accompany you, master? Lu Tongfang inquired cautiously. As long as he could remain by her side and gradually earn her favor, she would eventually recognize his sincerity. Even if she did not formally accept him as a disciple, he would still benefit from the association. His father had never activated that jade talisman in his lifetime, and after years of searching, he had finally encountered someone of such significance. He was determined to seize this opportunity firmly. I see you have established a solid base here with many people. Would you truly forsake it? Lu Tongfang continued. As long as I can follow you, none of this is an issue. I recognize you as my leader, and they will naturally follow suit. Furthermore, I have ample supplies here. Those soldiers scavenged a wealth of resources in the city, and it all ultimately benefited me. As he spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on his face, his expression somewhat infuriating. Chu Xingjian shot him a warning glance. This was the nature of soldiers. They should tread carefully in their words, for he could not guarantee Lu Tongfang's safety if he provoked her. Although she had decided to accept Lu Tongfang, she remained discerning about her affiliations. Has the leader accepted me? Lu Tongfang inquired, clearly adept at identifying key points. Shall I summon my brothers to pay their respects? He was indeed quick to seize the opportunity. Not so fast, Zhao Youning interjected, turning to Zhou Kesong. Brother Zhou, will you accept those individuals? Me? Zhou Kesong pointed at himself, bewildered. Yes, are you not our captain? Zhao Youning had no intention of dealing with this mess herself. If Zhou Kesong was willing to manage a faction, she would grant him that chance. Otherwise, if Lu Tongfang chose to follow him, he would either need to maintain control over his men or disband them. Zhou Kesong understood Zhao Youning's implication, gritting his teeth and deciding to take action. The strength of their sibling duo was formidable, and he felt confident against anyone he had encountered thus far, except for Zhao Youning and Chu Xingjian. However, this situation had taught him that solitary strength was insufficient in this apocalyptic world. In unexpected circumstances, they could not even protect their parents. This time, they had emerged unscathed thanks to Youning, but she was not of their ilk. They could not selfishly keep her tethered to them. He needed to grow stronger so that Youning could pursue her own path without worry. Accepted, Zhou Kesong declared emphatically. From now on, you shall be the captain of this team, Brother Lu. You will serve as the vice captain. Gather the others quickly. We must depart tonight. Zhao Youning seated herself in a corner of the sofa, clearly disinterested in further involvement. Lu Tongfang felt reluctance. Who was this person, and what was their connection to the leader? How did they gain such favor, with so many individuals being handed over and the leader even referring to Lu as brother? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, for he was acutely aware of his lowly status in the leader's eyes. Even Zhongli might hold a higher position than he. Zheng Jiahao, summon everyone to meet the new captain. Soon, a flurry of individuals rushed in from outside, strong, robust men. The transition of leadership went smoothly, and it was evident that Lu Tongfang held significant sway among them. Even if he now stepped back to allow a new captain to rise, they were willing to cooperate without fully grasping Lu Tongfang's intentions. The subsequent task of winning over these individuals now rested with Zhao Youning, who understood the urgency of the situation, especially with Captain Chu's people waiting outside. After the introductions, Lu Tongfang joined Zhao Youning in organizing the men to gather supplies and load them onto vehicles. Before long, the atmosphere outside became lively as they busily transported resources. Lu Tongfang returned to Zhao Youning, seeking her guidance. "Leader, there's an overwhelming amount of supplies. Shall we collect everything, including the adjacent villa?" "Don't call me leader. That title is quite unpleasant," she replied. "Then, Zhao Jia?" Zhao Youning remained speechless. "Let us begin collecting the items." The abundance of supplies was staggering. The military had reclaimed half of what she had initially left behind, and it all seemed to have returned to her possession. She thought it would have been better had she gathered everything herself from the start. With a wave of her hand, the entire villa's contents were swiftly cleared. "What about that storage bag of yours? How large is it?" Zhao Youning expressed curiosity about the mundane item, suspecting it was not very big. However, if she could discern its workings, its utility could prove significant. "It's south merely 2 square feet. It cannot hold much." Lu Tongfang revealed a small pouch, no larger than one's palm, with a white base adorned with red talismanic patterns, devoid of any visible spiritual aura. As Zhao Youning probed within with her consciousness, she noticed the contents appeared minuscule, as though a handgun had shrunk to a mere centimeter in length. "Retrieve something for me to examine," she requested, seeking further confirmation. Lu Tongfang opened the pouch and produced a large knife, gripping its tiny handle as if it were a mere matchstick. The moment the knife exited the pouch, it reverted to its normal size, confirming her suspicions regarding the talisman's nature. "The Qinquan talisman," she mused, referring to its ability to shrink items for easier storage. Initially popular among practitioners unable to master the more advanced techniques of space manipulation, it had gradually fallen out of favor with the advent of superior storage tools, which rendered it nearly obsolete. Its lack of preservation capabilities made it less desirable, as genuine storage bags maintained the integrity of their contents. As she recalled, her comprehensive talisman compendium contained no mention of such a talisman. Zhao Youning meticulously noted all the inscriptions. It was a valuable item, and once they reached a safe base, she would prioritize creating one of these storage pouches. Before long, preparations were complete, and a convoy of over 10 vehicles, including a military truck, awaited at the villa's entrance. Lu Tongfang's vehicle, the most impressive, was a Prado, and he graciously offered Zhao Youning a ride, which she declined. Observing the line of off-road vehicles against the backdrop of his own battered Honda, Zhao Youning felt a deep sense of embarrassment regarding his new position as captain. As Zhao Youning approached, he hesitated, finally suggesting, "Youning, perhaps we should bring out that Hummer? I genuinely fear this old car might fall apart on the way. It's parked at the neighborhood entrance. You can drive it out shortly." Initially, there was a reluctance to grant him access, as it was deemed unwise to draw attention to the nascent provincial base. Moreover, she did not intend to linger there for long. However, with the arrival of an impressive convoy, maintaining a low profile had become virtually impossible. Adding another conspicuous vehicle seemed inconsequential. Zhao Youning joyfully accepted the keys and headed off to drive, soon accompanied by the roar of the engine. Once the Zhao family had settled into the vehicle, Zhao Youning shouted, "Brothers, let us embark." The Hummer led the way, followed closely by Lu Tongfang in his Prado, and one vehicle after another trailed behind, with a military truck bringing up the rear. The Zhao family, riding in the gleaming new vehicle, felt elated, except for Zhou's father, who was somewhat reluctant to part with his old car. After all, it had been with him for nearly a decade, a steadfast companion. Nevertheless, he recognized the impracticality of clinging to the past. The more one hurried and pressed the accelerator, the less speed one would achieve, a critical reality in dire circumstances. Zhao Youning chose not to board any vehicle, opting instead to wait ahead with Chu Xingjian. She sought solitude, and riding with him was the perfect choice. He would drive quietly, speaking only when necessary. The long night had passed, and dawn began to break as Chu Xingjian, leading the way, maintained a swift pace. The journey unfolded without further complications. Although zombies were gradually increasing in numbers along the national highway, they could not catch up to the convoy. Any obstacles encountered were swiftly dispatched, leaving no impact on their progress. On the roadside, an armored transport vehicle and a heavy military truck stood silently. A few curious zombies pawing at the armored vehicle, unable to detect anything of interest yet unwilling to depart. Inside the armored vehicle, 5 young soldiers lay still. The eldest barely past 30, their breaths the only sound shared between them. Eventually, the impatient zombies abandoned the armored vehicle and wandered off into the distance. The soldiers exhaled in relief, stretching their limbs to alleviate the tension. This is truly unbearable. I could have easily crushed one of those disgusting creatures. One soldier grumbled, "Why must we endure this? Our equipment is more than sufficient to handle these minor nuisances. Enough of the banter. We must heed the captain's orders. You should understand the importance of our cargo. We cannot afford any mistakes." The speaker, appearing in his 30s, exuded a sense of gravitas. "Deputy Wong, dawn is approaching. The captain assured us he would arrive before daylight. Surely, nothing has gone amiss? What could possibly occur? Are you not aware of the captain's prowess?" Deputy Wong dismissed the concern with confidence. "Indeed, the captain is formidable, but this is a rescue mission. It is evident that he is personally retrieving someone special. It could very well be a delicate sister-in-law." The first soldier remarked with a sly grin, prompting knowing laughter among the others. "Oh, Zhao He, you certainly have a knack for humor. Just be mindful when we meet her. Don't put us in a bind." "I am not so indiscreet. Rest assured, I will behave," Zhao He replied, the group engaging in light-hearted banter. However, as dawn fully broke and the anticipated figures had yet to appear, restlessness began to creep in. Despite the jocularity, it was clear that Captain Chu was not one to act frivolously, and something must have transpired. Just as they contemplated sending 2 members to investigate, a convoy appeared in the distance. Deputy Wong's expression turned serious as he swiftly grabbed the binoculars. Upon recognizing the familiar jeep at the forefront, a wave of relief washed over him. As the vehicle drew closer, revealing Chu Xingjian at the wheel, his anxiety dissipated entirely, allowing him to scrutinize the passenger seat. To his astonishment, a stunning young woman was seated there. Could it be that Zhao He was right? Was Captain Chu indeed returning for a romantic interest? The young lady seemed barely of age, prompting Deputy Wong to mentally chastise his esteemed captain for such a lapse in judgment. How had the once revered leader succumbed to such folly in these dire times? Deputy Wong's thoughts wandered as he gazed, lost in contemplation, until he noticed the young woman's clear, piercing eyes fixed upon him. In that instant, he felt as though their gazes locked, a palpable force exerting pressure upon him. Yet, just as quickly, that sensation vanished as she turned her attention elsewhere. Deputy Wong hastily lowered the binoculars, attributing the moment to mere coincidence, a fleeting embarrassment akin to being caught eavesdropping. Zhao Youning had long since been aware of the scrutiny from the opposite side. Initially unfazed, she deemed the soldier's caution reasonable. However, with Chu Xingjian present, she believed the alarm should have been lifted. The continued stare was irritating. A subtle intimidation seemed warranted. "Deputy, what is the matter?" Zhao He and the others inquired, observing Deputy Wong's prolonged gaze. "Nothing. The captain has returned." He steadied himself. "Then why the sudden alarm? Let us go welcome the captain. How many people has he brought back?" The 2 groups converged swiftly, with the armored transport leading the way, followed by the heavy military truck, the original convoy intact, setting off with great momentum. Yet, they all understood their journey would not last long. As predicted, just as they were about to leave the city limits, the armored vehicle abruptly slowed and came to a halt. Everyone disembarked, only to be met with a grim sight. Vehicles haphazardly strewn across the roadside, dark, putrid bloodstains, and scattered bones littering the ground. The road was completely obstructed. Indeed, the remains were human bones, disfigured and scattered, not a single fragment retaining even a trace of flesh. The gruesome spectacle sent chills down the spines of all present. In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, they had encountered flesh-eating zombies and decaying corpses. But witnessing so many devoured to the point of mere remnants was a chilling sight. Upon their return, they would find this scene awaiting them. the victims likely consumed by a horde of ravenous zombie rats, never having the chance to transform. Lu Tongfang was all too familiar with this grim tableau. He had scavenged countless supplies from such scenarios, the rodent bite marks on the bones unmistakable. Moreover, the sudden emergence of so many large zombie rats could only be attributed to their consumption of human flesh. With thousands of vehicles obstructing the path, clearing even a single route would require the relocation of nearly 1,000 vehicles, a monumental task. Fortunately, the convoy comprised predominantly robust young men, well-equipped to push the vehicles aside. Especially when it comes to a few extraordinary individuals, it becomes an effortless task. Zhao Youning stood alongside Mother Zhou, waiting patiently, while Father Zhou and Zhou Curson busied themselves with work. "Sister, this is not something you can handle. Look at your slender arms and legs. Perhaps you should rest with your friend at the back," Old He remarked, observing Zhou Curson's eagerness to push the cart, feeling that her involvement would only complicate matters. Zhou Curson, fueled by her newfound strength, huffed defiantly and dashed ahead, effortlessly overturning a small car that was precariously perched on another vehicle, sending it rolling aside. "Wow, sister, you're impressive." Old He and the others were taken aback by the scene, realizing that appearances can indeed be deceiving. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for underestimating her. Old He garnered a few chuckles, while Deputy Wang mused to himself that the young lady was no fool. She wouldn't rush into something without the capability. It was just Old He, with his thoughtless remarks, who had embarrassed himself. After a morning of tireless brick moving, they finally cleared a path wide enough for vehicles. Mother Zhou had been monitoring their progress and had prepared 2 large pots of noodles, generously laced with ham sausages, along with a basket of pre-made flatbreads. Awaiting their return for a meal, Zhao Youning, feeling rather bored, assisted Mother Zhou by fetching items. She had placed several aura-concealing talismans around, effectively blocking most of the surrounding energy. However, a few oblivious zombies wandered too close, but before they could approach, she quietly dealt with them. The laborers felt fortunate that, after hours of work, no zombies had come sniffing around. As the meal was ready, Mother Zhou urged Zhao Youning to eat first. Looking at the pot of noodles devoid of any vegetables, Zhao Youning felt no appetite whatsoever. Had she just returned from the apocalypse, she might have devoured half the pot. But now she decided against it. Mother Zhou had spoiled her taste, and her needs for food had diminished significantly. She wouldn't touch anything that didn't please her palate. As soon as the others caught wind of the food, they hurriedly finished their remaining tasks and rushed over in a flurry, each person armed with their eating utensils. In an instant, both pots were emptied, and the flatbreads were completely consumed. After a morning of hard labor and a meager breakfast, no one held back when presented with the noodles and flatbreads. The Zhou family watched in disbelief as they realized that those who arrived late would be left with nothing. Chu Xingjian had anticipated such a scenario, yet he felt embarrassed to have his troops snatch food from the civilians. He preferred to nibble on crackers than to further degrade himself. But it mattered not, for they had Youning. They lacked for nothing, especially food. After preparing 2 more pots of noodles, they finally managed to secure a meal. Once everyone had eaten, rested for 10 minutes, they set off again, fearing that if they delayed too long, they would not reach the base before nightfall. A group of people camping outside in the dead of night offered little sense of security. As they resumed their journey, they noticed an increase in the number of zombies. Still reflecting on their earlier stroke of luck, the armored transport vehicle led the way, plowing through zombies like a bulldozer, rendering the assistance of those behind unnecessary. The journey felt almost like a game. The Zhou family watched in envy, marveling at the vehicle's capabilities. Just as they were nearing a smooth passage to the safe base, the convoy found itself blocked midway. With only 50 kilometers remaining to the base, they could have reached it in just over half an hour at full speed. Yet they encountered a small horde of zombies heading toward the safe base. Not too many, just over 1,000 zombies, which would typically pose no challenge for their group. However, among this small horde lurked a second-level zombie, alongside 5 first-level zombies, which was utterly absurd. Chu Xingjian quickly identified the second-level zombie, which, though not particularly large, indeed somewhat diminutive, possessed remarkable speed. Bullets whizzed past it without landing a hit, as it drew ever closer to the convoy amidst the barrage of gunfire. Recognizing the imminent threat, Chu Xingjian swiftly took action. Although the creature was not as powerful as he, its speed allowed it to match him in a fierce contest. Primarily because Chu Xingjian could not keep pace with it. Soon, this small wave of zombies was obliterated by the firepower from the armored vehicle, with any stragglers swiftly dealt with by those following behind. Zhao Youning disembarked and scanned the first-level zombies, confirming that 2 of them had developed crystal nuclei within their brains. "Brother Zhou, have you heard of crystal nuclei?" Zhao Youning inquired softly. I know. That's basic knowledge in the apocalypse, right? They're said to be found in the brains of zombies, correct? But Youning, let me tell you, you can't trust everything in apocalypse novels. I've dug before, done it with my own hands, and they really aren't there, Zhou Curson blurted out, recalling her foolish attempt to excavate a zombie's brain, which had left her nauseous for an entire day without eating. She had never shared this embarrassing secret with anyone until now, surprised to find that her friend also believed in such tales. Zhao Youning, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Could it be that your timing was simply off? Ordinary zombies cannot generate crystal nuclei. Should I try digging again?" Zhou Curson asked, still inclined to trust Zhao Youning, even if it meant enduring another bout of disgust. "Go ahead and dig." Originally, she had wished to avoid taking the first step in such a grotesque task, preferring her brother to demonstrate first. However, since he had already done it without complaint, she felt there was no harm in proceeding. Zhou Curson rushed back to the vehicle to retrieve her hoe, knowing that a sturdy tool was necessary for such a gruesome endeavor. With a single swing, she smashed down on the zombie's head, leaving a splattered mess of red and white on the ground, and began to sift through the remains while wearing gloves. This scene shocked everyone present. Even the soldiers accustomed to danger widened their eyes in disbelief. They had just finished clearing the zombies and were focused on Chu Xingjian's situation, hoping to see if they could take down another zombie when they suddenly caught sight of Zhou Curson, hoe in hand, energetically descending upon the pile of corpses. They marveled at her audacity, unable to fathom why she would spare even the dead. Just then, Oldie fell silent, turning his gaze back to the fierce battle between Chu Xingjian and the zombies. Some members of the convoy turned pale, their stomachs churning at the sight, when suddenly Zhou Curson exclaimed with delight, "I found it. There's really a crystal nucleus." She held up a small, hard object the size of a soybean, round and glistening like a pearl. Zhou Curson's brother Zhou Kexong was also digging through the brain of another zombie. However, lacking his sister's experience, he struggled to pry it open with a fruit knife. Once, Zhou Curson had been skeptical, but after successfully breaking open several zombie skulls, she had gained ample experience, though she had found nothing of worth. Seeing his sister's success ignited Zhou Kexong's determination, and with a firm resolve, he pried open the zombie's head, quickly retrieving a crystal nucleus of his own. "Youning, what is the use of this crystal nucleus? Is there really energy that can be absorbed?" Zhou Curson inquired excitedly, holding the crystal nucleus up for Zhao Youning to see, while also attempting to keep her voice down. "It does indeed contain energy." Zhao Youning observed the vividly colored object in Zhou Curson's hand, stepping back in distaste before summoning Zhongli. Zhongli immediately understood the task at hand and proceeded to wash the object with water. Soon, a crystalline core revealed itself, a soft pink hue reminiscent of a delicate pearl, strikingly beautiful, just like the one in Zhou Curson's possession. The crowd, once repulsed, gathered around, incredulous at the sight of such beauty emerging from the grotesque head of a zombie. "It's quite lovely," someone exclaimed. "Yet what use is beauty? Captain, what is the purpose of this thing?" A voice interjected, all eyes eagerly fixed on the Zhou siblings as they prepared to extract more cores from the zombie heads. Zhao Youning nodded. The increasing prevalence of first-level zombies indicated that the existence of these cores would soon be widely acknowledged, rendering concealment pointless. Zhou Curson cleared his throat. "We suspect that these contain energy, perhaps beneficial for those with abilities." The crowd erupted in excitement, and those quick on the uptake armed themselves to smash zombie heads. Several ability users rushed to excavate the cores from the first-level zombies, though their efforts yielded nothing. They soon realized that such cores could only be found within higher-level zombies, redirecting their gaze to the battlefield that had previously gone unnoticed. Vice Captain Wang and his team had been captivated by the crystalline core, oblivious to the ongoing battle led by Captain Chu. Their confidence in their captain's prowess was unwavering. They believed no mere second-level zombie could pose a threat to Chu Xingjian, who had faced second-level zombies before without a single one escaping his blade. When they turned their attention back, they saw Chu Xingjian withdraw the knife he had plunged into the zombie's skull, rendering the creature utterly motionless. Though engaged in combat, Chu Xingjian remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He noticed that his comrades, having vanquished their foes, had suddenly diverted their attention to the spectacle of the crystalline core. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten about him, leaving him to ponder their apparent trust in his abilities. "Captain Chu, hurry! There's a core in that zombie's head. We must extract it." Oldie was the first to rush forward. Chu Xingjian, without hesitation, produced a small dagger and deftly extracted a crystalline core from the zombie's brain. Zhang Li, who had been washing the cores, observed that this one was a deep red, significantly larger than the pink cores from the first-level zombies. Indeed, it appears that higher-level cores are larger and darker in color, they mused. However, the correlation between size and color was not definitive. Perhaps there are other colors as well? This is already quite red. Could there be darker shades in the future? Regardless of the hue, what mattered was its utility. The prospect of encountering a higher-level zombie excited them, despite some jesting that they might not survive such an encounter. Chu Xingjian disregarded the envious glances and chatter of his companions. He pocketed the crystalline core and approached Zhao Youning. "Youning, what purpose does this serve?" "It contains essence. Once we arrive at the base, you should see if it can be absorbed. It should aid in the cultivation of abilities," she replied. Having previously excavated and absorbed numerous cores, Zhao Youning recognized that these were not merely energy sources, but rather the essence of life itself. The virus attacked living beings, awakening the latent powers of those with spiritual roots, while those rich in essence could resist the virus and enhance their abilities. Conversely, those whose essence was depleted by the virus succumbed to transformation into zombies. Yet, even in their undead state, the essence remained, and, as they harnessed this power, they could gradually evolve, potentially becoming formidable adversaries. Chu Xingjian understood that Zhao Yuning's assertion was not without merit. Her confidence indicated that these cores could indeed enhance their abilities. He lamented the loss of the 2 second-level zombies they had previously defeated, knowing their cores now likely belonged to others. As the group resumed their journey, the atmosphere within the vehicles buzzed with discussions about the cores. After half an hour, they reached the provincial safe base. But disappointment flickered in their eyes as they beheld the chaotic line at the entrance and the modest 2-meter-high walls. Zhao Youning and her companions were fortunate enough to bypass the queue, entering the base alongside military vehicles. However, they still had to undergo registration and health checks, an examination that required disrobing to inspect for wounds. Any individual with injuries, regardless of the cause, would face a mandatory 48-hour quarantine. Captain Chu instructed Vice Captain Wang to submit their mission report while he stayed behind to assist Zhao Youning. "Do you have her ID?" the inspector inquired, his tone gentle, likely due to Chu Xingjian's presence. "Yes," Zhao Youning replied, handing over her pristine identification card. The inspector began registering her details in the newly established internal network. "Do you have abilities? If so, please demonstrate." "Fire type." Zhao Youning conjured a small fireball, having resolved to identify herself as a fire ability user. Upon completing the registration, the inspector produced a silver-white magnetic card, swiped it, and handed it to Zhao Youning, marking her as an ability user. The card contained her essential information, though it appeared rather rudimentary, a reflection of the current conditions. Following registration, she was directed to a small room for the physical examination. Zhao Youning was reluctant to endure another invasive inspection, but her heightened spiritual awareness allowed her to briefly dazzle the female inspector, who mistakenly believed the examination was complete. The inspections were conducted individually, leaving Zhao Youning unable to assist Zhou Kersen and their mother. Zhou Kersen emerged looking pale, throwing her arms around Zhao Youning. "Youning, they're so invasive. They checked every inch. I felt so violated and unclean." "Fear not. Everyone undergoes the same process. Zhao Youning reassured her, patting her head in comfort. Are you the same? Zhou Curson asked, lifting her gaze with a hint of trepidation. Zhao Youning hesitated. Enough said, I understand. Zhou Curson suddenly leaped away from Zhao Youning's embrace, deciding to unilaterally sever ties for 3 minutes. Soon, Zhou's mother emerged as well, and naturally, the three women were much quicker in their inspection than the long queue of men waiting. Brother Chu, are there any better houses in the base? Preferably a standalone one? Zhao Youning was aware that this location had once been a large sanatorium situated at the foot of a mountain in the outskirts of the provincial capital. Numerous villas and low-rise buildings existed within, and due to its spaciousness and the backing of the verdant mountains, it was chosen as the base for the former provincial stronghold to better fortify defenses. However, the residents were all prominent figures, and, as newcomers without any guarantees, they could not access the abundant resources there. Yes, shall I take you to the service hall first? The base isn't crowded at the moment, and there are indeed plenty of houses, albeit at outrageous prices. Chu Xingjian refrained from revealing how exorbitant the housing costs were, knowing that Zhao Youning could afford it regardless. Indeed, if this were before the apocalypse, Zhao Youning would not have been able to live here, but now, it was merely a trifle. Curson, go tell your brother that we'll first go look at houses and have him finish his matters before coming to the service hall to find us. Zhao Youning was reluctant to wait idly. Chu Xingjian drove Zhao Youning and Zhou Curson directly to the service hall. Zhou's mother had spent the past 2 months either confined in a house or in a vehicle, feeling utterly restless. She preferred not to accompany them in their endeavors and found it more agreeable to simply stand and walk in a safe, open space. Throughout the drive, Chu Xingjian introduced them to the basic situation of the base. The service hall resembled an administrative center from before the apocalypse, responsible for many affairs. Now, it also had the additional function of task issuance. There were tasks released by the base's officials and also by private squads, primarily involving resource, scavenging, and zombie elimination, with little else to undertake. The base provided weapons and food as rewards for completing tasks. Captain Chu, can anyone take on these tasks? Zhou Curson suddenly expressed interest in the missions. Anyone could take them on, but ordinary individuals need to gather a minimum of 5 people to form a team. However, you could register a squad. With 10 members, you can establish a team, which would grant priority on tasks. Youning, let's register a team, Zhou Curson exclaimed, eager to settle down. The base was not very large, and they soon arrived at their destination. It was already evening, and those out on task were crowding the service hall to submit their reports. If one overlooked the grimy appearances and sallow complexions of the people, the scene resembled the bustling atmosphere of the world before the apocalypse. Yet, everyone knew that this world could never revert to its former state. Chu Xingjian led them to the second floor to the housing management department. Captain Chu, please sit. You've just returned from a mission. I hadn't heard. The head of the housing department was a middle-aged man whose belly had yet to recede even after 2 months of the apocalypse, indicating he was living rather comfortably. I just got back directorly. I'm bringing friends to look at houses. Do we still have standalone villas available? Directorly glanced at the 2 young women standing behind Chu Xingjian, noting their cleanliness and rosy complexions, particularly the one in front, who was even more striking than the glamorous stars before the apocalypse. The thought that they must be the daughters of some influential figure made his smile even broader. Of course, we have several available. Here, these are still vacant. I wonder if the 2 young ladies are looking to rent or buy. Directorly pulled out a housing distribution map to show them. As long as the price is reasonable, we can go either way, he said. For the smallest villa, which is 120 square meters over 2 floors, the rent starts at 500 jin of rice for a year or an equivalent amount of food. The purchase price will be 10 times that. Director Li beamed, seeing them as significant clients. Why is it so expensive? Chu Xingjian was aware it would be costly, but was still taken aback by the price, considering that food had become exceedingly valuable. Although the province was a major grain-producing region, the new harvest could not be collected, and past reserves were challenging to transport. Captain Chu, this is actually not expensive at all. The villa even comes with a small yard, which is about 100 square meters. Perfect for planting. Then we'll take this one. Let's rent it for a year. Zhao Youning carefully reviewed the villa's details, noting that it contained 4 rooms plus an attic, ample enough for their small group. Shall we sign a contract now? Director Li was confident they would not default, as he trusted the character of those brought by Zhao Youning. No rush. I want to look at some ordinary houses as well, ones that can accommodate dozens of people, preferably clustered together. Director Li, could you recommend a suitable location? This villa was not centrally located, but adjacent to several low-rise buildings. The most appealing option was a nearby 6-story building with around 20 rooms. It was unoccupied, allowing them to rent the entire floor. It could comfortably house not just their 30 or so members, but potentially 100 if they squeezed in. The rent was comparable to that of the villa. Though a bit pricey, they decided to proceed with this option as independent housing offered greater security, minimizing unnecessary troubles among their own. With their ample resources, part of the house could serve as a storage space, and it would accommodate future growth in their numbers. Since they were here, they would not be leaving anytime soon. If feasible, they would strive to avoid the fate of their previous base being overrun and continue to develop in this advantageous location. Are cigarettes and alcohol acceptable? Zhao Youning was reluctant to part with so much food for rent, having experienced firsthand the scarcity of crops during her 3 years of survival in the apocalypse. The end of the world was not solely about the zombie virus. There would no longer be distinct seasons, and the planet would only experience harsh winters and scorching summers. The extreme weather, with winters lasting 8 months and temperatures plummeting to minus 80 degrees, and 4 months of sweltering heat reaching 60 degrees, would render all plants reliant on the abilities of wood-type supernatural beings for survival. Yet, how many supernatural beings could there be? They would still need to rely on scientists to devise solutions, but that could not be accomplished overnight, particularly in an environment severely lacking talent. At present, the base's food supply was barely sufficient, supplemented by extensive manpower searching for grain stores, meaning food was not yet critically scarce. Had Zhao Youning and her companions arrived at the base a few months later, they likely would have been unable to secure even half the food needed to rent these 2 properties. That should work. Anything will do, of course. The higher quality, the better. Director Li's eyes lit up at the prospect, as the base was genuinely in need of such items. Cigarettes were relatively easy to acquire during resource hunts, but alcohol was in dire shortage, being cumbersome to carry and delicate. No one would think to take it while fleeing. However, now that we are in the base, safety is assured, yet it still lingers in one's mind. In these times, while the average person struggles to secure a meal, there remain many who, regardless of circumstance, possess the means to lead lives free from worries of sustenance, indulging in extravagant excess. Tobacco and alcohol within the base's trading market are treasures of great value, yet scarce availability. Setting aside the potential for profit, high-end gifts such as these are indeed rare finds. Ultimately, they settled on using 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes and a case of Feitian Mitai to cover the rental fee, with the contract merely stating grain, to which Zhao Youning had no objections. After signing the contract, Director Li beamed with delight, carefully stowing away his copy before personally proceeding to collect the rent. The moment Zhao Youning encountered the trunk, she had already placed the cigarettes and liquor inside. Once Director Li confirmed that the items were indeed satisfactory, he felt a wave of relief and promptly handed over both sets of keys. Director Li, where should I place these? I will move them over, Zhao Youning exclaimed, lifting the box of alcohol. No, my car is parked over there. I can manage it myself. You all carry on with your business. I shall take my leave. Director Li, observing Zhao Younings's eagerness, felt a pang of concern that she might drop the liquor, and quickly took it from her, covering it with a jacket he had brought for this very purpose. He was too preoccupied to linger, as these items needed to be returned promptly. Although the parking lot was manned by guards, he still preferred the security of home. Brother Chu, our accommodation is all arranged. You attend to your matters. The underlying message was clear. The housing was secured without him, allowing Zhao Youning to retreat gracefully. Then I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, find me at the military headquarters. Chu Xinjiang indeed had matters to attend to, having just returned from a mission without yet reporting to his superiors. Very well, Captain Chu. Do come over for dinner sometime. Zhao Youning bid farewell with warmth. It was only after Chu Xinjiang had driven away that Zhao Youning began to scold her sister. You tell me, Captain Chu came all the way to Yang City to pick us up, assisted in securing the rental, and you, after the task is done, simply shoo him away. How heartless. Isn't it because I feared he would be reprimanded by his superiors? He returned from a mission and couldn't even meet anyone. Exactly. He is so busy yet still concerned about getting us settled, and you make no gesture of gratitude. He is not assisting only me, is he? Besides, didn't you say you would invite him over for dinner? Zhao Youning protested innocently. Zhou Curson rolled her eyes dramatically. Isn't it just because he is doing it for you? Without you, would he care about us? That can't be right. He is a most admirable comrade, dedicated to serving the nation and its people, treating all citizens equally, tirelessly committed and leading by example. Zhou Curson fell silent for a moment. Youning, I simply cannot believe you do not see how differently Captain Chu regards you. How differently? Zhao Youning frowned. He cares for you. The way he looks at you is entirely distinct. Zhou Curson, who typically adored handsome men, especially those in uniform, was keenly observant. I tell you, he is merely feeling guilty. Zhao Youning refrained from commenting further, but she had her own grievances to air. Guilty? What has he done to wrong you? Zhou Curson's tone turned serious. Despite her admiration for the soldiers, her loyalty to her sister remained paramount. I had previously ordered a batch of weapons. The knife you use is from that order. He delivered for someone else, and despite agreeing on a cash-on-delivery basis, once I settled the payment, he suspected me of being a terrorist intending to harm society. He followed me for several days. Zhao Youning recounted, recalling her frustration at the time. What happened next? Zhou Curson was taken aback, realizing Captain Chu's cunning nature. Later, we encountered a plane crash. I set aside my grievances and saved his life. Since then, his admiration for me has been unending, and he feels deeply remorseful for his earlier suspicions. Zhao Youning's narrative blurred the lines of reality and fiction. Thus, this is a life debt compelling him to reciprocate? Zhou Curson found the scenario increasingly intriguing, convinced that Captain Chu harbored deeper feelings for Zhao Youning. Is that truly the focus you should have? Shouldn't you be concerned about the peril of the plane crash and how I survived? Zhao Youning expressed her exasperation. Oh, how frightening. How could one endure a plane crash? Zhou Curson's expression exaggerated the gravity of the situation. How long ago was that? If I had known back then, I would have been terrified. Now, it seems foolish to have worried. Zhao Youning felt a lump in her throat at Zhou Curson's theatrical tone. So, Youning, how did you escape? Did you fly out like in a fairy tale? The arrival of a convoy finally liberated Zhao Youning from Zhou Curson's incessant chatter. Concerns of affection and loyalty paled in comparison to her current priority, the enhancement of her skills. Yet, despite Zhou Curson's occasional unreliability, she possessed an uncanny ability to detect romantic entanglements, having never failed to identify couples during their school days. She would insist on asserting who liked whom, and though Zhao Youning often dismissed her claims, time proved her insights to be remarkably accurate. Had Zhou Curson truly discerned something? Could Captain Chu possess such sentiments? Zhao Youning resolved to maintain a distance, regardless of the truth. It was simply too complicated. Brother, hurry. We need to register the battle team. Otherwise, everyone will have clocked out. At the sight of Zhou Curson's brother, Zhou Ka-song, she promptly ushered him along. Upon hearing of the team registration, Lu Tongfeng quickly organized half the group to guard the vehicle while accompanying a few others. Zhao Youning remained stationary. She had no intention of meddling in affairs. With her presence, Zhou Katsung would manage just fine for the time being. The future would reveal how he would navigate his own path. If he truly struggled, it would be best to withdraw early. One should engage according to their capabilities. She had already offered him the opportunity. Should he falter, it was essential to focus on self-improvement. With adequate strength, one could thrive anywhere. A quarter of an hour later, the team emerged, voices raised in heated debate. The captain and vice captain flushed with exertion. Zhou Curson observed their disdainful expressions, sensing that their endeavor had not proceeded smoothly. What happened? Zhao Youning inquired with her gaze, fixed on Zhou Curson. They argued for over 10 minutes merely over the team's name, after which the staff ushered us out. So, what name did you settle on? I sent Thunderbolt, brigade suitable. When confronting foes, it strikes with the fury of a tempest. How imposing. Isn't god of war even better? Invincible in battle. Isn't that far more impressive than Thunderbolt? Zhou Ketsong and Lu Tongfang resumed their quarrel, each refusing to yield. Zhao Youning felt a throbbing in her temples. Were they acting like children? The personnel for task assignments had yet to disperse, and their already attention-grabbing convoy was further exacerbated by their bickering leaders, a truly embarrassing display. Why not simply call it Thunder God? Zhao Youning suggested, noting that the two names could easily be merged. Two individuals each selected a character. How fair. This is splendid. Thor is so dashing. Back in the day, he was my favorite character in the films. Zhou Kursin expressed her satisfaction upon hearing this. What is so splendid about it? He is a foreigner, absolutely unacceptable. Zhou Kasong, witnessing her infatuation, felt even more irritated. Are you foolish? Our Thor is far more impressive. After exchanging glances, Lu Tongfang and Zhou Kasong experienced a moment of profound understanding, leading them to unanimously decide on the name Thor battle team. I'll go register it. So will I. 2 minutes later, they emerged, only to discover that the name Thor battle team had already been taken. Zhao Youning called out to Zhou Kursin and turned to leave, exasperated. Why was she waiting here? What did it have to do with her? Upon getting into the car, she realized the keys were missing. Just as she was about to ask Zhou Kasong for them, she saw him leaning against the car window. Youning, you can't just disregard this. You can choose any name, and we 1T object. Exactly. Sister Zhao, you come up with one. I will wholeheartedly support it. Zhao Youning observed them arguing passionately over a team name, their faces flushed with excitement. They had not yet succumbed to despair in this apocalyptic world. They were still vibrant and hopeful, still believing in miracles. Let us call it Miracle then. Miracle Battle Team. That's the name. I will go take care of it right away. Zhou Kasong dashed back inside like a whirlwind. This time, there were no unforeseen complications, and the registration was completed swiftly. The convoy set off towards the base, attracting envious glances from numerous onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, a filthy figure lurked in the corner, casting a chilling gaze upon the departing convoy. Zhao Youning sensed the malicious intent, scanning the vicinity, but the crowd was too dense, and the sinister energy dissipated quickly, leaving her unable to pinpoint its source. She recognized no familiar faces among the crowd. Who could it be? Her thoughts flickered within this base. The only ones who might harbor such animosity towards her were Wu Meizhu and her daughter. Su Peng was not the type to hold such a grudge against her. If it had been Su Peng, he would have approached her directly, but the likelihood of it being Wu Meizhu and her daughter was far greater. Given their previous altercation, they were unlikely to confront her directly now. Regardless of who it was, they would surely seek her out upon her arrival at the base. Without her so-called spatial abilities, Wu Meizhu would undoubtedly face significant hardships. Perhaps tomorrow, her so-called good father would come knocking on her door. She was eager to see what they would do, hoping they wouldn't keep her waiting too long. It promised to be quite an entertaining affair, adding some much-needed color to her otherwise dull life. The villa was decently decorated, with well-maintained walls and a fully equipped living room. However, upon ascending to the upper floor, she found the rooms barren, devoid of any furnishings. Had they been moved recently? The marks were still evident. How stingy, paying such exorbitant rent, yet having no bed. Fortunately, Zhao Youning had anticipated this, as she possessed several sets of furniture in her space. She furnished each room with beds and cabinets, laying out bedding and linens. As everyone busied themselves arranging their quarters, making them as comfortable as possible, the darkness of night enveloped the surroundings. The kitchen remained untouched, bare and desolate. Zhao Youning retrieved a collection of cooking utensils, haphazardly piled together. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Zhou's mother lost her motivation to cook. She opted to serve some pre-prepared meals, and they all savored a delightful feast before retreating to their rooms to rest, utterly worn out from the day's trials. Zhao Youning did not return to her room. Instead, she slipped into the yard, retrieving several talismans to bury around the villa for protection. She also produced a parasol-like device, channeling several incantations toward its surface. The parasol emitted a shimmering blue glow, floating to the rooftop before flickering out of sight. The base was anything but tranquil. Essential defenses were imperative. However, these were not high-level protections. When inactive, They merely served a surveillance function. She lacked the resources to set up formidable formations. She could barely grasp the basics. Nonetheless, the formations she could establish would suffice for protection against ordinary humans and zombies alike. Once she completed these tasks, she returned to her room. As for the small building and any deficiencies it might have, that was a matter for Zhou Qisong and Lu Tongfang to address. It was no longer her concern. She aimed to delve into the intricacies of the Qinquan talisman, hastily crafting a storage pouch. This was a matter of urgency. Zhou Qisong led the convoy towards the small building, a swift procession of SUVs and a large truck laden with supplies, capturing the attention of many onlookers. The unloading process took over half an hour, with countless eyes observing both overtly and covertly from the surroundings. To many, these supplies appeared as a tantalizing feast. Whether from the base's officials or private teams, many were poised to make a move. Moreover, there were those who barely had enough to eat, lurking nearby in hopes of snatching something edible. However, the word had spread quickly about the miracle battle team, and several ability users were involved, their strength not to be underestimated. As Zhou Qisong ascended the stairs to open the door, Lu Tongfang stood by the vehicle, watching the team members unload supplies. The fire-type ability user exuded an impressive aura, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings, deterring any would-be opportunists. At that moment, a couple approached directly, seeking out Lu Tongfang, who was standing nearby. The woman wore a knitted sweater, wide-leg pants, and a light-colored trench coat, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. She presented a remarkably elegant appearance reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world. However, upon speaking, she inquired, "Sir, would you like to purchase some furniture?" "No, no." Lu Tongfang waved his hands dismissively, unfazed. These individuals were still employing pre-apocalyptic tactics, attempting to sell furniture just because someone was moving in. Although the woman was undeniably attractive, he hadn't seen a woman in 2 months and found himself glancing at her. He resolutely refused, not wanting to be deceived into parting with supplies. Who needed furniture in this apocalypse? If one were to mention Zhao Youning and Zhou Qisong, they were the leader and her sister. Could they possibly be treated the same way? Just then, Zhou Qisong descended from the upper floor and called out, "Wait, don't decline just yet. Lu Tongfang may not know, but I just went upstairs, and it's completely empty. There's only some tables and chairs." It was probably an office building before the apocalypse, and there isn't even a bed. As night fell, he had been contemplating making do for one night and checking the market for beds or mattresses the following day. If there were none available, he would have to venture to the nearest city outside the base to search. Large items like beds were out of the question, but bringing back some folding beds or mattresses was feasible. Yet, upon encountering furniture salespeople right at that moment, it felt as though fate had smiled upon him. "Do you have beds?" "Why, of course. We're furniture sellers. If we didn't have beds, what would we be selling?" "I possess a variety of beds for your selection, and once you have made your choice, I shall promptly arrange for their delivery, ensuring you are not inconvenienced this evening." The woman smiled coyly, deliberately leaning closer to Zhou Qisong. "Do you have pictures?" Zhou Qisong furrowed his brow and discreetly stepped back, evading her touch. How could there be a lack of pictures? The woman's expression momentarily stiffened before she quickly recovered, retrieving her phone from her pocket to showcase the styles. Again inching closer. "Ashu." Zhou Qisong rubbed his itchy nose. The fragrance of the woman's perfume was rather overpowering, and he struggled to maintain his composure. After sneezing, Zhou Qisong flashed a smile. "I apologize. I have an allergy to strong scents." The woman's face turned pale, and in frustration, she called over a nearby man. Gritting her teeth, "Xiao Zhu, please provide this gentleman with a thorough introduction to our offerings." Zhou Qisong and Lu Tongfang deliberated and decided on 20 of the most economical double-decker iron-frame beds, sturdy and durable, costing them 2 bags of flour, 50 pounds in total. This felt like a significant waste of resources. Perhaps they should seek their own supplies in the future. They opted not to have the items delivered, and once the materials were relocated, they easily carried them back with a group of more than 10 people. It was outrageous that delivery would require 2 bags of flour. Truly a heartless merchant. If they were aware that these furnishings were originally transported from various residences and later resold upon rental, they would certainly be more outraged. One could only imagine the depths of the scheming behind such dealings. The salespeople promoting these items likely had no inkling of their employer's identity. Dinner in the small building was quite simple. While the base had electricity, there was no running water, as the water sources had long been contaminated amidst the zombie apocalypse. Fortunately, they had Zhongli, a water-based ability user, ensuring their supply of water was secure. Zhongli boiled 2 pots of water, and each person had a bucket of instant noodles accompanied by a marinated egg. Dinner was served. Once everyone had finished their meal, Zhou Kesong summoned everyone to the largest suite on the first floor, declaring the need for a meeting. This suite would serve as their future conference room. Without hesitation, Zhongli followed him inside. The others exchanged glances, fatigued and questioning the need for a meeting at such a late hour. However, Lu Tongfang remained silent, casting a glance at the group before joining the meeting, prompting the others to follow suit. Their loyalty to Zhou Kesong was tenuous. Most still found it perplexing that their leader had suddenly changed. Lu Tongfang's voluntary withdrawal left them little choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Nonetheless, their allegiance remained firmly with Lu Tongfang, and Zhou Kesong was not taken seriously, despite his evident capabilities. Zhou Kesong was acutely aware of the situation. Having accepted the captaincy, he had no intention of being a mere puppet. If he could not gain actual power, he would prefer to start new. Once everyone had gathered, Zhou Kesong cleared his throat and addressed them directly. I realize that I'm still a stranger to you all. My ascension to captaincy, replacing your former leader, may have caused discontent. If I were in Lu Tongfang's position, I too would feel aggrieved to see the hard-won power usurped by someone seemingly out of nowhere. Lu Tongfang felt a throb in his forehead, sensing that Zhou Kesong was about to stir trouble. As expected, Zhou Kesong continued, Brother Lu, you are aware that I lack experience in managing so many individuals. Perhaps you would consider taking back this responsibility? I, Zhou Kesong, assure you I would raise no objections. His demeanor was sincere, yet Lu Tongfang wished to curse him for this audacious maneuver. Zhou Kesong's tactic was calculated. If Lu Tongfang publicly affirmed him, he would be recognized as the legitimate captain. Should Lu fail to cooperate, he would gracefully withdraw, thus alleviating Zhao Youning of a burden. Regardless of the outcome, Zhou Kesong would not suffer loss. Now that they were within the base, even if they were not on the same team, they would naturally form an alliance, free from ulterior motives. Brother, although I am but a few years your senior, I acknowledge you as my leader in private. I sincerely regard you as captain. Experience can be acquired, as we all once began from the ground up, Lu Tongfang said earnestly. Moreover, I, your elder brother, will assist you in managing our miracle team. Those who dare to defy will face my wrath first, Lu Tongfang declared, casting a warning glance at the others, indicating that any disruption of his plans would not be tolerated. With this assurance, Zhou Kesong felt a sense of relief, yet he stated, we must also consider the desires of others, shall we? His smile was genuine as he addressed the group. Now that we have safely entered the base, I offer everyone a chance to reconsider. Those who do not wish to follow me may collect their supplies and seek their own paths. The others were uncertain of their new captain's intentions. However, regardless of sincerity or pretense, all acknowledged his leadership. With Lu Tongfang's endorsement, the group suppressed their personal thoughts, recognizing that no one would be foolish enough to seek alternatives. The base offered food and sustenance, and no one among them was Na'vi enough to leave. Since everyone is willing to stay, let me be clear, the miracle team demands absolute loyalty. Any signs of betrayal will be dealt with severely. Zhou Kesong held a specially selected piece of rebar, which he twisted effortlessly into a spiral, as if it were mere wire. A chill ran through the onlookers. The captain's abilities were far beyond their initial assumptions. They had underestimated this suddenly emergent leader. Lu Tongfang was also taken aback, aware that Zhou Kesong was not an elemental ability user, but merely possessed enhanced strength. Zheng Jiahao, another strength-based ability user, could not have twisted such a thick rebar with such ease. Was this the prowess of a cultivator? Zhou Kesong and his sister lacked spiritual energy. Given their relationship with Zhao Jia, they would have certainly received guidance had they possessed any aptitude for cultivation. Even so, their formidable abilities, despite lacking cultivation talent, suggested that if Zhou Kesong earned Zhao Jie's recognition, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. This realization solidified Lu Tongfang's resolve to align himself with Zhao Youning. Once matters were settled, Zhou Kesong took charge of assigning dormitories. Each floor contained 4 suites, each suite with 3 rooms, sufficient to accommodate them all. He also arranged for several individuals to take turns keeping watch, as their newly acquired supplies were conspicuous and likely to attract unwanted attention. By the time they finished, it was nearly midnight. He hurriedly dismissed everyone to rest, intending to return to the villa. Otherwise, his family would surely be worried, potentially waiting for him. Lu Tongfang found himself at the end of the line, residing in a solitary apartment on the 3rd floor. He approached the door only to discover Zheng Jiahao and Xianming waiting for him outside, evidently anticipating his arrival. He retrieved his keys and opened the door. Both Zheng and Qian hurried in, promptly locking the door behind them. "Brother, what on earth are you thinking? Please enlighten us," Zheng Jiahao whispered, his voice low. Although Qianming remained silent, his piercing gaze was fixed on Lu Tongfang. These two were Lu's most trusted confidants, and once his most capable allies. They had long wished to inquire about the tumultuous events that had transpired, but the opportunity had eluded them amidst the chaos. Today was supposed to be a discussion with their leader, yet they were preempted by Zhou Lesong, who had seemingly garnered Lu's genuine support for that young man. From now on, Zhou Lesong will be our leader, the true leader. Lu Tongfang understood their sentiments, but felt compelled to withhold too much until matters had reached a conclusion. "Brother, what possesses you to act in such a manner for that young man? Are you truly content?" Qianming questioned, sensing that Lu Tongfang had been beguiled. "Zhou Lesong is certainly unworthy of such devotion," Lu scoffed. "So what is your true motive?" "Naturally, it is for the person behind him, our esteemed Zhao Jie." Lu Tongfang decided to reveal a fraction of his thoughts to his loyal followers. "You must show Zhao Jie the utmost respect. It may lead to great fortune in the future." Zheng Jiahao and Qianming exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend their leader's intentions. They had heard him refer to the young woman as Zhao Jie and had assumed Lu was merely enamored by her, calling her sister to win her favor. Could it be that she possessed some extraordinary capabilities? To their eyes, she appeared merely an ordinary girl, albeit one of striking beauty and delicate demeanor. After all, she had yet to demonstrate any prowess, standing in stark contrast to another young woman named Zhou Cursin. While they could believe Zhou Cursin to be formidable, the notion of Zhao Youning being impressive was beyond their comprehension. Was there some hidden background they were unaware of? Observing the expressions of his companions, Lu Tongfang recognized their inclination to overthink. He reiterated the necessity of respecting Zhao Jie. Zheng Jiahao and Qianming solemnly acquiesced, regardless of the reasoning. Their leader's word was law, and following his guidance was undoubtedly the correct course of action. Once they departed, Lu Tongfang remained in his room, restless and sleepless. He retrieved the jade talisman, cradling it in his palm as he rubbed it repeatedly. After a minute, the talisman emitted 4 radiant hues: red, blue, green, and earthy yellow. Gazing at the vibrant colors, he recalled that the talisman had illuminated 3 colors in Zhao Yuning's possession, leading him to believe that he, too, possessed the innate talent for cultivation. When his father entrusted him with the talisman, he had been quite explicit about its significance, but had failed to mention its capacity to radiate light. Thus, it was evident that neither his father nor previous generations had witnessed such phenomena. He truly was a person of great fortune, endowed not only with this talent, but also fortunate enough to encounter a practitioner of cultivation. He resolved to seize this opportunity, determined to convey his sincerity to Zhao Jie and earn her mentorship swiftly. What was a mere faction in the grand scheme? Since Zhao Jie intended to bolster Zhou Lesong's position, Lu Tongfang could serve as a stepping stone for Zhou Lesong. Believing that as long as he remained by Zhao Jie's side, all obstacles would be surmountable. With that thought, Lu Tongfang set aside the jade talisman and reclined in contentment, contemplating the path ahead. The provincial base was divided into 3 residential zones, aside from military and political public facilities. The villa district was predominantly inhabited by high-ranking officials and individuals of notable backgrounds, alongside those like Zhao Youning, who carved their paths through resources. The high-rise district was also reserved for capable individuals, including official management personnel and independent operators with abilities and resources, the majority of whom possessed supernatural powers. The base welcomed such capable individuals, as they alleviated the burden of living expenses and contributed additional resources, fostering stability and material wealth. The final area was the refuge for ordinary people amidst the apocalypse, known as the shantytown. Here, numerous makeshift dwellings have been erected, housing entire families in cramped quarters with no semblance of privacy. This area was home to those lacking supernatural abilities, physical prowess, or the courage to confront the undead. These individuals possessed nothing, relying on the base for sustenance, and were thus subject to its management and assignments. The construction of outer walls, maintenance of cleanliness within, and the ongoing development of agricultural zones were all tasks entrusted to these residents. The base provided them with 3 meals a day, merely enough to stave off hunger. Devoid of any indulgence, only those with specialized skills that significantly contributed to the base's construction and maintenance were afforded additional rations. Zhu Ling was currently employed as a cleaner within the base. During their family's relocation to the base, they had fortuitously followed closely behind a military vehicle, allowing them to escape. The memory of that day as horrors still sent shivers down her spine. Only a few hundred had emerged from a crowd of tens of thousands. She had countless times expressed gratitude for their luck during that harrowing escape. However, the life that awaited them at the base was far from idyllic. It was marked by arduous labor. Without work, there would be no food and no shelter. Of course, those brave enough to accompany the troops or teams to hunt the undead and gather supplies found their lives considerably improved, as the rewards were substantial. But no one in her family dared to take such risks. On their perilous journey to the base, the only one who had previously ventured out for supplies, Su Peng, had lost all courage. He would prefer to toil on the walls rather than step outside the base again. As a cleaner, she commenced her daily duties at 6 in the morning, only concluding at 8 in the evening. Afterward, she would present her identification card to the cafeteria for her meager rations, 3 salty flatbreads and 2 bottles of water, her sole reward for a day's labor, meant to sustain her until the same time the following evening. With such grueling work and such scant provisions, how could it possibly suffice? Moreover, with so little food available, she must share half with her daughter, Wu Meizhu, who often suffered from hunger pangs. Wu Meizhu had initially worked in the planting area, but being spoiled and pampered, she could not endure such hardship. After a few days, she claimed to be too ill to continue. Naturally, without work, there was no food, and Zhu Ling, feeling pained for her daughter, could only save from her own rations. As for Su Peng, although his food supply was 2 or 3 times that of Zhu Ling's, the arduous labor of fortifying the walls consumed far too much for him to spare any. Furthermore, Su Peng was reluctant to save, for he now possessed wealth. With a little expenditure, he could secure a compassionate wife and a well-behaved daughter. Presently, however, he had nothing. The food in his possession was earned through backbreaking toil. How could he possibly save any for a daughter with whom he shared no blood relation? Even if that daughter were exceptionally obedient, it mattered not. He could overlook his own flesh and blood, let alone a stepdaughter. Yet, Zhu Ling dared not voice her thoughts. In this harsh world, it was exceedingly difficult for 2 women to survive, especially with a young and beautiful daughter. Zhu Ling was actually relieved that her daughter was unwilling to work. There were very few young girls in the base, and women, by nature frail, had a much lower survival rate compared to men. Although the base forbade disturbances and patrolled regularly, how could such occurrences be completely avoided? A girl walking down the street could be targeted at any moment. Thus, Zhu Ling had to shoulder the burden of her daughter alone, gazing at the calloused hands that had forgotten the softness of her once well-cared-for skin. Yet she knew that her situation was still better than many others. Complaints aside, one must muster the spirit to work each day. As long as there is life, there is hope, is there not? But what had she seen today? She had seen Su Peng's daughter, dressed in clean and tidy clothes, sitting in a Hummer, laughing and chatting, looking even more radiant than before the apocalypse. The truck laden with supplies and the 2 men fawning over her were all painfully jarring to her heart. Why should she enjoy such a good life? Bah, was it not due to her shamelessness? Zhu Ling stealthily followed, fortunate that the supply-laden truck was not moving too fast, allowing her to keep in sight. When she saw that the young man from the Zhou family was the leader of the entire group, Zhu Ling could no longer sit still. She cast a deep glance at the large quantity of supplies being transported before returning to the work area. After cleaning up, she clocked in to receive her food. This life-sustaining food could not be interrupted for a single day. Clutching the food tightly to her chest, she cautiously made her way home. The room had no bed. The 3 sleeping spots nearly filled the space, with Meiju curled up in the innermost spot, half asleep. To conserve energy, she hardly ever got up. Remaining still meant less energy expenditure, which slowed her hunger. She was indeed very hungry. Upon hearing the door creak, she jolted upright, eyes wide, and only crawled out when she saw Zhu Ling's figure. "Mom, quick, give me something to eat, hurry." Meiju rushed over and tugged at Zhu Ling's clothing. Once she got a flatbread, she stuffed it in her mouth, eating so hastily that she nearly choked, prompting Zhu Ling to quickly open a bottle of water to assist her. Initially, Meiju had been quite disdainful of such food, but after a few days of hunger, she devoured it with more enthusiasm than anyone. Once she finished an entire flatbread and half a bottle of water, she found it strange that Zhu Ling did not urge her to eat sparingly today. After all, this was their combined rations for an entire day. However, she did not inquire further. As long as there was food, that was all that mattered. Meiju snuggled back under the blanket, lying quietly, while Zhu Ling regarded her daughter's pale face, her hair dry from malnutrition. Even so, she was still beautiful. At this age, a girl is at her most delicate, and with just a few days of nourishment, she could regain a healthy glow. "Meiju, today I saw that young man from the Zhou family, Zhou Kesong." Observing her daughter's indifferent demeanor, Zhu Ling continued, "He is with Zhao Youning." Meiju turned her head, clearly intrigued. Zhu Ling knew her daughter had always disliked Zhao Youning, and she felt the same. Since entering this household, their goal had been to win Su Peng's heart completely, and the presence of Zhao Youning, his biological daughter, was an eyesore to them. Zhou Kesong was now quite remarkable. It was said he had supernatural abilities, commanding dozens of followers and leading a convoy of supplies into the base. Zhao Youning was currently being well taken care of by him. Upon hearing about the convoy of supplies, Meiju's eyes sparkled, and upon learning of Zhao Youning's now vastly different circumstances, her jealousy flared, turning her gaze red. Why should Zhao Youning have such good fortune? When Dad returns, let him find them. Even if Zhao Youning ignores us, she must care about Dad, right? We'll be able to leave this wretched place soon, won't we, Mom? Although Meiju was filled with jealousy, she could only think of using Zhao Youning as a stepping stone to a better life. "Meiju, how can you be so foolish? He is not your biological father. After all, if Zhao Youning's condition for accepting him is to cut ties with us, what do you think he would choose?" Zhu Ling saw through the situation. She understood the irreconcilable nature of their relationship with Zhao Youning, and that Su Peng would inevitably abandon them for the sake of survival. Then what should we do? "Mom, I don't want to live like this anymore." Tears streamed down Meiju's face. "Meiju, do you wish to live a better life while stepping on Zhao Youning?" Zhu Ling coaxed gently. "Mom, how do I do that? I'm willing to listen to you." Zhu Ling wiped her daughter's tears away. "It's quite simple. If you can become Zhou Kesong's woman, standing by his side, what could you possibly want? But he has grown up with Zhao Youning. Can I really do it?" Meiju felt a flicker of hope. "Why not? Our Meiju is exceptionally beautiful. No matter how sweetly Zhou Kesong and Zhao Youning speak, she is merely a younger sister. When the time comes, who is more important, a wife or a sister, will be evident." Zhu Ling spoke softly, encouraging her. "Moreover, Zhou Kesong has good character. He is the best choice you can make at this point, don't you think? I will listen to Mom." Meiju had long wished to escape this life. She wanted someone powerful to support her. However, she had yet to find such a person, and those she encountered were beneath her standards. If she had no other options, she feared she might settle for anyone. She had truly had enough of this life. Zhou Kesong was indeed quite handsome, tall, and youthful. He was practically a gift sent to her doorstep. "All right, when your father returns, you must not reveal anything about Zhao Youning. Leave that to me, Zhu Ling instructed solemnly. I understand, Mom. You can rest assured. Just as the mother and daughter finished speaking, they heard the commotion outside. The workers from the shantytown have gradually returned, and the door of the Su family has been knocked upon. Zhu Ling opened the door to find Su Peng holding his share of provisions, 5 large pancakes, 2 bottles of water, and even a portion of boiled cabbage with a few scattered bits of fatty meat. This was the meal for tonight and early tomorrow morning. Those atop the city walls had received similar rations delivered directly to them for midday consumption. Currently, the most critical undertaking of the base was the construction of the city walls, a matter of life and death for everyone in the community. Consequently, the work was tightly controlled, and the workload was immense, thus the food supply was relatively abundant. Upon entering, Su Peng placed the food on the sole rickety stool in the room and sat down on the floor, devouring it hungrily without sparing a glance for the 2 women. After a day of labor, his body felt utterly drained, leaving him with no desire to utter a single word. He was caked in dirt from days of strenuous work, the mingling of dust and sweat creating an unpleasant odor. Yet in this moment, no one cared about such things. As the enticing aroma of the fatty meat and cabbage stirred the appetites of the 2 women present, transforming a dish they once overlooked into a culinary treasure. Lao Su, I have something to discuss with you, Zhu Ling said, sitting opposite Su Peng, making an effort to ignore the tantalizing scent that had invaded her senses. Even as her stomach audibly protested, Su Peng glanced at her, and for a fleeting moment, the traces of her former beauty flickered in his eyes, softening his heart. He broke off half a pancake and handed it to her. Zhu Ling accepted it without hesitation, tearing it into small pieces to eat, still retaining a hint of her past grace. Su Peng, feeling a dryness in his throat, quickly bit into a large piece of pancake before asking, "What is it you wish to say? I saw the Zhou family at the base today." "Which Zhou family?" "Su Peng zet ponde dietz misin." Who else could it be but Zhou Wei and Li Lixia's family? Are they really still alive? Su Peng exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder he reacted this way. Ever since that encounter in the small supermarket, they had relied on those supplies and had not ventured out again, remaining oblivious to the Zhou siblings' heroic feats against zombies in the neighborhood. Even when they had migrated to the base with the military, he had not seen anyone from the Zhou family and had assumed they, like many others, had perished long ago. Not only are they alive, but they are thriving. Their son, Zhou Kesong, is quite remarkable now, Zhu Ling recounted, omitting Zhao Youning from her narrative. I must go find them. After decades of friendship, they will surely lend me a hand. Anything is better than my current situation. Su Peng set down his chopsticks and prepared to leave. Lao Su, Zhu Ling called after him. What will you say if they ask about Youning? Su Peng paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Since Youning's mother had passed and he had remarried, the only connection between their families was Youning herself. His neglect of her over the years had already caused discontent with Li Lixia. If they learned that he had lost their daughter, he could only imagine the fallout. Moreover, to say she was merely lost was a generous understatement. In this world, she was likely no longer among the living. He had hardly worried when Youning had run away, believing she would return once she finished her education. Who could have anticipated the onset of this apocalypse? Zhu Ling, noticing Su Peng's contemplation, pointed to Wu Meizhu and continued. Look at Meizhu. She's quite lovely. Such girls are rare in the base these days, and our families are well acquainted. If our 2 families were to form an alliance, it would be far more beneficial than marrying into a stranger's family. With such a capable son-in-law, you could have anything you desire. Su Peng glanced over at Wu Meizhu. Though the trials of the past few months had dulled her luster, her innate charm still shone through. However, the prospect of aligning with the Zhou family seemed daunting. His expression darkened with regret. Why had he not sought out Youning earlier? If she were present, their childhood bond and Li Lixia's fondness for her would have paved a smoother path for him. If he could just rid himself of the 2 women, Youning would surely welcome him back. Yet, it was too late to ponder such things. If they were so confident, he would wait and see. Lao Su, Meizhu has become quite worn down these days. She needs time to recuperate, Zhu Ling finally stated, revealing her intentions. Su Peng, Scott, what is the point of recuperation? Given our current circumstances, how much better can she become? It's better to remain pitiful. The more wretched, the more one elicits sympathy. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family villa, Zhao father and mother were busy tilling the soil in their yard, eager to cultivate a vegetable garden. Zhao Youning had tools and seeds, promising a steady supply of fresh vegetables once planted. Zhao Kursin had been leaving early and returning late, diligently working with the miracle team to gather information about the entire base. As for Zhao Youning, she had isolated herself in her space for 3 days, cutting several bed sheets and repeatedly drawing the Qinquan talisman. It was proving to be a challenge. The ordinary fabric could hardly bear any spiritual energy. One more thread, and it would be ruined, while too little rendered it unusable. After expending so much time and effort, she had produced only a handful of talismans, far inferior to what Lu Tongfang possessed. At best, they could hold a cubic meter of material, of little use. Reflecting on Lu Tongfang's storage bag, the fabric was evidently different, suggesting it was an item from the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, Youning recalled a storage bag containing magic clothing. She hurriedly retrieved it, selecting the simplest piece to cut and draw symbols upon. Indeed, it was effective. The fabric from the cultivation world could accommodate vast amounts of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was also due to her being an inexperienced novice, lacking significant energy. Exhausting all her spiritual energy, she managed to inscribe the Qinquan talisman on 6 pieces of the magic clothing fabric. Although the material was plentiful, not much of it was usable. Once she completed her task, she sat cross-legged in her space, waiting for her energy to fully restore before exiting. The villa was eerily quiet. Zhao father and mother continued their work in the yard, and Zhao Kursin was still nowhere to be seen. When Zhao Youning finally descended the stairs and entered the yard, Zhao mother, upon seeing her, promptly handed her things to Zhao father. "Youning, you must be hungry. I've made chicken soup. Just wait a moment, and I'll prepare you a bowl of chicken noodle soup. It'll be ready in a few minutes." "No need, Auntie. I'm not hungry. I just need a little help with something." Youning quickly waved her hand, wishing to avoid the impression that she had come merely for food, even if she had hardly ventured downstairs except to eat. "How can you not be hungry? You haven't come down for 2 or 3 days. Annie knows you are cultivating, but now that you're here, you must eat well. We can discuss any matters after your meal. I will do my best to accommodate your requests." Zhou's mother gently patted her hand before hurriedly retreating to the kitchen to prepare noodles. The chicken soup was rich and savory, and the noodles were not the usual kind. They were handmade by Zhou's mother, kneaded and rested to perfection, possessing a delightful elasticity. Although Zhao Youning claimed she wasn't hungry, she devoured an entire bowl in one sitting. After finishing the chicken noodle soup, she felt slightly overstuffed, but with a flicker of her spiritual energy, she quickly digested it all, absorbing the nutrients while expelling any impurities from her body. Once satisfied, she laid bare the fruits of her efforts from the past 3 days, asking Zhou's mother to teach her the art of needlework. Indeed, she intended to sew a pouch for storage. What is there to learn? Annie can do it just fine. Why should you bother with such trivial tasks? Zhou's mother understood that Zhao Youning had no real need for these items. They were intended for others. Besides, she was quite adept at sewing and mending. "Oh, Auntie, you can handle the ordinary fabric, but this white cloud pattern material is a bit tricky. I must do it myself." Zhao Youning didn't particularly wish to learn. Yet the protective garment was something only she could repair. She had previously resorted to using a flying sword to destroy that outfit, and although the runes had been obliterated, the fabric was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. She had not anticipated the resilience of the garment's protective properties. She had always viewed it as merely an ancient-style robe, never considering wearing it in public. In the pre-apocalyptic world, it could have been seen as a sign of antiquity, but in this post-apocalyptic reality, such attire would likely brand her as deranged. However, after witnessing its remarkable qualities, Zhao Youning felt that perhaps she could don it again in the future. Zhou's mother, curious, touched the fabric, surprised by its soft, delicate yet robust texture despite its seemingly mundane appearance. She had encountered many fine materials in her lifetime, yet she had never felt anything like this. Nevertheless, it was still just fabric. How could it be so difficult to work with? Perhaps the girl was concerned about exhausting her with the many pouches she wished to sew, prompting her to offer assistance. Skeptical, Zhou's mother took a needle and thread to try her hand at it. But as expected, the needle slipped through her fingers, failing to even graze the fabric, much like magnets of the same polarity repelling each other. This convinced her of the fabric's extraordinary nature, deepening her appreciation for the wonders of cultivation. Although Zhou's mother had always known Zhao Youning was a cultivator, she had never truly grasped its significance. Having grown up together, sharing meals just like everyone else, what was so remarkable about her? The most astonishing thing she had witnessed was how, with a mere wave of Zhao Yuning's hand, their home would be spotless, which certainly made life easier. Other extraordinary feats, however, she had never witnessed, as Zhao Youning seldom showcased her abilities in their presence. Thus, she only knew Zhao Youning was impressive without comprehending the extent of that impressiveness. Now, at last, she caught a glimpse of it. After all, if even the fabric she used was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, did that not make Zhao Youning divine? Contemplating this, Zhou's mother felt a tightening in her heart. Perhaps it was time to alter her attitude towards Youning. After all, she was truly a living deity now, far removed from the girl she once knew. Yet, seeing her so obediently learning how to sew a pouch, especially since it was for their own use, softened Zhou's mother's heart once more. She scolded herself internally, reflecting on how wonderful a child Zhao Youning was. What had she been thinking? Regardless of her abilities, she was still just a young adult, and one who had lost her mother, with a father who was indifferent to her plight. With this thought, Zhou's heart swelled with affection, transforming her self-reproach into disdain for Su Peng. How could such a man be worthy of the title of father? Unbeknownst to Zhao Youning, who was wholly focused on her battle with the fabric, needlework was not particularly challenging to learn. While she may not achieve the same level of skill and aesthetics as Zhou's mother, how hard could it be to sew? The real difficulty lay in infusing the needle with spiritual energy to thread the line she had removed from the protective garment. Unfortunately, she lacked specialized needle-shaped magical tools and was using an ordinary needle. After only a few stitches, the needle shattered under the strain of her spiritual energy. She ended up using 3 needles just to complete a single storage pouch. Fortunately, the design was simple, requiring just a seam on either side with no embellishments. Anything more complex might have led her to despair. Zhou's mother soon finished her share of ordinary pouches. Observing Zhao Youning still grappling with the fabric, she quietly rose and returned to the kitchen. Knowing her child enjoyed her cooking and relishing the rare occasion when Zhao Youning didn't retreat to cultivate, she resolved to prepare a feast. Zhou's mother selected the finest ingredients, nearly creating a banquet fit for royalty. When Zhao Youning finally completed her first pouch, threading it with a string and surveying her crooked stitches against the backdrop of Zhou's mother's neatly crafted pouches, she felt a pang of embarrassment. Fortunately, she discovered a trick, and each subsequent pouch turned out better than the last. While they still lacked the refinement of Zhou's mother's work, they were passable. She decided that the ugliest pouch would be given to Zhou Curson, as it was the first pouch Zhao Youning had ever made, and Zhou Curson wouldn't dare to reject it. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard commotion outside. Zhou Curson and her brother had arrived at the villa, appearing rather unenthusiastic. "Ah, Youning, you finally decided to come out," Zhou Curson exclaimed upon entering and spotting Zhao Youning. Her enthusiasm immediately rekindled. "Come here, I have something to show you." Zhao Youning was eager to showcase her pouch. Upon seeing the array of beautiful pouches nearby, Zhou Curson's eyes widened in realization. "Youning, you actually made the storage pouch?" she exclaimed, picking up a delicately crafted red pouch made from a bedsheet, inspecting it from all angles. Zhou Katsuin remained still, first observing the 2 heaps of completed pouches, one vibrant with colors, clearly crafted by their mother, and the other a more subdued white cloud pattern, which, while aesthetically pleasing, bore the marks of a novice's handiwork. This must have been crafted by Zhao Youning. This one is made from ordinary fabric and has a rather limited capacity. But look at mine. It boasts a generous 50 cubic meters of space, more than enough for your needs. Zhao Youning proudly thrust the storage pouch into Zhou Curson's hands. Zhou Curson examined it for a moment of silence, realizing it was indeed the ugliest pouch among them. She glanced at the few pouches beside Zhao Youning, which were undoubtedly more appealing. Quickly, she grabbed a more attractive one and tossed the ugly pouch back to Zhao Youning, pouting, Youning gave me the ugliest one. Am I no longer your favorite person? How could you question my sincerity? This is the very first pouch I've ever made, crafted after much effort. I wanted to gift it to you, and yet you dare to complain? Zhao Youning exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and indignation. Zhou Curson couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Yuning's transformation. She had never seen her engage in such playful banter. That innocent, tea and milk-like expression nearly made her surrender. However, upon observing the unsightly pouch in Zhao Yuning's hand, she steeled her resolve and firmly rejected it. Youning, then I'll take this one. I don't mind, it's quite lovely. Although Zhou Curson remained unmoved, Zhou Kesong immediately felt a pang of sympathy. Brother Zhou, you don't need to force yourself to speak insincerely. I'm merely teasing Curson. Zhao Yuning's expression shifted in an instant, her innocent demeanor disappearing as she handed another pouch to Zhou Kesong, jesting about how one could gift such an ugly item. Zhou Kesong did not insist further. The siblings began to explore their respective pouches. Indeed, the items shrank significantly, allowing them to be stored within. While the mechanism was not exceedingly convenient and lacked flexibility, it certainly alleviated many burdens. I added a spiritual mark within, allowing for blood recognition. Thus, others cannot access it. Zhao Youning meticulously examined the recognition mechanism of the artifact, ultimately creating a simplified version for enhanced security. This is already quite remarkable. Thank you, Youning. Zhou Kesong expressed earnestly. I shall assist you in establishing ownership first. Blood recognition was not as simple as merely dripping blood. Unlike Zhao Yuning's jade pendant space, which could be activated by bloodline inheritance, others would not retain their original forms if accessed through impure blood. Zhao Youning summoned 2 spiritual blades, slicing the siblings' fingers to draw a droplet of blood. Once the blood was extracted, the spiritual energy enveloped the wounds, restoring them completely. Zhao Youning performed several incantations over the blood suspended in the air, drawing it into the storage pouch, where a flash of red light indicated its complete integration. The Zhou siblings felt an intangible connection to the pouch, though it remained unclear, as it was merely an object for ordinary individuals, requiring no spiritual awareness. This was its limit. However, in Zhao Yuning's hands, it transformed. She could utilize it as a rudimentary storage bag. Yet it was unnecessary, as it paled in comparison to true storage bags and certainly could not rival actual spatial artifacts. After equipping the Zhou siblings, she called for Zhou's parents. Zhou's mother waved her hand dismissively. Your uncle and I don't need one. That would be a waste. We hardly leave the house. Anyone can do without. But you cannot. You manage our daily sustenance. With this pouch, it will be far more convenient for you. Zhao Yuning's persuasion was quite effective. Then we'll share one. Zhou's mother conceded. That won't do. Each must have one. I shall not show favoritism. Ultimately, Zhao Youning had the final say, and each member of the Zhou family joyfully received their pouches, eagerly stuffing them with their treasured items. You can keep these smaller items, use them as you please, or distribute them to your subordinates. Also, have Liu Tongfang visit tomorrow. He should have one of these storage pouches. Zhao Youning had already anticipated Liu Tongfang's involvement, as the inspiration for this concept stemmed from him, and it was only fair to offer a sweetener. I'll have him come by tomorrow. Zhou Kesong agreed. After the family finished dinner, Zhou Curson trailed Zhao Youning to her room. If you have something to say, do so. Zhao Youning had long sensed Zhou Curson's hesitance. It's just that, Youning, didn't you save one of those pouches for Captain Shu? Zhao Youning raised an eyebrow. Why would I? Unfortunately, only one remains, and that is my maiden creation. Aside from you, I wouldn't part with it. Zhou Curson instantly retreated into silence, realizing that once it entered her pocket, it was hers. As for Captain Shu, she was indifferent to his fate. Was the crystal core absorption successful? Zhao Youning vaguely detected residual energy lingering around Zhou Curson, confirming her evolution to level 2. Yes, it went remarkably well. Zhou Curson's excitement surged as she continued. Youning, did you know? Just one crystal core upgraded my ability to level 2. It's incredible. You are already close to the threshold. Even without absorbing the crystal core, you would have upgraded soon. That core merely expedited the process. Still, it's impressive. The energy within that singular core could sustain my training for several days. We've been taking turns going out to hunt zombies, and I've collected several more. Zhao Curson produced a few sparkling crystal cores from her pocket, marveling at how such beautiful objects could originate from the brains of zombies. Indeed, they are quite remarkable, yet one must not become overly reliant on them. Diligent cultivation is essential. Only through solid foundational practice can one endure in the long term. External aids must complement one another. Understood. It's a pity this doesn't work for you, though. Zhao Curson recalled that they initially intended to have Zhao Youning utilize the cores, only to learn she found them useless. Otherwise, she would have been eager to hunt zombies daily for her. I utilize spiritual energy, which is the essence of humanity. They are fundamentally different and thus inapplicable. Very well. Are matters regarding the team all resolved? Is there anything troubling? Zhao Youning recalled the siblings' seemingly burdened expressions upon their return. Everything is fine. I never realized my brother was quite capable. They all seem to trust him now. Zhao Curson regarded her brother with newfound respect. If any troubles arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Zhao Youning did not wish to meddle in every affair. It was preferable that they could manage independently. Zhao Curson's expression flickered, revealing her inner turmoil. If there is something, speak. If not, return to rest. I need to practice. Zhao Youning shot her an exasperated glance, wondering when she had adopted such indecisive traits. Youning, please don't be upset. This truly has nothing to do with me. Zhao Curson resolved firmly. Speak. Zhao Youning was eager to uncover what Zhao Curson had done to warrant her concern. Well, upon our return today, we encountered Wu Meizhu. The moment she saw our car, she rushed over. My brother braked just in time, but she still sustained significant injuries. He took her to the base S infirmary. Oh, Zhao Youning had anticipated that the matter would not have reached them yet. Perhaps the news had simply spread slowly, but it seemed she was fixated on someone else. You cannot imagine how wretched Wu Meizhu now appears. Her clothing is tattered, she is emaciated, and her hair looks as if a dog had chewed on it. Had it not been for her relatively fair complexion, I might not have recognized her. Zhao Youning understood. Without the reliance on her spatial abilities, Wu Meizhu's life would only worsen. The individuals who once surrounded her would no longer even glance in her direction. If she wished to escape her plight and not wallow in despair, Zhao Kesong's sudden appearance at the base, accompanied by a large entourage and supplies, was undoubtedly her best option, perhaps her only one. After all, the family shared a modicum of familiarity. If Zhao Yuning's guess was correct, Su Peng would likely reach out to Zhao Kesong soon. Su Peng was Zhao Yuning's father, and regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Kesong had inadvertently crossed paths with his nominal daughter, compelling him to extend some semblance of courtesy. This exchange could very well present an opportunity, a chance to ascend through the ranks, and soon, Zhao Kesong might find himself firmly in control of the situation. After all, this was the forte of Wu Meizhu and her mother. What are your thoughts on this matter? What more is there to discuss? Clearly, Wu Meizhu harbors ill intentions. It is evident that she is merely trying to exploit the situation. In my opinion, she should be left to fend for herself, though my brother, with his kind heart, took her to the clinic. Zhao Youning chuckled softly, remarking, a young girl lying pitifully on the ground, struck by her own vehicle. Men are inherently inclined to be tender-hearted, especially towards the girl next door. Hearing Zhao Yuning's words, Zhao Curson was immediately horrified, her skin crawling with discomfort. Youning, please don't repulse me further. How can you refer to her as the girl next door? Given her demeanor, it is an absolute affront to the term. That is your perspective. Others may not share the same sentiment. Your brother might even revel in the presence of such delicate beauty. Ha ha! Zhao Curson laughed heartily. Delicate beauty, you say? You have no idea. The moment Wu Meizhu saw us get out of the car, she immediately began calling out Kashing Gijin a coy tone, trying to crawl towards us. It truly startled my brother. He promptly summoned Chung Li, the strongest member of the team, to carry her off to the clinic. Upon discovering that her injuries were superficial, my brother wasted no time in leaving. Indeed, he is quite lacking in romantic sensibilities. Zhao Youning concurred. As Zhao Curson observed Zhao Yuning's amused expression, she found it difficult to discern her intentions. Youning, since we are all at the same base, and given that we have encountered Wu Meizhu today, your father will inevitably come looking for you. What are your plans? The Zhou siblings initially intended to keep this troubling matter from Zhao Youning. However, upon reflection, they realized it would be unwise to allow her to be blindsided. It was better to give her a precautionary warning. If he comes looking, let him. I have nothing to lose, Zhao Youning replied lazily, dismissing their concerns. The reason for not dealing with them directly was that it would be too merciful to end their lives swiftly. How could her resentment be assuaged without allowing them to languish in the mire of a post-apocalyptic world for a few more years? She merely wished to witness their futile existence. When the time came for her to leave, if they were still alive, it would not be too late to eliminate them. But he is your father. If you truly disregard him, would that not invite gossip from others? Foolish girl, in this day and age, who has the time to concern themselves with the domestic affairs of others? Furthermore, even if they talk, it will not affect me in the slightest. Who can truly contend with her now? I understand. Rest assured, Youning, should they dare to approach, I will certainly assist you in driving them away, Zhou Curson declared resolutely. Although Zhao Youning had previously severed ties with Su Peng and had been indifferent towards him since the onset of the apocalypse, the unbreakable bond of blood often left them anxious about her feelings, fearing she might regret her decision. Thus, when encountering members of the Su family, they felt a delicate balance of caution and urgency. Now, with a clearer understanding of Zhao Yuning's resolve, they would treat the Su family as complete strangers, ignoring them entirely. Moreover, they would ensure that the Su family did not disturb Zhao Youning. While she may not mind, it was still a nuisance. And nuisances ought to be nipped in the bud. Zhou Curson, having discerned her sister's thoughts, resolved that the Su family must not be allowed to interfere with Zhao Youning, nor tarnish her reputation. He would take it upon himself to safeguard her. As she gazed at the darkened sky outside, Zhao Youning suddenly felt a surge of impatience. After some contemplation, she changed into a black outfit. With a stealth charm applied, she quietly slipped out of the villa. She intended to discover what her father and his family were up to. Daring to target the Zhou family in an attempt to irritate her, she would unleash her wrath upon them. Zhao Youning was quite familiar with the layout of the base. The Su family certainly resided in the shanty town, where they had once stayed briefly before she awakened her fire abilities and moved to the high-rise district. Instead of rushing to confront them, she strolled slowly through the base, reflecting on the strange yet familiar surroundings, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. The base at night was eerily quiet, shrouded in darkness, devoid of pedestrians, save for soldiers patrolling the grounds. There was a curfew in place. Ordinary citizens wandering outside at night risked being mistaken for zombies and shot. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhao Youning utilized her stealth charm. The shanty town was located at the far west of the base, adjacent to the military district, yet separated by a kilometer, as the high population density often led to chaos. Hence, its proximity to the military served as a deterrent. Zhao Youning inspected each house, swiftly pinpointing the Su family residence, where its occupants had yet to retire for the night. Wu Meizhu lay on a mat, her limbs wrapped in bandages, groaning softly. In reality, Zhou Curson had braked just in time and had not struck her. After all, vehicles could not travel too swiftly within the base. In her panic, fearing she might be severely injured, Wu Meizhu had lunged too late, and Zhou Curson's timely braking had prevented any serious impact. Even had she fallen onto the vehicle, she would have still sustained injuries. It was a fortunate opportunity that she had instead fallen onto the ground, where a few small stones lay scattered. Thus, she ended up with more scrapes than anticipated, owing to the abundance of gravel from the construction of the city walls. Did Zhou Curson not show any concern when you fell in front of his car? Su Peng returned late and immediately sensed that something was amiss. What concern? Cushing Gidge had someone take me to the clinic, and he covered the cost of the bandages, Wu Meizhu replied, her heart racing at the thought of Zhou Curson, feeling entirely different from her previous encounters. Since the apocalypse, she had only seen disheveled men, and encountering someone like Zhou Curson again was nothing short of a marvel. Even the bloodstains on him seemed to enhance his masculinity. If she had previously agreed to this arrangement solely for a better life, now her feelings for Zhou Curson had deepened. Zhu Ling gazed at her daughter in disbelief. Had she not returned to inquire about the circumstances in detail? Zhou Curson would not have laid a finger on her. Seeing Wu Meizhu in such a state, she feared that it might have already been too late. Old Su, it seems you must intervene. Zhu Ling had long since realized that the two women alone could not accomplish their goal. It would ultimately depend on Su Peng's influence. I shall seek him out tomorrow. It is quite late now, so I shall retire for the night. Su Peng, uttering a few words, nestled into his bedding and lay still. He did not attempt to evade responsibility. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to seek out Zhou Kesong. He could no longer endure this wretched existence. He resolved to overlook the incident involving Wu Meizhu, hoping that the young man from the Zhou family would recognize his prudence and, coupled with the favor he held as the father of Youning, would permit him to join his ranks as a logistical support, ensuring his sustenance was secure. As for the fanciful notions of Wu Meizhu and her daughter, he perceived their folly clearly. They were not naive enough to believe that any woman of merit could not be found, much less be ensnared by a mere girl with yellow hair. However, this tumultuous episode had inadvertently provided him with a pretext to approach the Zhou family's heir. In this room, the three of them each harbored their own schemes. Zhao Youning could see through their machinations and could not help but smile. It appeared that the bonds of family affection only flourished in times of prosperity. Now, reduced to such a plight, the once unbreakable ties had crumbled in an instant. Yet, Zhao Youning would not allow them the luxury of continuing their distasteful antics. They were only deserving of their own misery. She cast several incantations of slumber, rendering the entire family unconscious, and then she quietly entered the room. With no desire to linger, she withdrew a talisman and activated it, imprinting its sigils upon Su Peng. Once the spiritual energy had completely coalesced within him, she withdrew her hand, satisfied, and departed silently. If one were to inquire about her intentions, they were rather unremarkable, merely to invite misfortune upon him. While his life was not in jeopardy, he would undoubtedly face calamities. She was keen to observe whether, when Su Peng lay injured and incapacitated, the mother and daughter would remain to care for him or abandon him to his fate. Surely, this spectacle would be entertaining. Once they had shed the burden of Su Peng, she would arrange for his sustenance. At that juncture, it would be intriguing to see whether the forsaken Su Peng would take it upon himself to resolve matters with them. Zhao Youning exited the shanty town, her mood still grim, a surge of resentment swelling within her. She cast her gaze toward the city wall and, suddenly invoking her wind manipulation, soared beyond the city limits. The soldiers stationed at the city gate felt a sudden gust, rousing them from their drowsiness. They quickly scanned their surroundings, finding nothing amiss, yet remained on high alert, unwilling to succumb to slumber again. Zhao Youning swept through the distance, utilizing her spiritual awareness to search, now extending a full 1,000 meters. At last, she detected a large horde of zombies. She tore away her invisibility talisman, releasing her aura completely, which immediately drew the attention of the horde, who surged towards her in a frenzy. She refrained from employing any spells, relying solely on her sword as she plunged into the mass of the undead. Craving a cathartic slaughter, she became wholly immersed in the chaos, her sword seeming to meld with her very essence, each strike flowing effortlessly from her hand. With every flash of her blade, swathes of zombies fell, regardless of their tier. None were permitted the chance to withstand a second blow. She lost track of time, her pent-up fury dissipating with each swing, each zombie reduced to fragments, leaving her heart increasingly serene. Eventually, no undead remained standing before her, and tranquility enveloped her spirit. She gazed at her sword, untainted by the grime of battle, and with a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, she meticulously cleansed it of any lingering filth before sheathed it. A glance at the towering pile of corpses led her to casually unleash several fireballs, which ignited in an instant, reducing the mountain of zombies to ash in mere moments. As she prepared to return, her spiritual awareness suddenly detected someone approaching rapidly. Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, Zhao Youning halted her departure and stood still, awaiting their arrival. The figure, naturally, was Chu Xingzhan, one of the commanding officers on duty that day. Within the military center, a sophisticated monitoring system perpetually emitted electromagnetic waves, alerting them to any unusual life forms within a 20-kilometer radius of the base. If any significant number of living entities appeared, an alarm would sound. Although the sound would be subdued due to the enemy's phototactic and phonotactic tendencies, only escalating to a continuous alarm within 5 miles. Thus, vigilance was essential, as soldiers promptly reported any alarms. As monitoring data confirmed a massive horde of over 100,000 zombies advancing towards the base, Chu Xingjian immediately relayed the information. By the time all teams convened to strategize, the horde had already encroached an additional 5 kilometers, their speed alarmingly swift. The base sprang into action, each member fulfilling their designated roles, soldiers swarming the walls, and various elite teams coordinating with military command. Once preparations were complete, the radar indicated that the zombie horde had halted 10 kilometers away, merely circling in place, and the data showed a rapid decline in their numbers. This peculiar phenomenon left everyone baffled. Could there be another group, undetectable by their systems, engaging the zombies? Were they friend or foe? The probability of them being enemies was far greater, and the base was left in a state of ignorance regarding this new threat. With the detection system failing to register the unknown force, merely observing the dwindling zombie count, a scenario never before witnessed. Chief, I request permission to investigate the enemy situation. Being the sole third-tier ability user, Chu Xingjian felt compelled to take the lead in such dire circumstances. Indeed, having reached the pinnacle of the second tier, he had successfully ascended to the third tier through the use of a second-tier crystal core. Given that no one else could guarantee a safe return from the horde and the looming danger, it was his duty to act. He only learned of the crystal core's significance upon returning to the base. The capital had already discovered its potential to enhance abilities, and strict orders regarding the cores had just reached the provincial base. However, due to the magnitude of the situation, it had not yet been disseminated widely. The military had been actively collecting crystal cores for trial by military ability users, and now 3 newly ascended second-tier ability users were in their ranks. Yet, such numbers were still insufficient for this task. Major Chu, take a heavy machine gun with you. Ensure your safety. Major General Su, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. He understood the urgency of the matter and recognized that risking the entire base was not an option. Only Major Chu was capable of undertaking this mission. Yes, sir. Chu Xingjian saluted and promptly departed. However, upon exiting, he found Vice Captain Wang and several others already waiting for him. Captain, we're going with you. Return at once. Chu Xingjian commanded, his expression cold. Captain, once we head out, you can't dictate our actions, can you? This is what they mean by orders from the outside may not be obeyed, right? Oldie exhibited a reckless attitude, which made Chu Xingjian grit his teeth in frustration. Observing the unwavering demeanor of the others, he felt utterly helpless. I took on this task with confidence, but with you all here, you're merely a hindrance. You should all head back. Upon hearing this, Deputy Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, surely you don't believe we would accompany you into a zombie den? Rest assured, we're only here to support you. We are well aware of our limitations and would never be a liability. Otherwise, if we were to flee and find ourselves without backup, the consequences will be dire. Chu Xingjian fell silent, yet he appreciated the goodwill of his teammates. Then keep a safe distance in the armored vehicle, and retreat immediately if anything seems amiss. If anyone disobeys my commands, they will be expelled from my team upon our return. Understood. The 5 individuals, upon receiving his consent, cheerfully climbed back into the vehicle, following closely behind. Although the armored vehicle did not travel swiftly, it was far from slow, possessing ample power to ensure a safe return as long as they were not overwhelmed by zombies. Even if they were besieged, the current zombies lacked the capability to breach the armored shell, allowing them to endure for quite some time. Yet, why did Chu Xingjian not utilize the armored vehicle? He could not remain hidden inside while assessing the situation. In the face of genuine danger, the sluggish pace of the armored vehicle would not facilitate his escape, while his off-road vehicle could reach speeds double that of the armored one. As long as he could return to his vehicle, he believed he would be fine. He did not consider any zombies capable of restraining him, unless confronted by something far more terrifying. With his teammates providing backup behind him, he felt little apprehension. The armored vehicle obediently trailed him at a distance of several hundred meters, never overstepping its bounds, as Chu Xingjian advanced alone. As he approached the battlefield, the pungent stench of blood and decay intensified, yet he pressed on, unflinching. Suddenly, the putrid odor shifted to a burnt aroma, tightening his heart as he slowed his pace. To his astonishment, upon cautiously entering this area, as if bracing for an imminent threat, he was met with the sight of an open wilderness and a seemingly expectant Zhao Youning. "Captain Chu, you appear to be well." The moon hung high, casting a gentle glow upon the girl's exquisite visage. The impact of this scene caused his tightly wound emotions to dissipate, replaced by a different kind of tension. Chu Xingjian felt his mouth go dry. He averted his gaze to the thick ashes behind her, instantly recognizing them as remnants from the incineration of zombies. After all, their military regularly cleared the base perimeter of zombies before incinerating them, making him quite familiar with this ash. "Youning, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Xingjian gathered his thoughts and approached. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely felt a whim to take a stroll and happen upon this batch of zombies that displeased me. So I decided to take some action." "Why did you bring your team here, Brother Chu?" Zhao Youning spoke nonchalantly, yet her words struck Chu Xingjian like a tempest. Even though he had begun to suspect the truth, with over 100,000 zombies, it was inevitable that many advanced ones were among them. To have reduced them all to ashes in less than half an hour left him even more perplexed about Zhao Youning's capabilities. The disparity felt insurmountable. When he first learned she was a cultivator, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. When she flew with him on her soar to safety, he felt like a mayfly seeing the vast sky. Now, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was unworthy to stand before Zhao Youning. Never having known self-doubt before, he now felt almost pitifully insignificant, as if he would never be deserving of standing by her side. The military detected a zombie tide advancing towards the base. Once everything was set in motion, we discovered they were hesitating, so I came to assess the situation. Chu Xingjian maintained a calm facade despite the turmoil within. "I see. Now that the zombies are gone, what will you say?" Zhao Youning was genuinely unaware of the advanced equipment the decrepit base possessed. After all, she had no access to the upper echelons of the base back then. In her previous life, she had assumed that soldiers stationed atop the city walls were simply using binoculars for observation, having observed sentries wielding them more than once. Later, when the base gathered a group of computer experts to install satellite surveillance, everyone rejoiced, only to find that the monitoring system was rendered useless shortly after. As the base was breached, all zombies have turned to ash, and there are no further anomalies. Chu Xingjian found nothing amiss in this outcome. The zombies had indeed been eradicated, and there were no unknown threats. Only a remarkably powerful individual who had helped them overcome a crisis. This individual preferred to remain undisclosed. Would it be wrong with that? Zhao Youning smiled, recognizing that Captain Chu was quite astute and refreshingly unpretentious. "Would you mind if I hitched a ride? I'm quite exhausted and would rather not move." Chu Xingjian quickly opened the back door, allowing Zhao Youning to enter before returning to the driver's seat. After starting the vehicle, he instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find it empty. His hand froze. "Youning, are you still there?" "Yes, just pretend I'm not here." Zhao Youning's sweet voice reassured him from the back, calming his heart. He understood that she feared being seen, which could invite trouble. It was far too late to be wandering outside the base, especially after emerging from the zombie horde. It was better to maintain silence. Now, Zhao Youning could undertake any irrational action, and he would regard it as entirely natural. It would be strange if she failed to do something. Meanwhile, Deputy Wang and his team had been following closely when they suddenly lost sight of their captain, left bewildered as to how the vehicle had vanished just moments prior. The driver, Old He, pressed the accelerator and surged forward, causing the armored vehicle to circle the vicinity, nearly plowing the ground. Yet they could not access the area where Captain Chu had disappeared, while retreating posed no challenges. "Are we encountering a ghost wall? How eerie." Old He, undeterred, continued to accelerate in circles. "If we were to say that zombies are corpses, perhaps their spirits are following us, and with so many souls, it might just create a ghost wall." The atmosphere, already eerie, made Deputy Wang shiver as he snapped, "Be serious. What time is it to be so foolish?" Instantly, everyone grew solemn. Old He opened the hatch above, allowing a wave of burnt odor to flood the vehicle, nearly causing the occupants to retch. Captain Chu must be nearby. I want to go check it out, Deputy Wang suggested. Deputy, I'll go with you. Everyone, except for the driver Old He, was eager to join. Old Jiang and Rat. Come with me. Yezi, you stay with Old He and guard the vehicle. Deputy Wang assigned roles and urged Old He to open the door, as three of them swiftly descended. However, before they could proceed, a deep rumble erupted, and Chu Xingjian's vehicle reappeared, colliding with their descending figures. In that moment, Deputy Wang felt his heart sink. Captain, couldn't you have emerged a few minutes earlier? Or perhaps a bit later? The promise was made to refrain from acting on their own. Yet before the situation had fully settled, they found themselves apprehended without having accomplished anything. Captain Chu, we are trapped here and unable to leave. We were just about to investigate what was happening, Vice Captain Wang said with an awkward smile, stepping forward to take responsibility. Regardless of whether they could truly escape earlier, now that Captain Chu had emerged, it seemed any previous obstacles had been overcome, without any means to verify. They were left to the whims of their superiors. Everything is fine now. Get in the vehicle and prepare to return, Captain Chu Xingjian thought to himself, suspecting that Zhao Youning had done something to avoid being seen. What? We don't need to check. The others were bewildered, especially since their captain's temper seemed surprisingly mild today, showing no sign of displeasure at their earlier insubordination. As Captain Chu had already driven away, the three who had just emerged quickly clambered back inside, with Oldie stepping on the gas to follow Chu Xingjian back to the base. Everyone at the base remained on high alert, with Major General Su standing resolutely in front of the monitoring equipment, unwilling to move an inch. He watched as the life signs displayed dwindled gradually until they ceased to provoke any response from the devices, and the low alarm finally fell silent. Yet, his expression grew increasingly grave and cautious. What could possibly annihilate over 100,000 zombies in such a short span? Such a terrifying presence nearby. Could the original provincial base withstand it? Did this world truly seek to leave humanity with no escape? Report. Major Chu has returned, a guard announced. Where is he? Major General Su inquired, immediately striding outside, as news came that Major Chu and his team were nearing the base, expected to arrive shortly. Upon seeing Chu Xingjian step out of the vehicle, Su approached him eagerly. Major Chu, what is the situation? Sir, all zombies have been eradicated. There are no other anomalies at the scene, and the alarm can be lifted, Chu Xingjian replied calmly. Nothing at all. Major General Su was incredulous. When I arrived, all I found was the ash of burnt zombies. Surely, someone of great skill intervened. I lingered nearby for quite a while without any further developments. That individual must have departed long before. An individual of great skill? Major General Su could make no sense of it and could only express his gratitude. Thank you. Major Chu, you are granted a day off. Go and rest. With no immediate concerns, Su ordered the alert status to be lifted, though patrols were increased by 30% for precaution. This situation needed to be reported to the Kyoto base immediately, if such anomalies could arise in the original province. It was likely others might face similar threats, necessitating early preparations. After Major Chu concluded his report and returned to the vehicle, he softly called out, Youning. Naturally, there was no response. Zhao Youning had long since returned to the villa. He felt a sense of emptiness as he allowed himself to languish in the car for a moment, closing his eyes and exhaling softly. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes again, once more the indomitable Chu Xingjian. As the world entered the third month of the apocalypse, on a night in November, temperatures plummeted to zero. When dawn broke and the sun rose, the temperature failed to rise again. The rapid drop in temperature was alarming. Just the day before, the sun had shone brightly, and temperatures had hovered around 17 or 18 degrees. The base's stockpile of winter clothing and blankets was suddenly inadequate, although there had been systematic efforts to gather supplies. Food and construction materials had taken precedence, leaving cold weather gear as a lower priority. With the effects of years of greenhouse gas emissions, the original province typically did not enter winter until mid-December. No one anticipated this cold snap would arrive over a month early. Simultaneously, news from Kyoto indicated that winter had indeed arrived, with temperatures expected to continue their descent. A severe snowstorm was forecasted to sweep across half the globe in 2 weeks, and experts predicted this harsh winter would last at least 6 months, with temperatures potentially plunging to minus 50 degrees. This meant that not only was cold weather gear of utmost importance, but food supplies were critical as well. The military convened an emergency meeting, attended by all officers of colonel rank and above, though the attendance was sparse. The mayor of the original city's base was present, but held no power or authority, merely a listener to the directives given. The grain storage in its city cannot wait. Immediate action is required, Major General Su stated firmly. And city lay 200 kilometers from the base, and once the heavy snow began to fall, transporting anything would be impossible in sub-zero conditions. And city's granary held at least 200,000 tons of grain, sufficient to sustain the base's population for an entire year, and with careful rationing, even 2 years. In addition to food supplies, cold weather gear was critical. Not only needed winter clothing and blankets, but also a significant amount of coal was required. The residential areas were originally constructed with heating pipes, which could be activated if coal was burned. In temperatures below freezing, heating must be ensured, otherwise, no amount of firewood would suffice, and even electricity would be useless as air conditioners would fail to function, politician Lin added. Moreover, this was merely an estimation. Who could guarantee that temperatures would not drop even lower? The coal mines in Ping City were the most abundant. They certainly had enough coal. What about the shanty towns? The marginal figure, Mayor Ma, suddenly raised a concern. Shanty towns were makeshift structures without heating systems, and such shelters lacked any capacity for insulation. Even if heat were supplied, they could still freeze to death, and currently, the greatest scarcity was human lives. The entire original provincial base housed merely over 10,000 individuals. Representing a significant portion of the surviving population, it was imperative not to let so many perish from the cold. Once all supplies arrived, the vacant buildings would be opened, and the residents of the shanty towns would be relocated to share the space. They would endure this winter together. Major General Su contemplated briefly before finalizing the plan. It must be done, he declared. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, present. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, a robust man in his 40s with a stern countenance, was also a power-type ability user. You will lead the 1st and 2nd battalions of the original provincial base-S combat team to Incity-S granary, ensuring all grain is transported back. Yes, I will accomplish the task. Lieutenant Colonel Liu saluted, accepting the mission. Major Chu, present. Chu Xingjian stood up. I order you to lead the 3rd battalion of the original provincial combat team to the Ping City mining area. You must bring back more coal. Yes, I will accomplish the task. Major Liang, present. You are tasked with leading the 1st battalion of the 2nd regiment to gather winter clothing from the surrounding towns. Yes, I will accomplish the task. All 3 tasks were assigned to the base's combat teams, with Mayor Ma convening all team representatives at the administrative building to clearly communicate the news of the impending winter. Every team must select one task to cooperate with. I will notify them immediately, Mayor Ma promptly confirmed. Typically, the registered combat teams at the base were not required to contribute any supplies. However, each month it is imperative to complete a task assigned by the base. Otherwise, the team will face disbandment. Moreover, ordinary individuals are required to surrender 30% of their resources upon each return to the base. The month has only just commenced, and the base is yet to issue any tasks. Inside the small building of the Miracle Team, the sudden drop in temperature has kept them indoors today. Zhou Kaxing was initially listening to Cheng Li report on the Su family situation. Ever since Wu Meiju's incident, he had directed someone to keep an eye on the Su family. The mother and daughter duo of Wu Meiju posed little threat. It was Su Peng who was the real ticking time bomb. Without constant vigilance, one could never know when he might disrupt Zhao Youning's life. Unexpectedly, Su Peng fell from a wall while at work the very next day. The fall occurred from a height of merely 2 or 3 meters, which ordinarily wouldn't be a significant concern. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand as he landed directly on a protruding rebar, the sharp end piercing deep into his thigh and resulting in a fracture. Fortunately, the accident occurred while he was on duty, and the base agreed to provide basic sustenance during his recovery. Typically, one would require at least a month or two to recuperate from such an injury, leaving him without the energy to stir up trouble. Zhou Cushing intended to set him aside for the time being. Yet, Wu Meizhu was relentless. Instead of caring for her ailing father at home, she found the time to confront him daily. Each time they crossed paths, she would wail outside the building if he chose to remain indoors, displaying an astonishing lack of shame. In truth, Wu Meizhu was driven by desperation. She had endured unbearable hardships and felt that her pride was of little consequence. Zhou Cushing represented her only lifeline, and she was willing to endure anything to cling to it. The members of the Miracle team privately teased Zhou Cushing about his unexpected romantic fortune, lamenting that he was too dense to recognize it. Even Lu Tongfang approached him with an inquiry. There's a woman actively pursuing you, and she's not unattractive. Why not simply accept the advances? Isn't it just a matter of finding some comfort in your days? Zhou Cushing was eager to deflect this burden. Lu Tongfang paused, noticing Zhou Cushing's expression of relief at the prospect of shedding a significant source of trouble, which sparked an inexplicable sense of urgency within him. The woman in question was not interested in him. Rather, she seemed to have her sights set on Zhou Cushing's childhood companion. What nonsense! She dares to lay claim to my childhood friend? I only have eyes for Youning. Zhou Cushing felt a pang of indignation at the mere suggestion. Oh, so Sister Zhao knows her? Lu Tongfang seemed to have grasped a crucial point. Zhou Cushing did not genuinely wish to shift the blame onto Lu Tongfang. Regardless of whom Wu Meizhu clung to, it was only a matter of time before Zhao Youning would become aware of her presence, which would only serve to cause irritation. After all, she was Youning's stepsister, and as one might expect, with a stepfather comes a stepmother. This non-blood-related sister had previously bullied Youning without remorse. This cannot stand. She dares to torment Sister Zhao. I will not let her off easily. Lu Tongfang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Wait. Zhou Cushing quickly restrained Lu Tongfang. Youning has no intention of harming her. Sister Zhao is kind-hearted. Our purpose is to alleviate her burdens. If we discreetly resolve this matter, wouldn't that please her? Youning's father is still alive. We cannot simply eliminate him as well. Zhou Cushing did not believe that Zhao Youning would so easily take a life over trivialities. He remained oblivious to the past events, convinced that Youning's current fortune was merely a stroke of fate and that she retained her innocent and benevolent nature. Are we to allow her to prance about unchallenged every day? Youning has already distanced herself from her father, and now they are struggling for survival at the bottom of society. Isn't it more satisfying to eliminate them entirely rather than prolong their suffering? Zhou Cushing harbored a deep disdain for the Su family. Yet, he pondered how to navigate this precarious situation. Lu Tongfang, seasoned by his experiences in the world, quickly devised a plan. What if you lead her on initially? Allow her to taste a bit of sweetness before casting her aside. The fall from such heights would only amplify the pain of her loss. Wouldn't it? Lu Tongfang's smile was laced with mischief. What nonsense! I refuse to sacrifice myself for this. Zhou Cushing staunchly rejected the idea. Let us consider an alternative. Find someone else to do it. There are plenty of willing participants. Isn't there already a suitable candidate? Are you suggesting Chengli? Zhou Cushing instantly recalled the individual who had accompanied Wu Meizhu to the clinic. Chengli had his own misfortunes, becoming entangled with Wu Meizhu simply by aiding her. Whenever Wu Meizhu could not reach Zhou Cushing, she would relentlessly pursue Chengli, seeking entry into the small building. Unlike Zhou Cushing, Chengli seemed to relish the attention. Thus, Chengli assumed the responsibility of monitoring the Su family. Despite his robust physique, Chengli was not lacking in intelligence. He could indulge in sweet words. But he dared not take advantage of a woman who claimed to be the childhood companion of the team leader. Zhou Cushing subtly hinted to him that he should employ any means necessary to ensure Wu Meizhu would cease her incessant appearances. Chengli quickly grasped the underlying message. As expected, Wu Meizhu gradually ceased her visits and instead focused her efforts on Chengli, as he was genuinely capable of providing her with sustenance. Chengli reported back every few days. Su Peng, confined to his bed due to his injury, grew increasingly irritable, while Zhu Ling, who initially cared for him, eventually grew indifferent. His daily sustenance was collected by Zhu Ling after she completed her work. Yet by the time it reached him, a significant portion had been withheld, further fueling his rage. Despite his predicament, the family was embroiled in chaos. Consequently, Wu Meiju incessantly pleaded with Cheng-Li to allow her to move into the small building. But Cheng-Li was not one to indulge her whims. He had effectively ignored her for several days, instilling a sense of fear in her to refrain from further demands. As Cheng-Li exited, news arrived that officials were present. Mayor Ma had summoned each team to send 2 representatives to the administrative building for an important meeting. Zhou Kexing promptly set off with Lu Tongfang. Though referred to as an administrative building, it was merely the former office of the sanatorium. Zhou Kexing and Lu Tongfang arrived at the meeting room at a timely moment, where around 10 teams had already gathered. Being newcomers, they were not well acquainted with the other teams. A nod of acknowledgement sufficed as a greeting. They found seats and settled in, waiting. Shortly after, members of the Thunder God team arrived. The captain of the Thunder God team appeared to be merely a teenager, sporting a mane of golden hair. Likely a fervent admirer of the Thunder God himself. Beside him sat a young woman in her 20s, an embodiment of intellect and grace, who was also the vice captain of the Thunder God squad, Zheng Ya, the sister of Zheng Qian. Coincidentally, Zheng Qian, the captain of the Thunder God squad, had also awakened lightning-based powers and had now ascended to level 2, displaying extraordinary combat prowess. His sister, Zheng Ya, a water ability user, was adept at managing the squad, which had subtly earned the reputation of being the leading team within the base. As the captains in the conference room rose to greet him with smiles, it was common knowledge that Zheng Qian possessed immense strength and a fiery temperament, warranting their respect. With an air of disdain, Zheng Qian casually took a seat next to Zhou Kexing, who shot him a glare. Zheng Ya, however, maintained a commendable demeanor, engaging in pleasantries with everyone before taking her place beside her brother, cheerfully greeting Zhou Kexing. "Captain Zhou, I trust you are well." Vice Captain Zheng remains as charming as ever. Zhou Kexing courteously responded, revealing no hint of unease. Just days prior, these 2 squads had clashed over a medical warehouse, ultimately resulting in a stalemate, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. At that moment, Mayor Ma entered the conference room, and a hush fell over the assembly. Clearing his throat, he disclosed the impending arrival of harsh winter without reservation. Upon hearing this, the attendees erupted into discussions, clearly shocked by the news. No one dared to claim that their collected resources could last through 6 months, especially with such plummeting temperatures. Mere food would not suffice. Warmth was paramount. "Captains, please settle down." Mayor Ma interjected after the commotion subsided. "What strategies does the base currently have in place? We are ready to offer our full support." One squad promptly expressed their willingness, recognizing that their survival depended solely on the base during this brutal winter. The military had divided into 3 teams to scour for resources in Angshi's granary, the Ping City mine, and surrounding towns. This was a mandatory mission for the month, and each team had to choose one task, as time was of the essence. They were to depart by tomorrow. The difficulty of these tasks varies significantly, one captain pointed out, seeking clarification. It would be prudent to delineate the details, otherwise, we will inevitably opt for the safer surrounding areas. Who would risk venturing so far? Mayor Ma, having anticipated such queries, responded with confidence. The granary and coal mine were distant and fraught with unknown dangers. Thus, teams selecting these tasks would receive a 10% share of whatever they retrieved. In contrast, those who chose to collect resources from nearby areas would be required to surrender 70%. As soon as this announcement was made, the attendees erupted into further discussions. The allure of a 10% share from food and coal was substantial, but the associated risks were evident. Teams lacking sufficient strength were understandably hesitant to take such risks. Conversely, while the 70% requisition from nearby collections was considerable, the military escort would significantly mitigate danger, leading most squads to favor this safer option. Ping City? Zhou Kexing exchanged glances with Lu Tongfang, both understanding the task at hand. Excluding all else, the resources Lu Tongfang had previously procured were ample enough to sustain their squad for an entire year. Thus, compared to the granary, the coal mine held far greater appeal. In frigid temperatures of minus several degrees, lacking adequate heating would spell disaster. Although the base promised heating, there were no guarantees of sufficient coal supply. Only by securing it themselves could they feel at ease, especially as they possessed a spatial storage device. If they could seize a bag full, it would suffice for the entire winter. What a coincidence! Our Thunder God Squad also aims to undertake the Ping City mission. Captain Zhou, it seems we shall be collaborating once more. Zhenya promptly declared her choice of Ping City, as her squad was equally well supplied with food. Then let us cooperate harmoniously. Captain Zhou Kasong replied non-committally, sensing a growing suspicion that the Thunder God Squad had taken an interest in him. Ever since the incident at the medical warehouse, their paths had crossed frequently. With urgency pressing, all squads finalized their mission selections and dispersed to prepare. Once Zheng Qian was back in the vehicle, he vented his frustration. Sister, what do you find so appealing about that Zhou? What do you see in him? If it weren't for their underhanded tactics, I would have easily taken him down myself. Had it not been for his sister's stern warning against rash actions prior to the meeting, Zheng Qian would have lost his temper. He couldn't help but view Zhou Kasong with disdain, considering him a petty bully. I don't admire him, really. I just have this instinct that the Miracle Squad is not to be trifled with. I prefer not to create a formidable enemy unnecessarily, Zhenya replied, feeling exasperated by her brother's immaturity. Despite his formidable strength, he still possessed a childlike disposition, and she often wondered when he would truly mature. Yet she was resolute in protecting him, recalling how he had once sustained a zombie bite while defending her during the onset of the apocalypse. As she held his feverish body, watching the dark, oozing wound on his arm spread, despair nearly consumed her, wishing to join him in death. But Zheng Qian had survived and awakened powerful lightning abilities, and together they had navigated the trials of this world, their bond deepening. In Zheng Qian's eyes, the formidable enemies were merely those with physical powers. Were they truly worthy of concern? He rolled his eyes dismissively. Have you ever seen a power user so impressive? How come they're the only exceptions? Remember, there are greater forces beyond our own. So, can you tone down your arrogance? She often felt that there was something extraordinary about them, even speculating whether they were descendants of legendary martial artists. If that were the case, combined with their powers, they would indeed be formidable. Zheng Qian, having suddenly gained such immense strength at a young age, had developed an air of superiority. He believed himself above others until that fateful day when he faced defeat at the hands of Zhou and his sister, which had been a significant humiliation for him, making it implausible to expect him to treat them kindly. All right, I get it, sister. Let us hurry back and prepare. Zheng Qian interjected to change the subject upon sensing his sister's admonitions. Zhenya sighed, but chose not to press further. She still had her own responsibilities to consider. Once Zhou Kasong and Lu Tongfang returned to their base, they began organizing their team. The Miracle Squad, now including the Zhou siblings, comprised 38 members, 5 with nature abilities, 8 with strength abilities, 2 with speed abilities, and the remainder being ordinary individuals. As the captain, Zhou Kasong was undoubtedly required to participate, while Lu Tongfang and Zhang Li, one with fire abilities and the other with water abilities, were equally indispensable. The 6 newly recruited ability users from the base were also to be taken along for this mission, as they required further assessment. If one harbors ill intentions, the stability of the rear base may soon be compromised. By enlisting 3 adept individuals, the group would total 12, perfectly accommodating 3 vehicles. The remaining personnel would remain to safeguard the base. After arranging matters, Zhou Kasong instructed everyone to prepare while he returned to the villa. Why can't I go? Zhou Kursin exclaimed upon hearing her brother's assignment to Ping City, leaving her behind to guard the rear. Why is that? This mission could last over 10 days. Youning has yet to emerge from seclusion, and our parents are here. Don't they require protection? Moreover, our team needs someone to oversee operations. Who else but you could handle such a significant responsibility? Zhou Kasong presented these points, bestowing praise upon his sister. Then why aren't you the one staying behind? Zhou Kursin, having realized the necessity for one of them to remain at the rear, momentarily let her tongue get the better of her. Once you can best me, I shall heed your commands. Zhou Kasong remained unfazed. Just wait. I will surely triumph next time. Zhao Curson retorted, her teeth clenched. The siblings frequently engaged in friendly contests. Yet Zhao Kesong's earlier breakthrough in abilities had consistently placed him a step ahead, much to Zhao Curson's frustration. Zhao Kesong meticulously emptied his storage pouch, leaving behind only essential clothing and provisions in the villa. Upon his return, their parents immediately busied themselves in the kitchen upon learning of his impending mission. The return date uncertain. As the saying goes, one must prepare dumplings when departing and noodles upon returning. Thus, crafting a batch of dumplings was deemed necessary. In addition to the dumplings, Zhou's mother prepared some savory meat pancakes for her son to enjoy on the road. Given the time constraints of this mission, proper meals would be difficult to manage en route. Thus, the pancakes, easily warmed, serve as a convenient and delicious option. Concerned about monotony, she also made rice balls filled with meat and vegetables, both flavorful and practical, far superior to instant noodles or crackers. Observing this familial scene filled Zhao Kesong with profound happiness. As long as his family remained together, even amidst the calamities of this world, he would steadfastly protect their home. This sentiment led him to indulge a bit too much during dinner, savoring dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage, each with a delicate skin enveloping a generous filling. He relished 3 full plates, contentedly resting on the sofa, patting his stomach. Since embarking on his training, his appetite had notably increased. He resolved to gather more supplies for the future. When might agriculture and livestock return to normalcy? The night passed quietly, and the following morning, the Zhou family bid farewell to Zhao Kesong with fervent reminders to be cautious on his journey. Zhao Curson followed him to the assembly point, her heart easing upon witnessing her brother depart with the military, led by Chu Xingjian, alongside hundreds of others. Only the Miracle and Thunder God teams opted for the Ping City mining mission. Most squads prudently chose to gather supplies in nearby areas. Those daring enough to gamble turned their sights on the grain depot in City, for not everyone possessed the abundance of resources enjoyed by Miracle and Thunder God. Food had become the most precious commodity, and even a fraction of it was a tempting prospect, with hundreds of thousands of tons available. While the participating teams would share the bounty according to their contributions, the reward was substantial enough to warrant the risk. Consequently, over 8 teams set their sights on the City grain depot. Once the convoy from City had departed the base, it was their turn to set off. Oldie drove the armored vehicle at the front, followed by a line of military off-road vehicles, with Chu Xingjian's command vehicle trailing behind. The Miracle and Thunder God teams followed closely behind, with 10 large trucks, each covered tightly with tarpaulins, carrying soldiers within. Though 10 trucks were insufficient for coal transport, the base could not spare more. Due to the long journey to City, the base had dispatched 50 trucks to ensure a larger grain haul. Yet even that was but a drop in the bucket. Their situation was even more dire, with only 10 trucks remaining. Thus, they would have to scavenge for additional vehicles along the way, as any sufficiently large vehicle would suffice. Otherwise, they would need to make countless trips with their meager fleet. The convoy proceeded steadily, encountering obstacles in the form of zombies, which the military swiftly dealt with, eliminating the need for personnel to disembark. Only when facing higher-level zombies would soldiers dismount to collect crystal cores, executing their tasks with remarkable speed and professionalism, leaping back onto the trucks without requiring the vehicles to halt. However, once they ventured over 100 kilometers beyond the provincial base, the roads became increasingly treacherous, necessitating frequent stops to clear obstructing vehicles. Thus, what should have been a 2 to 3 hour journey stretched to an exhausting 7 to 8 hours before reaching Ping City. Chu team, Vice Captain Wang's voice crackled over the intercom. Receive, go ahead. The national highway ahead is completely blocked and impassable. Please advise. Copy that. I will scout ahead. Chu Xingjian switched to the all-hands channel to notify. All units, halt. Await further instructions. Without waiting for the flurry of replies to subside, he directed the driver to advance ahead. Gazing at the densely packed vehicles stretching for miles on the national highway, he realized that passage was impossible. After studying the map intently, he finally identified an alternative route nearby, prompting a full detour. Naturally, this path was not as wide as the national highway, and the trucks could only barely navigate it, resulting in a significantly reduced speed. The number of zombies began to rise, overwhelming their firepower. Under Chu Xingjian's command, half the soldiers disembarked to clear the area while the other half provided cover. Yet, the onslaught of zombies continued to swell, with not only lower-level zombies but also several higher-level ones drawn by the commotion, their speed and agility surpassing that of their lesser kin. Many managed to evade the suppressive fire and surge toward the vehicles, effectively trapping the convoy. Zheng Qian had sat in the vehicle for nearly an entire day and was thoroughly impatient. The moment they became ensnared, he charged into the throng of zombies. With a mere flick of his wrist, a cacophony of sounds signaled the fall of numerous zombies, an awe-inspiring display. Qian, come back! Zhenya directed the Thunder God team members to assist in clearing the zombies, watching her brother frolic amidst the chaos with a sense of helplessness. Zhou Kusong observed this scene, muttering an expletive. Indeed, this young rascal was overflowing with energy. The members of the Miracle Squad were gathered together, methodically clearing the nearby zombies. These first-level zombies had harder skulls, making the task significantly more challenging. Chu Xingjian had already leaped onto the roof of a vehicle, directing the battle while calmly surveying the surroundings. With so many zombies attacking, it was certain that there would be second-level zombies. His task was to identify and eliminate them at the first opportunity. However, he did not anticipate that 5 second-level zombies were approaching the convoy. Without hesitation, he charged towards the nearest one, a long blade appearing in his hand, as if by magic. With a single stroke, he cleaved the second-level zombie in half. Since advancing to level 3, he had not encountered a second-level zombie, and indeed, his third-level abilities proved formidable. He immediately locked onto the second one, dispatching it with an equally swift and decisive strike to its head. Before he could locate a third second-level zombie, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation behind him, followed by a fierce rush of wind. Instinctively, he swung his blade backward and retreated swiftly. The zombie before him retained a pale complexion, its claws sharp, yet its body was completely intact, devoid of any decaying flesh. Its aura unmistakably indicated that it was a third-level zombie. Chu Xingjian's expression grew serious. This zombie was capable of ambush, an alarming indication of its rapid evolution. The third-level zombie wasted no time, immediately launching another attack after its first strike missed. Its cyan claws gleamed ominously, sharp enough to rival the long blade in Chu Xingjian's hand. Unfazed, he met the attack head-on, their weapons clashing with a resounding clang. Seizing the momentum, he produced a short blade with his left hand and thrust it toward the zombie's head with astonishing speed, catching it off guard. To his surprise, the zombie merely swayed aside, evading the short blade and generating a gust of wind that freed it from the constraints of the long blade. Its claws lunged at Chu Xingjian once more. The battle between man and zombie was evenly matched, each unable to gain the upper hand, as both sides unleashed their abilities. Chu Xingjian finally discerned a startling truth. This was a third-level wind-type zombie. The notion that zombies could possess abilities was utterly astonishing. Since the apocalypse began, he had encountered countless zombies, many of which exhibited mutated strength and speed. However, he had never before encountered a zombie awakened with elemental abilities. This was indeed remarkable, as possessing elemental abilities implied the presence of a spiritual root within, making it nearly impossible for such a being to be infected by the zombie virus. Zhao Youning had never encountered such a being in her previous life, possibly due to her premature demise before the emergence of such evolved zombies. Ever since her return from the outside world, Zhao Youning had secluded herself in her space. The exhilarating sensation of wielding her sword freely allowed her to experience the unity of sword and self, bringing her closer to the threshold of mastery. Moreover, with each kill, her pent-up aggression dissipated, and her mental state improved significantly, signaling her approach to a foundational breakthrough. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, her next step was to establish a solid foundation, yet she had struggled to even touch the edge of this goal. Regardless of her training efforts, her progress had stagnated until this breakthrough in swordsmanship and mental clarity propelled her forward. More importantly, she had truly grasped the sensation of establishing a foundation. If she desired, she could now consume a foundational elixir and attempt to solidify her foundation. However, she remained unhurried, as she had only been cultivating for less than a year. Even with the time dilation of her space, although her foundation was solid, she understood that the chi refinement stage required careful consideration. After digesting all her gains, Zhao Youning exited her space, immediately feeling a chill envelop her. Despite her current resistance to temperature extremes, she remained sensitive to changes in climate. Winter had indeed arrived, and in her haste to retreat, she had neglected this aspect. Her brother and the others had departed for Ping City the previous morning. Zhou Kursin informed Zhao Youning about the impending cold wave and the base's countermeasures. Zhao Youning exhaled, relieved that they were headed to Ping City, where they were not currently facing food shortages. To cope with the cold wave in the coming months, coal was undoubtedly a necessity. In her previous life, the base had dispatched personnel to the grain depot in City and the coal mine in Ping City during this time. Coal had been successfully transported back with minimal loss, but those sent to City's grain depot faced catastrophic failure. Of 1,000 soldiers, only a handful returned. Reports indicated that their journey had initially gone smoothly, encountering only a few waves of zombies along the way, which were easily subdued by overwhelming firepower. The convoy traveled day and night, taking turns driving while others rested and ate in the vehicles. By the next morning, they had safely reached City, but this seemingly easy journey had led to a gradual relaxation of vigilance among the group. Upon nearing the grain depot in City, they found the surrounding area devoid of any zombies for miles. This was highly unusual. Although the depot was not located in a bustling area, it was certainly not a desolate place, and there should have been dozens of workers present. By the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. A massive old willow tree had mutated in the vicinity. Originally with an extensive root system, the mutated willow's roots now stretched for over 10 miles, consuming all nearby humans and zombies as nutrients. The thought of the 1,000 soldiers, the brave souls who stood at the front lines, weighed heavily on Zhao Yuning's heart. Despite numerous adversities, there were still those who continued to bear the burdens of this world. As she glanced at the sky, she could only hope it was not too late. Stop the vehicle. Everyone, pay attention, turn the vehicle around and retreat. Lieutenant Colonel Liu sensed something was amiss and ordered everyone to withdraw for further investigation. However, just as the convoy began to retreat, the ground trembled violently, fissures appearing as the entire convoy was thrown into disarray. Thick roots, akin to oversized tree roots, erupted from the ground, thrashing about and shattering car windows, piercing into vehicles, and striking down anyone within reach, draining them in an instant. Everyone, exit the vehicles. Retreat at full speed now. Lieutenant Colonel Liu's eyes widened in horror as he led everyone in a desperate fight while retreating. Yet their efforts were in vain. Those agile roots could only be struck when they ensnared a victim. Even when shot or slashed, the robust roots remained largely unaffected, continuing their assault, while only the smaller roots could be easily severed. In just a few minutes over this short 10-mile stretch, the convoy suffered significant losses, with many not perishing on the spot but being carried away alive. As Lieutenant Colonel Liu led the remaining personnel out of the area, the group was left in a state of shock. The world had grown increasingly surreal. What kind of monster was this? The losses were indeed catastrophic, with more than half of their vehicles destroyed, leaving only a handful of trucks to escape. The armored vehicles fared better due to their durability, as the roots could not penetrate them immediately. But what exactly were these things? These were indeed the roots of the willow tree, now greatly enlarged. Yet their origin was still discernible. A person held a section of a severed tree root about the thickness of a finger, and after careful examination, reached a conclusion. "Are you certain?" Lieutenant Colonel Liu inquired upon hearing the individual's deduction. "I am quite certain," the man affirmed. "I was once a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I have personally harvested numerous willow roots, and there could be no mistake." His conviction was unwavering. The prospect of a willow tree mutating to such an alarming extent, preying on humans, evoked a chilling thought. Was this truly a sign of humanity's impending doom? Lieutenant Colonel Liu raised his binoculars for a closer inspection and indeed spotted a towering willow tree, albeit 15 kilometers away. If the mutated root system originated from that tree, the implications were terrifying. Left unchecked, it could spread throughout the entire city. After a long moment, he lowered the binoculars, casting a heavy gaze toward the vehicles still ensnared in the ravine, where many of their rations lay. Behind them were enough supplies to sustain the personnel at the provincial base for 2 years. Moreover, the tree roots had also captured many living individuals. This willow tree must be eradicated today. Lieutenant Colonel Liu glanced at the armored vehicle, his resolve crystallizing. After all, it was a tree. No matter how much it mutated, it remained a plant, its body immobile. If they could reach 2,000 meters into its core and deploy artillery, what cannot be vanquished? Comrades, our fellow citizens have been abducted, their fates uncertain. They may still be clinging to hope for our rescue. Meanwhile, over 100,000 civilians await sustenance. We cannot allow any enemy to hinder our progress. Lieutenant Colonel Liu proclaimed passionately. I am organizing a suicide squad to infiltrate and locate the mutated willow's core and destroy it. If anyone is willing to join, step forward. The accompanying troops remained silent, standing aside as if the matter did not concern them. Although many of them had also been taken, the previous encounter had been far too horrifying, and no one wished to court death. Only the soldiers stepped forward without hesitation, quickly forming a line before Lieutenant Colonel Liu. He regarded the troops he had trained with a mix of pride and sorrow. He selected 5 of his most capable soldiers, all seasoned non-commissioned officers in their 40s, who had accomplished many commendable missions and were now free of ties. With himself, they formed a group of 6, determined to advance toward the Willow's core, fortified by the armored vehicle and several machine guns to clear the way. Commander, you cannot go. You must remain here to command. Let me lead the team inside, urged Major Tian, the deputy commander of the independent regiment, grasping Lieutenant Colonel Liu's hand with firm resolve. Major Tian, this is my responsibility. As a second-level peak ability user, no one is more suited than I am. I entrust the team to you. If we fail, you must return to base swiftly. Winter is approaching, and our food supplies are critical. We cannot afford to delay. Lieutenant Colonel Liu patted Major Tian's shoulder firmly, ensuring his instructions were clear before resolutely boarding the armored vehicle. Commander. Major Tian saluted, watching his superior head into what was likely a fatal confrontation. Did he not possess abilities as well? As more ability users appeared around him, he felt a twinge of envy. Though he held no deep regrets, the desire for abilities surged stronger than ever at this moment. The armored vehicle advanced cautiously, the willow roots showing no signs of movement, perhaps dismissive of the 2 crawling creatures or simply sated from its recent feast. The vehicle progressed without incident. The machine guns rendered mere decorum, yet no one dared to let their guard down. As they approached within 3 kilometers of the willow, they could see its massive branches layered upon each other. Among them, tightly bound green cocoons numbered over 100, and upon closer inspection, they realized these green cocoons were, shockingly, people recently ensnared. Lieutenant Colonel Liu sensed that as they drew nearer, the willow tree began to stir ominously. The individuals within the cocoons remained motionless, their fates uncertain. Should they fire, they would undoubtedly perish. Yet to miss this opportunity meant certain death for all. If they delayed, the mutated willow might become cautious, making it even more difficult to eliminate later. With unwavering decisiveness, Lieutenant Colonel Liu ordered artillery fire as they entered the precise range of 2,000 meters. In that very instant, several roots, as thick as an adult's thigh, surged toward the armored vehicle. But no root could match the speed of the artillery. Almost instantaneously, the explosion resounded, forcing the attacking roots to retreat. The artillery continued to rain down as Lieutenant Colonel Liu focused intently ahead, watching as the individuals within the green cocoons were violently expelled by the concentrated firepower. Smoke enveloped the area, mingling with the haunting, hoarse cries that echoed like gravel grinding against stone, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. 1 minute later, as the last shell was fired and the smoke began to dissipate, Lieutenant Colonel Liu surveyed the gradually clarifying scene. The willow stood, charred and smoking, its branches reduced to ashes. Surely it was defeated. Yet before he could exhale in relief, A torrent of thick roots surged forth, swiftly overturning the armored vehicle. The enraged, mutated willow tossed the vehicle into the air before discarding it with disdain. Inside, the 6 occupants were jolted violently, their heads spinning. Fortunately, the seatbelts held firm. Otherwise, they might have been thrown to their deaths. Once the mutated willow had vented its fury and ignored the metallic behemoth, Lieutenant Colonel Liu and his comrades seized the opportunity to emerge, now only a few hundred meters from the mutated willow's core. Gripping a triangular military dagger, Lieutenant Colonel Liu charged forward, unleashing his second-level peak abilities. The remaining 5 soldiers flanked him, guarding the sides and rear. At 300 meters, the soldiers at the rear were simultaneously attacked by several roots, drained of their lifeblood even as they severed the encroaching tendrils. A soldier from the left flank rushed to fill the gap, and though they had no time for sorrow, not even a glance back, they pressed on. At 200 meters, a soldier on the left fell. Another immediately took their place. At 50 meters, a root as thick as a man's waist surged toward Lieutenant Colonel Liu. The first soldier on the right leapt to shield him, only to be drained instantly. The remaining 2 struggled to hold back this clearly main route as Lieutenant Colonel Liu pushed forward with all his might. Finally, with the selfless protection of his comrades, he reached the mutated willow's core. He thrust the military dagger into the tree, which had been battered by artillery, and it pierced easily, but to no avail. He glanced back at the net of roots closing in and the withered bodies of his comrades, then toward those still waiting in hope. There was no time left. Gripping the dagger tightly, he summoned all his abilities, feeling a powerful energy surge through him. His face flushed crimson, his body swelling as the roots descended upon him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his power. Countless roots, along with himself, turned to ashes, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. Lieutenant Colonel Liu had detonated his powers, a preparation he had long anticipated, for he had never underestimated the mutated willow tree. However, he was still unprepared for the formidable strength of this tree. Although his self-detonation inflicted great damage upon the mutated willow, it did not claim its life. It merely left it severely weakened, its power diminished by more than half. Thus, it was in desperate need of energy, an increasing amount of it. Its sights were now set on the team that had intruded upon its territory. With hundreds of fresh morsels at its disposal, it believed that consuming them would restore its vitality completely. The mutated willow, gazing at its battered form, which was beyond recovery, quivered in fury as its roots trembled. Resolute, it decisively severed its thickest primary root, stealthily burrowing underground toward the group of humans, and began to channel energy with reckless abandon. It intended to recreate its essence, using the flesh and blood of these humans as offerings for its rebirth. Lieutenant Colonel Tian had not lowered his binoculars. It was only when they heard the continuous sounds of artillery fire and saw the willow tree erupting in flames and smoke in the distance that they wondered if success had been achieved. The smoke was indeed substantial, captivating the attention of everyone present. As long as they could reach the area affected by the shells, none doubted that victory was within grasp. The somber atmosphere of the camp lightened somewhat, as all awaited the triumphant return of their hero. Yet half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of the armored vehicle. Lieutenant Colonel Tian sensed something amiss, but the mutated willow, which had already woven a new web beneath their feet, would not let these humans escape. Though discovered somewhat prematurely and with minor flaws, it was still sufficient. When Zhao Youning arrived on her sword, she beheld the willow roots surging toward the trembling crowd, their desperate efforts to fend them off proving futile. She hovered in midair, raising her delicate hand to cast shimmering talismans down to the ground. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted, and the willow roots were reduced to fragments. Zhao Youning spotted the main root attempting to retreat and leaped down from the sky, wielding her sword to deliver a decisive strike. With a piercing scream, a thick green liquid burst forth, staining a large patch of ground. The survivors looked up to see a faceless woman descending on her sword, clad in a flowing pale blue robe, as if a celestial being had come to rescue them from their plight. Worried about being late, Zhao Youning had specially donned a garment that enhanced both her spiritual power and speed, expending her energy to rush forward. Covering a distance of 200 kilometers in just an hour, her arrival was nothing short of timely. Yet, she was still a moment too late. As she glanced into the far distance, sensing the lingering breath of lost lives, the willow spirit, hiding underground and feigning death, could no longer conceal itself upon realizing it could not deceive this human. As the roots erupted in a frenzy the moment Zhao Youning set foot in its territory, she wielded her sword with such ease that entire clusters of roots were cleaved apart, rendering them incapable of hindering her advance. Witnessing this woman single-handedly demolishing the roots with her sword, the crowd trembled with excitement, their emotions beyond expression. Was it truly divine intervention? Had a goddess descended to aid them? Those who had once dismissed the notion of deities found themselves entranced by the miraculous scene before them. Lieutenant Colonel Tian began leading his team to search for fallen comrades. Those drained by the willow were still relatively intact, while those shattered by shells could be identified by their uniforms. As Zhao Youning continued to eradicate the willow's essence, the tree went into a frenzy, its 5 thick primary roots and all its tendrils bursting forth from the ground, swirling around its body like a chaotic dance, a sight reminiscent of the legendary tree demons. At that moment, Zhao Youning contemplated that this was the true tree demon, far more formidable than any she had observed in films. With each swing of her sword, the encircling roots were reduced to ashes, subjecting the already cornered mutated willow to a slow and agonizing demise. Suddenly, the wood energy surged, and Zhao Youning focused intently on the withered trunk of the willow, watching in disbelief as it began to swell, new shoots sprouting from its broken branches. It was attempting to extract energy from its roots for self-detonation. Without hesitation, Zhao Youning summoned all her spiritual power and struck down with a force that could shatter mountains. The rapidly expanding trunk of a mutated willow was cleaved in two, engulfed by a dense blaze of fire energy that erupted into roaring flames. The shriek that followed resonated for what felt like an eternity. Zhao Youning reached out, channeling wood energy into the ground, and moments later, she retrieved a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, glimmering green in hue. Unlike mutated animals and plants, which differed from the zombified beings, these entities possessed unique cores based on their awakened elemental abilities. This trait was akin to humans, who would also form energy cores in their dantians as their powers evolved, with colors corresponding to the 5 elements. Those not belonging to the 5 elements would manifest as colorless, transparent cores. As Zhao Youning stored the core, she surveyed the devastation around her, and those still searching for bodies in the distance gazed upon the completely eradicated and burning willow tree, their eyes filled with gratitude. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a nearby spot, where a faint breath of life remained, though nearly all flesh had been lost, leaving only skin clinging to bones. There was still a flicker of life. She sheathed her sword and approached, casting a stream of spiritual energy to nourish his nearly extinguished vitality. Minutes later, the figure coughed lightly and slowly awakened, as Zhao Youning withdrew her energy. The skeletal visage stared back at her with large, hollow eyes, an image that would terrify anyone of lesser courage. His expression shifted from confusion to clarity as he struggled to rise, but weakness prevented him from succeeding. "You are still very weak. You must not move recklessly," Zhao Youning cautioned, pressing down on his shoulder. Lieutenant Colonel Tian rushed over, recognizing the man despite his skeletal appearance. "Zhongliang, where's the commander? Where's the commander?" They had scoured nearly half of the battlefield. It still could not catch a glimpse of even a scrap of Colonel Lu's clothing. The commander, holding onto a mutated willow tree, exploded in a fit of sorrow, tears welling in Zhongliang's eyes as he gasped out a fragmented sentence before fainting again. "Zhongliang." Major Tian, startled, hurried to check for his breath, which was faint and barely discernible. He was not dead, but had lost too much vitality and needed time to recover. Zhao Youning explained that the man appeared like a corpse that had been dead for days, and anyone would doubt his chances of survival. "Miss, are you a deity?" Major Tian intended to express his gratitude, but his words slipped out, voicing his unspoken thoughts. Zhao Youning was taken aback, recalling in a moment of desperation how she had flown with her sword, scattering shimmering talismans like a celestial maiden showering flowers. Indeed, had she been among the onlookers, she would have thought the same. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she was relieved that her face remained obscured to others. Major, I am but a human truly. As for what you witnessed earlier in this apocalypse, nothing is truly surprising, is it? Zhao Youning refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that discussions about cultivation were often ethereal and unproductive. That young lady, we are from the original provincial base, which has excellent conditions. Would you be interested in settling there? Major Tian, after expressing his sincere gratitude, began to consider bringing her to their headquarters. I already reside at the original provincial base, Zhao Youning admitted directly. Major Tian's eyes lit up with surprise then. Let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on the urgent matters at hand. Zhao Youning interjected. With that, Major Tian ceased his inquiries, understanding that since she belonged to their base, she would not be escaping. If this extraordinary person preferred to remain low-key, they would respect that. He promptly withdrew to prepare for the cremation of their fallen comrades. Due to the constraints of their situation, all bodies could only be divided into two piles for cremation, one for military personnel and the other for civilians. Only Colonel Liu had left no trace, having turned to ashes alongside a small branch of the willow tree, leaving only a handful of earth beneath it as a token of remembrance. A small farewell ceremony was held, with everyone observing a moment of silence. Zhao Youning recited a passage of a rebirth incantation, a hazy yellow aura emanating from her and radiating outward. It seemed as if everyone felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over them, alleviating the persistent anxiety that had plagued them since the onset of the apocalypse. As if their bodies and minds had been elevated, the aura descended in circles upon the remains, resembling twinkling stars gathering and dispersing in a mystical dance. This incantation was primarily for Colonel Liu, whose soul had scattered in the explosion. The chant would aid in reuniting his spirit. It was only after embarking on her cultivation journey that Zhao Youning came to understand that reincarnation exists beyond this world, in a completely independent realm known as the underworld. Only a complete soul could be ferried to the underworld within a certain time frame. The battlefield was cleared expeditiously, with everyone working in unison to pull vehicles from the ravines, while earth manipulators leveled the ground. Once everything was in order, they prepared to drive to the nearby granary. Major Tian was about to invite Zhao Youning to join them when he realized she had vanished. She had been there just moments ago. After searching in vain, it dawned on him that the extraordinary individual had departed. Believing she had left, Zhao Youning thought to herself that since she had done a good deed, she might as well see it through. However, she felt her spiritual energy had been considerably drained and preferred not to exert herself further. Yet, the way the people looked at her with reverence, viewing her not as a mere human, but as a divine being, was overwhelming. She could not bear the spotlight. Thus, she decided to remain concealed. Perhaps it was the formidable mutated willow tree that kept the area devoid of any anomalies. The process of retrieving food went exceedingly smoothly, with 50 heavy trucks, along with several others collected along the way, reaching their maximum capacity, capable of transporting 10,000 tons of food in one trip, necessitating 20 journeys. Indeed, every team needed to gather more vehicles. The more they collected, the fewer trips they had to make. Otherwise, with just these 50 vehicles, transporting 20,000 tons of food would take an eternity. For this mission, the base generously provided ample fuel, supplemented by what they had gathered along the way, sufficient for however many vehicles they wished to send. Zhao Youning perched atop one of the trucks, observing the lengthy convoy. She recalled that Zhou Kursin had mentioned that the convoy to Ping City once consisted of only 10 heavy trucks. How many trips would they need to make? She reflected on how long it had taken in her past life to transport coal, seemingly until a blizzard had sealed the city in impassable conditions. The journey from city to the original provincial base had already been traversed once, with no obstacles remaining. The previously cleared zombies had not yet regrouped, allowing for a smooth passage. Just as night fell, the convoy arrived at the original provincial base, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the Ping City convoy. As both groups proceeded toward different warehouses, the personnel at the base were already prepared, commencing the unloading of goods without needing to concern those who remained behind. They could return to rest and set off again early the next morning. Major Tian, however, went alone to report the details of the mission to General Su, including the news of Colonel Lu's sacrifice. He also mentioned the hidden, extraordinary individual capable of flying with a sword. General Su and Political Commissar Lin had been awaiting the return of the two task forces since early morning. Chu Xingjian arrived first to report on the situation in the Ping City mining area. As soon as he finished, Major Tian arrived. Upon seeing Major Tian come to report, everyone in the room instinctively understood that Colonel Lu had perished. The two leaders wore somber expressions, reflecting on the loss of two entire battalions, along with substantial ammunition and weaponry. What dire circumstances must have compelled the highest-ranking leaders to risk their lives and ultimately perish in battle? Major Tian, please explain the situation. General Su said, his fatigue apparent as a series of events had left him emotionally drained. Major Tian recounted everything from start to finish, and the leaders nodded in agreement upon hearing that Colonel Lu had personally led the armored advance and spared no effort in bombarding the mutated willow tree. They were taken aback to learn that the formidable mutated willow tree had withstood artillery fire and could launch ambushes from miles away. When they heard of a woman, ethereal as a goddess, wielding a long sword to hover in midair, effortlessly vanquishing the mutated willow tree and saving everyone, they were left momentarily speechless. The revelation that she had revived Zhong Liang, who had been drained of life, left them in a state of astonishment. General Su and Political Commissar Lin exchanged glances, feeling that Major Tian's account was rather fantastical. Yet in this current world, was anything truly unbelievable? Upon reflection, they seemed to accept the situation well and inquired about the woman's circumstances. Chief, the young lady is unwilling to disclose her name and has been concealing her appearance. Thus her origins remain unknown. However, she mentioned that she currently resides in our base, reported Major Tian, who was well informed. Then let us keep a discreet watch. But regardless of whether we can locate her, we must avoid any disturbances, instructed General Su, listening intently from the sidelines. Chu Xingjian felt a surge of suspicion upon hearing the mention of the sword. Upon learning that she lived in the base, his understanding deepened, and a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Do you know her, Major Chu? Inquired Political Commissar Lin, whose powers of observation were keen. I have encountered individuals with such abilities. They refer to themselves as cultivators or immortals. Li Tianshi from the Gathering Qi Pavilion in the capital is one such person. Chu Xingjian replied, refraining from revealing Zhao Youning's unwillingness to share her information, yet confirming the existence of cultivators in this world. Li Tianshi, no wonder. General Su recalled having heard of the renowned figure from the Gathering Qi Pavilion, famed for his extraordinary capabilities. In our vast and mysterious China, extraordinary talents abound. This calamity shall surely pass swiftly. Upon leaving the military headquarters, Chu Xingjian found himself unconsciously walking towards the Zhou family's villa. Upon arrival, he suddenly felt a lack of reason to knock. Just as he was about to depart, the villa door swung open, and Zhou Curson exclaimed, Captain Chu, are you here to find Youning? Gumin. Chu Xingjian accepted the invitation without hesitation, joining the Zhou family, who were preparing for dinner, thus managing to partake in a meal. At the dining table, Zhou Kaxiong recounted the perils of their journey, particularly the harrowing encounter with a horde of zombies. He spoke of the formidable third-level wind-type zombie and its elusive wind blades that rendered defense nearly impossible. Nonetheless, even that formidable foe fell to Chu Xingjian after a fierce struggle, being cleaved in two by his blade. I was merely fortunate to slay it. That zombie was indeed exceedingly powerful, Chu Xingjian admitted, not out of modesty, but an acknowledgement of his sheer luck. A moment's carelessness could have led to his own demise, given the wind zombie's strength. Captain Chu, there is no need for humility. Regardless, you were the one who ultimately vanquished it, Zhou Kaxiong expressed, his perception of Chu Xingjian having shifted significantly after this experience, now holding him in high regard. Is it true that there are zombies with awaken abilities? Zhao Youning asked, astonished. In her previous life, she had never heard of zombies possessing such powers, and in this life, she understood that only those with spiritual roots could awaken the 5 elemental natures. Those with spiritual roots brimming with vitality, would hardly be susceptible to the zombie virus. What is so strange about it? If we humans can possess abilities, then it is not surprising for zombies who were once human to have them as well. Zhou Curson observed, noting Zhao Youning's deep familiarity with the apocalypse. Yet, she harbored a lingering suspicion that Zhao Youning had experienced a rebirth. However, witnessing her astonishment at the notion of zombies having abilities dispelled all her previous conjectures. Well, Youning is simply intelligent. There is no question of rebirth. Just look at her. She didn't even know that zombies could possess abilities. Finally, 2 weeks later, the grain from the Ungshi granary was entirely transported back to the base, and all available manpower was directed towards the coal mines in Ping City. On this day, nearly 200 heavy trucks set forth towards Ping City, aiming to transport as much coal as possible before the impending snowstorm. Halfway there, snow began to fall heavily, confirming the experts' predictions from the capital. Among the convoy was Zhou Youning, the captain of the Miracle Squad, with Zhao Youning also aboard, intent on securing more coal. Despite both Zhou Youning and Liu Tongfang's storage bags being able to hold a maximum of 100 tons of coal, that would hardly suffice in such frigid conditions. The snowfall persisted for an entire month, accumulating several meters deep, rendering travel nearly impossible. When the snow finally ceased, temperatures plummeted, reaching a chilling -80 degrees at their lowest, solidifying the snow until summer melted it away. Thus, today marked the final coal transport before the world would be temporarily paused, forcing everyone into winter. Fortunately, the original province's base had sufficient coal and grain, ensuring their survival, while the fate of others in this harsh winter remained uncertain. The snow was heavy, and within half an hour, the roads were blanketed in white. Fortunately, temperatures hovered around zero, preventing the snow from freezing, allowing for smooth travel. The roads, well trodden over the past 2 weeks, were cleared of obstacles, with hardly any zombies in sight. After 2 hours, the convoy arrived at the Ping City coal mine. Everyone sprang into action, loading coal systematically, aware that the stock was dwindling. If the base in the original province remained, mining operations would need to commence in the coming year. Currently, mining was mechanized, and it was uncertain whether the base had personnel skilled in this field. Zhao Youning did not disturb the coal above. Instead, she quietly descended into the mine, preparing to extract sufficient coal from below. As she ventured deeper, she found the mine exceedingly vast, her spiritual sense unable to reach its depths, with countless passages making it easy for anyone to become lost, presumably due to the torrential rain before the outbreak of the S-virus. The mine was devoid of any personnel. Thus, there were no zombies within, but other creatures were plentiful. Numerous small animals thrived here, predominantly mice, rabbits, and groundhogs, hiding in various corners of the tunnels, with a few snakes also lurking about. Was this place not regarded as a safe haven by these small creatures? Yet, could it truly be reliable for mice and snakes to coexist? Were these mice not being raised as a reserve food supply? As she ventured deeper, she encountered an increasing number of small creatures within her consciousness, many of which had undergone mutations. By the time she had descended halfway underground, she had already discovered 13 mutated mice, 8 mutated rabbits, 5 mutated groundhogs, and a single mutated snake. Among these, 4 were classified as second-tier mutated beasts, while the rest were first-tier, with the mutated snake being the most formidable at the peak of second-tier strength. Each of these small creatures occupied its own territory, appearing to coexist without aggression. Upon noticing her presence, the mutated animals merely observed her with caution, exhibiting no other actions. Although they could not discern Zhao Youning's unique abilities, their instincts warned them that the human before them was perilous, advising them against any rash movements. Zhao Youning had no intention of disturbing these creatures. She proceeded to a location rich in coal, where virtually no small animals dared to tread, except for the lone second-tier mutated snake residing in the mine. This territory was unequivocally its domain. The large snake, adorned in red and black, measured 3 to 4 meters in length, raised its head to fixate on the intruding human. Its flickering tongue and defensive posture emitted a warning hiss, as if to declare that any further advance would result in certain death. Zhao Youning, however, felt no threat from it, She perceived its bluster and took another step forward, observing the mutated snake with an air of nonchalance. In a surprising turn, the snake retracted its tongue and appeared to retreat, hesitating before finally lowering its head and slithering away to a safe distance. This action spoke volumes. It chose to evade rather than confront, prompting a chuckle from Zhao Youning. Indeed, this red-chained snake was renowned in her past life for its timidity, even more so than a rabbit. Merely projecting a strong presence could intimidate it regardless of one's actual strength. Her curiosity had been piqued, and today she found it satisfactorily fulfilled. As the mutated snake slithered away, a slight commotion arose among the creatures in the mine. They whispered among themselves regarding the snake's retreat, lamenting its lack of courage. Zhao Youning paid no heed to the uproar. As long as they did not provoke her, she remained amicable, with no obstacles in her path. It was time to attend to business. With a flicker of thought, she produced 10 earth-cracking talismans. Unable to practice earth-based techniques, she had specially drawn these talismans to aid in her mining endeavors. Once activated by her spiritual energy, she cast them onto the coal seam below, resulting in a resounding explosion as large chunks of coal shattered. These talismans proved remarkably effective. The destruction was localized, preventing any risk of cave-ins while generating a rather loud noise. Meanwhile, on the surface, amidst the howling wind and snow, the workers loading coal were startled by a series of muffled booms, causing the ground to tremble and leaving them in a state of bewilderment, fearing an earthquake. Chuck Xingjian discerned the source of the sounds emanated from deep within the mine and, concerned about potential complications, made a swift decision to investigate. After all, they had numerous trucks to load, and several hours remained. Any disruptions now would be unwelcome. Zhou Kesong wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and followed suit. Captain Chu, he protested, what could possibly be happening down there? It's likely just a cave-in at some tunnel, and it's quiet now. We should focus on loading the coal. The snow is getting heavier, and if it freezes tonight, travel will become arduous. It was evident that Zhou Kesong was trying to mask his anxiety. However, Chuck Xingjian immediately surmised that Youning had followed them down into the mine. Youning mentioned she feared we might run out of coal, so she came to gather more. Zhou Kesong admitted sheepishly, feeling as though this was akin to thievery in front of others. Nonetheless, Chuck Xingjian resolved to descend and ascertain the situation, given the mine's complex terrain and the uncertainty below. Unbeknownst to Zhao Youning, her presence had already been revealed. She continued to merrily gather the coal she had unearthed, having filled an entire storage bag with the coal extracted using her 10 earth-cracking talismans. With everything in order, she was ready to return, cheerfully bidding farewell to the timid mutated snake when she suddenly sensed an unusual aura rapidly approaching through one of the mine shafts, extending her consciousness to its limits. She was taken aback to see a half-grown tiger barreling toward her with great speed. Momenslate. The small creatures within the mine seemed to sense the presence of the king of beasts, trembling in fear. The mutated animals swiftly clustered together, except for the cowardly snake, which retreated even further. The mutated tiger finally made its appearance in the tunnel, its eyes wide and fierce as it surveyed the other creatures before locking its gaze onto Zhao Youning. Recognizing the hostility in the tiger's eyes, Zhao Youning chuckled softly. A half-grown cub, yet it was a peak third-tier mutated tiger, just a whisker away from breaking into the fourth tier. In comparison to the mutated willow tree, it was equally formidable, demonstrating that mutated flora and fauna were indeed favored by the heavens. Seemingly aware of Zhao Yuning's dismissal, the cub let out a growl and lunged at her, its sharp claws gleaming ominously as it aimed to strike. Should it connect, it could easily claim the life of an ordinary person, yet Zhao Youning effortlessly sidestepped its attack. The cub, undeterred by its failure, lunged again, while Zhao Youning merely toyed with it, evading its advances with ease. The cub was strikingly beautiful, resembling a white tiger. While albinism is typically a defect, this white tiger was not afflicted in such a manner. It was splendidly majestic, sharing the name of a legendary creature, and more importantly, it radiated a pure aura, indicating it had never tasted human flesh. Yet, with ample reserves stored within the mine, why would it need to hunt humans? This cub was clever. well aware of how to maintain its stockpile, living a life of comfort. With a roar, the mutated tiger cub seemed to realize that this human was merely toying with it. However, the human was far too cunning, and it could not lay a claw on her. Frustrated, the cub exerted all its strength, but could still not land a hit, eventually sulking down as if throwing a tantrum. Zhao Youning found the scene amusing. She had indeed taken a liking to this white tiger cub. Whether as a pet or a mount, it was simply too appealing. Observing the irritable cub made it appear even more endearing, prompting her to step forward, intending to stroke its soft fur, which she imagined would feel delightful. The cub, seemingly resigned, remained still, but just as Zhao Yuning's hand was about to touch its head, it seized the opportunity to open its jaws wide and unleashed a blast of golden flames aimed directly at her. Unfortunately, this well-prepared attack was effortlessly neutralized by Zhao Youning, who had anticipated its move. Even that hand simultaneously landed on its head, giving it a vigorous rub. Ah, the sensation is indeed delightful. The tiger cub, exuding golden flames, lay there as if emptied of spirit, allowing this human to explore it without resistance, feeling utterly defeated today. Zhao Youning communicated with the cub telepathically, inquiring if it would like to follow her. The white tiger cub was startled by the sudden voice in its mind. This human could actually converse with it, something that had never happened since its birth. It attempted to respond mentally. "You wicked human, I refuse to accompany you." "How am I wicked? I didn't attack you at all. It was you who approached me first. Who is truly wicked here?" Zhao Youning countered boldly. The cub felt somewhat guilty in response to her retort and hesitated before speaking again. "Will I be well fed if I follow you?" Having experienced severe hunger since the apocalypse, the cub's primary concern was whether it could eat its fill. "Of course, you will be well fed. I have plenty of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all reserved for you," Zhao Youning replied, revealing a trove of food that instantly thawed under a fiery power. Observing the food before it, the cub's eyes flickered with interest. There truly exists a human who understands its words and can provide ample food, even engage in direct communication. The white tiger cub was overjoyed, nearly agreeing on the spot. However, to agree so readily would be too undignified. It should maintain a sense of pride. After all, it was indeed the one who initiated the encounter, and this human had acted only in self-defense. This white tiger cub had been discovered in a wildlife habitat, appearing to have just been born, weak and without a mother tiger nearby, which perplexed everyone. Subsequently, the staff were unable to locate the mother who had given birth to the cub. It was as if the white tiger cub had materialized out of thin air. After being rescued, it was sent to a zoo, where it lived in solitude. It always felt out of place in the zoo. Unlike the other tigers, it was a noble white tiger, not to be compared with those ignorant creatures. What could the other tigers possibly understand? They merely ate and slept, engaging in trivial games with lesser species, utterly debasing themselves. They never grasped the inner world of the cub, nor did the caretakers, who treated it as just another ignorant little tiger, leading to a profound solitude in its life. As the world underwent significant changes, the caretakers and fellow tigers transformed into monsters, and the cub began to wander. It would be a lie to say it wasn't sad. Although they didn't understand it, they had grown up together, always in each other's company. Yet gradually, it no longer had time for sorrow, as it faced hordes of humans and animals turned monsters, nearly starving while hiding. It wasn't until a mysterious and powerful force began to awaken within it that its plight improved. Eventually, it discovered a multitude of small creatures hiding in a cavern, finally escaping the clutches of hunger. It had become powerful, with no mutated creature here posing a threat to it, except for a foolish snake that had some strength. But it was too timid. Thus, all the small animals kept in captivity prioritized its meals, and none dared to voice an objection. However, consuming mice and rabbits daily became tiresome. After all, it was the king of beasts. Determined, it decided to follow this human, but it needed to be coaxed a little longer. As the king of beasts, how could I be swayed by mere scraps of meat? The white tiger cub declared haughtily. "What if I add this?" Zhao Youning revealed a shimmering green crystal core. Roar! The cub sensed the abundant energy within the core. It could directly elevate its power and, unable to resist, pounced toward it. Naturally, Zhao Youning Wu let it succeed. The cub watched the crystal core vanish from her hand, feeling anxious and immediately agreed to follow her. Yet, it was too late. The conditions had changed. If you wish to accompany me, you must meet my demands. Zhao Youning stated confidently. What are your demands? Will I receive the crystal core if I agree? Of course. Not only this one, but any future ones as well. She assured, as it was no trouble for her. What do you require? You must recognize me as your master. Only then will you truly be my tiger, and the treasures will naturally be yours. Master. The cub's voice was soft and sincere. It merely sought a caretaker, and it understood. It accepted so readily that it felt rather childlike. Zhao Youning did not hesitate. Her hands sparkled with energy as she swiftly formed a magical array before her. She then used her spiritual energy to extract a drop of essence blood from the cub's forehead, placing it within the array. Continuing to weave her magic, she inscribed a mark within the array. As the luminous mark was absorbed by the cub's blood, she waved her hand, dispersing the array, and returned the drop of blood to the cub's forehead. This was the simplest spirit pet contract. From this moment forth, the tiger cub would be her little spirit companion. The cub gazed at Zhao Yuning's actions in a daze, finding them rather beautiful. As the drop of blood returned, it felt a peculiar sensation. This master had become the most important person in its heart. Zhao Youning sensed the cub's newfound affection and was quite pleased. The cub even leaned its head toward her hand, inviting her to stroke it. Cub, are you 2 years old? After signing the contract, the two could communicate directly, no longer limited to mental exchanges. 5. I am 5 years old. The cub whimpered. 5 years old and so small? You must be a Bali tiger. Zhao Youning mused, observing the cub's size, which resembled that of a large dog. Other fully grown tigers at 5 years old would likely be 2 or 3 times its size. Could it possibly be a dwarf tiger? Would her dreams of riding a grand tiger ever be realized? I'm not a Bali tiger. I am a northeast tiger. Just wait, I will grow. The cub protested against its master's misidentification of its breed. However, were there white northeast tigers? It decided not to dwell on that, regardless. It was now her little tiger. All right, you are a northeast tiger. Zhao Youning was about to present the willow tree crystal core to the cub when she suddenly sensed someone entering the area. She touched the cub's forehead, causing it to shrink to a mere few dozen centimeters, resembling a freshly born cub. The one descending was none other than Chu Xingjian, who immediately noticed Zhao Youning cradling a large cat. No, a small tiger. Did Captain Chu not notice the little tail following him? Zhao Youning lifted her gaze towards the back of Chu Xingjian. With a swift surge of spiritual energy, a figure stumbled out 100 meters behind Chu Xingjian, being relentlessly pursued by that very force. It turned out to be Zheng Qian, the blonde squad leader of the Thunder God team, who displayed no hint of embarrassment at being caught, but rather scrambled to his feet and cheerfully greeted, "Hey, Captain Chu." He then turned to Zhao Youning. "Hello, miss. I am Zheng Qian from the Thunder God team. Is this your little pet? It's so adorable. May I pet it?" Zheng Qian, harboring a disdain for Zhou Kesong, paid particular attention to him. Upon hearing commotion from below, Captain Chu decided to investigate. Zhou Kesong, feeling guilty, rushed to seek Chu's counsel, prompting Zheng Qian to follow discreetly. To his surprise, the underground area was teeming with small creatures, including numerous mutated animals that appeared quite docile, showing no inclination to attack humans. At the end of the mine tunnel stood a beautiful young lady cradling a white tiger. The tiger was stunning, a level 3 mutated beast, albeit not his. However, such a lovely lady surely wouldn't he mind if he touched it, right? Absolutely not. Zhao Youning firmly rejected, though she felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. Zheng Qian, in his previous life, harbored deep enmity towards Wu Meizhu, much like herself. After the original province base fell, most survivors sought refuge in the Kyoto base, where safety was paramount. Their paths had crossed little during their journey, and they were mere acquaintances by circumstance. Upon arriving at the Kyoto base, Zheng Qian's sister, Zhengya, exhibited extraordinary water-based abilities that even possessed healing properties, capable of purging the S virus from ordinary individuals, provided the virus was of a lower grade than her abilities. This unprecedented talent quickly garnered attention from the influential figures at the Kyoto base, eclipsing Wu Meizhu and inevitably incurring her wrath. Wu Meizhu, who had ascended to prominence by exploiting the chaos of a massive zombie horde on her way to the original province base, relied on her so-called spatial abilities to be taken to the Kyoto base. In reality, such abilities were non-existent. The tales of spatial powers merely stemmed from individuals fortuitously acquiring artifacts with internal spaces or storage bags akin to those of cultivators, making them exceedingly rare. Hence, Wu Meizhu thrived amidst the powerful figures in Kyoto, but the sudden emergence of a newcomer overshadowing her success kindled her jealousy. She immediately signaled her most loyal sycophants to capture Zhengya. Zhengya suffered torment at the hands of the twisted Wu Meizhu, and even after her death, her body was sent to the Ability Research Institute for dissection. Following this, Zheng Qian spiraled into madness, employing every means to assassinate Wu Meizhu while seeking to reclaim his sister's remains. Wu Meizhu, naturally, would not allow a madman like him to roam freely, and her entourage ensured that nothing befell her, leading to constant assaults against him. Two individuals targeted by Wu Meizhu found an unspoken understanding and engaged in covert collaborations. The final instance where she managed to take Wu Meizhu down alongside her was thanks to Zheng Qian's assistance. Otherwise, her demise would have been in vain, with her enemies merely mocking her downfall. Zheng Qian, deprived of the chance to touch the tiger cub, appeared utterly dejected. Zhao Youning's lips twitched. It was difficult to reconcile this individual with the madman of her past life. Fine, just a quick touch. She relented, recalling their brief moments of mutual support in a previous life, softening her heart. Zheng Qian, satisfied with his moment of contact with the cub, beamed with joy, his expression radiating delight. The tiger cub, however, was growing impatient, having been instructed by its owner to permit only a brief caress. Moments later, the cub, witnessing Zheng Qian's continued affection, swiftly gave him a swat. Fortunately, Zheng Qian evaded the strike, and the cub, well aware of the boundaries for pets, refrained from causing harm. Yet, Zheng Qian was still left yearning for a formidable, mutated beast of his own. His gaze shifted towards a large snake several meters long, which appeared even more imposing than the tiger cub. Imagine the prestige of parading around with such a creature. It would surely instill fear in those who disdain me. However, he lamented the snake's lack of a tactile appeal, though he resolved to acquire a large cat in the future. Uncertain of how to tame a mutated beast, Zheng Qian, with audacity, inquired, "Miss, could you teach me how to tame a mutated beast?" Zhao Youning, having observed his fixation on the timid snake, sighed and replied, "You wish to contract that snake, do you? It appears quite impressive, does it not?" Zheng Qian's admiration for the snake grew with each glance. It was a pinnacle level 2 mutated beast, a worthy companion. "I can show you how, but I strongly advise you to consider a different beast. This one is rather cowardly." In her previous life, after 6 months of the apocalypse, a team of biologists devised methods for ability users to tame mutated flora and fauna, which were revealed a year later. Thus, while the method itself was not particularly rare, the successful contracts remained scarce. Zhao Youning, upon encountering Master Li, grew suspicious that this incomplete method arose from the cultivation practices of Chinese immortals, as it was implausible for ordinary individuals to devise such esoteric techniques. "No need. I'll stick with this snake," Zheng Qian insisted, believing its apparent timidity was merely a result of being overshadowed by the fierce white tiger. "All right then." Zhao Youning ceased her persuasion, imparting the refined contracting method to Zheng Qian and Chu Xinjian, expressing her hope that it would bolster the original province base's strength and prevent its early demise, as in her previous life. Eager to implement the method, Zheng Qian approached the mutated red-chain snake, knowing that to establish a contract, he must first subdue it. "Brother Snake, to be frank, I have taken a liking to you. If you are wise, you will willingly submit. If not, I shall have no choice but to force you into compliance." Zheng Qian, with a serious demeanor, was showing off to the snake while secretly channeling his abilities, ready to strike at any moment. Chu Xinjian frowned slightly, utterly perplexed by the young man's behavior. Indeed, a 3-year age gap felt like an insurmountable chasm, he and Zhang Qian were separated by 3 such gaps. Suddenly, he paused, realizing that he shared 2 gaps with Youning as well. Fortunately, he had not sensed any disconnect. Clearly, the issue lay with Zhang Qian himself. The mutated red-chain snake, confused by the sudden approach of this individual, could not comprehend his words. However, recognizing its own disadvantage against the inhabitants of this place, it prudently prepared to slither away. Just as the snake was swiftly retreating, Zhang Qian launched an attack, the crackling sound echoing through the mine tunnel, prompting the snake to flee even faster. Chu Xingjian could hardly believe that Zhang Qian had acted so recklessly, daring to unleash lightning abilities within the coal mine. Surely, this was the behavior of a reckless child. How could a person create such a significant mess? He rushed forward, attempting to envelop the lightning with the metallic shards transformed from his hands. Yet, with sparks flying upon the lightning's release, he was too late. Fortunately, Zhao Youning quickly isolated the surrounding air with her spiritual energy, averting any immediate reaction, while Chu Xingjian extinguished the remaining sparks. Otherwise, an explosive catastrophe would have ensued in the mine, with the surface suffering no less. I forgot. Zhang Qian finally grasped the magnitude of his blunder. His face flushed as he lowered his head, momentarily forgetting the precariousness of his surroundings. Zhao Youning once again witnessed the youthful side of Zhang Qian, his bewildered expression after making a mistake far more endearing than in his previous life. Chu Xingjian was beside himself with rage. Had Zhang Qian been one of his soldiers, he would have kicked him long ago. But this was not a mere soldier. He was the captain of the base's premier combat team, and Chu Xingjian could only stifle his anger in silence. First, let's contract your mutated snake. Once that's done, we should leave quickly. It's been a while. They must be finished loading above. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhao Youning hastened to ease the situation. The snake did not flee. Zhao Youning had her tiger cub intercepted and successfully conveyed Zhang Qian's intention to form contract. Of course, the tiger cub translated this as Zhang Qian wanting to keep it as a pet. Whether the snake understood the latter part was uncertain, but it clearly grasped the former, promptly expressing its agreement. After all, who wouldn't he want to be cared for? It thought of the comfort that such a life would bring, and with the tiger blocking its path, how could it refuse? Following Zhao Youning's lead, Zhang Qian successfully formed a contract with a mutated snake, officially becoming combat partners. The trio, accompanied by the tiger and snake, wasted no time in returning to the surface. Zhou Cassong was distractedly watching the coal being loaded while casting glances at the mine entrance, anxious about the delay. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan noticed her missing brother and began to worry about potential trouble. Then, both saw 3 figures emerging from the mine entrance, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed a stark contrast. Chu Xingjian appeared exceptionally grim, as if on the verge of erupting, while Zhao Youning, cradling a white tiger cub, seemed in good spirits. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, trudged along with a dejected demeanor, followed closely by a large snake. Zheng Ye hurried forward. Upon seeing Zhang Qian's expression, she immediately knew he must have caused yet another ruckus. Glancing at Captain Chu's countenance, it was easy to surmise who he had offended. Captain Chu, my younger brother is still young. If he has erred, please inform me, and I will ensure he learns his lesson. The snake's grand entrance had initially caused quite a stir. However, once everyone realized it was the contracted partner of the Thunder God team's captain, envious glances were directed their way. The notion that mutated beasts could become partners of ability users was truly reshaping their perceptions of the world. While others hesitated, the Thunder God team members approached without reservation, surrounding their captain, curiously examining the mutated snake and inquiring how they could form contracts with such creatures. The snake felt uneasy amidst the crowd, but could not attack. It merely wished to escape and hide. Yet, its master, brimming with excitement, was unwilling to leave, making the already close bond between them even more pronounced. Zhang Qian, satisfied with the situation, had long forgotten his foolishness in the mine, proudly instructing his contracted snake to perform various antics, earning a chorus of praise from his subordinates, akin to a snake charmer's performance. Little did he know that his sister would be furious upon learning of his antics underground, contemplating a severe reprimand once they returned to their territory, fearing she could not restrain herself in front of the 1,000-strong crowd present. At this moment, Zhang Qian remained blissfully unaware of his sister's inner turmoil, reveling in his triumph. Zhou Kesong, observing Zhang Qian's smug expression, felt a twinge of irritation. Upon seeing Zhao Youning with the tiger cub, he approached. "Youning, may I hold the white tiger?" Upon hearing this, the tiger cub sensed yet another admirer, proving irresistible to all. "Tiger cub, this person is one of us. Will you allow your brother to hold you?" Zhao Youning gently introduced them. The tiger cub, recognizing this as a close acquaintance of its master, readily leapt into Zhou Kesong's arms. Surprised and delighted, he asked, "What is its name?" "Let's call it Tiger Cub." Zhao Youning, unsure of what name to give, settled on this simple moniker. "Tiger Cub, I am your brother Zhou Kesong. Come, let me feed you some meat." He produced a meat pie made by their mother, breaking it open to offer the filling. The tiger cub turned to Zhao Youning, reluctant to accept food from strangers. It was only when Zhao Youning personally fed it that the cub opened its mouth to eat. Such a well-behaved creature. "By the way, Youning, are there more mutated animals in there?" Zhou Kesong inquired eagerly. "There are indeed some, including mice, rabbits, and groundhogs. There are 2 second-tier mice and 1 second-tier rabbit. A regular person can only have 1 contracted beast. Are you sure you want to proceed?" Aside from the unexpectedly encountered tiger cub, Zhao Youning found no other mutated animals of interest. If the snake were of a different variety, it would be more suitable. The contracted beasts of the Zhou siblings could hardly be mere mice, so they decided against it. Zhou Kesong momentarily stilled his thoughts. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, his contracted beast must surpass Zhang Qian's serpent. Zhao Youning held little regard for Zhang Qian, who had procured the most formidable mutated snake, nearly causing a catastrophe below, completely oblivious to other concerns. Thus, the mutated beasts below were tacitly left for the military. Among the over 1,000 members of the military, numerous supernatural beings had arrived. There were always those who were unpicky. With merely 20 or so mutated beasts, there was hardly enough to distribute. Eventually, not only were the mutated beasts taken, but many ordinary small animals were also captured. With the presence of contracted mutated beasts, the smaller creatures were exceedingly easy to catch. These would be a source of meat back at the base. Of course, no one bothered with the mice. In the current environment where food was still relatively abundant, no one could bring themselves to consume them. However, as the situation worsened in the future, hunger would drive people to eat anything, even mice. Thus, when the convoy returned, the lively commotion was amplified due to the numerous animals. Zhang Qian's mutated snake was exceptionally large, unwilling to board the crowded truck, so it coiled atop the vehicle instead, with snowflakes swirling. The ground was nearly submerged beneath the tires. The snake, suppressing its hibernation instincts, trembled atop the truck, looking rather pitiable. Upon arriving at the base, the snake stiffened into a rod-like form. In a flustered Zhang Qian hurriedly ushered it inside, igniting a charcoal fire. Normally, mutated snakes were not particularly fearful of the cold. Yet this one clearly had not acclimated. As the convoy returned, the heavy gates of the base closed, set to reopen only after the harsh winter passed. The arrival of the tiger cub endeared it to the entire Zhou family. The cub, in turn, proclaimed itself as the universally adored creature. During dinner, the tiger cub was treated to a whole, fresh chick prepared by Zhou's mother, which Zhao Youning personally placed into its food bowl. However, the cub, seated in its designated spot, gazed discontentedly at its distinctly different meal, feeling quite unhappy about the apparent favoritism. "What is the matter?" Zhao Youning noticed the cub's discontent. "Oh, the cub expressed its dismay, questioning why its meal was different and yearning for the food humans consumed, especially the tantalizing braised pork that wafted an irresistible aroma. Small animals were not permitted to consume overly seasoned food for their health. How could this tiger, normally a carnivore, desire both cooked food and braised pork? Oh, it insisted, adamant that it was robust enough to eat anything, its tiger eyes fixated on the meat before the table, nearly drooling. "Youning, since the tiger cub is a mutated beast, surely it can handle such fare?" Zhou Kesong lamented at the sight of the cub's pitiful expression. "Indeed, why not give it a taste?" Zhou's mother concurred. Although Zhou Kaxiong and his son remained silent, they watched eagerly, hoping Zhao Youning would relent. The cub, understanding the unspoken plea, gazed at Zhao Youning with its moist, imploring eyes. Under the scrutiny of 5 pairs of eyes, Zhao Youning decisively capitulated, distributing a few pieces of braised pork to the cub. The cub eagerly rolled its tongue, swallowing the morsels with the fervor of Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, only to find the taste fleeting. The cub was left disheartened, casting another pleading glance at Zhao Youning, who remained unmoved, engrossed in her meal. Not only that, she continually scooped up the braised pork the cub desired into her own bowl, leaving the cub feeling utterly dejected as it watched its master savor the food. The others at the table dared not voice any objections, fearing the cub might overindulge and suffer adverse effects. Realizing the futility of further requests for braised pork, the cub resignedly lowered its head to nibble on its small chick, determined not to waste any food. As December arrived, temperatures plummeted overnight by several degrees, nearing -20. The residents of Shantytown had all moved into vacant apartment buildings. With housing scarce, over 50 individuals were crammed into a 100-square-meter unit, leaving barely any space to stand. However, few voiced their discontent, as the base had made it clear that those unwilling to reside there could return to the shantytown. In these times, mere survival without freezing or starving was a significant relief. What did it matter if they were cramped? In fact, being close together was warmer. The few who were dissatisfied could only harbor their grievances in silence. They had no desire to return to the shantytown and await death. During winter, the base provided the most basic sustenance, offering 2 meals of thin porridge daily, with a drier meal at noon. Occasionally, there was a cabbage soup to savor, a rare source of nourishment. Although it was impossible to eat to satisfaction, no one would be left hungry. Those willing to work could eat their fill. Even amid the icy expanse, there was no shortage of labor. For instance, the planting district's greenhouses required manpower, and guards were needed on the city walls. The snow outside had to be shoveled daily, lest it bury the buildings. With over 100,000 people relying on food and sanitation, there was plenty to do. As long as one was willing to exert effort, hunger would not be a concern. Due to the overcrowded living conditions, each building appointed a head to oversee all affairs, designated by the base. Each household would also elect 2 representatives to manage any potential conflicts, who received additional food as compensation for their role. As the temperature plummeted overnight, Mayor Ma was urgently summoned to arrange heating provisions. Such low temperatures would risk lives if not promptly addressed. All necessary equipment was on standby once the boilers were ignited. The base's loudspeakers would instruct everyone to open their valves and commence heating. Those with weakened constitutions were already on the verge of losing sensation from the cold. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone hurriedly arose to open their valves, cranking the heating to its maximum. Yet, even at full blast, the temperature barely reached 0 degrees. There was no choice but to conserve fuel. If the cold persisted and the coal ran out, everyone would face dire consequences. At that moment, Wu Meizhu and Zhu Ling were huddled together in one of the rooms, trembling in the cold. Su Peng naturally did not share their space. Accommodations were separated by gender, as mixing ages and sexes would lead to complications. Since the miracle team undertook the task of transporting coal from Ping City, Wu Meizhu had not seen Cheng Li for half a month. When she witnessed dozens of people crammed into one room during the relocation to the apartment buildings, she nearly fainted. She spent an entire day waiting outside the Miracle Team S building, only to end up not seeing anyone. Neither Zhou Kaxiong nor Cheng Li awaited the arrival. Unable to endure any longer, she confided in Su Peng about Zhao Yuning's association with the Zhou family, hoping he would seek out Zhao Youning. She had abandoned her previous intentions, merely wishing to escape this dismal dwelling. After all, Su Peng was Zhao Yuning's biological father, and it was only natural for him to take responsibility. Consequently, she would have the opportunity to reside in the small building. Su Peng had long since devised a plan to approach Zhou Kaxiong, relying on their past camaraderie to facilitate his endeavor. He had always managed to navigate life with a certain audacity, though misfortune struck before he could act, leaving him incapacitated. Upon hearing that his daughter was at the Zhou household, He was overjoyed and immediately urged Zhu Ling and her daughter to accompany him in search of her. Zhu Ling, however, had seen through Su Peng's self-serving nature. She knew that once he learned of his daughter's whereabouts, he would abandon them to curry favor with Zhao Youning, hoping for reconciliation. Thus, she had been encouraging Wu Meizhu to cultivate a connection with Zhou Kaxiong, hoping to leverage any potential influence Su Peng might possess to pique Zhou Kaxiong's interest in Meizhu. Regrettably, her attempts had borne no fruit. Why would she assist him in locating his daughter? Once he was ensconced in comfort, she and her daughter would continue to struggle. Wu Meizhu was oblivious to the dynamics at play, but Zhu Ling was acutely aware that Zhao Youning would never accept them. To merely avoid being the subject of ridicule was already a considerable blessing. Thus, on a snowy day, it was entirely typical for someone supporting a person with limited mobility to inadvertently slip and fall, a misfortune that could easily exacerbate an already fragile condition. Meanwhile, within the villa, the Zhou family, well prepared, had already wrapped themselves in the thickest blankets. Zhao Youning, anticipating the impending drop in temperature, was uncertain of the exact day it would occur. After all, who had the luxury to meticulously mark the calendar in such trying times? Without access to a secure space, Zhao Youning quickly sensed the plummeting temperature. Casting a glance at the adorable cub resting on the mat, she decided to drape a thick blanket over it. Even a Siberian tiger, at such a tender age, lacked sufficient fur for warmth. Once she descended the stairs, she kindled several charcoal basins to warm Zhou's parents, who were already stirring within the base. Their response was swift, indicating a constant vigilance. As the broadcast rang out, the Zhou family awoke. Zhou's mother, particularly sensitive to the cold due to her age, had already risen to stoke the fire. After she dressed, Zhou's father, having been roused by the broadcast, finally awakened. Years of night shifts had left him restless, but since the apocalypse, he had been able to enjoy uninterrupted sleep. Soon, the entire Zhou family had emerged, and as the temperature gradually rose, they congregated around the fire, engaging in lively conversation. The desire to return to sleep dissipated as they shared stories and even played cards, creating a delightful atmosphere. When the captain entered, they eagerly invited him to join them. Over the past few months, the members of the miracle team had come to admire Zhou Kaxiong. Despite his formidable strength, was approachable and generous, never hesitating to share resources with them, earning their heartfelt respect as their leader. Zhou Kaxiong readily accepted their invitation, and thus began a night devoid of slumber. Since the onset of winter, zombies had become a rare sight, seemingly retreating into hiding due to the harsh conditions. After a month of heavy snowfall, the ice and snow outside the base had piled up to an impressive 10 meters, rendering lower-level zombies incapable of movement. Consequently, the notion of launching an attack on the human base with only a few high-level zombies was impractical, granting the base a rare period of tranquility. Although the residents of the original provincial base faced a diminished quality of life compared to pre-apocalyptic times, they were neither freezing nor starving. With the icy conditions in place, even the threat of zombie attacks had receded, leading to a sense of complacency among the populace. As idle hands multiplied, friction became inevitable, resulting in constant bickering. Instances of bullying the weak and stealing food were rampant, and some unscrupulous individuals even attempted to intrude into women's quarters under the guise of night. Of course, there were those who united to fend off intruders, while others turned a blind eye, and some willingly engaged with the troublemakers. This presented a vivid tapestry of human behavior. Despite the presence of designated building leaders, the cold weather made daily inspections impractical. Some leaders would only check in every 10 to 15 days, leaving most matters to be resolved by the appointed representatives of each household. These representatives, chosen from ordinary residents, often found themselves in a delicate position, striving to maintain harmony while avoiding conflict. As a result, many issues were overlooked, and they dared not provoke the more aggressive troublemakers. In this environment, Su Peng's predicament was all too predictable. Dragging his injured leg, even the simplest tasks like using the restroom were arduous, making him an easy target for bullying. "Old Su, don't say I never feed you," exclaimed a shifty-eyed man, tossing a half-piece of steamed bun on his Su Peng's cot. Su Peng grasped the bun tightly, perhaps due to his desperation, causing veins to bulge in his hands. His face twitched, and his eyes reflected a struggle for composure, but after a brief hesitation, he shoved the bun into his mouth. He devoured it rapidly, almost swallowing it whole in fear that someone might snatch it away. The bun, stale and hard from being left out, nearly choked him, yet he dared not express distaste. He could hardly recall when he last ate, whether it was yesterday or the day before. The pangs of hunger twisted in his stomach, and this morsel provided only slight relief, intensifying his appetite further. Old Su, what kind of expression is that? I'm doing this for your own good. Look at you struggling to crawl to the bathroom. How will you heal your leg? You need to eat less to move less, do you understand? I'm truly looking out for you, so remember my kindness. The man, reveling in Su Peng's helplessness, patted his face, relishing the sight of his suppressed fury and subservient demeanor. Su Peng nodded in acknowledgement, his head bowed, revealing not a hint of indignation in his eyes. Should he dare to show any semblance of disrespect, he would inevitably face a one-sided beating, and Su Peng was genuinely terrified. In the early days, he had not been so submissive, often proclaiming that his daughter was a member of the Miracle Squad, merely lost in the chaos of the apocalypse. Just as he had received news of her, he had suffered a leg injury that rendered him immobile. He yearned for someone to deliver a message to her. Once she came to rescue him, he would repay their kindness with an abundance of food. Su Peng found himself in a desperate situation, unable to leave, and the mother-daughter duo of Zhu Ling and Wu Meizhu had not visited him even once since moving into the residential building, leaving him to fend for himself. The mere thought of this filled him with resentment. Initially, few believed his claims. If his daughter truly belonged to the Miracle Squad, how could she not find her estranged father, especially when they were all stationed in the same base? Yet, some ventured forth with a glimmer of hope, one of whom was Elder Shi. In the prime of his life, yet timid by nature, he had never dared to venture outside the base to hunt zombies and was reluctant to exert himself. Thus, he lived in a state of perpetual hunger, scavenging when fortunate enough to do so. When he was well-fed, he resorted to his old ways, bullying the weak instead of confronting the zombies. The vastness of the base left many corners neglected, particularly in the current chaotic climate. Even in the orderly world before the apocalypse, such acts were rampant. And who could possibly oversee them all? Elder Shi had hoped to benefit from this venture, but after inquiring around, he discovered that there was no one named Zhao Youning in the Miracle Squad. Disillusioned, he took out his frustrations on Su Peng, bullying him daily and ensuring that the food meant for Su Peng never reached his hands. Shi directly informed others that Su Peng was incapacitated, taking it upon himself to collect the rations, and the overseers, believing him, rarely questioned his integrity. Ultimately, should the truth come to light, it would be Elder Shi who bore the blame, leaving the higher-ups unscathed. As night fell, the ordinary residential building was plunged into darkness to conserve electricity, leaving the interior dim by 6 o'clock. With nothing to occupy their time, the residents laid down to sleep as the darkness rendered all activities futile. Su Peng waited until silence enveloped the room before slowly rising from his cot, which was located at the periphery due to his mobility issues. Leaning on a stick, he cautiously approached the door of the adjacent room, seeking one of the overseers, Li Ming, who was known to be more accommodating than the other. Li Ming had yet to retire for the night, and, upon hearing the faint sounds drawing near, opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of Su Peng silhouetted against the snowlight. Liumriazang, Su Peng whispered softly. Why can't you give up? Li Ming sighed as he stepped outside, accustomed to Su Peng's frequent visits. Please, Li Huzhang, just tell me this once. You've seen my predicament. If this continues, I will surely perish here, and that will affect you as well. Won't it? Su Peng's plea was earnest, yet it hinted at an underlying threat. After all, while minor disturbances were tolerable, a death would bring severe repercussions, invoking strict scrutiny from base. Your daughter is not part of the Miracle Squad. How can I assist you? Li Ming discerned the implications in Su Peng's words. Just go directly to the squad leader, Zhou Kisong, and explain my situation to him. He will surely come to find me, Su Peng insisted, holding on to the hope that his daughter, Youning, might not have joined the squad, yet if she was with the Zhou family, Zhou Kesong would undoubtedly relay his message to her. Su Peng was convinced that upon receiving the news, his daughter would come to rescue him. The message reached Lu Tongfang. Although the relationship between father and daughter was strained, with Zhao Jie showing little concern for her father, the dire situation compelled them to respond. As for the method of assistance, Lu Tongfang decided to inquire first. "Tongfang, have you had breakfast?" Zhou Fu asked as he tended to his vegetable garden early in the morning. The garden had been covered, with 2 charcoal stoves burning within. Yet the vegetables struggled to thrive. The radishes and cabbages, however, were faring well, and Zhou Fu made it his priority each morning to check on their progress and replace the coal. "I hope to harvest soon. It feels like such a waste of coal. If it weren't for the vegetables nearing maturity, I wouldn't be so reluctant to use it," Zhou Fu lamented. "Uncle Zhou, I've already eaten. Aren't these vegetables ready for harvest? Let's gather them today and enjoy a meal made from your crops," Lu Tongfang replied eagerly. "That sounds splendid. I'll be waiting for you," he said, knowing that Lu Tongfang often came for a meal, appreciating Zhou's culinary skills. "All right, Xiaosong is in his room. You can go find him directly." Zhou Fu anticipated Lu Tongfang's intent. "I'll head in now," Lu Tongfang said. Zhou Kesong was still sound asleep. Since the onset of winter, he had reverted to a college-like schedule, unable to venture out to hunt zombies or gather supplies. With sleepless nights and late mornings, he had taken to binge-watching movies and shows with Zhao Youning and Zhou Kersin, who had also downloaded a plethora of entertainment during their internet hiatus. Lu Tongfang knocked on the door, but silence followed. After increasing his efforts, he finally heard a muffled voice from within. "The door's not locked." Without hesitation, Lu Tongfang pushed the door open, revealing a pile of thick blankets on the bed and a figure nestled within, only a tangled mess of hair visible. Lu Tongfang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the renowned squad leader in such a state. As he approached the bedside, he noticed a tablet resting on the nightstand, its gaming interface still active. When did the internet come back? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a single-player game. No wonder he never gets up. He's been indulging in this all alone, not one to let an opportunity slip by. He seized the tablet and tucked it away in his storage pouch before nudging Zhou Kesong awake. "Captain, wake up. I have something to discuss." "What is it?" Zhou Kesong groaned, finally pulling the covers down as he recognized Lu Tongfang's voice. His lack of vigilance stemmed from the villa's unparalleled security. Returning home allowed him to relax completely. Zhao Jie's father sent word requesting assistance. "What should we do? Should we consult Zhao Jie?" Lu Tongfang elaborated on the situation. Surprisingly, Zhou Kesong was unaware of this matter. Ever since everyone moved into the residential building, Zhou had not assigned anyone to keep an eye on Su Peng. After all, a person with limited mobility could hardly cause any trouble. They arranged for someone to bring him to a small building, and there was no need to inform Youning. Zhou Kesong quickly devised a plan, deciding it would be better not to trouble Youning, who had already made it clear that she would not involve herself with him. However, even if Youning chose to ignore him, it was unacceptable to let others mistreat him without intervention. Thus, they would handle the matter discreetly, ensuring that Zhao Youning remained untroubled. "All right, I'll send Cheng-Li. He is most familiar with the Su family, making him the perfect choice for this task." There was no rush. They could afford to let him wait a day or two. Zhou Kesong held a strong aversion towards Su Peng, considering him a profoundly inadequate father. "Fine, I'll eat first and then head back. Uncle Zhou just invited me to dinner," he exclaimed. "By the way, is Sister Zhao in seclusion again?" "Not all. Recently, she has become infatuated with a young idol from variety show, clinging to her tablet day in and day out," Zhou Kesong replied, his face filled with exasperation. He could not fathom what was so appealing about that delicate young man, captivating both Zhao Youning and Zhou Kexian to the extent that they neglected their meals. "Oh, which young idol has captured Sister Zhao's favor? Do tell me, so I might learn a thing or two," Lu Tongfang asked eagerly. "Not you. No way. You are completely different from that type, being a towering figure as you are," Zhou Kesong retorted disdainfully. "What do you mean by towering? I am robust. Look at my muscles, such elegant lines," Lu Tongfang argued, showcasing his biceps and triceps. Zhou Kesong cast a glance, concealing his envy, and scoffed. "She doesn't fancy muscular men. She prefers delicate ones." You should lose some weight to resemble them. Really? Then show me what they look like. Give me a demonstration. Lu Tongfang insisted, appearing intrigued. All right, I'll show you, Zhou Kesong declared, reaching for his tablet only to find it missing. Where's my tablet? Lu Tongfang, did you swipe it? Return it immediately, or you shall never discover whose sister Zhao is enamored with. He was still preoccupied with the game he had yet to complete. How could he possibly relinquish something that was already in his possession? As for what Zhao Youning was watching, could he not simply ask? Lu Tongfang had an impressive thick skin. Meanwhile, Zhao Youning and Zhou Koexian were nestled in Zhou Koexian's room upstairs, enjoying a comedic variety show that was immensely entertaining and stress-relieving. There was nothing particularly charming about the young idols. Only amusing young men graced the screen. Upon Lu Tongfang's arrival, Zhao Youning immediately recognized him, thinking he had come for something important. However, upon overhearing the conversation, she learned of Su Peng's situation. Could that ill-fated talisman truly be so effective? It was one of the simple talismans she had purchased from her friend Feng Shu. This particular talisman was easy to draw, and she had only wished to bring Su Peng some misfortune, hoping for a minor calamity to keep him from meddling. Little did she expect that it would still yield results after all this time. It appeared that these talismans were indeed worth studying further. There were countless talismans with names that hinted at their boundless potential. The day after Su Peng was taken to the small building, Zhao Youning went to visit him. Zhou Kesong and Lu Tongfang were not surprised that Zhao Youning was already aware of the situation. Upon seeing Su Peng, whose hair had turned nearly completely white and face lined with wrinkles in just a few short months, Zhao Youning felt no stir of emotion within her. Su Peng, hearing the sound of the door opening, assumed it was someone bringing him his meal. Life was quite comfortable now, enjoying a spacious room with meals delivered to his bedside, complete with meat and vegetables and someone to clean up afterward. This was a far cry from his previous existence. Although he had yet to see his daughter or that young man from the Zhou family, he felt it was no longer an issue since he had moved in. When he finally looked up and saw Zhao Youning standing in the doorway, he was momentarily taken aback, having not seen his daughter in several months. She appeared untouched by the apocalypse, even more radiant than before. Had he not caught a glimpse of his late wife in her features, he might not have believed this was his daughter. Why Youning? Su Peng stammered, perhaps reminded of his deceased wife. Feeling a rare sense of embarrassment at the sight of his daughter, Zhao Youning remained silent, her fingers gently stroking the back of small tiger, curious to observe Su Peng's reaction to her presence. Su Peng, noticing Zhao Yuning's apparent disregard, felt a surge of anger. As a father, he had neglected her in the past, yet how dared she hold a grudge against him? The frustrations he had bottled up since the onset of the apocalypse erupted at Zhao Yuning's indifferent attitude. Zhao Youning, what kind of attitude is this? You can't even call your father? He exclaimed. To clarify, my name is Zhao Youning, she stated earnestly, finally looking up at him. It was evident that he always wore that same expression when facing her. You dare change your surname? You ungrateful girl. Su Peng cursed, his frustrations boiling over. You wish to return to your previous life? Zhao Youning shot him a cold glare, her eyes devoid of warmth. Su Peng's voice caught in his throat, an instinct telling him that Zhao Youning would follow through on her words. I'm here to tell you that we share no relationship anymore. If I find out you still consider yourself my father, I won't hesitate to toss you out of the base to feed the zombies, Zhao Youning articulated, each word clear and deliberate. Su Peng's expression shifted as he slowly grasped the reality of his situation. The only connection he now had was with this daughter. Without a shred of dignity, he tumbled out of bed, crawling toward Zhao Youning, hoping to stir her compassion. Youning, my daughter, I know I was wrong. Regardless, I'm still your father. Remember when I used to carry you out to play when you were little? How can you disown me? What meaning does my life hold now? He pleaded. If life holds no meaning, then you might as well die. Zhao Youning retorted, unyielding to his emotional appeals. All of Su Peng's lamentations and tears ceased abruptly with her words. He raised a hand to wipe away the few inconsequential tears that had escaped, crawling back onto the bed. Speak, what is it that you wish from me? Su Peng resumed his previous demeanor before Zhao Youning, finally comprehending that she truly felt indifferent towards him. If all efforts were in vain, what was the point of putting on such an act? Their relationship would never embody the warmth of a loving father and daughter. I do not wish to see Wu Meizhu and her daughter again. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Youning had grown utterly weary of these individuals, yet she did not wish to confront them directly. Rather, she preferred to observe the harmonious family turn against one another. I have already distanced myself from them, and your words hold no weight. Su Peng's expression shifted, harboring profound disdain for Zhu Ling. Is that so? I shall grant you a month's time to personally send them on their way. Do you understand? Otherwise, I suspect you would not wish to learn the consequences. Zhao Youning released the cub. As it touched the ground, it transformed into a 1-meter-long white tiger, roaring ferociously and fixating its predatory gaze upon Su Peng. The intensity of its cold, sharp eyes left Su Peng in no doubt that it could rend him to pieces in an instant. A cold sweat broke out on Su Peng, as he truly grasped that his daughter possessed the power to control his very life and death, leaving him utterly devoid of any means of resistance. Understood, Su Peng stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. The tiger returned to Zhao Yuning's embrace, who rewarded it with a sausage. With the great beast's departure, Su Peng's voice steadied. I'm unable to walk. Could you grant me a little more time? Zhao Youning cast a glance at his injured leg and summoned her spiritual energy, healing it instantaneously. He tested its mobility and confirmed it was not an illusion. Observing Zhao Yuning's resolute retreat, Su Peng's complexion paled. This daughter was far more formidable than he had anticipated. To eliminate him would be effortlessly simple, and he was left without a shred of hope. He needed to devise a plan to discreetly ensure the disappearance of Wu Meizhu and her daughter. For years, the mother and daughter had benefited from him, yet they had callously cast him aside, neglecting even to send him a letter. Therefore, it was time for them to pay the price for their betrayal. Zhao Youning had no intention of genuinely healing his leg. She merely sealed the injury temporarily, knowing it would revert to its original state in a month. As far as she was aware, Wu Meizhu had already ingratiated herself with the building's overseer. Su Peng, stripped of all but his strength, faced the weak yet suddenly empowered Wu Meizhu and her daughter. An exquisite irony. Let them witness who would ultimately emerge victorious. She awaited the outcome with bated breath. Zhou, yeah. Lu Tongfang awaited at the stairwell. No need to treat him too well. Just ensure he doesn't starve. Indeed, Zhao Youning instructed, from this moment forth, grant him the freedom to come and go, but keep a watchful eye. Do not interfere with his actions. As long as he returns, provide him with sustenance. If he does not return, ignore him. Lu Tongfang, having followed Zhao Youning, had become exceedingly obedient, heeding her every command. Additionally, I plan to take Zhou Kesong and his sibling out tomorrow. You will oversee everything here. Put in some extra effort, and do not concern yourself with the villa. I shall temporarily seal it. Understood, I will manage this. Lu Tongfang wished to accompany them, but the team could not afford to lose personnel. If both he and the Zhou siblings left, who could predict what uncontrollable events might transpire? I shall bring you a delightful surprise upon my return. Zhao Youning noticed Lu Tongfang's despondency and felt inclined to grant him a small favor, recognizing his diligent service. Outside the base, the snow and ice within 100 meters had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only a half-meter thick layer of ice, which the military dispatched personnel to remove daily. The temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, rendering any snow removal agents ineffective. Only human labor sufficed. If not cleared, the ice would rise higher than the city walls. In the event of an enemy attack, they would find themselves ensnared without any buffer. Moreover, with such a heavy snow accumulation, when spring thaw arrived, the entire base would be submerged. Thus, despite the difficulties, the snow removal efforts had never ceased. As Zhou Kesong and Zhou Kursin stepped outside the base, they were met with biting winds that stung their faces, prompting them to tighten their winter gear and secure their hats. Fortunately, their physical training had reached the 3rd level, granting them a measure of resistance against the harsh cold. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to trembling balls of warmth. Youning, where are we headed? Zhou Kursin's voice was muffled within her clothing, somewhat distorted. To Jiang Province Base, Zhao Youning replied, donning a set of expedition gear and boots. Despite her indifference to the cold, she felt a sense of discomfort without adequate layers in such frigid conditions. Jiang Province? Zhou Kesong exclaimed in astonishment. Are we truly traveling that far? With the roads impassable, shall we not simply lie down and roll there? Zhou Kersen found it hard to believe, suspecting a misstep in their departure. Zhao Youning nodded seriously, acknowledging the possibility. All right, Youning, prepare to receive my strike. Teased by Zhou Kersen, she suddenly hurled an enormous snowball at Zhao Youning, having secretly formed it without notice. Zhao Youning effortlessly dodged and retaliated with an even larger snowball, initiating an impromptu snowball fight among the trio. The thick layer of snow obscured them entirely when they stumbled, burying them beneath its weight. Once they had exhausted their playful skirmish, Zhao Youning produced 3 sets of skiing equipment, which she had procured from a distant ski resort. The entire world had transformed into a vast outdoor ski arena, and skiing would prove no slower than driving. Seeing the setup, the Zhou siblings recognized Zhao Youning's foresight. A trip to Jiang City was undoubtedly on the agenda. Kersen, did you not express a desire to ski? Today, you shall have ample opportunity to fulfill that dream. Zhao Youning had always known of Zhou Kersen's aspiration to experience skiing. I admire ski athletes, not skiing itself. What if I fall and injure myself? Zhou Kersen had been captivated by the athletes during the Winter Games, their breathtaking maneuvers akin to flying on snowboards. Fear not. We, as siblings, are resilient and shall not fear a few tumbles. The more we fall, the closer we shall come to that exhilarating sensation of flight. Zhou Kesong, ever the straightforward one, had already donned his gear. Indeed, let us set off. Zhou Kersen grumbled momentarily, though she felt a twinge of excitement. Once all 3 had equipped themselves with their skis, they tentatively glided out. Zhao Youning, adept at maneuvering even a flying sword, would surely master the art of skiing with ease. Zhou Kesong, filled with ambition, propelled himself forward with his ski poles, gliding far ahead. Unprepared for the speed, his body struggled to keep pace, resulting in a spectacular fall, leaving him buried under a mound of snow. Zhou Kersen erupted in laughter at his expense. Undeterred, Zhou Kesong shot a disdainful glance at his sister and began to cautiously regulate his speed, gradually gaining confidence, albeit at a slower pace. Zhou Kersen, believing herself well-versed in skiing from countless videos, felt ready to embrace the challenge. After a bit of practice, she concluded that it was not difficult at all. She began to accelerate, swiftly gliding past Zhou Kashiong, her voice echoing from a distance. Brother, hurry up. At this pace, you won't even reach Jiang province by New Year. Zhou Kashiong, gradually increasing his speed, was notably more cautious after his previous fall. Zhao Youning casually glided beside them, effortlessly maneuvering without ski poles, as if strolling leisurely through a garden, exuding an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, a panicked cry came from ahead. Ah, I can't stop, Zhou Kersen exclaimed. Zhao Youning instantly quickened her pace, as they descended a slope several kilometers long. Zhou Kersen's speed escalated dangerously, nearing 100 to 200 kilometers per hour, and she felt as if she might take flight. Overwhelmed, her heart raced, and in that moment, she completely forgot her brother's earlier words about being tough and unafraid of falls. It's just snow after all. Zhao Youning used her powers to gently control the accelerating snowboard, helping her decelerate. Once she sensed the reduction in speed and felt safe, Zhou Kersen plopped down onto the snow, sliding a considerable distance before coming to a complete halt. Oh no, that was terrifying. How can it be so fast? I felt like I was flying. It's a sensation like no other, Zhou Kersen exclaimed, still shaken. However, I can truly let you experience the feeling of flying. Would you like a try? Zhao Youning enticed. At this point, she could soar to heights of over 1,000 meters on her flying sword, reaching speeds exceeding 100 kilometers, perfect for allowing Zhou Kersen to feel the thrill of flight. Zhou Kersen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Zhao Youning. Is it flying on a sword? Sister, take me with you, hurry. Zhao Youning removed her snowboard and summoned her flying sword, inviting Zhou Kersen to step aboard. In an instant, the sword ascended into the sky. Youning, this sword is so small. I feel like I might fall off. Can it get any bigger? Zhou Kersen trembled slightly, never having realized she had a fear of heights. Zhao Youning infused the sword with her energy, causing it to enlarge significantly. now measuring over 8 feet in length and 1 foot in width, almost akin to a small door panel. Zhao Youning finally felt secure. Wrapping her arms tightly around Zhao Youning and resting her head on her shoulder, finding comfort in her presence. The vastness of the world enveloped them. With everything rushing by at breathtaking speeds, she struggled to articulate the sensation. It felt as if a breath she had been holding inside burst forth, leaving her feeling entirely liberated. Gazing at the azure sky, the fluffy clouds, the mountains and the rivers, she was surrounded by a blanket of white, with the world seeming desolate, as though only she and Zhao Youning remained. Yet, it didn't feel lonely. There seemed to be an inexhaustible power hidden within the universe, waiting to erupt at any moment. She couldn't comprehend why she felt this way, but it was undeniably real. For the first time, she truly understood the insignificance of humanity in this vast world. As Zhao Youning clumsily mastered his skills and began to glide swiftly over the snow, he suddenly lost sight of his two sisters. Staring at the endless expanse of white, he was perplexed about where they had gone. Just moments ago, Zhao Youning had been unable to control her snowboard, shouting in panic, and now they had vanished in the blink of an eye. Could they have become so engrossed in play that they forgot about me? He pondered anxiously. Great, I don't even know the way to Jiang province. How will I find it without navigation? Just as he was grappling with how to find his way, he spotted something hurtling towards him from the sky. Squinting, he instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist. However, the object was moving too swiftly. Before he could draw his blade, he recognized Zhao Youning standing atop it. Zhao Youning waved at him, and in an instant he was lifted and tossed onto the back of the flying sword. The sword soared into the sky, the sudden turn of events nearly causing Zhao Yuning's heart to stop. Trembling, he crouched behind them, gripping Zhao Yuning's clothing, feeling as though he might meet his end. After a moment, he acclimated to the exhilarating rush. Must you be so thrilling? You nearly scared me to death. Couldn't you give me a moment to prepare? Ha ha ha. How else could we witness your frightened expression? Zhao Youning teased, advocating for fairness, insisting that she should not bear the fright alone. And who are you calling scared? You were the one shrieking in terror when you couldn't stop. The siblings bickered playfully, with Zhao Youning remaining neutral. After half an hour of flight, she finally set them down, allowing them a brief taste of the experience. The journey to Jiang province still required them to ski on their own. After all, they had to master this skill over the long, harsh winter of 8 months, enabling them to proficiently cooperate in combat, as danger lurked everywhere. Along the way, they encountered countless zombies concealed within various structures and densely packed in the wilderness. Hidden among the snowdrifts, they lay motionless, appearing frozen, yet their eyes clearly moved. Once the harsh winter passed, they would regain their vitality, transforming into a horde ready to attack any human stronghold. Upon discovering such a zombie nest, Zhao Youning would first eliminate the lower-tier zombies before incinerating the rest with her fire-based spells. Unlike ordinary flames, her fire spells were remarkably effective against clustered zombies. By the time they reached the Jiang province base, she had collected nearly 1,000 crystal cores, having burned tens of thousands of ordinary zombies to ash. After 10 hours of gliding, the Zhou siblings felt utterly stiff. Zhao Youning chose an abandoned village 10 kilometers from the Jiang province base as their resting place. Excavating a room from snow, the village was not far from the base, likely having been evacuated promptly. Aside from the house itself, everything had been meticulously cleared away. Not a scrap of cloth in sight. Fortunately, they lacked nothing, merely seeking a place to sleep. Since none of them could cook, they dined on pre-prepared food stored in their space. Even Zhou Mother's culinary skills, no matter how exceptional, could not quell their longing for outside cuisine after a steady diet of home-cooked meals. Thus, Zhao Youning brought out takeout from a restaurant. A sumptuous dinner was incomplete without wine, especially in such cold weather. A pot of warm wine would envelop them in comfort. Youning, what exactly have you brought us here for? Are we just going to linger outside their base? Zhao Youning, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, finally inquired. Zhao Youning, pouring himself a drink, also looked to Zhao Youning, who had kept her intentions a secret throughout their journey. I've received news that a large number of mutated beasts are preparing to assault the base in Jiang province, Zhao Youning replied, savoring a steaming bowl of lamb and cabbage soup, relishing its flavor. So, are we here to assist them in fending off these mutated creatures? Just the three of us? Zhou Curson exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Youning had actually traversed several hundred kilometers to engage in altruistic deeds with them. Have you lost your mind? Does Youning have the luxury of time for this? Besides, how many people must be at such a large base? Surely they do not need assistance. Zhou Curson continued. If I'm not mistaken, Youning, you came here for the mutated animals, didn't you? Wow. Youning, is that true? Zhou Curson had long envied those who possessed mutated beasts. Although theirs were not as formidable as tiger cubs, they were still quite rare. Had she accompanied them to the coal mine in Ping City last time, she might have indeed contracted that second-level rabbit. After all, having something was better than nothing. As for Zheng Qian's snake, she politely declined, finding it rather unappealing. Just a glance sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, Zhao Youning was indeed eyeing this batch of mutated beasts. She needed to devise ways to enhance the Zhou siblings' prowess. Next year, once the Yuanzhong base navigated the perilous challenge of potential annihilation, she would embark on her solitary journey. Her path was destined to diverge from that of others. She could not remain comfortably ensconced in a single base, living a life of tranquility. What kinds of mutated beasts would there be? Would there be any as intriguing as tiger cubs? Zhou Curson was filled with anticipation. The tiger cub had been left at the villa, which, although sealed off by her, still made her uneasy with the three of them away. Having the tiger cub ensured their safety. Surely there would be tigers, lions, bears, deer, and others, right? In her previous life, the Jiang province had been overrun by mutated beasts, leading to the base's downfall. It had caused quite a stir, prompting the Jiang province base to send distress signals nationwide. However, due to the harsh environment, no other base could come to their rescue. Ultimately, the entire Jiang province base was completely overtaken by mutated beasts, which thrived on the local herbivorous mutated fauna, while humans became the prey for the carnivorous mutated beasts. Having tasted success, these creatures continued to assault other bases, contributing to the ruin of the Yuanzhong base as well. However, the downfall of the Yuanzhong base was not solely due to mutated beasts. There were also millions of zombies surrounding the city, spearheaded by a 5th-level zombie. All these ferocious beasts? Where could so many come from in the city? Right, the zoos. Could they all be from the zoos? Congratulations, you are correct. Tomorrow, we shall first visit the major zoos in the city to assess their strength. Zhao Youning sighed, noting the sheer number of zoos in Jiang province. It was no wonder they could assemble an army of mutated beasts. Awesome. I want to contract a big tiger too, Zhou Curson exclaimed, already envisioning her new companion. After a hearty meal, the trio began setting up their tent. Zhao Youning had stocked up on plenty of tents and sleeping bags, making for a far more comfortable night than sleeping on the hard beds back home. Regrettably, their expedition to the zoo yielded no signs of mutated beasts. Not even a single ordinary animal was to be found, even in a zoo established around a hillside. Where could so many animals be hiding? If she were to expend the energy, Zhao Youning could locate them. She could soar over the outskirts of the city, using her divine sense to probe. However, she expressed reluctance to undertake such a task, as she had never intended to act prematurely. There was no way she could single-handedly take on thousands of mutated beasts. She merely sought to ascertain their whereabouts and strength. Unlike the rudimentary zombies, mutated beasts possessed extraordinary abilities. She would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. It was best to wait until they attacked the base before making her move. Over the next few days, the trio indulged in food and drink, occasionally venturing out nearby to scout for activity. However, after 5 or 6 days of waiting with no signs, Zhou Curson began to feel restless. Could it be that these mutated beasts aren't coming? Do not fret. They will come, Zhao Youning reassured her. If they do not, I will take you to find them. She was unfazed. There were plenty of mutated beasts around. The reason for their presence here was not only the strength and variety of the mutated beast army, but also to avert the grim fate of the entire base being torn apart by mutated beasts. Death was one thing, but being gruesomely devoured and dismembered by mutated beasts was far more horrific. After a couple more days of waiting, they finally sensed some movement. The sound of thousands of mutated beasts was surprisingly subtle. Zhao Youning and her companions stealthily followed, stopping at a suitable distance. Leading the pack was a gigantic 4th-level mutated brown bear, closely followed by 11 3rd-level Siberian tigers and an array of other mutated creatures: lions, leopards, deer, monkeys, and more. Regardless of whether they are natural enemies, all follow in an orderly manner. Even the skies are filled with numerous winged, mutated beasts, with eagles and vultures leading the way, followed by a variety of vividly colored avians. These mutated creatures have diverged significantly from their former behaviors. They no longer hibernate or migrate, instead adapting to this apocalyptic world even better than humans. At the Jiang province base, alarms only sounded when the mutated beasts were within 500 meters. However, the response from the base was relatively prompt. As the alarms blared, gunfire erupted. Yet, it proved largely ineffective, as the lowest ranked among these mutated beasts were all at level 2, rendering most ammunition ineffective against them. In mere moments, the mutated beasts closed the distance, charging through a hail of gunfire to the base's gates. A battalion of elephants and rhinos began to assault the gates in turns, while 11 mutated tigers leapt high, attempting to scale the 3 to 4 meter tall city walls. Should they breach the defenses, the consequences would be dire. Thus, a contingent of ability users swiftly emerged from the base. These ability users, at most level 2, formed groups of 3 to engage the leaping mutated tigers, and a fierce struggle ensued. Soldiers in the rear, armed with submachine guns and heavy machine guns, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the mutated beasts, not aiming to kill, but merely to impede their advance and assist the battling ability users. Soon, rows of automatic grenade launchers were brought up to the walls, launching grenades into the throng of mutated beasts. This barrage quickly bore fruit, leaving a dozen corpses behind, while the remaining creatures scattered in fright. With a furious roar from their leader, a grizzly bear, the cacophony of the mutated beasts fell silent, and they began to disperse. The strength of the grizzly was formidable. No ammunition could penetrate its thick hide. As the mutated beast scattered, the once effective grenade launchers fell silent. These creatures were astute, and their ammunition was far too scarce to waste. For a time, the battlefield reached a stalemate. Although the 11 mutated tigers were each level 3, the ability users coordinated flawlessly. Whenever one faltered, another would swiftly compensate, ensuring continuous support in their relentless exchange. The grizzly, now vexed by the barrage of ammunition, grew increasingly impatient. Once the grenade fire ceased, it prepared to charge into the fray alongside the tigers, intent on eliminating the ability users. However, before it could engage, a figure gracefully descended from the walls, unleashing multiple vines that shot forth from their hands, ensnaring the grizzly's limbs. "Little bear, let me have a word with you." Recognizing the voice, Zhao Youning focused intently, discovering that the figure was a level 3 wood-based ability user, a woman, clad in camouflage military attire. Her short hair framed a sharp visage, and her movements were exceptionally agile, exuding an undeniable charisma. Her combat awareness was evident. She had clearly undergone rigorous training, likely belonging to a special forces unit. Yet, the disparity in levels posed a challenge, as the grizzly was inherently aggressive and powerful. When the grizzly exerted its strength to shatter the vines, the woman faltered slightly, visibly affected by the loss of her connection to the vines, suffering internal injuries. Witnessing this, Zhao Youning felt a surge of anxiety, his fingers poised to assist should the woman falter further. Such a formidable and spirited woman, one he had never encountered in his past life, was too precious to perish in the jaws of these beasts. Before he could act, the woman released several seeds of mutated thorns. These seeds had transcended their botanical origins, transforming into formidable projectiles larger than iron barbs. Each thorn, akin to a jujube in size, bristled with menacing barbs that sent chills down one's spine. Infused with ample wood-based energy, the seeds rapidly expanded upon release, launching toward the grizzly like cannonballs. Sensing the immense energy within the thorns, the grizzly, despite its tough exterior, dared not confront them head-on. The woman attempted to unleash more vines to ensnare the creature. However, the grizzly, typically cumbersome, now displayed remarkable agility. Yet, the simultaneous control of two types of mutated plants proved taxing for the woman, causing her to lose speed. The grizzly, preferring to endure the impact of several thorns rather than be restrained, knew that once captured, it would be transformed into a pincushion, regardless of its tough hide. As the first tentative clashes yielded no clear victor, both sides, drained of their abilities, mutually agreed to cease hostilities, entering a temporary truce. The mutated beasts did not retreat. Instead, they withdrew to 3,000 meters beyond the range of grenades. They awaited the opportunity to gather strength for another assault, determined not to relent. In this frigid landscape, they had exhausted all food sources, having consumed every ordinary animal in the zoo. Even the level 1 mutated creatures had been devoured. Herbivores and the weak were now on their menu. However, the emergence of the level 4 grizzly bear, a creature of exceptional intelligence, changed the tide. Upon advancing to level 4, it retained a cognitive capacity akin to that of a human, barring the ability to speak. The grizzly prevented infighting among the mutated beasts and organized them into a formidable force, directly targeting the human base. Now, nestled in a snow den, the grizzly squinted at the base, contemplating a night assault. Meanwhile, the base remained on high alert, though they had temporarily repelled the mutated horde. They understood this was but a fleeting victory. The ammunition for their grenade launchers had already been halved, and once depleted, they would face a relentless tide of mutated beasts. Bullets held little effect against them, and with only around 30 level 2 ability users and a solitary level 3 user, the base stood on the brink of annihilation. Desperate pleas for help had been dispatched, yet responses uniformly cited harsh conditions that impeded rescue efforts. Even Kyoto remarked on the vast distance, deeming assistance a challenge, merely advising surrounding bases to provide what aid they could. At this moment, Major Yin, the commander of the Jiang province base, earnestly conversed with the short-haired level 3 wood-based ability user. Min, when the situation becomes dire, do not hesitate. You must break free and survive. Father, what are you saying? Those mutated beasts fared poorly today. We haven't reached the final hour yet. Why speak such pessimistic words? The short-haired woman, Yen Min, was deeply dissatisfied with the pessimism of Colonel Yen. Although she understood the bleakness of their path ahead, she felt it was imperative to maintain her spirit. Min, listen to your father. I can face death alongside the base, but I cannot bear to watch you perish here. You're my only daughter. If you cannot thrive, it would be akin to tearing my heart apart. Colonel Yan's voice trembled with emotion, a soldier urging his daughter to retreat in the face of danger. Yet who could blame him? Dad, my mother is no longer with us. If you were to leave me too, what meaning would there be in my solitary existence? Yenmin grasped her father's hand tightly. People will always leave, but your mother and I have lived long enough. We have paid our dues. You, however, are just beginning your journey. Dad, we have one more chance. Tonight, I will lead a raid. If I succeed, we will be safe. If I fail, I can escape on my own accord. At that point, I will heed your every word. Yenmin spoke with unwavering determination. She could not bear to survive alone. Yet she also wished to honor her father's deep love for her. Thus, she resolved to take this risk, accepting whatever outcome awaited her. Very well. Take the grenade launchers and all remaining ammunition. I will await your return. Colonel Yin recognized his daughter's stubbornness. He knew that if he did not acquiesce, she would defy him and go alone. As the clock struck 10, the night sky was speckled with stars, and the white snow illuminated everything around them. Soldiers remained vigilant atop the walls, not daring to relax their guard, taking turns to defend. Yin Min led a 50-member team, all clad in pure white attire, hoping to confuse the mutated beasts long enough to draw them closer. Most carried grenade launchers, equipped with ample ammunition, ready to strike down a significant number of the beasts without giving them a chance to adapt. Coincidentally, the mutated beasts chose this moment to attack. The darkness posed no hindrance to their keen eyesight. They moved silently across the snow, led by 5 third-tier mutated tigers, dispersing as they approached the base's walls to launch a coordinated assault. If they could breach a single gap, the outcome of the battle would be all but certain. Meanwhile, the remaining beasts advanced toward the base's main entrance to keep the primary forces occupied, allowing their comrades to strike more effectively. Yin Min immediately spotted the flying mutated beasts approaching them, a dark mass moving with considerable noise. Had they detected them so swiftly? But there was no time to ponder. The distance was within range. The gunners swiftly positioned their launchers, half targeting the ground and the other half aimed skyward. Waves of ammunition erupted forth, striking with ferocity. The mutated beasts suffered significant injuries instantly, their roars echoing in the night. Having learned from the earlier encounter, they began to scatter and retreat. However, a brown bear led the remaining 6 third-tier mutated tigers, a third-tier golden monkey, and a mutated elephant, charging forward under the barrage, determined to eliminate the grenade launchers first. Despite the relentless fire, the 3rd and 4th-tier beasts easily avoided the attacks, closing in unscathed. Yin Min and 20 others stood resolute, tasked with protecting the gunners to ensure uninterrupted fire. This group had been selected for their exceptional abilities, each possessing unique powers that far surpassed ordinary abilities. Yet, even their prowess was insufficient against the formidable 3rd-tier mutated tigers. Their only option was to restrain the beasts as best they could. As before, Yin Min found herself facing the 4th-tier brown bear, which now bore eyes that shone with an unusual sharpness, recognizing her as the one who had previously bested it. The bear, massive and immensely powerful, unleashed a swift strike with its massive paw. Yin Min, anticipating this, unleashed her vines, wrapping the bear tightly, preparing to advance. Yet the bear let out a thunderous roar, stomping its paw with tremendous force, shattering the vines with ease. This creature was even stronger than before. Had it concealed its true power during their earlier encounter? With no time to spare, Yin Min prepared to deploy her iron thorns. But a clear voice rang out beside her. "Leave the bear to me. Go assist the others." Zhao Youning and the Zhou siblings had remained hidden, observing the battle unfold. Seeing Yin Min struggling against the high-tier beasts, they sprang into action, intercepting the bear's strike. Yin Min watched in awe as the newcomer effortlessly countered the bear's massive paw, sending it staggering back several paces. Though she did not know this person's origin, she recognized that they were human and thus an ally. Scanning the battlefield, she noticed a man and a woman joining forces against 8 third-tier mutated beasts. The 20 previously beleaguered ability users found renewed hope in this unexpected reinforcement. Zhou Kasong and Zhou Kursin faced off against a pair of mutated tigers, their previous opponents now joining the fray elsewhere. Both siblings were third-tier body refiners, with one at Tier 3 and the other at Tier 2, easily overpowering their adversaries. They had carefully chosen these tigers as potential future contract beasts, deeming them most suitable compared to the higher-tier brown bear or the cumbersome elephant. Yin Min, meanwhile, engaged the 3rd-tier mutated elephant, which was even larger than the bear. It overwhelmed 3 Tier 2 ability users with ease, turning the tide of battle. Yet, just as they gained the upper hand, their ammunition ran out. The preceding barrage had claimed thousands of mutated beasts, yet many remained. As the gunfire ceased, everyone recognized the looming danger. They found themselves tightly ensnared by the remaining beasts. Unable to withdraw, the gunners were ordered to retreat swiftly to the city. Yin Min issued a loud command. All gunners swiftly retracted their launchers and ran towards the base without a moment's pause. They were not superhumans. Even the most formidable soldier would meet their demise when confronted by hordes of mutated beasts. A single encounter could cost them their lives, and thus, they would not linger to become a burden, forcing their comrades to contend with their deaths amidst battle. Zhao Youning no longer held back, with her sword firmly in hand. She ruthlessly thrust it toward the brown bear, which was not among the chosen contract beasts, even as its head was severed by her blade. The bear's eyes remained open in disbelief, unable to fathom how this individual could possess such formidable strength. With a thunderous crash, the 4th-level mutated bear collapsed, marking the end of its brief glory. Zhao Youning relentlessly shredded its abdomen with her sword, extracting a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Following this, she swiftly wielded her sword to repel all 3rd-level mutated beasts, sending two bursts of spiritual energy into the opponents of the Zhao siblings, causing the two mutated tigers to immediately lose consciousness. Quickly, let us depart. Zhao Youning stood firm at the rear, the swarm of mutated beasts now only 100 meters away. The Zhao siblings each hoisted their mutated beasts and began charging towards the Jiang province base. Everyone was astonished by their actions. Yinmin gazed at the sword-wielding girl, who was remarkably young, yet exuded immense strength, showing no fear in the face of thousands of mutated beasts. Immediate retreat. Yinmin quickly issued the order, yet she remained behind. No matter the circumstances, she could not allow the girl to stay alone. This was a battle belonging to their Jiang province base. How could she flee first and leave the danger to others? Even if this individual was extraordinarily powerful, Zhao Youning switched to her flying sword, wielding it to carve a semicircle in the air, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that instantly toppled the front line of mutated beasts, sending them crashing backward. In an instant, the mutated beasts were thrown into disarray. This tremendous strike claimed the lives of hundreds of them. The mutated beasts were struck with terror, and upon seeing their fallen leader, the brown bear, their courage shattered. Now leaderless, the remaining 3,000 mutated beasts began a collective retreat, with those in the air who had not been affected by the spiritual wave fleeing first. After her successful strike, Zhao Youning did not linger in battle. This blow had nearly exhausted 80% of her spiritual energy, and she could not muster a second attack. Fortunately, the mutated beasts were already paralyzed with fear. The remaining 6 third-level mutated beasts huddled together, trembling in terror, regretting that they had not fled the moment their leader was slain. They had underestimated the brown bear, deeming it foolish and arrogant, believing it had been slain due to its own stupidity. Little did they know that one misstep had led them to this dire situation. After witnessing Zhao Youning's prowess, especially now that her aura was fully unleashed, an invisible pressure extinguished any desire they had to escape. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. I am Yin Min from the Jiang province base. May I ask your name? As the crisis subsided, Yin Min expressed her gratitude. I am Zhao Youning. You may simply call me Youning, Sister Yin. Zhao Youning felt a strong affinity for this soldier. Then I shall take the liberty of calling you sister, as I am a few years older. Yin Min responded with unpretentious warmth. Sister Yin, I noticed that you and this mutated elephant share a remarkable synergy. Would you like to acquire such a contract beast? Zhao Youning wished to present a gift to this sister. A contract beast? Is it similar to my contract with mutated plants? Yin Min inquired. Quite similar. They share the same essence. Zhao Youning had observed that the vines Yin Min used in battle were not hastily conjured, but were inextricably linked to her own essence. Then I would naturally accept. Thank you, Sister Youning. Yin Min expressed her sincere gratitude. After Zhao Youning explained the method of contracting, Yin Min successfully formed a bond with the elephant. Sister Yin, feel free to share this contracting method with others, but I still have use for these third-level mutated beasts, so they cannot be given to Jiang province. Zhao Youning was resolute about retaining the third-level mutated beasts. Of course, these are rightfully your spoils, and besides, you are a great benefactor to all of us at the base. A few mutated beasts are nothing. I shall help you capture the rest of the third-level mutated beasts. Yin Min boldly promised. Then I thank you in advance, sister. Zhao Youning smiled sweetly. Come, let's return to the base and share a drink. Yin Min caressed her peaceful, mutated elephant. She leaped onto its back and extended her hand to Zhao Youning. Without hesitation, Zhao Youning accepted her hand and jumped onto the elephant's back, and the two rode swiftly towards the base. The remaining mutated beasts obediently followed, having been bound by Zhao Youning's restrictions, rendering them incapable of using their abilities. The mutated beast horde attempting to breach the base's defenses numbered around 1,000, while the defensive forces atop the city walls, comprising soldiers and superhumans, numbered over 20,000. Logically, they should be able to withstand for a considerable duration, especially since the main force of mutated beasts had already been routed, thus alleviating the crisis at Jiang province base. However, no one anticipated that upon their arrival at the base, they would witness the horrific sight of mutated beasts ravenously devouring humans just 500 meters from the rear gate. The ground was strewn with the severed limbs and dismembered bodies of over 1,000 individuals, leaving little but bones behind. The mutated beasts were unwilling to relent. While those atop the city walls wore expressions of sorrow and rage, powerless to intervene. At the base of the wall, hundreds of soldiers lay filthy on the ground, either sitting or sprawled out, evidently having just endured a fierce battle. Medical personnel were checking each one, swiftly evacuating those with severe injuries. A small group of individuals clad in white, numbering only a few dozen, bore a striking resemblance to the team that had just ventured out to ambush the mutated beasts. They appeared equally disheveled, their garments stained with blood, and many bore injuries. Yet at that moment, neither the officers, the civilians, nor the medical staff paid them any heed. Yen Min's expression turned frigid as she approached Colonel Yen, standing resolutely before him. What on earth has happened? The expression on Colonel Yan's face was one of profound sorrow, laced with a hint of helplessness. Following the upheaval of the day's battle, restlessness had permeated the base, and those with ulterior motives had begun to surface. Faced with thousands of mutated beasts, particularly the numerous Level 3 and Level 4 variants, belief in the base's capacity to prevail had dwindled. Many began contemplating escape routes, leading to an unholy alliance among military, political, and civilian supernatural entities. A lieutenant colonel from the military, commanding an entire regiment, colluded with the current base leader, the mayor of the original city, who brought along several key political figures and substantial supplies, as well as formidable supernatural teams. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily fled through the back gate of the base, which happened to be under the watch of a trusted subordinate of the lieutenant colonel. However, they were caught off guard. Mere hundreds of meters from the base, they encountered an ambush of mutated beasts. They faced a squadron led by a Level 3 mutated tiger, which, upon seeing the sudden influx of humans, promptly abandoned its original plan. With a roar, it summoned all nearby mutated beasts, and in a heartbeat, over 1,000 were upon them. Aside from a few vigilant Level 2 supernatural beings who promptly retreated to the base, the remaining 2,000 were swiftly encircled. The base's response was immediate. As soon as the beast's roar echoed, the guard detected the gathering of mutated beasts and relayed the information to Colonel Yen. Having remained at the base's entrance due to Yen Min's mission, he was among the first to hear the call of danger. Before he could dispatch someone to investigate, he received urgent news of the mutated beasts breaching the back gate and rushed to the scene. His anger flared as he realized these individuals were attempting to escape, brazenly bringing so many along. The sight of his longtime comrade, the lieutenant colonel, leading the charge only intensified his fury. This old companion had changed drastically since the apocalypse, often clashing with Colonel Yen, yet he had always trusted his character. The betrayal was unfathomable. Furthermore, how could these officials abandon the citizens of an entire city, choosing to flee? Yet, amidst his rage, he could not simply overlook the situation. Many among them held significant influence, deeply tied to the capital. Should they sever these connections, the base would struggle to secure vital support from the capital in the future. Moreover, there was still an entire regiment of soldiers, 500 men, who were merely following orders. Colonel Yin swiftly dispatched all supernatural teams from the military, along with the lone tank and 2 armored vehicles, to execute a rescue. Heavy machine guns on the walls unleashed a barrage of firepower, hoping to buy precious time for aid. However, the mutated beasts proved overwhelmingly powerful, particularly the 5 Level 3 mutated tigers, whose mere swipes claimed lives. Among the over 2,000 who had escaped the base, the 500 soldiers formed a protective perimeter around the crucial higher-ups. Yet within minutes, over 100 had fallen. The rescue efforts from the base were futile. Supernatural beings struggled merely to safeguard themselves, and by the time they managed to create a gap for retreat, a third of their number had perished. Ultimately, it was the 20 supernatural beings under Yen Min's command, alongside the Zhou siblings, who joined the rescue effort upon returning to the base. Yet, of the more than 100 supernatural teams that participated in the rescue, fewer than half returned. Most of these beings were still at Level 1, only marginally stronger than ordinary soldiers. In stark contrast, the 500 individuals led by the lieutenant colonel faced near annihilation, with only a scant few returning. Conversely, The protected political figures remained largely unscathed, and the lieutenant colonel emerged completely unharmed. Was it truly worth sacrificing so many lives just to save those cowardly officials? Upon hearing the Zhou siblings' account, Zhao Youning felt an overwhelming urge to unleash violence. Evidently, the privileged class remained untouched by the calamities of the apocalypse. Why? In these dire times, could their status not be shattered? As Zhao Youning grappled with his frustrations, he recognized that as an outsider, he had no right to interfere in others' affairs, yet others did not share such reservations. Upon hearing her father recount the events, Yin Min's eyes burned with fury. Colonel Yan, you sacrificed so many of our supernatural forces for these inept individuals? What right do they have? They abandoned the base and fled. How can they show their faces in this world? Especially Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. As a soldier sworn to protect, he should face immediate justice for his betrayal. Yin Min pointed an accusatory finger at the distant Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. His face flushed with anger, trembling with rage, he retorted, Yin Min, you young brat, be quiet. In response, Yin Min summoned her powers, causing several iron burst seeds to swell to the size of eggs, shooting them like cannonballs towards Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. Naturally, Jiang, a level 1 supernatural being, stood no chance against them. The iron burrs instantly pierced his neck and heart, silencing his words forever. Jiang could hardly comprehend that Yin Min would dare to kill him in front of others. What are you doing, Yin Min? Colonel Yin demanded sternly. What can I do? I am merely eliminating traitors. Father, this is no longer the past. In this chaotic world, old methods are ineffective. What we need is decisive action. Yin Min responded, resolute and unyielding. And these people, she continued, casting a cold glance at the group of officials in white, should be imprisoned and await execution. The officials, who had been stunned by Zhang's sudden demise, were now gripped by fear upon hearing Yin Min's words, fully aware that she would follow through on her threats. The mayor trembled as he addressed Colonel Yin. Colonel, have you truly considered allowing your daughter to act with such impunity? This mayor wielded immense power, capable of influencing the highest echelons. Colonel Yin remained silent, weighing the consequences. Yin Min's public execution of Lieutenant Colonel Jiang was a volatile situation. If the mayor embellished the story, Colonel Yin would find himself in dire straits. Conversely, if he did not intervene, the Jiang province base would lose the protection of the capital entirely. Yin Min was forcing his hand. Relying on anyone else is futile. We must depend on ourselves. Look at the current state. Who can the capital truly protect? This is the perfect example. Yin Min urged, pressing for a decision. Yin Min observed the ever-changing expressions of Colonel Yin, who finally resolved to detain the city's party secretary. As for the others, they would remain under surveillance for the time being. After all, such a vast base required specialized management, and relying on the rough military personnel was impractical for such meticulous tasks. The Jiang province base was unlike the original province base, where the presence of several major generals acted as a stabilizing force. Here, various factions vied for power, each unwilling to yield to the other. Colonel Yin, while holding a significant rank, was not superior to the party secretary in status. The only difference lay in his lack of military authority. Meanwhile, Major Jiang, who had long been overshadowed by Colonel Yin, awakened his abilities during the apocalypse, believing himself far more formidable than the colonel, who lacked such powers. However, Colonel Yin had assumed the role of commander of the entire Jiang province base, making him effectively an invisible general, while Major Jiang remained merely a lieutenant colonel. Naturally, this bred discontent within him, and when the party secretary extended an olive branch, he was more than willing to accept. Yet now, all obstacles had chosen their own demise, and from this day forth, the Jiang province base will be entirely under Colonel Yin's command. Zhao Youning, witnessing the farce at the Jiang province base, ensured that the Zhou siblings had their mutated tigers contracted first. When Yin Min decisively eliminated Major Jiang, it was a source of great satisfaction, indeed quite impressive. The trio watched in awe, and after they resolved their internal issues, Yin Min solemnly introduced both parties. Thank you, young friends, for your assistance. If you do not mind, perhaps you could stay with us for a while, allowing us to extend our hospitality. Colonel Yin expressed with utmost courtesy, although he did not inquire further. The obedient third-level beasts accompanying Zhao Youning spoke volumes about their capabilities. Such individuals, if utilized properly, could elevate the strength of the Jiang province base to new heights. General Jiang is being too polite. We have been away from home for quite some time and are quite concerned. Since the crisis here is resolved, we shall take our leave. Zhao Youning expressed her desire to depart, as she held little affection for the Jiang province base. Let's not rush. Allow me to prepare a sumptuous feast for us to enjoy, Colonel Yin insisted, attempting to retain them. Enough, father. You tend to your own matters. I will take care of them, Yin Min interjected impatiently. She merely intended to introduce her saviors to her father, not to have Zhao Youning engage in formalities with him. Very well. You young ones will have more to discuss amongst yourselves. I shall excuse myself, Colonel Yin remarked, unfazed by his daughter's lack of deference, aware that he had much to attend to. Once he turned away, his expression soured, despite the thrill of his daughter's lethal actions. He could not ignore the lengthy preparations still ahead of him. Moreover, the bodies outside needed to be collected. They were his soldiers, and the loss of more than half of the trained supernatural beings he had nurtured for so long weighed heavily on him. Colonel Yin regretted his decisions, realizing that perhaps age had dulled his once decisive instincts. Yin Jia, shall we go vent some frustration? Zhao Youning suggested, glancing at the retreating horde of mutated beasts. She had never contemplated letting these third-level beasts return only to trouble the original province base in the future. Originally, the plan was to bring them back to the base. But since they had consumed human lives, particularly soldiers, she would not accept them now, leaving only the option of extermination. Yin Min understood immediately. She would never dare to charge into a mass of mutated beasts alone, but with Zhao Youning, she felt emboldened. Let's go. The Zhou siblings mounted their mutated tigers, while Yin Min climbed atop her mutated elephant. Zhao Youning casually selected a mutated tiger to ride, and the four swiftly pursued the mutated beast horde, with the remaining mutated creatures obediently trailing behind. All being third-level beasts, their speed was remarkable, and they soon caught up with the army of mutated beasts. These creatures, having tasted human flesh, had become significantly more ferocious. As a few third-level mutated tigers noticed their pursuers, they turned to confront them head-on. This was precisely what Zhao Youning desired. While she would require several moves to deal with fourth-level mutated beasts, third-level ones posed no challenge whatsoever. In a mere moment, the two mutated tigers attacking her lay decapitated. The remaining three swiftly engaged with the other third-level mutated tigers, and in collaboration with their contracted beasts, they overwhelmed their foes. After securing her first kill, Zhao Youning chose not to advance further, but remained atop her tiger, swiftly eliminating any mutated beast attempting to join the fray. In a short span, dozens of mutated beasts lay dead around them. Some mutated beasts, sensing danger, began to flee, but Zhao Youning paid them no heed. Moments later, Zhou Kaxing disposed of his opponent, plunging his blade into the chest of a mutated tiger. Following him, Zhou Kursin and Yin Min arrived shortly thereafter. Once the third-level beasts were vanquished, only the slow-reacting mutated creatures remained, now attempting to escape, but it was far too late. These beasts had once trapped humans, feasting at their leisure. Now, they found themselves as prey. Soon, the sluggish mutated beasts became mere corpses, while those who had fled earlier vanished without a trace. Zhao Youning flicked her fingers, sending dozens of sparks towards the carcasses, igniting them into flames that quickly turned to ash. The Zhou siblings, without waiting for Zhao Yuning's command, rushed forward to extract the crystal cores from the ashes. 5 third-level crystal cores were collected. Zhao Youning claimed 2, while the others divided the remaining 3 evenly among themselves. And the second-level cores were shared equally. Yin Min felt no entitlement to these spoils. Had it not been for Zhao Youning and her companions, the base might have already fallen. She felt no greed, only gratitude. Ah, Yin Jia, please take this. We are not in need of it, Zhou Kursin insisted. Offering the crystal core meant for Yin Min felt a warmth in her heart. I, Yin Min, and Jiang Province shall forever be indebted to you all. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Zhao Youning discerned the unspoken nuances in Yin Min's words. Her promise was personal, not an obligation on behalf of the Jiang province base. However, she smiled, unbothered. You honor us, Yin Jie. It was but a trifling effort. We shall take our leave now. Should you ever wish to visit, feel free to come to the original province. I shall indeed visit. Yin Min finally grasped their origins, realizing they were from the original province. Farewell. Until we meet again. Yin Min watched as the three departed on their mutated tigers, lingering for a while before deciding to return. Suddenly, a flicker of flames appeared in the distance, likely at the site of their previous encounter with a horde of mutated beasts. Indeed, over 1,000 mutated creatures had perished there due to artillery fire. The soldiers had retreated hastily, neglecting to collect the precious crystal cores amidst the chaos. Upon arriving at the base, they were confronted with a scene of devastation that made them forget about the corpses of the mutated beasts entirely. Yin Min chuckled lightly, casting one last glance at the flames before mounting her mutated elephant and heading back to the base. Those flames were undoubtedly ignited by Zhao Youning. The three of them would never overlook the abundance of crystal cores from the mutated beasts. Moreover, even the herbivorous mutated creatures, like the horned deer and antelope, would not escape unscathed. After all, the meat from mutated beasts was quite delectable. However, since the apocalypse began, many carnivorous mutated beasts had taken to consuming humans, leaving only the herbivores as viable options for sustenance. This outing proved remarkably fruitful, yielding 6 third-level mutated tigers, 1 third-level mutated golden monkey, and nearly 2,000 crystal cores. Zhao Youning resolved to treat all of the crystal cores as snacks for the tiger cub, aiming to enhance its strength swiftly. In the future, she hoped to avoid confrontation, leaving all matters to the capable little tiger, a perfect scenario indeed. After absorbing the crystal core of a mutated willow tree, the tiger cub had already ascended to the 4th level. While the energy from these 2nd and 3rd level cores might not be as potent, their sheer quantity would undoubtedly elevate the cub's abilities to the late 4th level. When the time came to utilize the crystal core of the brown bear, the prospect of reaching the 5th level seemed highly promising. Youning, I never imagined that the soldiers would abandon the city in such a way. Do you think we still have hope? After they had walked a distance, Zhou Kursin could no longer contain her thoughts. Soldiers, after all, are human and possess various facets of humanity. Such occurrences are bound to happen in the future. Zhao Youning preferred not to comment extensively, having witnessed many who resorted to any means necessary to survive in her past life. Yet, she had also seen countless soldiers who fought valiantly until the very end, like Chu Xinjian, who battled zombies and mutated beasts until his last breath. There are also people like Lieutenant Colonel Liu in this life alongside many nameless ordinary soldiers, which had given her a nuanced view of military personnel. However, as time passed, such individuals became increasingly rare, with many entangled in the complexities of self-interest. Ordinary people continued to struggle on the precipice of life and death, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. There was no telling if this existence had an end, or if there remained any hope in this world. Moreover, as the powers of ability users grew stronger, a reshuffling of forces was inevitable. After all, once a person possesses power, how could they be content to remain subservient? Eventually, the state would find it challenging to maintain control. Zhou Kursin's candid remarks caught Zhao Youning's attention, leading her to regard him with newfound respect. He spoke the truth. In her previous life, before her demise, the landscape had already been dominated by advanced ability users. Indeed, no weapon could effectively counter zombies and mutated beasts of level 3 and above. Humanity's increasing reliance on ability users only serve to amplify their strength and influence. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. We'll take it one step at a time. Besides, we are not the weak ones here. As long as we can survive, that is enough. We are not saviors and cannot shoulder the burdens of others, Zhou Kursin stated resolutely. None could fathom Zhou Kursin's true thoughts at that moment. If such a time were to arrive, why shouldn't they share in the spoils? The three, along with their 6 tigers, ventured forth.